a designation. Nice dead on there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Rocky.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Mirren.
Toronto to fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
ENCE is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello and welcome everybody to stage 4 of the 2024 Overwatch Champions Series. My name is Danny Lim. I'll be joining all of you guys for the group stages, and I'm not doing this alone, guys. I can't do this alone. I got my friends joining me to cover all the EMEA action for today, and that is none other than Jaws and Necra. Hello.
Hello, Danny. Hello, Danny.
Welcome
Let's
back,
go.
Danny.
I kind of missed you guys. How have you guys been?
We missed you. We miss you. We're glad you're here.
Jack looking nice with the.
I know. I'm
first time
looking pretty clean. Look
wait,
at this.
I think this is my first time
this
seeing you with a shirt.
With an actual
with a
collared
sleeve.
shirt.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Yeah, I took the matte route a long time ago. I just like wearing like a bigger oversized t-shirts and jumpers. I couldn't step on the territory of the hoodies though. He threatened me with several lawsuits. But yeah, it wouldn't end well for me as a millionaire. So.
But you can't go too fancy because then you're gonna infringe on Uber's
Exactly.
style.
So I went just with the small flowers. So I'm
All right,
like,
enough,
yeah, exactly.
enough talk about shirts and looking beautiful. You guys are looking beautiful anyways every day. Let's talk about what you guys are all here for. Yes, not only the matches, but also drops as well. We got drops, everybody. I got you guys. Make sure to link your Battle.net accounts to Twitch before the game start, and you guys could also claim these 2 beautiful drops for the viewership incentives. We got sprays, and the first one is a profile picture, right?
Yeah, player icon.
Player icon.
Oh yeah.
Loving this, loving the color scheme.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
flex on
it's
people
nice.
instantly when you enter into your games.
True.
So true.
Yeah. So guys, please make sure to link your Twitch accounts before the game start, and also make sure to follow all of our beautiful co-streamers that will be following along with the actions all weekend long. The 4 beautiful people right here are Reinforced, Kenobi, CB-chan, and Skiesti as well. Familiar faces.
It's the old Reinhardt guy. No way. It's Reinforced. Oh, is that Reinhardt?
Yeah. Today, for today, it is going to be Reinforce. We will be rating him after the matches, so go say hello to Reinforce. Miss you, Johnny. All right.
We miss you.
We miss you. Yeah. We all. I think I really missed everyone, and I think it's good to be back.
And everybody missed you, Dan.
All right, and also, if you guys want a shot at joining the illustrious ranks of our co-streamers, apply today at bit.ly/OWCS co-stream. So you guys could get a chance to maybe become our next co-streamers for OWCS as well. All right, let's take a look at the schedule, everybody, to see where we're at in the 2024 season. Of course, we had a lot of great matches from Stage 1, Stage 2, and Stage 3 just ended, but I do want to point out how much fun we had at DreamHack Dallas.
Yeah, it was a good time. Man, that finals, I'm still glad we're showing big highlights of the Dallas finals. The seats were sold out. We had to add more. It was a good time, and it went all the way as well. Not a classic Overwatch finals where it's a complete stomp, thank goodness. Should hopefully be the same in Stockholm.
I think you're right about that. Super excited about barreling towards the end of the season. It's almost kind of weird to say that we're in the final stage.
I know, right?
OWCS before DreamHack Stockholm.
Like literally, time flew by. Like Dallas was what? How long ago was it? It was already what? Almost 4 months, no?
3 or 4 months. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like May?
Time is like a linear. If it goes linear fashion, it goes straight. Like, I don't know.
Flat
what's going
circle
on,
is,
to be
I
honest.
think, the word you're looking
It's
for.
a flat circle.
Hey,
Bruh,
we should all agree that DreamHack Dallas was a ton of fun, but don't worry, guys. I feel like the next one, DreamHack Stockholm, is going to be even more fun. And if you don't believe me, don't worry, because we got this quick teaser to kind of pull you guys into DreamHack Stockholm. Take a look.
Even the devil looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hog work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
Buy your tickets, everybody! DreamHack Stockholm, November, end of November. Be there. All your favorite teams are gonna be there. I'm gonna be there, I think. Jack and Rose, you guys are gonna be there.
Yes, we're all going to be there, Danny. Danny's like, I think they're going to give me a flight. I think maybe. No, Danny, we're going to make you swim with your bad back.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun. So everybody, buy your tickets. Hope to see everyone there. Okay. Now let's move on. So let's review how the competition shakes out for each of our stages. You know, just a quick refresher for everybody how the formatting goes. We kick things off with Swiss format competition. The top 16 teams, which include 4 auto-qualified teams based on stage 1 and 2 performances, move on to groups, which we'll be playing through the next 2 weekends. The top 8 teams from groups move on to compete in the main event, where teams will fight for a piece of the prize pool and, more importantly, a lot of circuit points.
Yeah, there is a ton of circle points up for grabs. Like, it's increased throughout the year, so like now is the chance. If you're a little bit behind, you need to grab them now. A few teams have obviously run away with it. Toronto Defiant being one of them, you know, like up there on the leaderboards. Obviously, you'll check into that later. Of course, this is EMEA, but yeah, 150 points is absurd, and especially the qualifications. There's a few teams that are around the same level of points, so everything to play for. If a couple of teams finish just 2 places above your favorite team, your favorite team might be going home.
Yeah, and also not only players will be walking away with cash prizes and circuit points, but first place team will also secure their world spot at DreamHack Stockholm in November. So there is a lot to play for, and like Jack said, just right now, you know, I think the points right now is going to be 3 times the amount of points that was up for grabs in stage 1. So everyone sort of has a chance to make it to Stockholm, and I think that's what makes this whole OWCS very exciting.
It'd be really cool to see if there was a team that maybe isn't in the race for circuit points, but could get the upset and just win the stage outright. I think that's the thing that excites me the most. I don't know if there's going to be a team that can do that when we look at the teams that are actually a part of this group stage so far, but it's nice that the hope is there.
Yeah. I mean, and also, you know, talking about teams, you know, let's take a look at where the teams currently stand on the circuit board leaderboard for EMEA at the start of stage 4. That's where we are at right now. ENCE and SSG VP as well in the top 3 spots. They were probably they are the best teams in EMEA currently, right? The first.
Yeah.
Yep.
Quite easily, yeah. ENCE and SSG, they pretty much guarantee themselves a spot in. Like, there's no chance that any kind of team catches up to them at this point. Gaming Gladiators, who are now like Team Pep / Piece of Cake, like they're pretty close. And then Twisted Minds also, like winning that first stage, really boosted them up in points, like 465. This 3rd spot, VP, they aren't sitting too comfortably right now. The team does look incredibly strong, but there's only a few points separating them in 5th place.
True.
So that means that is going to be super, super tight, and those points are really going to matter when we take a look at how these groups are going to progress.
Yep, that is true. And also at the end of the stage, the top 2 teams from EMEA and NA, both regions, will lock in their spots at World. So yeah, a lot to play for. Makes everything very exciting.
Yes, it does. I'm excited to see if VP can actually just kind of continue the momentum from the last stage and like just snowball with this meta, because I think ENCE and SSG, like I said, they've almost guaranteed themselves, locked themselves in. But if VP can snipe a 1st place finish, guarantee themselves, it's like, okay, you don't need to worry about circuit points. Plus they'd have more than enough anyway, to be fair. But I think Rose is also correct. There could be a very realistic chance of an upset going through, although it still looks like the top 3 of EMEA are just head and shoulders above the rest, but anything can happen.
Yeah. We took a look at leaderboards for circuit points. Let's take a look at the brackets for current brackets right now before we head into the match. Of course, we started our matches yesterday, and as we're seeing right now in Group A bracket, ENCE beat Vendetta 3-0. We also had Quick Esports beating Wasp 3-1 as well. Are you guys surprised by the result?
Oh, the Gurk falls again to Quick Esports. Dude, I mean, Wasp 0 versus Vendetta. Here it is. Here's Gurk's chance to make it through. The Junkrat OTPs and EU will rise once again.
I'm here for it. I'm really here for it. I think that we could see some big rip tires, but I think at this point a lot of people know how to actually like kind of play through some of the Junkrat spam. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll find out a little bit later, Danny, but unfortunately we're not gonna see it today.
I mean, maybe, who knows? I mean, we're looking at our first match of today. It's gonna be ENCE versus Quick Esports, and we're seeing ENCE's lineup. Joss, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, it's ENCE. Like, I think that's all you really need to say. Like,
yeah,
they ended up winning last stage. They have Kai and Kevster. They have Sky and Kellex, an incredibly solid backline. And the backline right now is like super important. And we'll get onto this in a little bit later as well, with Juno being available for stage 4. Pretty much 100% pick rate, I would imagine. But I mean, ENCE versus Quick, like, this is going to be, well, a quick game, I think, in a 3-0. Pun very much intended.
Pun very much intended, yeah. Quick Esports, I mean, they are definitely the underdogs. Rose, what do you think about Quick Esports?
Definitely underdogs in terms of the players that are on this team, but also in just the team cohesion, because this is a team that just came together for stage 4 from multiple different teams in OWCS. We've got Hitori coming through from Super Shy, Strepper from Nuage, Yoham from Gaming Gladiators, Loren from Ex Oblivione, and Ken from Aw Yeah. And so bringing these teams and players together, I think is just, you're already trying to go up a creek without a paddle in some ways, and you have to run into ENCE as one of your first opponents of the group stage. I think Quick Esports can get it done. I do think that they have a strong ability to give some really good highlights of the day and also prove why they can be the second team that comes out of the group stage, but ENCE is very, very tough. It would be great to see them actually get an upset here today.
I mean, Jack said it was going to be a quick 3-0. Rose, do you also feel that way? I mean, I feel like all the community poll, looking at the community poll, I mean, a lot of people also agree with Jack.
I don't want it to be a 3-0. I think it is going to be a 3-0, but of course we don't actually want that.
93 to 7%.
93 to 7
versus 7%.
A value prediction on the 7%. I mad respect it, actually. A lot of quick heads out there. I mean, look, there is a small possibility, I think, a map could be taken off of ENCE, but that is a very, very slim chance, I think. I think this might just be a 3-0. Like, ENCE are just such a powerhouse in the region. Like, coming off a stage win is, like, fantastic. And, I mean, the team is just full of legends then.
True. I mean, hey, we'll find out what the score is going to be. Let's jump right into the action. Jack and Rose, take it away.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you, Danny. He's so back. Oh, no way.
Yay.
Rose, look at this map right here. Look at the center of your screen currently. Clash/Flashpoint. So, New Junk City Soravaso, or we can go to Hanaoka / Throne of Anubis. New game mode here in Clash. It's been picked a little bit, Rose, in Korea, EMEA, and NA. Not as much as Flashpoint has. Obviously, at this point, an older mode, right? So people are more familiar with how to play it, how to, what kind of comps they want to run, what they're comfortable with, etc. But you expecting we're going to see a little bit of Clash here? Because I think for ENCE, probably want to stick for the old tried and true. Of course, losers pick as well, so we can go to any game mode second map.
I think we could, though. Quick Esports actually did play on Hanaoka yesterday versus Waspo No in their first match of the group stage, and so if there's any team that has already had experience, it could be Quick, maybe thinking that a new game mode would be one way that they could throw ENCE off of their game. But heading over to Lisheng Tower, we're looking at a pretty big brawl here, I think, Jaws, especially when this is going to be the first map to open up the series. It's going to be a lot of Juno, a lot of breaks.
Yeah, a lot of Juno. And that's the thing I wanted to talk about straight up was Juno existing in the meta almost at 100% pick rate. There's very few times, I think, where you can run something else. I think at the moment in time with her stats, she is basically like a stat stick. If you're familiar with WoW terms, it's there. It doesn't do anything, but it provides you an immense amount of stats. Juno is exactly that. Like the raw power, the ultimate, the mobility, even the hitbox, to be fair, how quickly she is when she uses her shift. She's a very tricky character. We'll see Quick Esports locking in with the Juno Lucio to start off with, but ENCE going with the more quite traditional at this point in time, the Juno and the Bring.
Yeah, the Juno and the Brig is way more common, but we have seen Quick Esports yesterday just use Juno and Lucio. I don't know if you're really getting much more, though, than just massive amounts of speed. And remember that we do have a speed modifier capped at 75%. So you're going to have to watch those cooldowns, make sure you're not actually going to be overlaying that speed way too much. But it is a great way to get in there and actually try to run down the team when you can cycle through all of those speed boosts.
Yeah, you're definitely the most mobile team in the server if you have both of those, right? Yeah, you can choose the speed ring first or use the amp and then the other way around, you know. So nice little kill initially there from Hattori, taking down Kevster. Quite unfortunate for the mate. This Ram brawl, sometimes quite hard to kind of stand up against the Orisa. You can get bopped back quite often with that spear. Although Hattori kind of trapped behind the wall. Another big pick actually in this meta has been the Mei. With a lot of people running these brawly tanks, Mei just gets so much unbelievable value. Nice headshot there from Kevster, and to quickly find the flip there.
It's really nice to have the Mei because it actually shuts down a lot of the potential to run something like a Tracer or any more of these flank-oriented heroes that would give Juno a lot of trouble. So not only do you have the Brig to really help protect the Juno in that sense, but you have this Mei to deter any of those flankers. And so yeah, I mean, you got Kevster playing the Mei here for ENCE, one of the best Meis in the entire region. I feel like this just sets ENCE up for success so much.
Although Kevster's already used that block and is actually running for his life right now. Vestola ends up popping that Nemesis form in the front line, takes down Ken. Now Lorenz maybe suffering from a frosty death. Ends up, not quite escaping. Looked like Lorenz maybe b-hopped out of the LOS of Snowball, but not to be. Lorenz split off from the rest of the team, and Ken going down as well. Quick Esports Rose, they got a lot of like frontal damage, a lot of good damage to take down someone like Vestola, but even after the armor change on the Ram and even the bug being fixed as well, like, I don't know, the Ram power block is still super powerful as Quick Esports trying for another push.
Right, and then you're gonna have that Brigida rally on top of that in just a couple of moments, but we're gonna kick things off with the Bob.
Yeah, I mean, Bob coming in, Blizzard in the back line as well. Kai's Bob instantly taken down. Terror Surge on top of the point and on top of the wall too. There's a maximum spin there from Hattori, but still not unable to take down Kevster, who was just firmly in that ice block. All doing a good job, actually, of stopping this Annihilation, getting a lot of damage, but still ENCE in control. Without your Lucio, Quick Esports, only with that speed ring to get out of there. And still with an ult in the bank as well. Got that rally for this last fight.
Oh, it was just a great trade there for ENCE. I mean, you got everything out of Quick Esports' pocket. You even got a chance to use the orbital right from Juno last. With this rally, it should seal the deal here on this first point.
Yeah, they know they had that advantage. Ken even switching over to the Hanzo as well. Trying to get some one-shots. Of course, Hanzo was changed recently too. A little bit more consistent on the one-shots, not just taking down some snipers. Can take down a lot of people. They're very, very old Hanzo at this moment in time, so not the strangest pick of all, but it will be Quick Esports going down. I mean, when you've got that rally and you're just speed ringing 5 people, really tough to kind of stand up to the test of all that damage, and it's for the first round.
It's also hard to get past those Mei ice walls. Even though you have the Hanzo and you've got the Storm Arrows that can help to break the ice really quickly, you still have to figure out a way to actually land that damage down behind a Mei ice wall, as well as the shield from the Ramatra. I think it could be really... Oh, let's not forget the Brig shield. There's a lot of things you got to try to weave that damage past.
Yeah, I wonder if Quick Esports are going to steer over to the Brig. I don't mind the Lucio pick, but it does feel like the weaker of the two backlines right now. And yeah, we aren't. Actually, Lorenz switching over to the Farah of all things. Ken on the Ashe now.
We actually did see this from Quick Esports yesterday. Loren opting to play the Farah on both Gardens and Market, where we are now. And this is just powerful. You've got so much spam damage. If the Hanzo was going to have trouble getting past those shields, the Farah is not. Those are going to be breaking very fast with all of that splash damage. And direct rockets, too. You're going to be farming up this barrage pretty quickly.
Oh, what? Okay.
There you go.
I just ends up going down in the back line to Lorenz. Just the spam there. All good. We'll see ENCE want to stay in here. Probably not, though. Point gets capped by Quick Esports first again.
Yeah, I mean, Farah's just one of those characters that really tests your team's ability to cycle through those cooldowns, and if you need to make sure that you have like the wall online, the Ramatra shield, and just cycle through things really effectively. Otherwise, this Farah is going to keep wrecking your team. I mean, Vissel is already half HP by the time he's actually moving on to the point.
All right, Hattori already forced to use that block, spear, and javelin coming up in just a moment, so the staying power of the Orisa. It's up almost to 100% right now. She's receiving a heck of amount of heals in the front line too, but Vestola finally kind of forcing her out. Eventually the kill does end up coming through from Kellex of all people as well, onto the Lucio. Here comes the barrage. Loren gets a lot of rockets down onto the floor, takes down the Brig, but Vestola swinging his fists, getting an uppercut on the Farah as Kevster saves himself with the block, and slowly but surely there, Quick Esports picked apart.
There is the downside to the Farah, that while you do have some very good damage, that ultimate makes you a sitting duck. And so even though Loren actually got a chance to use the Barrage as one of the first ultimates in this round, you just made it for yourself easy pickings for the rest of the team. Now we're heading into kind of the next phase of these ultimate rotations, where you're going to start to see teams really be tempered with their use of these ultimates. We got both Juno ults online. We've got the Mei ult from Kevster. That should be a fight winner right there if in good position.
Tori forced to use everything there. Still got Terror Surge available. She does end up using that Terror Surge to grab Vestola back in, who was isolated from the rest of his team as well. The Blizzard finds basically next to nothing, and Tori didn't even get frozen up there at all. And still have Orbital Ray, they've got the rally. It looks like Kellex is going to try and get out of the fight, but Kevster from across the map ends up sniping Johan. Quick Esports with a small rotation though, despite losing the Juno, end up capping the point. And now they're going to have to rely on this beat potentially from the Lucio to keep them alive. A quick switch from ENCE though, Rose. They end up going over to the Diva to get back to the point in time. Quick Esports end up using the beat. Johan's coming in just a moment. Kevster needs some help. A rally deployed from Kellex, and this Orbital Ray can be deployed at any moment here as ENCE now swarm the point and find the flip.
Ooh, that's even not just good to be able to get back to the point, but also really good to soak up all of this damage coming through from the rockets and any other projectiles from the other team. And so you're going to see them put up one heck of a fight, but it's going to be this late orbital rays from both teams.
Alex is in the front line right now. These rockets will hurt if they do land, but it's just Kai sniping Ken and Sturbor out of the map, and ENCE now putting themselves on final fight territory. Quick Esports, so unlucky. They almost had the flip there, which probably would have resulted in ENCE maybe having to fight 2 fights here, but they're taking it all the way to spawn, spotting out Hattori on this mega health pack, and a body blocking it till the cows come home. Kevster, and yeah, there's no way Sturbor survives there, and this should just be ENCE claiming this round and map.
Oh, you even just threw the bomb in there for some fun, just in case anybody is able to escape out of spawn. But that is going to be ENCE taking the very first map of our series, and sort of how we expected, Jaws. Pretty convincing for both rounds of that map.
Yeah, like super convincing. I mean, ENCE, it's ENCE. Like, why are you betting against them? I understand the value prediction, the 7%. I agree with it. I don't mind it at all, but the 93% in the chat, yeah, not too much of a shock there. What more can be really said about ENCE? They're still on fire coming off of last stage. Even this small meta change, their backline is incredibly dependable, but also the tank line too. So many tanks now, Rose. It's not just like Perma Diva. You need to be able to play Ram, Diva, Monkey, like everything, and they've got that in spades.
Yeah, Monkey maybe not as easy, I think, for Vestola specifically to have to bring out, but if I'm not mistaken, and still has Chase in their back pocket as someone that can come in to actually play the Winston. So there is a lot of flexibility in this roster, and as you said, I think like Sky's worked really hard to be able to bring out Juno alongside any of those other flex support picks, and then Kellex as well. Having to bring up the Brig, I think ENCE, despite the firepower and just the star power that's on this roster, has put in a ton of hard work as a team in between both stages to learn some new heroes.
Yeah, look at that. Orbital Rays, Annihilation, we're so back. We are so back. It's GOATs all over again. Juno GOATs. I mean, people were kind of joking about it the other week in the Face It Master League, but yeah, Juno with the Orbital Ray, it can be very, very tough to even fight into a lot of the time. It's like old Kitsune Rush, right? After Kitsune Rush got nerfed a little bit, you don't really want to fight into it, but if you do double layer them, both Junos throwing out the rays at the same time, it is possible. You can come up with kills, but the kills come through so quickly, it's almost impossible for a lot of the supports to react. Because Kevster, for example, or Kai, sorry, it's just like boom, one headshot for the Ash, you know, like 2 tap the body, like it just does so much. Juno is just so strong right now, it's a little absurd. There's the stats from the last map as well, KDA, 0.2. Yeesh, that's not great for Quick Esports, but again, we are expecting ENCE to kind of walk away with this one.
I think we should though, right? Especially when ENCE is one of the stronger teams in the region, I think they need to make it very clear that they are still one of those dominant teams. So a 3-0 here after a 3-0 yesterday would be a huge statement to show the rest of the teams like, we're here to play. We're not fooling around, but we are here to just make our way to the DreamHack Stockholm very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of that, Space Station, ENCE pretty much guaranteed to make it. It's really on Virtus Pro of all teams in EMEA right now to really lock themselves in that third place spot. Of course, with how the groups end up going down, they'll probably end up meeting each other, and I think the test will really be there. Virtus Pro versus ENCE will be very exciting. I've got a feeling though ENCE is just going to continue this run. I think the team has really been on the up and up. A little bit of a disappointing early stage in stage one, like earlier half of the year, but the team has just shored up a lot of their weaknesses, and adding someone like Chase to the roster as well, it's just kind of perfect. It's really rounded out the entire team, and I think, to be fair to you, Space Station have also done the same thing. I mean, adding KSA to pick up something like the Diva for the team, the EMEA teams, especially the upper half ones, Rose, it really feels like they're just getting stronger and stronger and stronger as the stages progress.
Well, I think every player also wants a spot on some of those elite teams, and no secret why. If you're winning, you want to stay winning. You also want to prove that you can actually hang with the big dogs. So if you can get on Virtus Pro, you can get on ENCE or Space Station. I think those are definitely the three teams a lot of players will consider as really good prospects, but it's not just about them. We still have a ton of teams, like Oblivione has been a feeder team for a lot of teams. They have bred so many incredible players throughout the seasons where they have, you know, like Chase getting taken from Oblivione. You have a bunch of other players that have followed in that suit, even just this season of OWCS alone. And I think you can look to a lot of other teams who have done the same. Team Peps, I think, is another one of those teams that you look at having had a ton of successful players walk through those doors at one time or another.
Can any EU team and/or NA team take on Korean teams? That's the big question, I think, at Stockholm. But that's a little bit too far in the future.
That depends on the meta. I think it has to depend on the meta.
I wonder if Juno's still going to be met. Probably at Stockholm. I'm not sure. Of course, yes, that's yet to be seen. Losers picks format, of course, which will mean quick esports end up choosing the mode and the map. Midtown. I haven't seen this one in a little while, Rose, on the main broadcast.
That's true. But they played it yesterday.
Right.
They ended up playing Pharah, Tracer, Diva, Lucio, and Juno on this map, bringing in a Mei here and there, especially on defense. So maybe this is sort of a, we could play the Diva 2 angle, maybe try to force Festola to have to play the Diva. Hitori has a wonderful Ramatra and a wonderful Diva. Very much a standout on that old Super Shy roster from Stage 3, and also somebody that a lot of people have said can be a very strong leader for a team. So despite the fact that this is the first amalgamation, or like a kind of a random amalgamation of players across multiple different teams, I think Hitori has the opportunity to really bring everybody together.
All right, it's looking a little bit different on the defense here, with Festola on the Orisa, no Ram. But Kalex just still on the Brig. Looks like maybe they're changing, not sure. I just see a few of them running back to the spawn. But I would just like them to stick with this. Maybe they change. Okay, Kev's going to Tracer instead. Sky quickly jumping over to Lucio to speed everybody back because the gates are opening in just a moment. So small change there. Kevster from the mate onto the Tracer. A bit more aggressive. Has to be careful though of Lorena and of course of Ken. Kevster pretty used to dealing with very, very high powered and Tracer eraser type heroes.
That's true, but the Tracer can be so powerful versus this Juno. Juno's really squishy. Even though she has a lot of utility, she's actually very easy to take out, especially if you can track those cooldowns, and she doesn't have something like the Glide online to actually get away, or the Hyper Ring either. So Kevster's going to be paying attention to that. Like, Hyper Ring is already out there from Yoham, so when is the good opportunity to actually try to go in and snipe out that Juno?
Yeah, I think one thing is worth keeping in mind as well, with the Brig specifically, it's so much easier to keep a Juno alive. You could just throw the packs out to the Juno in the sky. You're not like using AoE healing like the Lucio, or trying to hit people with the right click of BAP or the Ana or whatnot. Nice little rotation there from Quick Esports, but Ken was caught out a little bit too early. ENCE like super aggressive, and they want to, right? If you're playing the main, maybe you hold back a little bit, wait for a cross, put up a wall onto somebody, and then catch someone out that way. But because they've got Kevster on this Tracer Rose, they're more than happy to fight quick on the cross.
I mean, you saw them take out Ken with a snap of a finger. Kevster was on it like a hawk. And so you're going to see this happen a lot, where if Quick Esports continue to dawdle and take their time to actually go into these smaller chokes, or they're taking a route that gives Kevster this flank access, this is going to happen time and time again. It's not just the Juno, it's going to be the Ashe, it's even going to be the Lucio. They're going to be really easy targets for that collapse.
Quickly,
So
Terrasurge
early.
build up. All right, and here comes the orbital ray. Both of them they're gonna cross the Bs for the time being. Vestola just going straight to the back line, trying to focus down Ken here, but it is Ken that makes Kai fall over, just throws the dynamite at him, and in the orbital ray as well. It's so hard to react, so quick does the damage come through. A small trade as Quick Esports end up getting 2 ticks on the point, and with 2 minutes to go, Quick Esports might be able to lock this one in without too much extra time wasted. They've got Blizzard, they've got a Terra Surge of their own. It's up to Vestola now to try and pin someone down, and pin someone down he has done. Blizzard, Terra Surge thrown on top with that kill onto Ken. Limited damage from Quick Esports even after using those ultimates. Perfect target prioritization there from ENCE.
That is actually insane that Quick Esports lost that fight. You look at the May Blizzard, you look at the Terra Surge being able to lock everybody down into that AoE effect, and that should just be the fight win. ENCE didn't need anything to actually respond to that in order to win out but versus both of those ultimates. And so you're leaving Quick Esports with 1 minute and 20 seconds left, this Bob and this sound barrier to their name to try to finish out this third piece of the pie. But ENCE rotations again. They've got their ultimates with the Brig Rally and this Terra Surge again from Vestola.
Sound barrier available. Doesn't end up getting it off, but Tori does not receive that overhealth. Terra Surge to drag Sturball down to Vestola's level as Lauren ends up falling to Kellex. Vestola just soloing that high ground too. Takes down Ken. Ken, sure, picked up a kill onto Kellex, but the spawn advantage for ENCE plus this orbital ray and Vestola just kind of existing without taking like a minuscule amount of damage. It's just insane. There's no focus fire there. They end up taking down the pieces around Vestola, but Vestola can stand by himself.
I think even with the focus fire, Vestola is going to be so difficult. You've got the tank passive, you've got just your ability to fortify as well as the spear spin. You're just not going to be taking very much damage at all. Vestola's already going to be 40% towards another Terra Surge after all of that damage too, so that's going to be even more difficult. 15 seconds left for Quick Esports. They did switch over to the Pharah on Lauren.
Orbital ray there, just a little bit too late from Johan. They couldn't end up saving Ken again, who Vestola just, as soon as Ken peeks his little head out from around the corner, Vestola is on him, and that will be it. That's the push over. 92.9% for Quick Esports on the first point of Midtown. That's all they're gonna get as it ends with a nice full hold.
That was so beautiful. I still think back to that one team fight where it was the Blizzard and the Terra Surge getting thrown at them, and ENCE were like, okay, we're just gonna kill you. Like, you're not actually gonna be able to take advantage of any of those abilities because we are just going to walk on your team. And that's just what we should expect from ENCE. And this is just great coaching. This is great prioritization from the team. They understand that in a meta like this, they need to be able to play together as a full unit. And they're doing just that. Finding those small opportunities to even send Vestola out to duel the Ashe or duel the May or the Pharah has been great to see.
I think one thing worth keeping in mind too, especially as we saw Quick Esports, you know, like you mentioned, Rose, lose that fight after using 2 ultimates. They end up losing Ken almost instantly every single time. Ken maybe picks up a kill. There was one fight where Ken picked up Kellex, but then Vestola chased him down. As soon as you lose that Ashe, especially with that, with the Juno ult, the orbital ray, you've got a lot of damage there, sure, from the May, but Ken is really there to put in the work. Hit headshots on the Orisa, force cooldowns, just one-tap somebody in the back line. Like, that is the person you're looking to as Quick Esports. Same on the side of ENCE too, as well, to be fair, with Kai. Obviously, Kevster puts in a mean punch with the Tracer, of course, as well. It's just ENCE really understanding how the comp works and really focusing down the long-range hit scan. It has a little bit of a struggle. It is struggling a little bit in this meta, if I'm honest. Kevster on the Genji, not something I thought we'd see today, but hey.
I think at this point, Kevster could probably play whatever he wants in this map and still get the win. So let's go ahead and give the Genji the dub. It's also not that bad because I think if you were expecting something like the Ashe, you've got the deflect, throw the dynamites back, throw the shots back, and I think it also gives this team another way to actually get in and just go down main.
Oh, Kevster dashing straight into a wall. Wants to go high ground, or at least try to.
Yeah, but look at the Juno. Those hyper rings able to get Kevster to reposition so quickly. So it doesn't even matter that he gets stuck on the Mei wall with that because you know that Sky's got his back.
Kevster going super low there as Quick Esports try and crunch ENCE on the cross. Loren kind of holding down the fort on the sidelines here, but it's Sartorius first to fall, and now Kai in a nice little spot. Ends up using the coach gun, not quite enough to get Loren out of the window. Trading shots here and there, and Vestola, I mean, enemy number one for Vestola right now. He's got a vendetta against Ken or something. Point is being capped currently, as the Blizzard does end up coming through from Loren. Ends up getting taken out, but not before he can secure the kill onto the brig. As Quick Esports need to find a quick regroup here. They're going to be able to, and ENCE aren't at full strength either.
They aren't, but you're going to see Quick Esports have to walk into an orbital ray from Sky. You just send it down that corner.
There it is. Yeah, just send it in. Straight towards that small corridor. Not sure Hattori's going to last too much longer, unfortunately. Nice little spear. There's the stun. There's Vestola with kills. And that'll be it. I mean, ENCE are just going to walk away with this. Easy as that. A 2-0. Was it quick? Yes. Is it easy? At the moment, yes, it is for ENCE. I think right now we're just seeing a little bit of a team gap, and the audience kind of agreeing with this at the top of the show. Man, it is scary when you get your first opponent, or your second opponent, I suppose, after you win your first match. It's like, oh, great, we're in a group with ENCE. Fantastic.
Yeah.
3 winners.
I do hope that Quick Esports don't get too discouraged by this because I still think that this is a team of players that have come together that are all individually qualified by themselves, and bringing them together on a team, you might struggle a little bit to try to fit all of those pieces together in such a high stakes environment where you know that a spot in the main event is on the line, all of these circuit points are on the line, but I think Hattori can still be like a very cohesive force to bring that team together, and then hopefully all the other pieces start to fall into place there too. Poor Ken, like you were calling this out in the middle of the map, Jaws, but it's kind of like if ENCE understand that Kai's got to pop off the way that he does, then they know that Ken has to do the same, and Ken definitely has the mechanical skill to be able to do that. I mean, he came from a team of OTPs. He wasn't actually an OTP himself, but you know that you actually have to play like a very specific playstyle, or you're going to have some type of carry performance on a team like that just to be able to individually stand out.
This was the map pick of Quick, and of course they did end up picking this against Wasp after they lost control. Junkatan Hanaoka as well was also in that series, but that was Wasp's pick. I'm wondering if we go to a clash, maybe just throw ENCE off their game a little bit. But I mean, even on a clash map, Juno's incredibly powerful. I think the Brig even more so as well versus the Lucio. You do need to obviously run from point to point to point, but it's a lot more like fighting centralized on points. So I think the Brig gets a lot of value there. Same kind of stats as last round, to be honest. I think ENCE got a single, one more death than they did on that control map. But looking like they're going to take this group 6-0 rows after this one.
I think you're absolutely right about that. And I think what's also coming into play here for both of these teams is also just a backline difference. Quick Esports has been very steadfast in trying to run this Juno and the Lucio. And when we talk about those differences between having something like the Juno and the Brig or the Juno and the Ana versus something like the Juno and the Lucio, Juno and the Lucio actually don't have that much sustain. Your healing per second is not going to be nearly as high as when looking at something like a Juno Ana or even like a Juno Kiriko, for example. And you're also not getting the same type of utility as having any of the other support heroes. Okay, maybe outside of Mercy. Sorry, Mercy players. But even Juno Mercy.
Rose, don't do it. I've messed with the Mercy mains before, and it does not go well. You will get ratioed on Twitter very fast.
No, I think Mercy is a fine hero, but I'm saying paired next to Juno is just not necessarily as powerful as I think when you look at something else that offers more utility. Like Kiriko, you get Cleanse, which is such a huge value piece to have in your kit. And similarly with something like the Ana, sleeps and nades, it just makes your team is just so ultra powerful to have all of that burst damage. Lucio just doesn't pack the same type of punch.
Which is really weird, by the way, because it's like, oh my god.
Weird to say that. Like,
Lucio
what?
not being played? It's like, okay, well, we're going back to a time where Chio Fielder, like Ana, like that kind of vibe, you know? But it's now kind of Juno and Brig, because Juno, incredibly mobile, like we said. Very easy to kind of, oh, we are going to Hanaoka. Damn, I'm kind of crazy with the predictions here.
Wow, you nailed it.
Hanaoka is the map we're going to go to. Okay, so this is the first time I'm casting Flashpoint. Not Flashpoint, sorry. Clash.
Flashpoint.
Clashpoint, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it is kind of a clash. You got final points, so that does make sense. So I'm excited for this one, Rose. Yeah, but going back to my point, I think with the Brig as well, Juno, you know, people they do be hitting shots, okay? But it's very easy to heal the Juno in the skies, throw the packs out, much more easy to support the Juno and protect the Juno with the Brig versus someone like a Lucio. And Brig can also survive on her own, which is another big, like, plus for the character. We'll have to wait and see what they want to bring out, though. We'll see if Sturball is going to continue on that Lucio pick as we go to Hanaoka here with ENCE and Quick Esports.
Pretty excited about this one. So we did see both Hanaoka and Throne of Anubis actually picked from our EMEA teams yesterday, but both of those maps ended up going to 5 points for a team to actually win. There is a different way that teams can win this, which is that if you just get 3 points back to back to back and you do actually capture that point closest to the enemy spawn, you win outright. So this could be a 3-0 for ENCE, and the first time we've seen this in OWCS on the broadcast.
It is very hard to cap that third point.
Very difficult. But it's
doable,
possible.
Rose. It's doable. Exactly.
Ooh,
Kevster on the Venture, but Quick Esports, okay, on the Ryan. Okay, Reinhardt, I'm a fan. Has he got the Arthur skin? That's the question.
But Bap Juno.
Much more of a defensive backline, especially with Kevster too. Lamb comes out, Kevster instantly destroys it. Use that Drill Dash to get away. Point unlocked now, that C point in the center. You see a jostle for this high ground. It's exactly where Quick Esports want to be. Setting Yoham up as well, getting a lot of damage in, can use lamps pretty effectively, but not a place you really want to be against Vestola, which is on this height at the back, as you can get speared off pretty easily. Points being capped by ENCE currently as Vestola does what Vestola does best and just perma-hold the high ground by himself. But this time around, he's shown the business as Quick Esports lay down a quick lamp, but it will be ENCE capping, despite Quick Esports getting some kills there.
I mean, that was just Vestola and keeping them busy. Like, there's really no other way to put that. I think also Kevster being able to go in and add some disruption into that backline. I think Quick Esports are going to have a tough time dealing with this Venture specifically. Venture can force out the Immortality field. You also have the opportunity to sneak up on a lot of the squishies that are going to be on this team, especially if Ken is going to be off by himself trying to grab an off angle. Will be a little bit more difficult, but here you go. That's the first point for ENCE. Everybody's on their back, though.
Good shatter, but unfortunately the Orisa stands up, goes gold, and that's about it. This little window there from Yoham, just not enough. The shatter on the Orisa, you need more than that. That's the second point capped already. I mean, I'm sure you saw it as well, Rose. A lot of people, I don't know, the game mode currently, a bit 50-50, and people, oh, I really like it, oh, I don't really like it that much. Some of the games can end very quickly. They did adjust some of the timings and whatnot, but this third point, like you mentioned, Rose, it takes a long time to cap, but every 33% that you do cap, you do get an extra point. So ENCE are probably more than happy with just getting 1 point.
I mean, they've got 5 ults. Like, they want to close it out here. They can throw everything at this right now. They're gonna wait for Strupper's orbital raid to finish, and then they go back in with their own.
Yeah, well, Miz is going to be thrown out, but it looks like everybody's going to be able to dodge it, apart from Kevster. He's getting a lot of packs, even a rally deployed in front of him to make sure he stays alive. A bash there from Kevster, stops the Bob moving on in, and the Bob being cracked, quickly taken down. Terra Surge was almost fully ramped up before the Bob even touched the point. And Quick Esports, they lose all that capture progress, and they're losing their life as well. Sebor cannot go down here. You don't want to risk getting staggered like that. At least Lauren, is stalling out for a little bit longer here, but it is still ENCE firmly planting themselves on the point. They're going to guarantee at least a tick and a checkpoint. Oh dear, is this going to be the first 3-0? Surely.
It is. I think the writing's on the wall here. I mean, because there's no BAP. There's no BAP.
It
There's
is
no BAP ult. There's no ult.
very over, I think. Hattori jumped onto the Doomfist, instantly hacked by Kevster, who's back on the Sombra of all things. Hattori still holding it down, but quickly and easily taken care of by Kevster. Losing Festola's not a good start, though. Not a good look for ENCE, but to be honest with you, you got 4 points already, and the map is, what? It's been 3 minutes, 4 minutes, maybe, at most. So, yeah, you're happy with that if you're ENCE. You need 1 more point to take this map and the series.
Yeah, so we, with this point going over to Quick Esports, we are going to go back to point D, where ENCE are ready and waiting. We do have a little bit of a switch up into the team composition. We've got Kevster that's going to be on the Sombra this time around, try to bring it back and just close out the map right here. Almost has an EMP already, as you do see Lauren switch over to the Venture, so kind of potentially stopping rolls there. Hattori going over to the Diva, but Quick Esports, they've got their work cut out for them. It's going to be the Orbital Ray for Strebber, and that is it, versus the 5 ultimates that ENCE are about to get online.
So hack on the Venture there. We had to chase down the Venture pretty easily. Better Matrix though from Hattori. Make sure the Venture stays alive even after that nerf. Still looking good with that Matrix. EMP lands and Sky just cleaning up in the Orbital Ray. I mean, that's about it. Rose, Quick Esports. They're going to throw the Pulse Bomb. You see Vestola just ran into Kellic to try and kill him with a Pulse. W teammate. ENCE with 2 ults, 2 spare. And with Quick Esports trying to get back to the point to even contest. So looking rather unlikely. And a 4-0 for ENCE on this point, as soon as they kill Loren, who managed to get back with the Burrow. Oh, goodbye.
Oh.
Oh, Loren's stuck.
What?
They're off the map. But it's all good, because ENCE end up coming out with the victory anyway. A 4-1 on Clash Point in one of, like, that's got to be one of the fastest maps in esports, in Overwatch esports history, surely. I mean, it's kind of conducive to the game mode, but that was fast. ENCE want lunch. Real fast.
I guess they do want no, like dinner. They want dinner.
Oh, dinner, yeah.
Yeah, winner chicken dinner.
Winner,
Wow.
winner chicken dinner. Hey, we got to see Clash. That was pretty quick, but hey, Clash, let's go.
Let's go. We got to see it. How many minutes was that, genuinely? That must have been, what, like 3? There's no timer on the thing.
It's less than 10.
It's less than 10 for sure.
Less than
Like,
10?
there's no way. Yeah, we'll
yeah, I mean,
figure it out.
production will probably tell us.
It was probably like 3-4 minutes at most.
The whole map was
Pretty
3 minutes. Are you sure? Really?
I
It
think
was at
it was
4
more
minutes
than
at
that.
most. 5 minutes? Okay, someone is
5
gonna
minutes?
figure it out.
It's fine, but
It was
we
quick.
do all agree that that was a very quick series.
Yeah, the
at the end of
sentiment
the day.
is there.
Yeah. But I mean, let's talk a little bit about this match. I mean, I think ENCE really just proves how great of a team they are, right? Just starting right from the get-go. Like, you know, they won stage 3. They were the stage 3 champions for EMEA, and they really just proved how strong of a team they were. And I think it was honestly really surprising.
That was 5 minutes and 20 seconds. I just got in word from production, so pretty
How
quick,
long was
around
it?
5 minutes. Yeah, so fast.
5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's getting 2 checkpoints, like 2 ticks on the last point is just diabolical. Like an insane lead. Like normally with Flashpoint, it's a bit more of a ping pong. Like I'm sure a lot of people experience this. Well, I think the experience currently with Clash has been, okay, it's either really quick and we just get rolled, or it's ping pong and then you need to win one mid fight. You win the first mid fight and then it goes to your side and you win and they win and then you win and then it's just, okay, we're gonna go one mid fight again and that will decide the map. This one, on the other hand, complete opposite as Quick Esports. Yeah, 5 minutes and 20 seconds is an absurd time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Quick Esports, they definitely, I think, tried their best, but I think it was just ENCE Esports. They were just too strong of a team for Quick Esports to, I guess, sort of find an answer to whatever ENCE Esports pulled out, right?
I mean, I was really
they're the reigning
appreciative.
champions, right?
Yeah, I mean that, but also I was very appreciative that Quick Esports did try something different, especially going over to Hanaoka. We did see the Reinhardt come out. The Baptiste and the Juno is a new backline combination that we haven't seen from them yet in the OWCS group stages. And then we also got a chance to see Loren on a couple of different heroes. So I think that their flexibility is there, and I think they're going to have to try to think about pulling out some of these picks or maybe going back to do some practice a little bit later with just different backlines or different approaches or something like that. But I still think they have a shot to make it out of this group stage.
Yeah, and of course, the player of the match goes to Kevster. This guy, just built different. I think we've always... I feel like I always just... Every time just Kevster is just on, you know, just on any hero. He's just on a different level.
Yeah, I mean, the guy can play everything. Everything under the sun. Doesn't matter what hero he has or gets released, or it doesn't matter. He's just the GOAT. It could have gone to a lot of people in this map, I think. I think Vestola is also a big shout out, especially his ability to kind of lock down areas and kind of punish Ken for even stepping out of spawn most of the time.
Or Kai, though, too. I mean, we talk about the Orbital Ray, that ultimate from the Juno. You get a 35% damage increase to the players that are actually going to be within that aura. And yeah. Kai is going to be the player with the aura, you know? He can hit the headshots. He's just deleting people when that ultimate is online. Everybody had a role to play there. And also, Juno can't mess up. Juno and I think Sky and Kellex have very difficult jobs on the team playing those support roles. They can't mess up timing on their cooldowns. They can't mess up timing on the ults.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the win, of course, I think everyone just, you know, kind of predicted that it was going to be ENCE, and they did get the win. It was very quick series, but it's not over for Quick Esports, right? Tomorrow they do have the loser bracket.
They go one more game.
Yeah, they're going to go again, and we'll see how that plays out. And talking about brackets, let's take a quick look at the updated brackets after our first match for EMEA region. ENCE is going to be moving up, and yeah, I mean, Quick Esports, like we said, you know, they still got one more chance. So you know, they gotta step their game up a little bit, you know, to stay alive.
Yeah, stay alive, exactly right. I think that Wasp versus Vendetta will be quite interesting. I've got a feeling Wasp are gonna win that. Could be wrong, but I don't know. I believe in the Gurgmeister. I believe in the Junkrat. I really do. Be a nice little rematch too with Quick Esports and Wasp.
Yeah.
Be nice.
All right. Well, that was our first match, and of course, we got a ton of OWCS action to go, but we've also got Season 3 of Face It League to look forward to. Want to start your path to the top? Join Face It League by next Wednesday. That's next Wednesday, and compete against teams of your skill level to rise through Balanced Division to the top. Face It League. It's gonna be great. Anything you guys want to add? No?
Sign up.
No,
Sign up.
yeah.
I thought you were like getting ready to go. Danny was like, yeah, I'm just loading up the website right now. Me and Danny are going to play. Although Danny plays Ryan, we can have a sub, Danny, because Soyu's going to play the Ram and you can play Ryan. So Ryan maps, you can come in, then the Ram maps, Soy can come in.
I still got it. I played Overwatch with a couple of my friends, and yeah, I was like, yeah, my Ryan's still good. It's decent.
His Ryan's still got it, guys.
I still don't use my shield.
Agent.
But I swing a lot. I'm good at swinging hammers. Anyways, what are we talking about? All right, well, that's enough banter, I feel like. All right, everybody. Match number 2 is going to be Virtuous Pro versus a one-man army that is coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. exactly.
I think I'm ready to go pro in Overwatch 2. Join 250 teams in Face It League Season 3. Compete in weekly officials organised around your schedule. Anyone can start their journey, rising through skill-balanced divisions and climbing to the top of the Face It League for cash and fame. Don't miss Season 3. Register before October 2nd. Let's do this, guys.
Welcome back, friends. We're moving into match number 2 of EMEA Region Group B. It is going to be Virtus Pro versus a one-man army. I feel like this is also going to be an exciting match. Before we head in, let's take a look at the quick look at Group B brackets. Of course, Virtus Pro beating Meta Boys 3-0, and also a one-man army beating Team Peps 3-2. You know, looks like it was a closer match for that match. So those two are going to go against each other for today's second match of EMEA.
That one-man army Peps game was, that was pretty close. Obviously 3-2 a scoreline there. Peps ended up full capping on Esperanza against one-man army. Like, one-man army, I've been bigging up for the longest time, man. I'm a Top Dragon fan, and I will continue to be. I love Top Dragon, man. He's just a beast. And Dongan too, both Korean kind of imports, and they do live in the EU now, thankfully, so they're able to play not on ping. But that series was close, and like that's a retooled Peps roster too. So question marks here, Rose, for one man army.
Yeah, but this is going to be a really tough opponent for them. Virtus Pro, they are sitting third in the region for circuit points, and I feel like there's really no questions why. You've got Shockwave, Sauna, two of the best DPS in EMEA. You've got Cloud that's also on the bench that can also come in to substitute for a lot of diversity within these DPS heroes that this roster can bring. And then Rajaro, this has been a player that's been so much fun to watch over the course of the entire season. Has a great Sigma, has a great Ramatra, can also bring out the Diva if necessary too, so I think Rajaro also provides a ton of flexibility. And Kanale and Gala, they've just been really, really great backline here in EMEA.
Yes, this roster is just super solid, but this is it right here. They need to be able to prove that they're fighting with the Top Dogs, fighting against the Top Dogs, because I think that 3-2 versus Peps, not something that I kind of expected. I'd give them the 3-1 if I was looking at that series, like straight up, especially after Peps lost half their team, who are now a piece of cake. Ice, a brand new kind of addition to this roster as well, Rose, is just quite exciting. Thematic has been extremely good, but in a meta right now where you need versatility on the tank role, I think this is actually a really strong pickup to round out the team.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Ex Oblivione exporting players to different teams. Ice is one of those players that's going to be coming over from that roster, and especially in a very diva-heavy meta. Yeah, I think that's a fantastic pickup. We didn't see Ice at all yesterday. For their matchup, it was all thematic and all 5 maps. So, Danny, that's kind of exciting. You get a chance to see Ice make his debut on this team.
Yeah, I honestly feel like it's going to be an exciting match. I do honestly feel like it is going to be, I agree with you guys, I think it's going to be Virtus Pro taking the win. But let's take a look at the community poll results and see what our fans think. Yep.
Ooh, another one-sided one.
Versus 13%, 87% versus 13%. You know, a little bit more percentage for the, I guess, the underdogs compared to the first match, right?
It doesn't surprise me, but at the same time, I'm like, are there really not as many like one-man army fans out there? Like, surely it would be higher than this. Although VP, they are, yeah, sure, they're third in the region in terms of circle points. They are an incredibly strong team, of course, and they ended up finishing second place last stage. So, I don't know. I think there should be a little bit more faith behind one-man army. Although maybe people were very unconvinced at the 3-2 series against Peps the other day.
Could
Jack,
be a little bit of recency bias.
Jack, are you rooting for Woman Army?
Oh, it's hard, man. Like, I want Top Dragon to do super well. I think Arvo is like super solid as well, but if I had to make a prediction, probably 3-1 for VP. I think this is going to be the closest match, at least on the EMEA today, at the very least.
Okay, well, we'll find out right now because we're heading into our second match of EMEA. Guys, take it away.
Thank you,
Thanks, Danny.
He's still got it. He's still got it. Danny
We
the
love
GOAT.
Danny.
All right, here's the map poll on your screens. Are we going to see another clash / flashpoint? We'll have to wait and see as we load on in just a moment. It's kind of nice. Both teams can choose between one or the other. So this is the first time we've kind of had this kind of format too. Losers picks, pretty new in terms of OW Esports if you look at the history. But Clash and Flashpoint, like separating the two modes there is kind of crazy. But there are only 2 maps in each map pool anyway, so like it makes sense why it's like this. And I think a lot of teams are still gonna go with a Flashpoint looking map set, but it could all be seen, because I think if you're a underdog team, maybe you want to go to a mode that teams aren't necessarily as practiced on.
I think there's definitely an element of surprise that can really throw off a lot of teams, but I think a lot of teams too are very eager to show themselves on the strongest maps that they can play. I think Ilios is a fantastic pick heading into this series. Just knowing sort of how both of these teams have wanted to play, I think that maybe a one-man army has a bit of an upper hand here. With Top Dragon having such a good Echo and Pharah, you can bring that out on basically any map that we have here on Ilios. Ruin's a little bit harder, I must say, but still, very possible to see the Pharah from Top Dragon, as well as, of course, Sana.
I would like to see a little bit of Widow here too. I think Widow is, I mean, if you saw some of the Seeker clips the other day, just disgusting. But Widow, out of all the hit scans currently, kind of suffering the least, and can really just turn into server admin a lot of the time, especially as Winston's not like, and Diva is not like perma-picked. But it looks like Top Dragon is going to run out on the Genji of all things, Rose. And we're also seeing a Queen, which is something we're seeing a lot in Korea, by the way. The Queen rush with the Juno, really, really deadly. And we are seeing at least one Widow for Shockwave at the very least.
Okay, so the Genji can end up being really good here because you can jump on the window individually, but you also have the deflect there for any of those headshots. Not gonna save Top Dragon though from that one. I don't think he even saw that coming.
Yep, well, unfortunately, Ice is also pretty isolated too. Who's actually going to be able to disrupt Shockwave as well? I mean, Avo on the Cassidy, the range just isn't there, especially after the nerf. Top Dragon is realistically the only person that can touch Shockwave. It might have to result in a swap here from One Man Army. Ice is still behind enemy lines right now. Dong and Alpha to the rescue. Trying to pressure out Rajaro, forcing some CDs out of the Orisa, but still Virtus Pro in control. Eventually they take down Rajaro. What extra damage can they really throw in? They still don't have control of the point. No one's going down fast. It's in fact Sauna that comes up with another kill. Ice finds yet another, but Sauna again just leveling the playing field. But a good one tap to the back of the skull. Easy Gracie kill as Ice finds 3 in that fight.
Yeah, this is the power of the Junker Queen. I also think that's also... Okay, well... Alright, Shockwave has something to say about that one. But there you go. Finally gonna get the Widowmaker out of the way.
Somehow Shockwave ended up on the wrong side of the map. Orbital Ray on the point as well. Top Dragon, it's your time to leave, my son, unfortunately. One Man Army with no tank in the front line either. They quickly give that cap up, Rose.
I don't think they mind though, because it's like you don't have an orbital ray of your own to actually throw back in, so you can't retake the space. Otherwise, you are just going to get wiped as a team, but now you can go in with your own.
Beautiful
Rally's gone though.
Sauna. Rally gone. Dongan pressing that as soon as that pulse bomber connected. Denied that ultimate. Orbital Ray's going to be good for some additional damage here from Ice, and there it is. Top Dragon with a bit of a peekaboo there, surprising Shockwave. Takes him down with a brief melee kill. One Man Army still not in control. Almost managed to find the cap, but Sauna'd still holding down the fort. It's been a messy fight so far, and Avo is in a bit of a sticky situation. Luckily, back up from Top Dragon, and Dongan, who's made it back from spawn, going to be able to secure the point.
Okay, so a pretty good fight coming through from a one-man army. They still have yet to be able to get this Rampage online for the Junker Queen, but that should be coming up within this next fight. And you also have the Blade. There isn't a good defensive ultimate from Virtus Pro, so this should be a pretty good Blade to get through, even without having something like a Nano to bolster it.
Yeah, Shout Blade, quick grapple away there from Shockwave, but quickly finished up by Alpha of all people, using those little pulsar torpedoes. Terror Surge thrown out, takes Top Dragon. Nice little bit of patience there from Marvo to get that health back. The Alari something we haven't spoken about just yet from Gala. It's been pretty mean over the last few stages. I think Gala's definitely been one of the better Alaris in EU. One Man Army still in control of this point. Gala happy to take this duel versus Avo, of course, with that pylon right next to them. With Ice kind of showing a little bit of attention towards Gala. Has to play a little bit safe, doesn't want to get Gracie.
I don't think anybody would want to get Gracie. Did they?
The knife is pretty large.
Yeah,
That knife is as big as some characters, to be fair.
Like maybe as big as Juno, it's just so small.
Yeah, maybe.
Alright, but we've got Orbital Ray for Alpha.
Pulse Bomb ends up missing there. Sauna hits the recall just in time, not off the edge. Orbital Ray from Alpha, but still taken down. There's a lot of additional damage there from Sauna as well as another Orbital Ray from Kaneo ends up connecting with the point. Shockwave making a very good use of that one. As breakdown, rally for One Man Army. They do end up saving it, Rose. I really like that play from Dongan there. They know they've got an additional fight with only 80% on board as VP go for a reset.
It's very, very close so far between these two teams. And VP, they're going to be coming back in, trying to get this bop, trying to get this Terror Surge online. But versus the rally that a one-man army can throw into this is just extra sustain. So as long as nobody gets picked off from a one-man army, they actually do have the sustain to outvalue the rest of this fight.
Still got to get a touch. We're on to Top Dragon, most likely. Yeah, just heard the voice. Wow, Avo is just stuck in the wall. High Noon on the points. Taking down Kaneo, who's a little bit too high in the sky, but Ice is already dead. This Bob is going to stop Avo from being a difference maker in this fight. Is that OT almost wasn't triggered yet again as One Man Army struggled to touch the point, and Gala. Oh, that'll do it. That'll do it. Both backliners down. The Alari ult scoring a double kill, and Gala with it, a third, in fact, on the Alari. Still good to see Alari getting playtime as Virtus Pro get the first round.
That was really close, but I love the Alari play too. Jaws, I think this is one of the backlines that maybe is also a little bit more unexpected when it comes down to which support you pair with the Juno. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts about it. I think it works out really well on Ruins because you do have a lot of different pillars that you can play behind because you know that Alari wants to play a little bit farther back than the actual Juno.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. I think that's exactly why you're probably going to see, well, I don't know, probably, maybe that's speaking a little bit too much there, but you might see from the Alari heads, they might end up bringing it out on long range maps. Pretty devastating too when comboed with the Juno ult, right? The Orbital Ray, you do a lot of damage as Alari, like straight up anyway. But with the Orbital Ray as well, you are like a supercharged DPS. We're going to go over to where Lighthouse it. So we now see two Divas on either side and just classic Breaker Juno in the backline.
This is why Ice is such a good pickup for this roster, because you do have this diva that Ice can bring out of the pocket, and ooh, I mean, there's good evidence there. You just have the opportunity to go ahead and jump onto that backline. Oh. Shockwave, Kaneo, they kind of didn't stand a chance versus that.
Ice got credit for that kill as a boop, 50% towards that bomb already. You saw Rajaro trying to like get back up onto the ledge, but that's a whole lot of free ult charge for Ice. First cap too, pretty tough with Top Dragon's just able to get in your back line, in-skill somebody, then get out. I think Top Dragon, a lot of people have been singing his praises. Speaking of which, tries to get in again. Defense matrix used to make sure Top Dragon stays for as long as possible in these fights.
Yes, I mean, the sustain's going to be there on both sides with the Brigitte Juno backline, but Top Dragon getting taken out gives a good opportunity here for Virtus Pro. Keep this ultimate percentage going.
Yeah, and also, Rose, the point got flipped halfway through that fight.
Yeah.
It's got to have been Sauna there who's been pressuring it the whole time. And One Man Army just let that one go, and now it's all falling apart. Normally, this would kind of extend this, right? And you'd be happy if you're One Man Army because you're kind of chilling and you got the point. But because Sauna sold that one away, you've lost a whole lot of percent. Rally from Kaneo just to secure this one, to make sure One Man Army have to go for a full regroup. Really nice play from Sauna.
Yeah, you're gonna see Ice probably switch and then go back over to the Diva, which it feels really unfortunate to have to give up all of that charge onto the bomb, but it's not worthwhile to actually take the time that you would need to reset because of the fact that Virtus Pro had that flip. They are already going to be approaching 50% capture progress. Avo, though, with this High Noon, can start to open things up here for a one-man army and actually get them closer to the point.
Oh,
what?
No. Well, to be fair, Have people gotten used to the speedy high noons, especially with speed ring? Not sure. Probably should have at this point, but yeah, sort of caught out with the high noon. Moves so quick, what can I say? Nice headshot as well onto Shockwave. Do end up getting some trades, but it's only Alpha. Pretty quick to come back from the spawn is Juno. So one-man army getting the flip.
Okay, so a flippin' with not too many tools expended in that one. You saw the high noon try to get a little bit more space and progress for a one-man army to approach the point, but now you still have this rally and you also have the orbital rate to play with, and so you can match that, I think, on Virtus Pro's side, but it really comes down to just the extra stuff that Virtus Pro have to throw at this fight.
It's going to be a free cap. Bob on the point, and Sauna holding it down as well. No way Top Dragon fights this. There's the cap for Virtus Pro, and they're going to try and continue the fight. Sauna rejoining the rest of the team. Bob has departed from this engagement for the time being. Probably see another one at some point. Zavo and Alpha are cleaned up. Once again, one-man army. They're just letting these points slip through their fingers. This is going to be final fight for Virtus Pro too.
Final fight, and I think just final cap on this one. They're going to the spawn room doors. They also have this Diva Bomb from Bajaro if they really also want to play body block that way. Ice is going to switch over to the Doomfist just to get the fast rollout to see if you can get the touch.
Self-destruct from Bajaro. A lot of ultimates for one-man army. I say a lot, it's two. Ice is, oh, booped away! I thought maybe Ice gets the touch there, but okay, maybe not. Show it. C9, not really, come on now. That word has lost all meaning at this point. But nice little boop onto the Doom, who was potentially getting a touch. That was a good, decent opportunity maybe to get a Deadeye kill, or at least force people away as well. Well, there it is. Virtus Pro starting off the series a 2-0 on control. Still, though, I think one-man army, they still got it in them, but losing those points like that to Sauna over and over again, that's gotta hurt. You cannot let that happen.
I think it's tough because I think on a lot of these maps, if you are going to go to a map that does have these Tracer flanks available, I think they are going to play Tracer. There's just not going to be a great way around that unless you're going to go with your map picks as loser and try to pick something that maybe has a bit more straightaways. Give your team the edge to just be able to play Juno Brig and not have to worry about those flanks. But that's going to be the biggest disruptive force for a lot of these Juno Brig backlines.
Yeah, pretty powerful, that is for sure. I mean, Top Dragon's still doing a lot of work, I've got to say. Still kind of coming up with kills at the start of the fight. It's a really nice, like, Ice waiting for the recall there from Sauna. I think Sauna did a lot of work in this series, despite that clip saying otherwise.
Ooh, the Junker Queen was so interesting though, and even when we take a look at this first round, it was 99 to 95. Like, it was very, very close until Gala got that double kill with the Captive Sun, and that closed the chapter on that very first round. But I think that bodes well for the rest of the series, where maybe it isn't going to be the Diva versus the Diva, which is going to get the job done. I think Top Dragon also not necessarily a player we look at and say they play Tracer. We look at that and go Pharah, Echo, Genji, maybe some of these more projectile DPS-oriented heroes here for Top Dragon. And so I think they have some ways that they can play fancy with the map picks.
Oh,
make sure that they can, set them up for that.
Boom. Hit with the whip shot. High in the sky, and then, can't touch. That could have been a very different story there. If Doomfist gets the touch, hits the block, tries to stay alive, maybe the team ends up following up. Virtus Pro, though, fairly close compared to last series, at least, right? 1.3 to 0.7 KDA. See if one-man army, now they get to choose their map rows. Of course, when they playing against and going to a map number 5 versus Peps, they did end up winning Lijiang Tower and King's Row like back to back, and then it was them slowly losing it and then bringing it back in map number 5. I'm curious where they actually want to go here. Could we go to a clash again, or could we go to just a standard hybrid? Because when I think about someone like Top Dragon, and even running something like a Queen, like a lot of the Korean teams are running, I think you're going to want to go to something like a Kings, in all honesty. Especially if you won it against Peps yesterday, like, you're probably feeding yourself on that map, and if you really want to just force people off the Diva, like King's Row or a map similar. Yeah,
force up the Tracer. I think you're spot on. I think it's going to be King's Row is a very strong pick there. Get Sauna off the Tracer. There aren't really a whole lot of other maps in the pool right now that offer super strong straightaways without some flanks, except maybe like well, that's not what, well, I was gonna say Dorado, but that's actually not Dorado. That's Watchpoint Gibraltar. It's a part of the map pool. Dorado's not in the map pool. Sorry, guys. Otherwise, maybe that would have also made some sense. But it is gonna be Midtown. I think Midtown also could work, just not necessarily on that first point.
Well, you can also play the Alari here. So maybe Gala kind of brings that pick out again. Do you know Alari? A lot of like offensive power.
Right,
Not so
but this
much
was
defensive.
a one-man armies pick. Like that's the problem, right? One-man army have picked this and potentially given Virtus Pro the upper hand if you do actually want to play that Juno Alari backline.
If you want, well, I think that's true, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so maybe you play a little greedy here. VP, go Alari. We're happy with that because we can run the Queen. We can kind of run you over because that's the big disadvantage of running something like an Alari is the fact that
he has to play super far away.
Super far away. It's pretty easy to close the gap on Midtown. You can just kind of run it down with the Queen. I think Queen obviously very good on this map too. So we'll have to wait and see if One Man Army cooking up something special on this map. Like I said, I think this is going to be the closest series of today in EMEA. Judging by the fact that we have ENCE and also SSG a bit later, which is both those games are going to be 3-0s. ENCE, of course, just 3-0 quick esports pretty quickly. But here we go, Midtown. We'll see what it's going to be for One Man Army.
Isn't this like unhealthy for pigeons? Isn't that like a chocolate eclair?
I don't know.
Animals aren't supposed to eat chocolate.
Anything. Is it all animals or just dogs?
Well, maybe it's just. Okay, hold on. Can animals eat chocolate?
We're researching this live.
Yeah, I am. No,
I think
chocolate is toxic to animals, including dogs, cats, rats, mice, horses, pigs, and chickens. I mean, like a pigeon is basically a chicken, but like in the city, they're city chickens. So I feel like they can't eat the chocolate.
Maybe in the Overwatch universe they can. It's pigeon safe chocolate.
It's not actually chocolate. It's like
it's a substitute. A chocolate substitute.
It's like it's like vegan chocolate.
No Alari defense here for VP, so maybe kind of reading that. One Man Army want to go quick. No Queen either, to be fair, so kind of wrong across the board so far.
But I think that's better for a one-man army because I don't think you necessarily want to have to contend with the Alari. Even though there are ways to close the gap, you have to invest a lot of cooldowns to be able to do that. And Alari is one of those characters that does have the ability to really stand on her own. The damage output that she can have, placing the healing pylon somewhere and then making that fast rotate. So I kind of like this a little bit better for a one-man army to have to deal with. The problem, though, is they're still running into this issue where Sonic gets to play Tracer.
Good bash onto Top Dragon there. Yeah, it's really tough. Like, I like the wraparound, but for One Man Army, it feels like you need to be a little bit quicker because Shockwave and Gala can kind of counter-rotate and just take that mini high ground away, that stairs on the right-hand side, away from One Man Army. And then you're fighting against the Ashe, like, at a long range. You can throw dynamites in the room. You're getting outcharged so quickly. And yeah, Sauna with a nice kill on the exit. See if a Top Dragon kind of repeat what Sauna did last map. Going over to Tracer. Tracer in the Cassidy. Oh wow, they're going super low, in fact. Has to get out of there pretty quick.
Yeah, nice fast rotation here by Alpha, though, to make sure that you actually do have sight lines onto your team. You have the Laundry for nice cover as well. And here comes the ult already.
Yeah, Bob's being thrown out as well. Both Rays coming through. Bob's getting focused down right now for One Man Army. Not exactly where they want to put their firepower, though. Chase down onto Top Dragon from Sauna. High Noon also used by Arvo. Looks like a bit more of a reload High Noon than an actual one that's going to do damage. Sauna just kind of dancing for his life there. Teabagging, crouching in front of Arvo, hoping he doesn't get randomly headshot as he didn't have recall. But a quick crunch once again. One Man Army just unable to gain space. You see Arvo come up and step forward, and Rajaro again, almost what we saw in the last series, right? Where, okay, your hit scan steps up, and Arisa just ints on you, and then you instantly die.
Yeah, the Cassidy makes it a little bit easier. It is going to be Avo switching over to the Ashe, so maybe a little bit more difficult to actually follow through with that same type of example. But still, like, the problem persists. You have this Orisa that's also so confident. Rajaro has not had any trouble feeling like they can go in and actually try to take out some of those duels versus the DPS. Top Dragon finally getting on the board with a pick.
Good kill from Top Dragon. Rajaro in a little trouble as well. Already forced to use that gold and didn't have the spear spin. Top Dragon with 2. Sauna comes out with 1, however, and is still alive, trying to escape, and Top Dragon hunting him down. He'll get a 3k here, although Sauna's giving him the business. As Top Dragon taken to the cleaners, both in real life and metaphorically. Orbital Ray is also going to get used to help secure this point. 2 ticks acquired now. Sauna with the pulse bomb. Oh, a perfect stick. Did not see that one coming. Avo just strafing to the right, and Sauna with the easiest pulse bomb of his life. Still absolutely dominating on the Tracer. Virtus Pro only give up 2 ticks there. But most importantly, they did not give up the point. 30 seconds to go as one-man army struggling to even regroup.
Oh, it's looking real rough here. Top Dragon does actually put Sauna down for a second, but you know it's a Tracer. You're going to be able to get back into the fight a little bit faster. And yeah, the ult difference is pretty wide right now. Virtus Pro are going to have 4 ultimates to one-man armies, 2, and they're missing Top Dragon.
Can't
10
recall
seconds
that.
to go.
As a spear directly through your head. Both Terra Surges, one Orisa will eventually take off. Top Dragon has to come back. Has to be a force in this fight. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Somehow, Ice is dead, and one-man army cannot touch the point. And today, we will not see the second point of Midtown. It's going to be a full hold.
Jeez, we haven't seen the second point of Midtown, like, at all.
Forever. Everybody hates second points. Like, why would you play second? Just win first.
Why? Yeah, why do whole map when 1 point do trick?
Exactly. So true, Grug. Be Grug. Sauna is just a monster on the Tracer,
guys,
and I'm glad you picked that up at the very top of that map, Rose. Just absolutely dominant so far. I mean, Top Dragon, you know, equally, like, pretty decent Tracer, although we're more than likely going to see him on things like Echo, the Genji, like you mentioned, and something that he's had so much success with, and why people were speaking very highly of Top Dragon over the last few weeks. People being me. But Virtus Pro, I think, especially with how on fire Sauna is currently, and like locking down the angles, and then Rajaro also kind of backing them up and forcing Avo to even use the High Noon to get a roll away, right? High Noon hits the reload, trying to get some more damage in. It's a really tough one-man army, even to make a small like transition towards the fire truck. They had one decent push, but Sauna was there to just stomp them into the dirt. So we're gonna see what VP want to run out with on the offense, but I can imagine it's going to be the same thing.
I think what's been also very difficult is like, even if it's not just Sauna by himself, you also have Gala. Like, Gala was on the Juno, making sure that there was going to be plenty of healing for the Tracer, making a lot of those 1v1 duels way more difficult. Because, I mean, the healing guy, I guess it maybe makes it like a 1.5 to 1 sort of duel happening. But Virtus Pro, you know, they start out with the Widowmaker here for Sauna. They want to just kind of check things out until they ultimately decide that it's a Tracer day. It's a Tracer map. You play the Tracer. Sauna's been absolutely on it. Go ahead and put him back on that hero. Please don't play the Torbjorn. We saw you hovering over its spot.
No. Play the Torb. Do it, coward. All right, Shockwave hesitant to make the rotation here. Doesn't want to get split up from the rest of his team. Nice little spear, but Ice in his place, although Avo with a nice little flick of the wrist. Takes down Gala. Okay, push over. Maybe with a quick reset.
This is a really difficult team composition to get past, especially if you're going to play so far up towards that choke. I think there's a lot of good high ground for the Juno to actually play through when you're taking a look at the rail cars. You also have the glide, which we're seeing a very good example of now, that can help you get between those two high grounds, while also still making sure that you're actually taking care of your flank, of your off-angle players, like Shockwave.
Orbital Ray available pretty quickly from Alpha, already 4% away. Gala's not too far behind. Top Dragon trying to lock down Sauna, but Sauna's got control of that mega health back. Being rather patient with it as well. Want to make sure you get the most value possible. Top Dragon equally not wanting to use that recall too early. Same with Sauna, has got an escape angle, can jump her straight out the window during the rest of his team. Exactly what he's done. Top Dragon hit with a little flail. Again, not forced to recall. There's that mega health pack. Now the Terror Surges come in, and the High Noon too. Nice little one tap onto Gala. Just the overwhelming amount of damage from that ult. You can't really stand up to it. I mean, okay. Didn't expect Rajaro to really use the reuse the Terror Surge there. It was I think it was a 1v4, but hey, if it got work done, then all the better.
Yeah, that one's a little tough. I think Virtus Pro overcommitted there with a lot of their ultimates because now it's really just the rally. You've got Sana taking a flank, a very long flank, but maybe that is going to be the collapse that they need as Virtus Pro are going to take a different approach going through this train car instead.
Of course, Spear's been hitting everybody there, but I think ICE is going to regret that. Space creation. Both rallies also been used. Pushed off of the high ground. Now is in control of Virtus Pro. Even better spear there. Knocks ICE down once again. But look at that plasma screen TV deployed by Dongen. Gets a nice little flail onto Rajaro, but that's going to be about it. Remember, Rose, Sauna is still behind a one-man army right now, so they're going to have to look at two different directions at once to try and stay up. But Arvo, again and again and again, catching off Gala. 57 seconds to go. Final fight coming up for Virtus Pro. A one-man army looking like they might full a hold.
They absolutely might do that. I mean, they've got the pulse bomb here from Top Dragon, this huge stagger here onto Rajaro. We're actually going to see Kanale switch over to this Kiriko. I mean, being able to provide something like the cleanse, knowing that Top Dragon's going to have this pulse bomb online, hopefully doesn't allow Virtus Pro to get caught with their pants down. But they still have to contend with another orbital ray from Alpha, another High Noon, just so much space creation here. It's going to make Virtus Pro's job very difficult to actually get to this point to try to get this win.
High Noon sped up, sees Shockwave, Coach gunning in the skies to try and get away from him, but the Cowboys a little bit too quick. 10 seconds to go, and VP still need to touch. Top Dragon with the pulse bomb in hand as well, waiting for people to drop out of this laundromat. Spots Canal, forced to play a little bit defensive there. Ends up backing all the way up, still trying to keep Canal from joining the rest of his team. A pulse bomb from Sauna does kill Dongen, still needs to get a touch. Can Sauna save the day right now for Virtus Pro? Top Dragon's been forced out, forced to pop that recall pretty early on, and a nano boost onto Rajaro, but they don't touch. They don't touch again, and one-man army get a fuller hold against Virtus Pro.
They could have had that. They absolutely could have had that. That was Virtus Pro's map to lose. And they did. The fact that they had the nano, Rajaro had just tanked a huge pulse bomb. If they had just stepped one toe onto that point, I think that ends up coming up big for Virtus Pro. And we're staring at a 2-0. But right now, Jaws, I mean, I'd be reeling from that, especially after putting on such a performance on the defense there for Virtus Pro, getting that full hold, and they just stuck it to you.
That was, Sauna was like, okay, we've killed Dongen, we got the pulse bomb kill, perfect. Okay, we've got Nano, okay, send the Orisa in, we're gonna get the touch again. Like, that was the winning play right there, killing that Brig. But they couldn't get a retouch. Man, I did not expect that, and I think, you know, getting a full hold on Midtown, you're feeling super good with yourselves, but as soon as you lose fight after fight after fight, you're like, okay, hang on a second here. Maybe we need to kind of save, commit for the next fight. And I think a lot of that as well, not that final fight specifically, but Arvo was just taking down Gala, or at least getting a pick at the start of the fights very often, like super often. It was a little ridiculous how the transition from VP trying to move from the choke towards the fire truck or towards the laundromat, Arvo was just getting pick after pick after pick. And then Sauna's like, no, we've got the game in our hands. And then VP gets staggered, and then you're forced to final fight in a rushed OT fight as well. There's a lot of small things that happened there throughout that push that really made a big difference. You can see Arvo landing some nice shots on the front line.
Yeah, I mean, Gala, Juno, just very squishy, and if Cassidy's hitting all of those shots, that's just a really easy couple tap scenario for the Cassidy to be able to pick up that kill.
So wait,
but I mean,
look at Sauna.
Take a look at this. They have ultimates that are coming up. You know?
Sauna got chunked too.
Yeah.
Sauna got chunked, so had to go for the mega health pack. Otherwise, I mean, I think you just die there if you're Sauna, right?
I think you have to. Like, you know, Rajaro's coming up with an ultimate. Like, you've got the Terror Surge that's only a couple of % away, and you have the Nano. You're so survivable if you're the Orisa. So I think you're right. I think Sauna has to sacrifice himself in that situation.
Damn. close map. Close map. One-man army with a fuller hold against Virtus Pro. Stats. Not painting the full picture. Damage done, 35k versus the 31.9. All right,
It's
okay.
very
And then
close.
the KDA is looking pretty good for one-man army. Not a 3-0. Not a 3-0. Virtus Pro end up going down, but now they get to choose their maps. So they can go for a bit more of a home field advantage coming into the next one. But one-man army, hey, this is it. This is a team that I think is going to continue to do well. I think they've improved over time, and just adding these small additions to their roster, they're looking good right now. But are Virtus Pro going to lie down and just let it happen? Probably not. They're going to get up and swing a mean left and a right hook, and even maybe sub a Chase too, who's sitting on the bench.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm really impressed by Top Dragon's performance in Midtown, specifically because I feel like, you know, we called it out already that Top Dragon has really become a popular player for the Echo and the Pharah. And honestly, when we ended up seeing the Tracer in Stage 3, wasn't my favorite. I just don't think that Top Dragon had the same level of understanding on how to actually play that hero versus some of the other teams that you're contending with. I mean, even just looking at Sauna's Tracer, Kevster's Tracer, even looking at just, I mean, that's tough. Like, how do you hold a candle to that, I think, sometimes? And I think Top Dragon is at least been able to show up on this map, and that gives me a lot of hope that Tracer is something that they could pull out of the pocket and look a lot better on.
Yeah, looked okay. Looked, you know, against Sauna, who's been a little bit on fire over the last couple of maps, looked pretty damn good. All right, Virtus Pro, where are we going now is the question. Will we go to a clash? I hope we do see at least a Throne of Anubis on the mainstream. It would be fun to see. Don't forget, by the way, Season 12 is live. Battle Pass available. I completed the Battle Pass. Some of the titles, I will say, a little sus this season, specifically the second title on the Battle Pass. I'll let you go figure that one out, but I'll just leave it at that. Also, the World of Warcraft collab as well was pretty damn sick. I'm waiting for that for a long time. So yeah,
only a couple of days left also for anybody to be able to get their World of Warcraft goodies in game, because that one's
get the Sylvanas skin.
Soon. Yeah, true.
When you scope in, it has a special sound effect when you shoot the gun. It sounds like it's like an ability in WoW. It's like a zoom. I don't know how to do it. I'm not going to do the sound effect live on broadcast, but it's like a zoom sound. It's pretty damn sick. And the highlight intro is pretty cool too. So make sure you go pick those up and enjoy Season 12. But as we get back into the present, into this series, Virtus Pro are going to take us to Junkertown of all maps. Not a map we see all too often, so no Throne of Anubis just yet, or Clash in general. But we're a sniper-heavy map now. And with the Hanzo change, maybe we see a little bit of Hanzo here.
Also another good Tracer map.
Yeah. Yeah, especially on I mean, even on the first one, you can get.
Oh my god, Shockwave Hanzo, Sauna Tracer. That's it. Ship it. That's the strat. You're right about Hanzo. Shockwave's Hanzo is fantastic. I do think that that could be part of the reason why they ended up picking going to Junkertown. I really hope that we get a chance to see the Hanzo. I guess Widowmaker's also fine, but I don't know. I kind of want to see the Hanzo.
Perfect. Yes, I do kind of want to see the Hanzo. I think Hanzo's been kind of a dead hero for such a long time. There are very few targets he could actually go for the one shot, and that changed recently where, okay, he's back to pretty much his old Hanzo ways, and we saw a little bit on Lishan Control Center a bit earlier on, but I wouldn't be too shocked to see him on some of these more long-range maps, although Widow is still going to reign supreme. No skin from Shockwave. This is so sad. I want to see Sylvanas. I know they were rocking it in Korea earlier on this morning. We'll see if Sauna's going to continue with the Hanzo or just go for Sonic. Looks like just a quick Sonic, and then straight over to Tracer again. So almost a mirror DPS, but quite a bit different elsewhere. Kanale on the Kiriko road.
I like the Kiriko. I think Kiriko Juno is so interesting because I think it's just a very like firepower oriented backline. Having the cleanse is also super nice, especially if you expect that Top Dragon's going to end up playing the Tracer and you know that you do have that Suzu for something like the Pulse Bomb, or even just being able to help with something like the Terra Surge, just with that invulnerability. But the D.Va is going to be the biggest difference maker here, I think. Just knowing that Rajaro has the opportunity to actually go after the Widowmaker is huge.
Shogler playing it very patient. Quick swip from Ice as well. It will be on to the D.Va of their own. Shockwave in such a nice spot, though. Arvo's just under so much pressure. You can see how far they're playing back and so defensive. Hasn't even got a chance to even win the Widowmaker 1v1. Gets a shot off, hits Kaneo's shield. Has to reposition quickly. Thinking that maybe Shockwave knows where they are, but that payload is still moving. Oh, there's the shot. Kaneo not holding the shield up that time around. Oh, unlucky. 8 HP.
And a dream right there. Shockwave and Sana are both so low, able to actually get healed up here, but they still have to back up because the rest of their team is dead. Rajaro still wanting to come back out from spawn, but we're starting to get our first couple of ultimates online. Top Dragon and Sana both having the pulse bombs. Avo has been... Woohoo! Yeah, Avo earned those sights. Right there. That was the one.
I love a good Widow play, honestly. Couple of shots in onto the Diva mech. Avo's been quite stellar. Of course, we sing Top Dragon's plays a lot of the time, but Avo as well. No slouch when it comes to hit scan. Quick rotation up onto the high ground now, and here's what you're talking about, Rose. Just Rajaro trying to pay attention to Avo, but Ice is right there with the bodyguard, but has to touch the payload, so unfortunately had to leave the Widowmaker to die on the points. Ice is also pretty low. Sends itself just shrugged out. Hail Mary bomb ends up killing Gala of all things, and Top Dragon clears Sauna. Shockwave on a very aggressive angle, hits the headshot from across the map. Alpha just cowering now behind the water column. Can't quite get the second tap onto Alpha, who's being healed up by Dong'un, but there it is. Virtus Pro, they eventually get that payload in. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go on what was a pretty stellar defense from one-man army. A rather scrappy one, though, I will say.
Oh, that was, oh my goodness. Yeah, that was messy right there. But I think it always is going to be a little bit when you've got the Widowmakers in play. There isn't really clean, cohesive 5v5 team fights that are going to happen because you're hoping the Widowmaker is going to snipe somebody out, make that fight a little bit more in your favor from just a personnel difference. But Virtus Pro still have 4 ults to work with. A women army had to expend a lot in order to try to keep that defense, but they did whittle a lot of time off the clock, so I think that's a trade you're worth taking.
Oh, good eat from Ice there. Both rallies popped as they try and take control of this high ground. Arvo is not going to have too many one-shots in his future, especially with that overhealth building up. Especially with the, I mean, Juno ult. You just pop Juno ult, it's like, okay, we just win the fight. If you don't have Juno ult as well, you lose. Good shot, though, from Arvo. No way you survive against the traitor, sadly. Especially in Sauna's hands. All right, 2.5 minutes. With a one-man army losing that fight, they still have an opportunity here to come back with their own Juno ult. Although there is still someone behind. I believe it is Top Dragon.
If she gets it up on time, but I think that the difficulty of this particular part of the map is that there's a lot of hiding room from this. Even if you send it down main, look how far back Virtus Pro are playing. Just in case that Juno ult is ready, they can go scour into the flanks here, into any of those small buildings.
Oh, please. Protect Kaneo. Nice matrix there by Rajaro. Top Dragon forced out yet again. This time by Gala of all people. Shockwave down, one-man army, 4v5. They got a 5-on-3. As Avo takes the head off of Sauna as well. 4.5 meters to go, and most importantly there, only really the sights used. So now becomes the question really from one-man army. Do they end up using the pulse, the self-destruct, just to try and win this next fight so they can match the orbital raise, or do they end up using the orbital raise super early on, maybe thinking they can catch up to Gala, which 60% is almost impossible. Ideally you don't use the ray, but if you really need it, you're gonna have to pop it. But
yeah, but you know you have the ray advantage.
They can win next fight.
So that you know you have the ray advantage, so I feel like it's not horrible to throw it here, and that's exactly what Alpha's gonna do. Also, Shockwave and Sauna switch over to Tracer and Genji, so that's another thing that they're gonna have to think about.
Well, Raze ended already. Oh, Sauna just body blocked on that corner. Couldn't quite join the rest of the team on that mega health pack. Oh, good boop! Amazing stuff there from Ice. You saw Kaneo kind of turn the shield for the pulse bomb and boop, straight in the back. Ice pushes the break through pulse, instigating the kill. And Virtus Pro losing control of this series as a whole. 50 seconds to go. They've got 3 ultimates online, but one-man army standing tall in that last fight.
I mean, Avo's Widowmaker is still a huge threat. What are you going to send after that? You have Sana and Rajaro that can work together as a duo, but Gala's throwing this orbital ray from a very interesting angle, pushing a one-man army back and switching sides.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, but Dongan's there for the rescue. That rally providing a lot of overhealth there to the D.Va in order for them to survive. And now Avo with a good line of sight. Ever so quickly, though, he's paid attention to Sauna and Rajaro. As soon as they saw Avo fire one shot straight on top of them, Canal carrying in this small corner. He's got the backup. As Virtus Pro, the skin of their teeth, with only 10 seconds to go, are going to be able to cap this point as soon as they de-suit Ice. There it is, only 1:30 around this last point. I mean, this is a very, very tough point to finish near OT, especially being that far back.
Spawns are just so much closer there for the defending team. Opening things up a little bit with just this pick onto Avo. At least you're going to stop him from being able to grab that high ground as easily as it could be. But we are going to see a Shockwave switch to the Ashe. So off the Tracer now wants to give that hit scan a little bit more of a try for the last part of this map. And this might be what it takes. Especially seeing that Avo's on the Cassidy, this Ashe can be a little bit more impactful than dealing with a Widowmaker.
It's pretty scary. Top Dragon finding a flank, spots Shockwave, still got the pulse in hand, forced the recall before you get the pulse bomb in. Oh, what a stick from Top Dragon. That's how you kill a Blade right there. Pulse onto Sauna. Sauna did manage to at least secure a single kill as Virtus Pro continued this payload moving. High ground control in favor of Rajaro right now, but quickly exits stage left to get back to the point. Now Top Dragon raining damage from above, and with only 30 seconds to go, Virtus Pro going to rely on their support ultimates to win this next fight. In fact, they're going to pop two right on top of each other. Orbital Ray coming in through from One Man Army. Both the beams are going to cross in the end, but One Man Army can't make good use of it. It slowly moved out of their sight and out of their grasp as Virtus Pro stepped up to the plate and swung a home run. Nice shots from Shockwave. They might just be able to end it. Especially as Top Dragon has no chance to touch again. OT is here, but a completion in 1:30 seconds on that third point is going to be golden.
Oh, they got the rally though. They are able to get out of spawn, but it's so instantly deleted.
Instantly killed. High noon, denied by the Matrix. Ice on point as the Doomfist. It's going to be able to survive for quite some time here, but the self-destruct is going to make sure everybody is cowering for cover. Top Dragon comes back with a pulse bomb, but there it is. Virtus Pro finish in OT on Junkertown. That was a very, very close map. One Man Army looked like they were maybe able to get the hold on that first point. Really coming back and swinging at the top dogs. Again, another team that is fighting for a position in Stockholm.
Well, with performances like this against a team as strong as Virtus Pro, I think they've got a pretty good shot. And the map isn't even over yet. Especially knowing that they were able to stop Virtus Pro until that overtime started to go. Maybe there's an opportunity here for them to complete the map themselves, even with some time in the bank.
More Widowmaker, please. Wouldn't mind
more of
that.
the Avo Shockwave duel.
Yeah.
I'm here
always
for
down.
it.
I'm always down. No one rocking the Sylvana skin, sadly, but hopefully we'll see that later on in the tournament. I want to get a replay of that pulse bomb too from Top Dragon. It was one of those fadeaway pulse bombs. You hit it, you don't look back, you're blinking away already, and the Genji didn't know what hit him. Nice stuff from Top Dragon. Let's see how this duel ends up playing out. No Kiriko for Canal. Did end up starting on the Kiri on their attack. Quickly ended up switching.
Yeah, I do.
Happy with the brick.
The brick is just a little bit easier to use, I think, too. Like the armor packs are able to help out your Tracer as well as your Juno, but you're also helping out your own Widowmaker versus the Kiriko, where like your healing could actually get stopped behind a wall if your player teammate moves out of sight. So it can be a little bit more difficult, I think, in an environment like this where a lot of these fights are going to be happening away from each other, not necessarily as clean 5v5s. But it's going to be mirrored on both sides. We've got the Widowmaker for Shockwave and Avo, and then Sauna and Top Dragon on these Tracers.
Avo's struggling to get position. A little railing in front of him, you can hop on that, beat yourself over the little wall there. Nice little railing to have if it's not been destroyed. It's all a bit of small tech, it doesn't really matter in the long run, but you can get a cheeky shot off. Good wrap around from One Man Army as well, just trying to set up Avo here in a position where you can get maybe a shot onto Shockwave. It's actually Avo that ends up going down first, kind of spoke his death into existence there. Sorry about that one. Nice little D-mech onto Rajaro too. Again, another scrappy fight on this first point. No cohesive dive from either side. These Tracers kind of dueling it out on the sidelines as Shockwave with a body shot takes down Dongan.
Rajaro actually has to get back into mech, so maybe an opportunity here for a one-man army to keep pushing the objective. Ooh, until Top Dragon now, like, I think it's the final domino. I think this just has to be a full backup and regroup by a one-man army. Oh, Sonic is such a problem.
Flank presence as well, right, when you lose Top Dragon. Top Dragon was around those cars for quite some time. Just hanging out. Ultimate's coming up online though at least. Orbital Ray for both sides. Same with this rally, it's pretty close.
Shockwave, though, having the sights up first is going to be very impactful.
Oh, it's got him now. Nice stuff. No, don't really use him, to be honest with you. Pulse one from Top Dragon. Does it again, though. Kanale dead. No rally for Virtus Pro. Slice has been activated by Shockwave as Arvo will be joining the fight in just a moment. They're going to try and take down the Widowmaker, though, in order to cancel that ult. And easy as that. That's Orbital Ray on the point. Enables Ice to just run down Shockwave and Doran to get the kill on Tagala. A rally pops. I mean, that pulse bomb at the very start of the fight, really, speaking out of dominoes, Rose just toppled the tower of Virtus Pro. Kanale and the rest of Virtus Pro needed that rally and that fight to stabilize. They're going to try and do just that right now. Pity for one-man army, they don't have their Diva mech. Kanale, though, just trapped in this small corner. Not enough armor, over health, and everything stuns all the rest to save you from the ever-mounting presence of a one-man army in your backline. Virtus Pro once again fighting with a support down. Those speed rings, tough for the Breaker to hit a whip shot at the best of times on a Tracer, but even doubly so and now. Sauna just trying to, again, pay attention to Top Dragon, force Top Dragon into a position where he cannot just jump onto the backline. But with only 60 seconds to go, Virtus Pro's hopes and dreams of defending this first point quickly dwindles as the point gets capped by one-man army.
Very similar time bank, though, for one-man army to work through the second point as what Virtus Pro had. So really good defense overall here from Virtus Pro. And moving into the second phase of the map, you've got Avo that has actually given up this Widowmaker duel, already going over to the Cassidy. So I kind of wonder whether or not Shockwave is actually going to stick onto the Widowmaker. It still has a lot of room to operate on the second point, especially going to be playing a little bit farther back towards where that second checkpoint is. But I don't know, maybe an opportunity here to go and take the Ash if you get sent back to spawn.
Yeah, it's much easier to get an angle as well if you're on the defense, which is like 99% of the time on any map.
Yeah.
All right, Top Dragon, can he open it up again? I mean, Pulse Bomb in hand. Take down Kanale would be nice. Good luck getting Gala, a pretty hard target to hit with the Pulse Bomb. No way you're hitting that Juno. But maybe Top Dragon can do it. Looks like one-man army trying to force this high ground. Now trying to push Rajaro off of it. Get behind, making sure they do as much damage as possible to force the Matrix usage. But look at this big wraparound from one-man army. They're trying to get Avo into position where he can just rain hell from above. Pulse Bomb connects again with Kanale. Top Dragon also takes down the mech at the same time. That's fight over. I don't think you even needed a rally, to be honest, after Top Dragon got a kill and a half with the Diva mech and the kill on the brink.
Rally is just the insurance policy, you know, just in case, because you know that they're going to have to actually fight you on the cart. I don't think it was necessarily a bad investment in that situation. And you still have the Diva Bomb as well as this Orbital Ray from Alpha to move into the third point with. And a ton of time. This is double the time bank that Virtus Pro had heading into this third objective. So a lot of time for you to get another rally, get another Pulse Bomb. Top Dragon probably could even get like 2 or 3, just how well he's been farming this backline.
All right, Shockwave off the Widow. Okay. Onto the Ash.
Makes more sense on this point, I think.
Yeah, Arvo. Again, they're just trying to rotate with Arvo up to the high ground time and time again. High Noon pops. Rajaro looking at him dead in the face. Oh, that Matrix, yeah, eating up all of those shots, sadly, but a quick little right click. Little fan the hammer will de-suit the Diva. There's the rally from Virtus Pro. Luckily for Kanale, Top Dragon doesn't have Pulse. Dongan down, Shockwave traded, Orbital Ray coming in. Kanale holding the door there with that giant screen TV. A Pulse Bomb from Top Dragon, first time in a while. It's gone a little bit wide. Rajaro still under a lot of pressure. Top Dragon 2 somehow surviving in this small room as well against the Brig and the Diva. 2 minutes to go. It's like one-man army now deciding they don't want to fight this any longer. This overhealth and the Brig just kind of existing in the front line. Too much for them to deal with. They try to go for a small regroup.
It would be smart to go for the regroup now as well, because you know that Gala's gonna have this orbital ray. You don't necessarily want to be caught out in the open, because then you give Virtus Pro the opportunity to just run at you. There's no cover for you to actually play around when you see that ultimate coming. And the problem for a one-man army is that they've already been stalled for 1:30, and Virtus Pro don't just have the orbital ray. They also are going to have this pulse bomb from Sana, as well as a potential Diva bomb from Ojaro. Just a lot of sustain.
Yeah, they're in a good spot though. Oh, Pulse Bomb connects with the wall, but Rajaro just straight on in there. Straight in, straight out. Kill onto Dongan, it's gonna be good. Virtus Pro also end up getting the D-suit onto ice. Can they get the kill on the Baby Diva? They can. Rajaro 2 ends up, his mech falls to the Diva self-destruct, but a minute to go for one-man army. A lot of ultimates coming up though. They got the rally, they got the orbital ray, but Virtus Pro got the same thing, so this next fight is going to be explosive. Whatever Brig ends up going down first, that team is going to lose this fight. That is my prediction.
That is a good prediction to have, but there's still going to be one more fight. Even if Virtus Pro goes down here, they do have those respawns, going to be a little bit closer. As long as they can come out as a full team of 5, then they do have a shot to just close out the map, and let's see what's going to happen in this next fight.
Oh, here comes the orbital ray. Oh, it's been thrown out. The orbital ray is going to help charge up that Deadeye. An easy kill for Arvo there, but unfortunately it wasn't a player. It was just an inanimate object. All right, Virtus Pro. I mean, you got 20 seconds to defend this, and a rally's coming in. I'm not sure you're going to want to pop your rally right now. I mean, Shockwave dead. Rajaro's lost his mech. Maybe you go for one more fight here. Just go for a wipe on the point, and then go for this OT on last. There's the cleanup from Arvo. Team kill almost there as Shockwave, Gala, Canal, Rajaro, and Sauna all spawning roughly at the same time. There it is, OT in session now.
Yeah, the wave spawn is so nice here, because you're going to end up seeing Canale actually come through with this Brig rally, and then it's going to buy time for Sauna to actually get this Tracer pulse bomb, but Top Dragon's out.
They're just going to run all over them. The rally's coming in. Sauna pulse bomb in that small little corridor. Avo is dead. No chance for one-man army. Shockwave landing a dirty shot onto Top Dragon. And that's just going to be one kill, I suppose, for Ice. 1.5 for the mech. But yeah, Shockwave just coming up big with an initial kill. And they just had rally advantage at the very end. Virtus Pro holding on. Find themselves at match point in the series, going 2-1 so far in the series.
This meta is all going to be about that patience, and so to know that they need to hold on to the rally, to know that they do get one more chance, and as long as they can keep their cool in that situation and come back out with all of that extra sustain, I think that was exactly the ticket that they needed. That's the VP we know. I don't know, it's tough, because after that Midtown, it's really easy to look at that and go, like, mental damage? Like, is that okay that this has happened to us? But Junkertown, not so much.
I think, yeah, this was going to be the closest series of the day, and I'm glad One Man Army are really kind of sticking it to him as well. That 3-2 versus Peps, I thought that was going to be way more one-sided after Peps had the big reform, but One Man Army really showing that they can mess with the top 3 teams right now. If they face someone like an ENCE, not sure they do as well, but Virtus Pro taking even a map off of them and getting, you know, a really nice fuller hold, a big confidence booster, and even making this map close as well. I mean, hey, we could be in for a map 5. Virtus Pro, though, still, they're on match point. It is One Man Army's map choice. They ended up winning their Midtown map choice, Rose, so, you know, maybe we go to something a bit more in their favor. So we jump into some highlights from that last map.
I was gonna say, I think like maybe there are some opportunities for One Man Army to try to get the better Virtus Pro on a map pick, but a lot of that I thought would potentially come down to Top Dragon being able to play a Far or play an Echo. And I keep forgetting that Shockwave is on this Virtus Pro roster. I don't think that's necessarily going to be as easy as it is said. Shockwave has been so good, whether it was on the Widowmaker or this Ashe, just constantly getting damage down, and the rest of the team being able to follow up on that.
Yeah, so it is a rough out there for hit scans some of the time. Oh, that was a crazy shot from Shockwave, my word.
Disgusting.
I mean, Top Dragon still had his time in the sun with killing the Brigitas. but where do you think we're going to go? I mean, We haven't had a Clash / Flashpoint yet, of course. We could also go to a push map. One Man Army did end up losing both of those game modes to Peps yesterday. That was Esperanza and New Junk City. And that Esperanza one, Rose, was not close against Peps.
No, it wasn't. I mean, like, even just after the first possession, like, they lost that push bot super early, and even with that first possession we ended up seeing from Team Peps, they basically full capped. There was no stopping that train. It had left the station, and One Man Army were not on it. So I don't know. I think like maybe there was a couple of things they could have done a little bit differently there. Top Dragon was on the Pharah and did some weird wraparound in that very first fight that sort of left him MIA. So maybe if it was a Tracer instead, that doesn't happen.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a quick break, give the players a couple of minutes to get ready to go. One Man Army, fear of losing this series right now as Virtus Pro are on match point. We're going to Clash, Flashpoint, or Push as our next one. We'll see you in a bit. We're back. Junkertown taken by Virtus Pro. That Midtown game, not exactly the way VP wanted it to go down, getting fuller held. We're going into one of our 3 game modes that hasn't been picked yet, and that is going to be Push. We're going to Runa Sapi. That's a one-man army pick. Esperanza, we discussed it before the break, in their series versus Peps yesterday, Rose. That was a devastating loss. Peps almost full capping them straight up. So yeah, switching up the tempo here, going to a different map type, or a different map, sorry, in Runa Sapi, kind of makes sense, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I figured kind of maybe we would see the push first and then we would figure out whether or not we would actually go to something like the Flashpoint or Clash game mode, but Runasapi seems to be a pretty fan favorite when it comes down to some of these push-oriented maps, and I think that Runasapi too, it just opens itself up to having a lot more flexibility when it comes down to what types of compositions you get a chance to play. So would be cool to see Rajaro actually come out on a Wrecking Ball, a hero that he is pretty well known for, but also would make a lot of sense if it was just the Ursa. But I thought,
break it to you.
I
You're
thought
not seeing ball.
maybe, just maybe.
There's a few 1-3 teams.
All right, well, don't say that to
in the EMEA.
Ostrix. I mean, you
well,
lost,
yeah,
oh
okay,
no.
Sure. If he's playing it, yeah, you know, it's fine. Oh, Gala running out with the Alari again. This is an incredibly greedy backline from Virtus Pro. It's got the firepower, but no defensive tools. I really still like the Brig. Both the Oristas coming through as well. All-Man Army and Virtus Pro. We see how Virtus Pro end up playing this one as their comp. A lot of damage heavy, like focusing people down at long range. You don't want one-man army kind of getting close to you. Both Gala and Shockwave do really want to stick as far as possible. It's up to Rajaro to tank a lot of that aggro, and tank he did.
Oh, Top Dragon's gonna instantly switch over to the Genji as we do see Virtus Pro take the first possession of the push bot. There is some opportunity here for Women Army to come back in, but I think it's like the Genji. Top Dragon had a really difficult time actually getting this to work in some of our previous maps in the series. And if there's gonna be enough time to actually get this Genji to the right targets, the Alari, the Juno, even the Tracer, I think the Tracer could mark down this Genji pretty easily.
Yeah, already taking a lot of damage from the fire, to be fair. That dynamite. Oh, Top Dragon's dead. Good spear spin from Rajaro, getting him away from the rest of the team. You can see the dive here from One Man Army. The idea there, obviously, is to get onto the backline, stop Gala and Shockwave getting away with murder. There goes a little bit wide, but they are going to get checkpoint. Virtus Pro taking this one away from One Man Army, and One Man Army's comp, especially switching over to Genji, they want to go fast. They want to be able to get in there. But the thing is, Virtus Pro just kind of playing around that. It's fine. We'll sacrifice our backline. We'll force Top Dragon away. And then you can't do anything. Even an orbital ray coming through from Virtus Pro. They want to keep this push going.
I love that bait and switch. Perfect to get back into things.
Bob's in as well. Just holding this corner down. A spear spin and nice. Just getting to the backline ASAP. Uses that Terror Surge easily, grabbing a whole lot of people and just throwing them all together, and it's Top Dragon just feasting on the remains.
Well, Sana has something to say about that one. So Top Dragon's actually not going to be present for this next fight, and if Virtus Pro come back into this really quickly, you're gonna have Gala's captive son available for this next one too, and we saw how that went on Ilios.
Oh, good rally usage there. Dongan's shield ended up breaking like super quickly, so I had to spot the rally. God, what? How did Sonic get away from that? I for sure saw a skull above his head, but apparently not. Arvo lets the Tracer escape with 1 HP, and Dongan ends up going down as well. Oh, and there's Sauna. Peekaboo. Top Dragon's sure, he's killed one, but man, this Virtus Pro lineup right now with the Alari and Shockwave, it's just too much ready for One Man Army to do much. They end up getting split up, and then Top Dragon's forced to use Reflect, he's forced to use the dash, and then like, oh, I can't really stay here much longer, and I need my wrist to kind of back me up, or someone else. Arvo's unable to do that on the Castile, the Ash Rose. This is just One Man Army falling over. Almost, I wouldn't say completely reminiscent of the Peps game, of course, but
not quite the same. Yeah, One Man Army is definitely putting up a better fight. I think this point in the map, Peps had actually already seen the final point. So we're not there. We're not in that type of territory at the moment. One Man Army still have a lot of time to play with and a lot of area to play with, but Gala just consistently dealing with Top Dragon. Like, Top Dragon just hasn't had a say in a lot of these fights.
Sauna's 1 HP, desperately needs some healing. Luckily that pylon is there for the backup, and there's the orbital ray from Canale. Top Dragon, even with that blade, he's just getting, like, Orisa spear spin, throws the spear, oh, we use the speed ring to get away from you. Like, there's just so much for Top Dragon to deal with. Blade is gonna come out for Top Dragon though. Same with Ice once more, picking up at least 1 kill with the Terror Surge, but the bot is moving away from them, and they've got the checkpoint to catch up on as well. 85 meters for Virtus Pro as One Man Army. Use 2 rather big ultimates, and Top Dragon's dead again. Rajaro spots Top Dragon in the front line, pops the Terror Surge. Now they have to get out of there because that orbital race coming in. But they're happy with that trade. You take that an Orisa ult for a Juno ult any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, the Orisa ult's just not going to find the same type of value, and usually it's also not something that you're going to be playing around fully as a team. But look at that. I mean, Donghun is down before this rally can also get activated. Not close to being able to just come together as a cohesive team. You're going to have the rally for this fight. You don't have a whole lot else to actually back it up, and we're even looking at Virtus Pro pretty happy to not push this push bot much farther than it's already gone. You keep away at this point. You've got the lead. You don't need much more than this.
That's Captive Sun from Gala. Spots Arvo, gets the connection. Should be enough backup there. I think Gala's overstayed his welcome, but still somehow stays alive. Eventually taken down by Arvo, but at the cost of Ice. Odds still moving, 112 meters, and then some. Should be a cleanup. Even the Orisa going golden here, although a nice little spear reflection. Resulted in damage, but didn't end up getting the stun, as I believe Rajaro is still golden. And here comes the orbital ray. All the little missiles, not quite getting any connections, maybe a couple of bit extra damage, but that's about it. Again, more than happy to kind of burn down the clock, maybe win a fight with the Ray. Top Dragon super low. It's got the dash to get in there, but that's really about it. Eventually, Shockwave is slain by Ice. Stick comes through from Sauna to level the playing field, however, as the rally is deployed by Donghun. But again, Virtus Pro happy with their one-man army using ults near their own spawn.
Oh boy, I mean, Sauna's still getting away with it, and there's just 2 lonely members of a one-man army. Okay, 3. Top Dragon is still playing tank. Playing tank. Please still, okay. Backing up to the rest of the team, but I think Virtus Pro kind of found the Achilles heel. If Top Dragon is going to overextend, that's something that Virtus Pro are going to punish. And you're also still super happy if you're Virtus Pro to just keep getting ultimates out of a one-man army's pocket. That's 2 now. They're going to just topple them.
All right, there's the blade. All right, there's the clean team fight as well from one-man army. I think Sauna does end up slipping away, so not a complete one, but you'll take 4 kills versus 0, that is for sure. There it is, Sauna eventually chased down by Arvo. They can finally get the bot moving in their direction. Only got 1 ultimate to really use here. I mean, the Terror Surge is great, but you need to catch Shockwave. You need to catch Gala, someone squishy.
Yeah, that's why Virtus Pro are super happy with this. They're still not going to let a one-man army grab this checkpoint unless they feel like they just want to take the fight here. But yeah, there's a contest.
Split up as well. Bob splitting up the entire team. Ice is on the wrong side of the map right now. You can see him on this mega health pack. It's going to be able to hold their own for the time being. Chased out by Sauna though, and little to no support. Even Top Dragon trying to deal with Gala is unable to do so. The outburst gets the kill. And that's one-man army getting team killed. And now Virtus Pro can just rock on with the bot. They're going to be able to get forward spawns again. They've got double support armor too.
That's going to be a lot for a one-man army to deal with. Like, again, they don't have the rally. There isn't really a great defensive ultimate here for a one-man army to try to withstand through a lot of this. And because they also have this orbital ray, they're very happy to back up, play around this corner, and wait for a one-man army to come to them. Go in with the orbital ray once they see that a one-man army is not in a spot where they can disengage.
Oh. Sauna cannot keep getting away with these kills in the back line. Good little whip shot onto Sauna, forces the recall. But like you said, more than happy to fight on these straightaways where there's Captive Sun, and the orbital ray is pretty good. Does end up connecting with Arvo to get speared out of the high noon. Sunstruck does detonate, but that rally is going to keep him alive. That overhealth doing enough to keep the cast alive. However, Ice not quite so lucky. Orbital ray from Kanale will result in a quick team kill for Virtus Pro. They keep that bot going.
Minute and 30 seconds now left here for a one-man army to try to even up this differential, but this is a pretty big gap to have to overcome, especially with Virtus Pro so far in your own territory, still with a Terror Surge to work with, still with a Pulse Bomb as well. Well, it could have been a Pulse Bomb if Sauna was alive. That's what I was looking forward to, but at least a one-man army still got a say in this fight.
There we go, okay. Finally, someone has killed Sauna. It has taken a while. Guys set up permanent residency in the one-man army side of the map. Although, saying that, all right, Top Dragon overstepping against Rajaro. And now look at Rajaro too, just trying to ignore ICEs for as long as possible. Trying to get off a nice Terra Surge, although thinking the Orbital Ray might be a little bit difficult. They're sitting in the ball, but now that Orbital Ray is kind of split off of the rest of the team. They still take down Sauna again. Nice little spear kill from Ice. But with 30 seconds to go, one-man army. They're going to need more than an army, I think, to come back into this one.
Oh, it's gonna be a more, yeah, I think maybe you know, prayer in there as well for this one.
Oh, good kill onto Canal though. Good start. High Noon connects. 10 seconds to go. OT approaching. Virtus.pro in control of the bot, but not for long. As one-man army now march up the hill. Their eyes firmly sitting on Rajaro's face there. Double headshot from Arvo forces the spear spin. Finally, the forward spawns have been deleted as Virtus.pro end up losing control of that bot.
Okay, still a dog in this fight. We're gonna see the Captain Sun from Gala.
Blade high in the sky. Oh, takes him out. Ends up getting taken down from Canal. So a 1-for-1 trade to the Terra Surge, used on the points. A rally popped from one-man army to try and keep everybody alive, but the Orbital Ray is just too much damage, too much pressure. That should be Virtus.pro running over one-man army. An overtime fight on their side of the map. And that 117-meter push there from Virtus.pro is all they're going to need as they take the series 3-1.
Oh, Virtus.pro. That could have potentially even been a 3-0, but I really enjoyed the fact that we got a chance to get another map, but Virtus.pro is still one of the top 3 teams for a reason, and they figured it out. Maybe it was just a slip-up. Maybe we can call Midtown a blip in the system, but Virtus.pro's definitely still very strong.
Very strong indeed, and also, hey, Top Dragon tried, Jack. I'm sorry.
He was popping, bro.
He was popping.
Hope he got it popping.
I honestly feel like, yes, sure, it was 3-1 victory to Virtus.pro, but shoutouts to one-man army. I feel like they did put up a really good fight, and it was a lot closer than I feel like anyone could have expected.
Yeah, I think especially that Midtown, that full of hold, they look super good, and that's got to fill you with a lot of confidence. Decent third map as well, but I mean, Virtus.pro, you see the raw firepower, and a little bit of a change in the compositions too. I didn't think we'd honestly see too much Alari in this meta with the Juno, but with Shockwave on the Ashe, Top Dragon switches to the Genji, seeing the Alari, it's like, okay, we now have to go fast, but they had every kind of tool to deal with him. And then Top Dragon wasn't able to kind of put up the same performances as we're used to seeing from him on the Tracer and on the Genji.
I do want to ask you guys a question. I mean, I know in the third map when we were heading in, fourth, the very last map, you guys said I think it was Shaq who mentioned that you still like the Brig more than the Iliari. Do you still believe that Brig is the better partner, or do you feel like Iliari could be another good pick as well moving forward? I think
Alari has her place, but I think Brig is just kind of the default at the moment because of how good, like, one can survive on her own. Two, the packs are like super helpful if you're going to play something like a Tracer, something like a Genji, right? And even Juno as well. The packs can be extremely helpful if Juno's kind of flying around in the sky. It's pretty easy to land those and just support the Juno. But I think if you want to play a little bit greedy, you definitely can play something like the Alari. Will we see it a lot more? Probably not. I think this might be just a Gala special.
Yeah, definitely situational. I think Gala is also one of those players that loves the Alari. So I think if we are going to see it from any player, I think it depends on the propensity of them playing it before, and also whether or not it fits the composition. Like, you were calling out, well, you have an Ashe, and if you're playing a little bit farther away, then you also have the healing pylon to actually help support more of a backline presence or maybe a long-range presence rather than something that you're going to end up seeing a little bit closer together with the Juno and the Brig do play a little bit closer to the team.
Yeah. I mean, and also I think another thing, for me, another thing that was very exciting for this match was just looking at the Tracer players, right? Sauna and Top Dragon, I think it was fun to watch just both of them just going back and forth.
Yeah, I think Sauna had an amazing performance on the Tracer. He's, in fact, going to get our player of the match. No real surprise. I think Midtown was a very good showcase of that as well. His ability to kind of lock down Top Dragon, and that's your job as a Tracer, not, harass the backline, maybe get a pulse bomb on the backline, but also stop the enemy Tracer from doing that. I think this duel was really nice and kind of illustrated how this map. Well, okay, it didn't go VP sway in the end. It was actually one man army that won the map, but it was a good illustration of how the Tracer duels were very much in favor of Sauna. And I think if he just continues this up, especially even against teams like SSG, like I think Virtus Pro are definitely going to be a mean contender. Will the Tracer work against some of the stronger teams? I'm not entirely sure, but against other teams that want to run Tracers, you put Sauna on this 9 times out of 10, the guy's just going to go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the, I think, standouts in this matchup. That's why he got the player of the match, and that goes to Sauna. That's it for the second match. Let's take a look at our updated standings, because we love standings.
So true, Danny.
After this match.
So true.
What do we got?
He's like, I love standings so much.
We all love standings. We love
Danny's. You should do your own standings one day, Danny. You should
what?
do
ranking.
the whole graphic yourself. Just make it yourself. It'll all show up on screen. It'll be great. It'll be a little bit in paint.
I'm down. Let's. You know what, Jackie? You and me. We'll do a standing power.
We'll draw it. We'll draw the graphics for the next stream. I'm down.
Yeah. I mean, with this win, yeah, Virtus Pro moving up, and for the decider match, it's going to be one-man army facing up against either Meta Boys or Team Peps.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah. I want Team Peps to win that for the rematch versus one-man army. I think that would be kind of sick, because, Peps, that... especially the Esperanza, like, that really stood out to me, and especially with a retooled roster, Rose, I think Team Peps have got something to prove.
They definitely have something to prove. They kind of went back to their roots with this one. The new Team Peps roster is going back to being mostly French, if not all French players, which was a little bit of a departure as we saw in OWCS stages 2 and 3. Peps just tried to bring the best players under their wing, which is why we saw Exodial, ended up seeing Tread also join this roster. So I don't know. Yeah, they definitely have a lot to prove, but I still think that Meta Boys is going to be a bit of a tough opponent for them.
That match is going to be played very soon, so stick around for more matches. Before we move on, everybody, grab yourself a WoW-inspired Overwatch skin while you can. They leave the shop on September 30th. You got, what, 2 more days? 2 more days. 2 more days.
2 more days.
Great looking skins. I honestly feel like Overwatch 2, I think they've been just killing it with skins.
Yeah, they got My Hero Academia stuff too.
That one's coming up soon. Oh my god, that one,
yeah.
I am definitely grabbing the skin as well. But yeah, WoW skin, they are leaving the shop September 30th, so grab yours today before you could never get them ever again. All right, grab that skin.
Okay, thanks, Eddie.
All right, we have our our last match of EMEA. It's going to be SSG versus Ex Oblivione coming up right after the break.
nodes ready to move.
My power!
Incoming!
Trust more!
Fall back!
What do we have here?
Get this hunk of junk moving!
You can hide, but you cannot escape.
We need a healer.
I am happy to serve. I sense that your hardest battle is yet to come.
Group up with me! I still have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Now it's going to get interesting.
Back the law.
All shall suffer. Our spirit will triumph. We'll have to force our way through. This is not over.
Got it. Package secured. I foresee great things for you.
Welcome back, everybody. That WoW collab goes hard. What's
It goes
which
crazy.
skin? Which skin is your favorite, guys?
Sylvanas, for sure. Not because it's Widow. I do enjoy playing Widow, but when you scope in and fire a shot, it sounds like one of her arrows that she shoots off. It's got this cool
Wrong
sound
answer.
effect.
Wrong answer.
What do you mean wrong answer?
It's
What's
Ryan.
your favorite skin then? Oh, it's Ryan. Okay.
Ryan. Ryan has Rise Up. Ryan always gets the best skin.
What's your favorite skin, Rose?
I actually, maybe like a hot take, but I think that the Thrall,
Okay.
Zenyatta is pretty peak.
Not bad. Not
I
bad.
don't know, it fits. It's like it fits the aesthetic, it fits the vibe of Zenyatta, so.
Yeah.
No, it's
like
Ryan.
it.
All right, let's move on.
It's Thanks, Danny.
Let's take a look at the Group C brackets. We have one final match. It is going to be SSG versus Oblivione. Of course, SSG beating Hypnos 3-0. Both sides, Oblivione as well. They beat SR Peak Check 3-0 as well. So I don't know. I feel like, what do you guys think? Do you guys think this is going to be a closely contested match? Is it going to be one-sided? You know?
I probably pretty one-sided.
One-sided.
Yeah, in SSG's favor. I mean, they've gone from strength to strength, especially in terms of their roster. They recently picked up KSA, like, to round out their tank slot. And normally you'd be like, okay, Hardy can play pretty much everything, but they did struggle when it came to the Diva recently, when it was basically perma Diva. You can't play anything else before the small nerf and the armor nerf too. So, yeah, being able to swap in and out, they just seem too powerful to me right now. I don't think there's many teams that can really step up to them, especially in this group.
True. All right, we're talking about SSG. Let's take a look at their roster. I mean, actually, no. Before we go into SSG, yeah, Oblivione. Let's talk about them first, and then we'll go into SSG.
Yeah, so the Oblivione match versus SR Peak Check was super interesting yesterday because SR Peak Check, going into these matches, you kind of know what they're going to play. Elvish Cloudy's going to be on the Reinhardt. You're going to have the rest of the team that's going to be working around that to actually support that Reinhardt. So Oblivione, I think they had their work cut out for them in terms of how are we going to actually approach this? But knowing that you're playing SR Peak Check maybe gives them a little bit of an advantage in terms of being able to prepare a little bit to have to play the Reinhardt. So they brought out an Ana and a Juno backline. And I'm really interested to see if we're going to see that again from Captain Prash and Tekuno, because it was so strong. You got the nades to power next to just the huge spikes and speed that you're going to be getting. And then the rest of the team to round it out. I think they just have a really good cohesion from these players.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Jack, what do you think about SSG? I mean,
it's SSG. Like,
True.
now it's crazy to see Hardy on the bench, by the way. Like, it's a little bit insane, but I think adding KSA is kind of ridiculous. They can now play pretty much every tank role. They can play pretty much any comp under the sun, especially with like backbone and stuff. I mean, this team is just too good. Retooling kind of going into stage 4, and then already being at what, like 900 points or something silly in the point standings. They almost guarantee themselves, if not already like locked themselves in for Stockholm. This is going to be, in my opinion, just probably a straight up 3-0, but We've seen crazier things. One man army with a nice little full of hold against VP. I mean, hey, could that happen with Oblivione?
Is it going to be a 3-0? We'll find out soon. But hey, I feel like, oh yeah, a lot of fans, SSG fans, 91% versus 9%. Yeah, it is definitely, I feel like, going to be an uphill battle for Oblivione, and we're not alone. We got 91% of fans on our side. But hey, we'll find out. The match is going to start now, guys. Go ahead.
Thanks, Danny. Doing the best job, as always, Danny. You are the best. One of my favorite human beings alive, that is for sure. Right, let's get into the series. SSG, Space Station Gaming versus Oblivione. Like you mentioned, Rose, kind of a recombined roster. We had a big roster shuffle over the past few weeks going into stage 4, but of course SSG, one of the powerhouses in EU, don't need to reduce the player numbers. They've increased it, added more flexibility, more diversity in their hero pools. Let's have a look at the map pool as well. With SSG going to something like Nepal, it's probably just going to be a Juno, Brig, Angle in the backline. Astro pretty well adapt at the Brigitte and pretty much, and the Juno too, right? You're thinking Astro, you think speed hero. So, you know, Landon can also play pretty much whatever they so choose. So if they wanted to go something like a Juno and an Ana, but it's probably going to be the Brig. I just don't see SSG losing this one at all.
I don't either.
I'm willing to be proven wrong.
I think we're always very excited when we get a chance to see a closer match than what we expect, but I also think it would be disingenuous to say that this could be a close match because SSG have been a powerhouse team for a reason. And especially when you have noticed bringing KSA into the roster, not only do we get a chance to see more flexibility from Landon outside of playing the Baptiste that he is so good at, really excited to see that he has worked really hard to get the Brigitte, get the Kiriko up to snuff. But then you've got KSA, they can play the Ramattra, play the Diva, play the Mauga. All three of these heroes very, very strong in this meta at the moment, and he can switch at the drop of a hat just to fit whatever it is that he feels like he's gonna have to play. But I think Diva is one of his absolute strongest heroes, and it would surprise me a lot to see KSA switch, unless it feels like it really does call for it on the other side.
Yeah, I think Diva is still really strong. Like, at the end of the day, she still has a ridiculous matrix. Yeah, the armor got nerfed, but it's still incredibly tough to deal with. Quick TP forward. Completely different look here on the other side of things. Skytor on the Ram, but yeah, as expected, it's going to be the Brig and the Juno in the backline for both teams. The same with the DPS, so it's only a small tank difference there.
Yeah, and when we saw Skytor play yesterday, it was actually a lot of Winston to play into the Reinhardt and just the rest of that composition. So the Ramattra here, a little bit of a different look from Skytor and this team in general. But I think they're going to have to think about whether or not that Ramattra is actually the right thing, because they just got run over by this Diva.
Yeah, it's good to see KSA back in. Back in the OWCS as well, of course. The last team was Twisted Minds, and that was the roster that did end up winning in stage 1. And off the back of his tank play a lot of the time. Obviously, back off the TPs as well, with Yubi kind of blinking everybody around, but it is nice to see KSA back in and on an extremely strong team as well. All right, we'll see what Zoro can attempt to do. A few walls thrown in here by Backbone to stop Zoro getting some angles, but look at the presence of mind here from KSA, just perma looking at Zoro. Although Landon ended up going down first. All the best of starts. Skytor locked in a corner. That's at least a small trade, but now Zoro pretty much the whole field to play with on this Ashe.
Oh, this Ashe is just going to keep farming. I think this is the hardest part about the Diva, is that you have to be able to lock down an Ashe, but you also have to be able to help peel for the rest of your team. But yeah, that Blizzard's beautiful. That's kind of what we are expecting to see out of Maze, is when you have that Blizzard online, it should be a fight closer, especially knowing that Captain Crash doesn't have the rally up yet, but there's also maybe not even enough speed to actually get the whole team out of the area of effect of that Blizzard.
Nice stagger as well onto SXJ. I knew he was pretty close to ult anyway, so wasn't really too afraid of giving him that extra 10-15% on that one. Just force it into almost a final fight as we see Skytor waiting for the mate to respawn. 80% and counting, but with these mate combos, these fights take a long time, so this is pretty much final. No like crazy speed here. I can't imagine KSA is going to want to give up this high ground too easily.
Oh, look at that. Even just delaying the drop down. You've got the Juno Hyper Ring as well to make sure that KSA can actually get the collapse.
Hey, KSA doesn't want to mess with that, though. Blizzard coming in, already used the thrusters. Good freeze onto the D.Va. Can the baby D.Va stay alive? No, SXJ instantly taking that one down. Bob comes in. It's a 5v5 if you count the Bob. The Annihilation, the rally, pretty much everything thrown in from Space Station, but Funny Astro is going to go down first to a headshot of Zorro. SXJ2 just pummeling that shield, helping Skytor get that damage in. Landon falls, an expensive fight for both sides. There's a Space Station now, make a quick swap as well, actually going over to the Mauga.
Yeah, we know that KSA can bring this out, and the Mauga into the Ramatra, they run him down, mow him down. Like, this is gonna be a very difficult fight for Exoblivione to win, knowing that even just the Bob might get collapsed here. This cardiac overdrive can be so powerful just to allow this team to actually brawl it out, and then you know that Backbone is building up to that Blizzard. A couple more icicles, and that should be a team fight win and a round win.
I mean, this is the pick as well that KSA won at that stage 1 on as well. This Mauga. Blizzard comes in. Skytor's already in the wrong side of the fight. Completely isolated himself from the rest of the team. The ball from Zorro, not sure where it is right now, and I think Space Station don't really care where it is either. Point flip comes in for SSG. Skytor swapping over to Doom, try and get back, but it's only Captain Thrash with 10% away towards that rally. It's got to stay alive, but slowly but surely Exoblivione getting a pick off. Funny Astro landing a nice little final blows there. Make that 3, in fact. The kick to the face on Takuno. Look how close those support ultimates were for Exoblivione. 4% and 2% away from that orbital rate and rally.
Oh, that's so painful to see, because I think if either of those come online, that could be an extension of this map for Exoblivione, but we're going to be going over to Sanctum and maybe get a chance to see another one of the pocket picks from KSA. We've talked about the D.Va, we've talked about the Mauga, as well as this Ramatra that KSA can play, but what about the Queen? Okay. What about the Queen?
Yeah, I really like the Queen right now as well. Extremely fast comp. Shout gives a lot of sustain in the front line as well. Something that Korea's been running a fair bit. Be too surprised to see either, to be fair. A little bit of Ramatra. Landon switching over to Kiriko too. And yes, okay, more Hanzo.
I love it.
Awesome.
Yeah, Hanzo can headshot again. Hanzo can headshot one shot, I guess is what we should really be saying. And so Sparker absolutely has this Hanzo that you can pull out of the back pocket. And already pushing everybody back as Backbone also sort of plays the take role. See?
Oh, there it is. Old Hanzo is back, everybody.
Bye-bye.
You loved him or hated him. Unfortunately, he's here to stay, for at least for the time. I did see in the dev comments, like, well, I'll summarize it for you. Hanzo kind of sucked that he couldn't one-shot. We're bringing it back.
That's a good summarization of the patch
Yeah.
notes, I think. I love those dev notes. I really like knowing their thought process behind a lot of the different changes that they're making to each hero. I do wonder whether or not they're going to walk back the fact that Hanzo can one-shot headshot.
Thank God I'm not running those dev notes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
1, I can't spell, and 2, yeah, they were a bit more straight to the point.
Oh gosh.
All right, a bit of Ash here as well for Zorro again. Was thinking about something else for a brief moment there, but I mean, this is just Landon playing on a rather devious off angle on the Kiri. Okay, SXJ with a nice little double tap there onto Backbone. Maybe wishing Landon wasn't on this off angle. Chooses himself. Nice body shot there from Sparker. I mean, come on. This Kiriko and Hanzo in the sidelines.
Disgusting.
The kunai headshots and the arrows, not exactly something you want to mess with. All right, the Annihilation is going to come through from KSA as well. Exoblivione do end up flipping the point. Ice block as well. Popped from SXJ, even that Blizzard. KSA frozen up. Nice little boot there from the coach gun, but that snowball's not connecting with KSA, but they still managed to run him down regardless. As Space Station get the quick flip. Only 10% for Exoblivione. And with their tank coming back, they might be able to make this fight a little bit more even, a little bit more in their favor, but with Zorro falling, there's a whole lot less damage. And then Landon almost ripping the rush. And then, yeah, okay, just throwing every ult in. You got to take and hold this point now, Exoblivione. They got nothing in this fight at all. Captain Crash, yeah, with that rally. Couldn't quite get back to the team in time. As Space Station, they're going to be holding still.
I think you're okay with using the Blizzard and the Rush there because I don't necessarily think you want to layer the Rush and the Orbital Ray. It just feels like you're almost overdoing it a little bit. Like you only get so much mobility speed, you almost only get so much healing and damage buff. So I love that you've got the Dragons now to split up the team and you've got the Orbital Ray to try to pick up the rest.
Oh, nice headshot on the main. 1 HP. Hits the Sonic. Another body shot. Spark has to get the mega health back though.
Oh, they don't touch!
And they don't touch. Okay. Well. It happens, okay? Especially when Rose is on the broadcast. There was a wall, however, I will say.
I know, I saw the May wall.
The wall came up. But I would still call that a little Charlie Niner.
Like a mini C9, like a lowercase C9.
C9, yes. And yeah, that's almost 2 we've had today on that Midtown as well versus one.
We can't call that. We can't.
Well, we're close. You're on the broadcast, so we have to call it that. SSG with a little 2-0 there to start off the series. I like seeing Sparker on the Hanzo, I really do. I'm kind of glad we're seeing a little bit more Hanzo back in the mix. A lot of flexibility in the DPS roles and the tanks right now. Yeah, I mean, this is just SSG doing SSG things. They can even run Hardy if they really want to. Just run the Ryan. It'll be fun. Be a good time.
Oh, please give me SRP check versus Space Station.
The honorable
please.
1v1.
It's all I
Ryan.
want. Exhibition match
happen.
if you have to. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, we're in Stockholm, so you know, a short hop from Finland. So maybe, maybe we can get that.
We actually worked that out. Yeah.
That'd be kind of fun.
Oh boy, there's gonna be so few teams that can actually hold a candle to the type of synergy that Space Station have worked on throughout the course of so many years. I mean, even just looking at the core of the roster that this team has kept from the Overwatch League days on London Spitfire, adding in a new Lucio player, Funny Astro, taking up that role, and even though it feels a little bit weird to add in yet another player in a meta that is so macro heavy, KSA has so much experience being able to play on some of the top teams as well, as you noted on Twisted Minds, that like it just feels like the perfect slot in for the roster. Not only was it just that you have that experience playing with so many good players, but you also were playing in the Brawl days. You fit right in. If there's any team that knows Brawl, it's Space Station.
Oh yeah, they know Brawl. That's for sure. And they can even play Brawl with the Malga as well now. I mean, they're looking good. Looking real nice. And I just saw at the very end there, as we reviewed the clip, we VOD reviewed that clip, the wall came up and then I think Skytor was either on one side of the, maybe they broke the pillar, but I saw also his body kind of being launched off the edge. So probably a little whip shot from the brig. I don't know what happened, to be honest. I think you brush that one off. You're like, okay, whatever. We maybe see nine there a little bit, but it's still Space Station. It's still Space Station. Yeah. Their map choice now, so yeah, we'll see where we want to go. But I think when every time we kind of look at the groups in each individual stage, well, maybe not stage one so much, because there was a lot of like new and unknowns as we just moved into the OWCS format. But as we kind of got later, stage 2, stage 3, and now stage 4, we kind of know what teams are going to be at the top of the group. Space Station being one of them, ENCE, Virtus Pro, like the teams we're seeing potentially win straight up here. Here is the map pool on your screens. Of course, Watchpoint Gibraltar is something we've not seen in quite a hot minute. It was played a little bit yesterday. That'll be a lot of dive there, so maybe we do see that come through for this series, because Skytor has played a lot of Winston in the past, and if they don't want to mess with that Brawl, maybe that's somewhere they want to go. It's actually going to be a Runa Sapi pick.
Well, they did play Runa Sapi yesterday, and they played the Winston. They actually played the Winston on all 3 maps, so Skytor could absolutely still bring out the Winston in this series, but it kind of depends on whether or not they feel like the rest of the DPS can round that out. And I don't know if Space Station is necessarily the same type of team that you could get the jump on with the dive. Dive can be very powerful into something like Juno, but it's not just Juno you have to deal with on this Space Station team. You've got a May, you've got like Ash and Hanzo from Sparker, and then KSA might just run you over with a D.Va anyway.
Keeping KSA in as well, keeping backbone in. More May, more Queen, more, well, whatever KSA wants to play, to be honest with you. Anything that's not the Ryan, pretty much. Even play the Ram. KSA, a very all-rounder player. A very big addition to Space Station. I was speaking to Astro a few days ago, just talking about kind of KSA coming into the roster, and they're all extremely happy with how well-rounded their team is, and how much, you know, even potential there to take some of the Korean teams, you know? I mean, that's the big thing, I think, for a lot of North American and EU teams right now going into Stockholm. These top dogs, they want to be able to take it to Crazy Raccoon, to Team Falcons, right? That's the real challenge at the end of this rainbow. Let's have a look at Space Station though. KSA running the Ram, Backbone on the Venture.
I like this. I like this a lot. I think that the Backbone can have a lot of purchase if you're able to get the jump onto the backline, and even if it's not necessarily to try to get the damage down. Look at the wraparound angle that he's got. Skytor's dead.
Yeah, 6 feet under, exactly. Yeah, really nice. The Venture's pretty nice into the May as well. Very, very hard to lock down the Venture at best of times. That wall is not going to do the trick. You can't, unfortunately, you can't burrow under the wall. Impossible. Not sure why, you know. If you are under the ground, technically the wall is only over ground. Hey, I'm not game designer, I don't know, but it's pretty easy to get around that. You burrow, you go around the wall, you can even like jump over it, right? Backbone's gonna have a pretty easy time dealing with Ex Oblivione. Only problem is you have to deal with the Brig, which can be quite frustrating with the whip shots, but if he can get anywhere near Zoro, which he's definitely looking at right now. Yeah,
he was waiting for that Ash.
It's gonna be tough for Ex Oblivione's front line to stay alive.
Well, I mean, Brig is already getting chunked here. They have to turn their attention to the Venture rather than actually what's happening on the front line.
Quick heals there coming through. Captain
Skytor's
Crash,
getting bullied.
who's on fire right now, is Backbone, yeah. Just unhindered by Ex Oblivione. They're still going to find this one by the looks of it. Orbital Ray has come out, and they're more than happy to. Annihilation, nice little whip shot. KSA now crossing his arms. And here comes the return Orbital Ray from Funny Astro. A Vortex there to stop Skytor fleeing the fights. Even that Drill Dash to push him into a spot where he cannot be healed. Space Station using 2 ults in that one, and yeah, happy to fight into the Orbital Ray at Tekuno, apparently. And that is checkpoints.
Well, it's not so bad because I think you weren't really terrified of whatever follow-up could come through there from the Orbital Ray. And when you're able to clap back with your own Annihilation, I mean, KSA has been so good at being able to convert that ultimate over to value. You get the checkpoint for it as well.
Skytor's in trouble. Has to pop the Annihilation for some additional sustain, as well as Cam Brash jumping down into the fight. Pops the rally. Couple of trades, it's landed, ends up falling down, but Funny Astro, rather elusive on the Juno, is able to stay alive and actually take the high ground control away from Ex Oblivione. They still have to clean this fight up, though, to Space Station. They eventually find Cam Brash, who's caught out. And then Sparker, well, Sparker, not really seen too much POV from Sparker, but trust me, doing damage, putting in work. 7 minutes to go. So SXJ and Ex Oblivione, they're just getting basically forced into various little 1v1s, little 2v2s, and Space Station are winning them.
A lot of what's happening too is that Backbone is finding a target and pushing them into the rest of the team. And there is an unfortunate warm embrace of death waiting for them on the other side of that Drill Dash.
Oh, here comes Bob. And there's Backbone in the back line. It's already hit the burrows, just going to use it in the doorway by the looks of it. It's going to be able to get out with another dash. Bliss is available from Ex Oblivione, but they're losing this game. 125 meters to go. They need to do something. Orbital Ray's coming through. Backbone first to die, eventually felled. Finally, the Venture is dead. Skytor with a nice couple of kills as well as Ex Oblivione. 125 meters to 0. They've got a long way to go. They better have a full tank of gas. Fresh oil change, new tires. They got to have everything to come back into this one because Space Station almost ran away with that one, almost got full cap.
This is still going to be very difficult to come back from. You haven't even started to make progress entering into the Space Station side of the map, and they're coming back with an Annihilation. They're going to have yet another Tectonic Shock, which was not difficult to actually land that damage down onto the team, even though you do have these shields from the Rumatra and the Brig. Backbone is dead, so that's nice here for Ex Oblivione to try to get on the board.
A really good start there. SXJ playing defense mode now on the mate. Walls off the Annihilation. Oh, wow, that was the shortest Annihilations I think I've ever seen. ENCE not able to tick anybody out thanks to a nice wall. All right, Rally's going to get deployed too. Oblivione know they have to win this fight to get the snowball rolling in their favor. A good kill on to the Ramatra 2. Should mean they're going to push this bot down the hill. Space Station trying to escape with their lives so they can get a quick regroup. And they're going to escape successfully and even come up with the kill onto Zoro. Lured straight into the wilderness. His entire bank is now in the back pocket of Backbone. 5 minutes to go now as Backbone pushes SkyTor away. And that single kill there is going to mean Space Station are going to be able to continue this fight, Rose.
You're already forcing out the block from the Mei as well as she gets pushed back into the rest of the team. And Funny Astro is definitely not one of those players that's going to leave that elimination on the table. You're going to see Takuno barely able to get away, but all the while, you don't have that healing to be able to keep SkyTor up and active in this fight. So Space Station, yeah, I mean, they come back into this one very happy. You got SXJ now switching over to the Venture. KSA is going to come back out onto the Mauga. So a couple of hero changes that are going to happen to head into this next fight, but Sparker is so excited to go on one of his coveted off angles with this Ashe, try to throw the Bob in there, and also steal a health pack.
Oh,
disgusting.
Dirty shot there from Sparker. Use that Coach Gun, the Bob to get away from Zoro, and the Bob did the rest. Knocked him up. Easy kill for the Ashe. Just sliced him up into meat and served him at a deli. Oblivione, Rose, they are just getting rolled. Like, there's no other way to put it. Theosaurus, look up the word destroyed. There's a lot of things you could use in replacement of it right now as Space Station. 125 meters. They might even get a full cap here, in all honesty. They've got the, do you know what? They've got the orbital ray, they've got a rally.
Yeah, they've got the ults to do
shock
it.
as well.
They definitely have the ults to do it. The Annihilation's gonna make this a little bit tougher, but you do have the rally to be able to contest with that. And now that Landon is dead, you aren't going to see the full cap come through, or at least you should not. You should not see the full cap.
Exactly. Astro, deploy the orbital ray. Luckily, Space Station, though, they did end up saving their rally, so you're pretty happy with that one. Good flank, honestly, from Zoro. Ended up flanking, used the Bob onto Landon. Quick knock off and a quick kill from SXJ. There you go, quick reset. However, for Space Station. But they can just continue to fight mid-rows. I mean, this is what push kind of devolves into, right?
Yeah, they've got a 90-meter lead, so there really is just defense to play around as you go for the Tectonic Shock right away.
Whoa, hello. Captain Prash comes out of nowhere, pops that rally, holding that shield in front of SkyTor. Now the focus is fully set onto the brig. Good Vortex usage. KSA ends up just running into that wall, just to extend the time in which he's kept alive. Landon also using the rally too, so a trading of Brigitte ultimates. And now, where are the picks? That is the question. Cage is going to come in. SXJ invited into it, but looks like Oblivione, they're going to try and crush this party. But that dynamite, and then Backbone Land, you just swing at him. A quick, concise team kill for Space Station, and a completion in their sights.
Oh, that was honestly a little satisfying to watch. You just saw all 4 kills come up in the elimination feed at the same time. I feel a little bad for Oblivione to have to be on the graphical side of that, but don't worry, we're back in the game. All good. It did not crash the server. We're fine. We might see this map completion here, though.
Too much violence. Nice kill from Backbone, kills Zoro. Bob coming through from Sparker as well. Although they're just going to fight inside that orbital ray. And even the Bob was benefiting from that damage increase. SkyTor, Takuno dead, and that is it, I think, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a full cap from Space Station Gaming on Aruna Sapi, as dominant as ever, in all honesty, as they find themselves on match point.
That was dominance. That was what we sort of expected, though, out of Space Station, and I think anything less would have given us a lot of question marks to whether or not Space Station actually are the best team in EMEA. I know, yes, Circuit Points, yes, they do have one of the stage wins under their belt, too, and we've always touted them as one of the top teams in the region, but I don't think that there can be any doubts after all of the work that they've put in over the course of the season, leading up into DreamHack Stockholm. You want to be confident that, like, yes, that's my team. Those are my players.
Well, I mean, a 3-0 is on the horizon. No points on either side. Although, to be fair, flash push, you could only get 1 point, so, you know. But still, a full capture is also ridiculous. I think Oblivione coming into this one as well, you're kind of expecting, I would imagine, they're up against some of the toughest opposition that EU has to really offer. You're thinking you're definitely the underdogs. If you maybe take a couple of points here and there, you're feeling pretty happy with yourselves. Still got another chance, though, of course, this being the winner's match. If you do get knocked out here, that being Extravione, well, you've got another chance to make it into the main event in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of teams, unfortunately, finding themselves in the position of having to face one of these top teams are thinking.
Definitely
it's
today.
Kind of like, oy, it's okay, yikes, we have to play ENCE, we have to play Virtus Pro, we have to play Space Station. Try your best. Use this as practice. Come back stronger for the next match you're going to play, and be okay with the fact that you do get a second chance. You're still coming at it from sort of the winner's side of the bracket. Which is a good leg up to have.
Is that boop, boom, Bob, and the coach gun. Yes, Zoro. Zoro had no control of the character there. Yeah, getting such an early lead on push is so hard to come back from. What, like 100? Oh, here's the almost kills happening at the same time. It was the dynamite damage and then just landing swinging the flail. And then Backbone too. And this is the big advantage of the Venture. Venture in general as a character is almost like Tracer in a way. If they can get to the back line, and they're not chunked down, pushed away, booped, something, right? It's just so easy for Venture to kind of run away with the team fight because you're getting so much free damage and there's small bits of CC as well with the drill dash. You've also got your own escape tool as well. Like, you need someone looking at the Venture in order to chunk them out and get them out of the fight. So they have to go for a health pack, get healed, reset. That's just not what was happening at all there. As
well, I mean, Juno has no self-heal either. So, like, she kind of ends up being the perfect target for the Venture to go after. Venture can get the combo, Juno gets deleted, and then with such a major source of healing utility gone, like, that's just easy cleanup for the rest of the team to take out.
Well, Space Station, they're on match point, Rose. A little 2-0 there after a full completion on push. We're going to jump to a break, give the players a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. Space Station, they're back. We're so back. Midtown is the pick here for Extravione, but after that, wow. What would you call it? What thesaurus? What word do you want to call it, Rose? After the Runasapi. Give me your best descriptive word for a SmackDown.
Oh man, you could pick anything in the Overwatch lexicon. Annihilation, Overrun.
Annihilation. Whoa, wait. Wait, that's a good one, actually. Overrun. I like that. They were literally overran. The bot ran them over almost.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
Double meaning. Well, Midtown's the map. Explodioni on the defense with a Space Station on offense. Okay. What do you expect we're going to see from Space Station here? No substitutions either, by the way. So we're keeping Backbone and KSA.
Ooh, well, I feel like it just could be more of the same. Backbone is one of the best mays in the region. I don't see very much of a reason for him to change off of that unless he feels like the Venter is going to get better access to the back line. And then Sparker's Ashe. There's just also very few players that can reach that same type of level. So I don't think we're going to see too many changes for what we ended up seeing on Runasapi, unless they want to get a little silly with it, I guess. They could get a little silly with it.
So we're always getting silly here.
Oh my god. All right, that's a little too close. That one I don't like. That's way too close.
How do you even get in that far? I didn't even know you could do that.
I don't like
We've
that.
unlocked the 7th layer of Zoom. All right, well, Backbone's on Torb. Oh boy, Torb Sim. Horrendously large W here for Space Station Gaming.
Wait, no, it's the Ashe. Now it's back to the Ashe, but like the Torbjorn?
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is what I'm about right here. Default Overwatch 2 Torb. Kind of goated. Oh, got rolled though by SXJ. Almost got the kill, to be fair, on the May. It was like 1 HP. A bit more RNG on the right click, maybe. That would have guaranteed the kill. Is Backbone going to stick? That is the question. Yeah, looks like it is. All right, okay.
Why
I'm
not?
down. I'm down to clown. Oh, maybe not. Okay. I suppose it's me. My bad, guys.
Hey, I did say maybe some silly stuff. I don't like it. Yeah, go back to the May, please.
Yeah, first.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie, I do think that the Torbjorn could have made some sense if you expected to see a Tracer. Midtown, very good Tracer map. We've already gotten some great examples of that earlier today. So maybe if you wanted to, Torbjorn, could have worked. You didn't see a Tracer though. I think going to the May makes a lot more sense. KSA is also gonna make a switch too to the Malga. So you really are just like running at them. Overrun them down.
For SXJ, that's a ridiculously fast. Oh, I don't think Space Station are going to really expect this. Blizzard in the train car as well. KSA, unfortunately, they're dropping over the edge out of LOS of Landon, who is probably there to Suzu.
Okay, back to square one. And it was just the Blizzard. It was just the Blizzard. They still have 4 other ults to play with for Ex-Oblivione's defense. And if they can keep being patient and controlled with what ultimates they use, this could be a full hold. We have 2 minutes left. Space Station have been sold for quite a long time in this map already.
Well, there's the orbital rate from Funny Astro. Can Thrash on this high ground there, has to Bastion get away from all that increased damage, but they're going to use their rate as well. KSA is in the front line right now, just taking so much hurt. Landing there, luckily, with Suzu to keep alive. Blizzard is going to freeze up the bomb and freeze up Skytor. These little homing rockets will end up healing Cam Thrash, who's just way too deep. Trying to look for trades, perhaps. Zora still claims 2, but it's Sakuno now turning tail and running towards the spawn. Looks like Backbone's going to try and look for any information. Space Station are capping, but Explodioni have a chance to come back. They got Annihilation.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to do that, though. Okay, I lied.
Or the wall. Oh, can they freeze him?
Oh, this is
nice.
a bad idea.
All right. Luckily, Skytor didn't end up ripping the ult, but the left click from Backbone slowing them down.
Oh, I just like, I saw the vision, I didn't like the execution because you didn't have any other backup there and you knew that there were going to be May cooldowns. The wall isolated you. The effort was there, but now you're giving up a ton of purchase in the rest of this map. You can see that like Landon's already taking this forward position. You got Sparker as well on the high ground and Cage from KSA. On the high ground.
You can't take that. Like, if you're Ex-Oblivione, you have to just 5-person push into the cage. Well, they do end up walling off KSA, forcing him to drop down to low ground. Kai is slowly moving now under the car wash.
Patient does it.
Oh, yikes. SHA ends up falling over there too.
With the
KSA.
Blizzard.
Yeah, Blizzard in hand too. Gonna wall off that high ground, so Oblivione have to punch their way through it. Zoro in the back line though, surprises land, and was some couple of shots there. Bob, Cage, Blizzard. Yeah, that'll about do it. That'll about do second point, I think. That's a combination of ultimates of all time.
Oh, you know that there's no coming back from that one either, so it's a fine investment to make. 3 minutes, 43 seconds into this third point. Very difficult to actually get that full capture here on this third, and with very little to do that with. It's gonna take a couple of minutes to actually get these ultimates up, but KSA switching over to the Diva. Sees that SkyTour has actually made the pivot over to the Orisa. This Diva will really allow you to help farm that backline. Takuno, Zoro, you better watch out, this Diva's coming for you.
Oh, good wall. Nice wall from SXJ. They do have trading maze though. Not the best start. Our ground control is going to be really nice for Sparker. It's going to be aided in the fact that KSA can also protect him if he really needs it. Is he just hunting for the Ash currently? Does take a body shot, ends up backing off, doesn't want to get headied. And here comes the rush. Takun's going to respond in kind with a little ultimate of their own. Now Orbital Ray, providing a lot of cover, and look at that. The healing increase there as well is just spectacular. And the damage too. SkyTour goes golden. Trapped between this May block right now. They're going to pop the rally as well. What's happening? They've created their own little fortress of ice. Oh, the Lich King. There you go. WoW reference for you. Parker does end up taking down two. SXJ and SkyTour burn to death. 2.5 minutes to go. Space Station Gaming still with a decent time bank and a forward position as well. SkyTour going down is going to give it a lot of free space to Space Station.
Oh, you have so few ultimates to actually come into this one with either. Like, may as well write off the Terra Surge. You're looking at the Bob to at least help extend some of these fights, but the Orbital Ray is coming in first.
Yeah, pretty scary there for Oblivione. They have to LOS this, and SXJ's in trouble. A good little wall and a block keeps the mate alive. Zoro again on the flank. The Bob is going to come through, potentially trying to... Oh, the Bob. Well, that's not exactly where Zoro wanted to plant it. Good little whip shot there from Landon to stop that one from being effective. A fully charged up Terra Surge does end up killing the Brig, but look how low SkyTour is. Focused down by Funny Astro and KSA. A good wall there to stop anybody from Oblivione getting back to the points. And with only a minute and 30 to go, it's just SXJ on the Tracer to try and get a final touch. Minute and 27 in the time bank for Space Station. Most importantly, over a minute. So pretty rapid victory there, especially on that last point.
And it is very difficult to capture that third point.
Yeah, especially with time.
Yep. Yeah, that is quite a bit of time to work with. We haven't seen very much of Midtown. That was a treat.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah, we haven't seen past the first point today, so it's nice to see the other parts of the map. They do exist, everybody.
Don't worry, the train has not left the station just yet.
Look at that Adonis up there. It's looking like Danny. Damn.
Danny's jacked. I don't know if people know this, but Danny's absolutely ripped.
Come to Stockholm and you'll find out how ripped Danny is.
That's true.
He's a boulder of a human being. All right, Oblivione on the defense, same thing. And honestly, I liked what I saw from Zoro. Just sometimes it's just Space Station, all 5-man push, right? Zoro a couple of times is able to, even on the second point, jump down, hit Landon in the back a couple of times, take down the Kiriko. But it was almost a little bit too late. Space Station had already played their hand. They made their move already. And it was just Zoro trying to pick up the pieces. And even that Bob too. Luckily, Landon had the foresight. Here's the Bob coming. Here's the whip shot. Bob's ineffective. Zoro is getting decent positioning. It's just Space Station being a little bit quicker off of the mark. No trolling here from Space Station either on the defense. I'm not seeing Torb, sadly. Just,
no Tracer.
Happy with the mirror.
No Tracer, no flanks, no Torb. Oblivione are also going to keep to this composition that they've run most of the series, the Ash, the May. I think May feels almost mandatory if you're going to end up playing into another May, so it makes a lot of sense that they might want to do that, but landing on the Kiriko makes this a little bit more dynamic.
Oh. Whew. Double tap in the head, landing down. SXJ meeting a frosty demise there. That's not exactly the trade that you want. especially with your tanks going down too. If you just keep your Mei alive, you have so much more control in these fights. You can see Exoblivione know that. They have to back up. They get a quick respawn, but then again, so do Space Station. The spawn, realistically, on the defense rows isn't like too far away, so
No.
it's gonna be it's gonna work out in Space Station's favor. So they're gonna be able to regroup at roughly the same time.
Yeah, it feels pretty equidistant, especially knowing that you have the rest of the team to sort of keep that pressure limited from the attacking spawn. Oh no, somebody help Skytor.
Oh yeah, good Vortex too. It's gonna ground Takuno for the time being. Skytor's taking a lot of damage. You could see the idea from Takuno there, just dash around the corner of the ice wall, just get the little healing missiles on him. These walls are so annoying from back row. It's been very frustrating to kind of deal with them. Eventually he is slain. Here comes the orbital ray. This Space Station, they have to get out. If they can escape as 4, they're going to be able to get a free recontest. 2 minutes to go. Sex movie only now. 5 people on point.
Yeah, don't forget that you can fire that orbital ray through a building. So
there it is.
Great way to get back into the point.
KSA is not getting frozen either. Perfectly positioning himself so the Blizzard's not freezing him as he LOSing the Snowball that whole time. Bob on the point as well for Space Station. They got ults to spare. A war from Backbone is going to stop that Blizzard, stop the Brig, sorry, from getting onto the point. Blizzard, unfortunately, though, doesn't end up freezing anybody. Unless a little speedering there from Takuno to get everybody out of that small room. Cam Frash Zora end up going down, though, the hands of Landon, who is 1 HP. Literally couldn't be lower. You look at him, and he would die. Oh, the Annihilation. Kind of ripping and roaring through the front line, but Tysus is going to get focused now. Yeah, luckily picks up the kill onto Backbone, but just the two Ramajos looking at each other, getting permanently healed. One of them will die eventually, I promise you. Eventually, Skytor melees KSA to death as the point is unlocked for Exoblivione.
Skytor just needed to remove the biggest problem first, which was the healing that KSA was getting from Lantern and Funny Astro. Big switch up here, though, for Space Station. It's going to be to the Brig from Lantern and the Mauga from KSA. Mauga's been so effective, and I think this is exactly a good example of this map of like why we have KSA in this roster. Look how quickly KSA is like, okay, no more Ramatra. It's time for Mauga. And no questions. The rest of the team just is on the same page.
I really like the Mauga pick against the Orisa. We'll see what Exoblivione can do, though. They can transition to this high ground with the orbital ray. Gonna wait for CDs right now. Oh, no, okay. Now you have to reset.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. You also need to back up too, because you knew that wall was coming, and so it was a very smart disengage here from Exoblivione. They don't want anybody else to get picked. They were already stalled for quite a long time on that first point, where they only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to work with here, and they gotta watch this flank. You see that Sparker?
Kind of nasty. It's got Bob as well. High ground control. They're trying to just take down KSA, but it's proving quite a tough affair. They do end up eventually freezing the Mauga. Can they secure the kill? Ends up stomping off of the high ground. It's just being kept alive. Eventually slain by Cam Prash. But they've already lost Skytor. It was a good Blizzard from SXJ, but somehow, some way, KSA's always able to avoid it. 2 minutes to go. They're in control of the payload rows, but Space Station can have a good recontest with an orbital ray of their own.
Oh, and we're gonna see KSA come out with the Diva, so ensuring that you're gonna be able to get back as quickly as possible. And I think the defense matrix from KSA has been amazing. You also have a little bit better control when you actually end up trying to disengage with something like the blasters. I find that overrun very difficult to actually target your direction.
Yeah, to be fair, the speed ring plus Diva is like a miniature tactical.
Oh my god.
Before they, even after they fixed the speed cap with Diva thrusters. Alright, so Aurora's pretty low. There it is. Straight into the back line goes KSA. That payload is not moving either. Exoblivione deciding they want to win the fight first, and, well, they're not winning it. That is for certain, as Zora ends up going down. Skytor finds himself alone on an island. Eventually they're going to get it going, but with only 1 minute and 12 seconds to go and a whole lot of ultimates to get through, Space Station, they can just sit back and relax. Maybe not relax for too much longer, though, as Landon does end up going down with the rally. Sparker, Bob in hand, running away from Skytor, and here comes the later orbital ray. Cam Crash is already down, though, so they've already got one source of healing now. There's going to be a whole lot of it, but Takuno and the rest of Exoblivione unable to make good use of that orbital ray. A Terra Surge does end up killing off Backbone in the Mei, but Skytor's now all alone. on a decent side of the map for the Orisa to be, but there's little to no backup for Skytor, and he's going to get staggered too. This is going to be final fight now for Oblivione to keep themselves in the series.
That is a huge stagger. That's such a big stagger too, because Space Station now get a chance to set up on the high ground. They get a little bit more onus to work with the ultimates that they have. KSA having the Diva Bomb is also big. You know you have an extra life at your disposal on top of the fact that you've got Blizzard, which can be a fight winner, but it's the rally that could be a huge difference maker here for Space Station. Space Station, they're gonna push the pressure. They're going now.
Yeah, look at Oblivione just trying to 5-man push down to slow ground. Backbone's got Blizzard, they got Rally, like you said, Rose. It's going to be such a tough fight. Maybe SXJ's Blizzard can weave its way past this mech. But gets deployed onto the bus stop. SXJ's already dead, and there goes the ults. You haven't got any anymore. Even trying to get past the Matrix is hard, but if you're dead, it's impossible to get off. Fun fact. Space Station, they get the Rally going as well, and KSA's just going to put himself on the points. And that will be it. Oblivione go down on Midtown, and Space Station get the 3-0.
Woo, Space Station. Again, just what a stellar performance. I feel like we should come to expect this from a roster, but it was also very clean. All the team fights that they were winning, all of the focus fire that they were putting in, their game plans were very confident, no matter what they were doing. I don't know. Danny, I'm so excited to see KSA back in this roster, back playing Overwatch. Yeah. It was a sad time to see KSA feel like he had to take a bit of a break, but he's back on one of the strongest teams, and
he's back stronger than ever.
Yeah, huge part of it.
And I feel like having KSA just like boosts SSG's power level even more. I feel like
100%.
Right. They could play a lot more comps, and they could be a lot more free, I guess, in whatever strategy they try to go with. So definitely a huge upgrade for SSG, and definitely a very deserving win for SSG. And really, I feel like just like they really proved that they are one of the top teams in the EMEA region.
Yeah, I mean, them, Virtus Pro, and ENCE. ENCE look like the most dominant team right now, I think. But SSG, with this addition of KSA, Stage 4, you know, Stage 4 is maybe a little bit to prove for them. But not really surprised to see this kind of result. Of course, their place in Stockholm is pretty much guaranteed anyway with 900 points, but a few more points, a bit of extra prize money. No one's really going to scoff at that.
Yeah, it's, you know, I feel like it's the individual, I guess, like skill level, but also SSG just like, you know, they're as a team as well. They're just like, they're just like one really strong team. You guys get what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, it's like one cohesive unit. All to work together.
They're a hive mind.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to put it, Danny.
And I also feel like it's, you know, KSA just joining. He just joined very recently, and he just fit right in. And I think that's a huge compliment for KSA as well. Just like, you know, joining to a new team, and doesn't seem like he's, you know, struggling at all, and you know, he's popping off.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get for joining a team that's very well lubricated, right? Lubricated, oh my word. Well, you know, well oiled up, you know? A team that's been together for such a long time. You slot one small piece in, you're going to fit in at home pretty quickly. Like, he only joined the roster, like, what, 10 days ago or something like that? Like, the team was already gelled together, and it feels like there's no change here, right? It feels like they've been playing together forever. There's a team that you expect is going to do extremely well in this meta as well, because of the backline too. Landon is a fantastic break player. Astro, even though he's not a Lucio, he's looking good on the Juno 2, another speed hero. But it's going to be Backbone's our player of the match.
Yeah.
Oh, Backbone is a player that I'm excited to see back as sort of a starting star in the Space Station lineup. I think for a while we were in that hit scan tracer meta where Backbone didn't necessarily have one of the stronger places in the meta, but we know that he's so good on all of these projectile DPS heroes. The Mei, stellar, such a standout. The Venture, though, too, was sort of like the big wow factor for me on this Runasapi map, and a very big asset to why we ended up seeing Space Station actually get the full capture on this map.
Yeah, his defense
disgusting.
is just so annoying to deal with. We kind of talked about it, but the Mei is also extremely strong in this meta, and that team is just very well all-rounded. And it's crazy too because they got Psycho, they got Sparkle, they got a lot in their DPS powerhouse. Another silly hero comes out, Backbone will be learning it and will be mastering it. So
Talking about Backbone, Jack, we have him for our first EMEA interview. We got Backbone for a really quick chat for a post-match interview. Backbone, big congratulations on getting the win. I love your. I actually have that. What do you call that? Like that blanket hoodie. I actually got
blanket hoodie.
Never got to use it.
Comfy.
Never got to use it because it's still kind of hot in LA.
Yeah, no, it's getting cold here now, so I've whipped it out.
Yeah? Hey, you're looking great, man. I'm just gonna start off this interview, dude. Big congratulations on getting the win. I do want to ask you about your newest member of SSG, KSA. What is it like playing with the newest member, newer tank that just joined SSG? How is it? What is it like?
I think it's really interesting because KSA is obviously insanely good. So to have him come in and play with us, it's interesting to see how he sees the game differently to how we would, I guess. It's always a thing you get when you bring a new player in. Like when Psycho and Astra came in, they had things they brought in as well. Because there's tons of things where maybe if we were playing with Hattie, me and Hattie tend to agree on everything at this point after playing together for so long. So KSA come in and just like the fresh perspective, I think is actually really valuable to make sure that you're not, I guess, getting complacent with certain things.
how do you rate the meta for you guys? Because you did struggle last meta. It was really rough for you, but now obviously you're bringing KSA, someone you've spoken to death about, and also your Mei is really sick, funnily enough. It's a pretty good hero for yourself and the rest of the team. Do you think this meta is going to be one of the better ones for yourselves going into the rest of Stage 4?
I think this is the perfect meta for us. I feel like you couldn't really make it much better for us. I mean, it's effectively the same meta from Face It. I mean, Mei's playable. Like the tanks are like good, except maybe Orisa. I think you're really happy with us on. Even then, I'd probably back us to have a good Orisa if we need to play it, but I don't think we do. Astra is for some reason able to play a hero that isn't Lucio. I think it's just a speed boost.
I know. I was shocked as well. I was like, no way. He's good at other heroes.
But Spark's just him on his scan. Yeah, like, I think it's the perfect meta for us. If this could stay meta for Stockholm, I'd really appreciate it personally.
That'd be great. I was actually gonna say, if Funny Astra wasn't playing the Juno, would we see Boneback make a reappearance for Space Station and maybe play the Juno instead?
Maybe. You never know. Like it's always there. It's always a possibility.
You know what?
Right,
I would
cross our fingers, maybe.
Boneback back again. That'll be great.
I mean,
anyways, yeah.
That's true. That's true.
All right, I'm gonna wrap up the interview. We're gonna let you go back, but thank you so much for the interview, and again, big congratulations on getting the win, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great guy. And it's also, I feel like it's also interesting to what he said about having a newer member, giving them, I guess, a different take on the game and like their strategies as well. I think that was very interesting.
Yeah, it's when Astro kind of came into that roster, that core, it's like, okay, they've got a phenomenal Lucio player now, but yeah, it can sometimes change how you like approach different situations and how you approach different metas as well. People do just bring new ideas, and man, this team is going from strength to strength at this point. Like it's still gonna be tough. I still think ENCE are probably top of the region, but I mean, Backbone is like backing himself, backing the rest of the team, saying this is the perfect meta for us. I'm like, hey, if it does stay meta, if it does stay meta, maybe the Korean teams will be quaking in their boots. I don't know.
We'll have to figure. I mean, we'll have to see. I'm definitely excited to see more from SSG. Those are the matches, guys. Let's take a quick look at our Group C bracket, updated Group C bracket. SSG moving up, and now it's gonna be Oblivione. Oblivione. God, what is it so hard to say that word? They're waiting until the match Hypnos and SR Peak Check happens, and then whoever wins that, they will face up against Oblivione. And here is our groups for EMEA Stage 4. Looking pretty good. Any surprises?
Yeah, no shocks there, really. I mean, ENCE, VP, SSG, They're all 2-0. Group D is pretty interesting though. I think Twisted Minds and Piece of Cake. I rate Piece of Cake quite highly. I think they're going to do very, very well. They're definitely going to qualify in that group. I think both Twisted Minds and Piece of Cake are. I'm also excited to see. Yeah, really nice team names. I'm really excited to see One Man Army continue. See how they do. Maybe against Peps. That rematch might be quite fun if Peps win against Meta Boys.
Yeah, I feel like EMEA is like very interesting region. They're like there's like I mean the top 4 teams, they're pretty much kind of I don't know Jack, you said that it's gonna be ENCE is probably like on top, but I feel like they're pretty even compared to other regions.
I think on good days, like each of those teams can take maps and games off of each other, and I think the 3 like top dogs, like that's where you want to be punching into. But thing is, there's the 3 spots right for EU, so those 3, someone has to upset one of them at some point. Like it can happen. And VP, they are lower in terms of points right now, only sitting at like 500 or something. So there's a chance that VP get upset, but they still look super good.
Yeah,
I think Piece of Cake. I'm putting my hat in the ring for Piece of Cake. I actually think that they might have a chance to sneak into like top 4, top 3. We haven't seen a whole lot of them yet, and obviously it's a retooled roster of some of the pieces from Gaming Gladiators with a couple of others. I don't know. I'm just stirring the pot a little.
Exciting. Yeah, no, I feel like EMEA is a definitely interesting and very exciting region. All right, we had 3 really great matches today. So we're gonna take a look at some of the best moments from all the matches that were played. Let's take a look at the first one. Best play number 1 from EMEA is Sky's the Limit. Oh, nice title. Sky 3K nice. On Juno. I mean, yeah, we're gonna see a lot more of Juno plays.
Yes.
I feel like, a good
very
Juno
powerful
player.
hero.
Yeah. Yep.
Very, very strong, funnily enough. And when you use the orbital ray as well, and you just hop up on your, you just like glide in the skies, and then your little pulsar torpedoes just annihilate everybody. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Another play.
Oh, this one was my favorite.
Yep.
Oh,
Top Dragon, your favorite player. Top Dragon.
Yeah. That was sick, man. Look at it. Like, the good tracers don't need to look behind them to see if the pulse connected, Don't need to see that explosion. Like, it's so... And he's blading too, which is also just absurd.
Can you do that, Jack? Without looking?
No, absolutely not.
All right. All right, our last best play is, of course, Sparker headshot on Runa Soppy. This guy, Sparker, the GOAT, never misses.
He is him.
He is him.
He is him. He's so good at taking these off angles.
Oh my god.
Like, you're never gonna get the jump on him. I feel like most of the other teams, even if you're trying to take that health pack, Sparker's gonna beat you to the punch, and you also end up having Landon to help you. So.
True. I wish I could hit like that. Maybe next life.
I believe next stage, Danny. I mean, next year is your year.
Yeah?
You're gonna be up there. I guarantee it, bro.
Thanks, Jack.
You'll be hitting shatters like the best of them, Danny. You'll be hitting shatters like Hardy does, I believe.
Not gonna happen. Maybe next life. But hey, I could be hopeful. All right, where are we going? Oh, schedule, everybody. We got, this was day 2. We got day 3 tomorrow of EMEA region. We got all these matches. Any favorites from you guys?
Oh, that first one. Yeah, Twisted Minds versus Piece of Cake.
Yep.
It's perfect. It's going to be a really sick game. I think I'm with you there, Rose, as well. I think Piece of Cake, they do have a really good opportunity. Maybe snipe that spot away from VP. That first game is going to be one to tune in for.
True. Sure. A lot of matches being played, and also a lot of important ones as well. So guys, tune in tomorrow to find out who gets a win tomorrow for all those matches. All right, any last words from you guys? Rose, Jack, anything you guys want to say?
NA's coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. It's gonna be a good time.
There you go. I don't have to say it anymore. Thank you, Jack.
There you go. Wow, look at that.
All right, Jack and Rose, thank you so much for casting all those 3 matches. See you guys soon. And everyone, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to come back. It's going to be NA. See you soon.
Goodbye.
Hello, Terrans. I am Juno. My adventure has just begun.
One more time. life on Earth has been so exciting. We have much to discuss. I have seen pictures, but Earth is so much more beautiful in person.
Watch and learn.
Oh, the sand here reminds me of home. It looks like it is made of gold.
Line and sinker.
There are some people I have been advised to avoid. Mother said all dogs were cute. Perhaps she was mistaken?
I will reap your soul.
I'm having trouble keeping track of everyone I meet. They keep changing their appearance. Alright. That one is Mercy. That one is Diva. I'm so bad with names. I was worried that keeping up would be hard. But it looks like I am not the only one starting from zero. Brushing up on one's skills is always a good idea.
Always more to learn.
As the Terrans say, it is party time! My adventure has just begun! Wait, what was that?
Payload's ready to move. Incoming!
Just more hunger.
Fall back!
What do we have here?
Get this hunk of junk moving!
You can hide, but you cannot escape.
We need a healer.
I am happy to serve. I sense that your hardest battle is yet to come.
Group up with me! I still have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Now it's going to get interesting.
That's no more.
All shall suffer. Our spirit will triumph. We'll have to force our way through. This is not over.
Got it. Package secured. I foresee great things for you.
Designation. Nice dead on there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over. That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see? Kept the that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Rocky.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth.
They didn't see that one coming. That is clean from Mirren.
Toronto Defiant are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions. ENCE is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here. It's time for North America. And of course, we got our casters. We got Matt and Mitch. Sup?
Yo. Why is Danny screaming? Danny, you so much energy. I respect that. You're halfway through your work day, bro. You're killing it.
You know, my day started a lot earlier than you guys. I'm trying to bring up the energy, you know?
I think Mitch did a show like 3 a.m., so I don't even know if that's true.
I finished at 3. I finished at 3, so it's
fine. You went to go hit the gym. I didn't even get to go to the gym yet.
Yeah, you mad, bro. My glutes, my hammies are feeling it, bro. Let's go.
Apparently, Mitch had a very good leg day, and I'm very jealous.
Skill issue, Danny. Skill issue, brother.
Skill issue? True. Yeah, but hey, better than leg day. I know what you guys all want. It's drops. Yes, of course we have drops. Watch all of the games and connect your Twitch account to your BattleNet and collect these sprays and icons as well. Pretty nice. Love the color scheme. Which
I mean, why work out when you can just connect your BattleNet account and just sit at home and get?
Or better yet, you could go to the gym and watch it while you're working out. While you're doing
take up the squat rack for 45 minutes because you're spending most of the time watching OWCS on your phone. I give you my personal blessing to do so.
And also make sure to follow all of our wonderful co-streamers as well that will be following along with the action all weekend long. We got Reinforce, Kenobi, CB-chan, and Skiesti. And for today, after the matches, we will be rating Reinforce. Jonathan. So go say hi.
Yeah.
Johnny, be ready. Johnny, we're coming for you.
We are. We're gonna mess your stream up, bro. Just prepare yourself, man. Yeah.
I like how Danny was gave a pause before reading Johnny. Like he was so shocked that he was on the thing. It's like, wait, what is that?
I'm gonna be honest. For EMEA, when I first saw the list, I didn't check it. It was my fault. I didn't check who the co-streamers were. And then the first line I see Reinforce, I was like, in my mind, I was like, that's Johnny, right? I was like, yeah, Reinforce. And then I had to look at the screen. I was like, okay, that's Johnny.
Cool. The person you've worked with for almost a decade now.
Yeah, we're the better part of 7 years.
Is it 6 years, 7 years?
It's been a hot minute, Danny. I'm just putting it out there, brother. Time is
guys, we're getting old. We're getting old, guys. All right. Hey, talking about time, time does really fly fast because we're already pretty close to the end of the year, and we've had a lot of gains, got a lot of gains and games, I guess.
Heck yeah.
Yep. Stage 1, Stage 2, of course, DreamHack Dallas was amazing. Stage 3, we just got finished, and now we're on Stage 4. And of course, after that, we have one final DreamHack, and that is happening in Stockholm, November 22nd to 24th.
Yeah, we've obviously had our Swiss stage already, right? So we're in the groups week 1. We've got another group of that, and then the main event is already going to be upon us. So that race for Stockholm to get those circuit points is well and truly underway. Remember, we're giving out more circuit points here for this sort of main event. So it's crunch time for these teams that were maybe on the cusp of featuring in Stockholm and have a chance to break in and be a part of the action there.
Yep, 16 teams advance out of grueling Swiss stage to compete in the groups. 4 GSL-style groups, all matches first to 3, and top 2 teams from each advance to the main event. And also, by going through all this, you get money, of course, and also a lot of points, like Mitch mentioned.
Yeah, and the points are extremely important, right? The points kind of scale throughout the year, where the last event here is obviously worth more than the beginning because you want the teams that are the best now to be in Stockholm or have the best chance to make Stockholm, right? Teams that have been kind of floating around that top all year long with an opportunity to get a ton of points and maybe push themselves over the line.
Yeah. And also, I think, like you guys mentioned, I think right now the points you get triple the amount of points right now compared to stage 1, so every player still has a chance to make it to the main event as well. So yeah, root for your favorite teams, favorite players. It's gonna be good. And also buy your tickets for Stockholm. We'll all be there.
Yup. It's gonna be cold, so bring a jacket. I gotta go get a new jacket. I mean, I assume so. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I assume it's gonna be cold.
It's literally Scandinavia in the wintertime, guys. So yeah, you're gonna want to rug up a little bit. You know what I mean? Umbu, you look like a sugar lump. I get cold very easily. I'm gonna wear like 4 layers, bro.
It's time to bring our SSG blanket hoodies. Finally, that we got from Dallas.
Oh yeah, I didn't get one of those. Space Station, hook me up.
Yeah, neither did I. I thought Mitch was bringing out like the mink coats. He was gonna get like the full on.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Honestly,
do it.
Just you wait.
Do it.
Just you wait. I've got some heaters in the drafts. Don't you worry.
Okay, all right. We are going into the NA matches, so let's take a look at NA group standings as well. This is the second day of groups. Of course, Group A is Toronto, Shikigami on top. Group B, Energy, Fluff, C, Nightmare, Ram. D is Citrus Nightmare and TSM.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously that Group D gives us a pretty interesting look.
Yep.
Shikigami were a team that were pretty competitive, I think, in a lot of these group stages earlier in the year. Good for second, third, coming out of these group stages. But over in Face at NA Master, they had a bit of a weaker season. I think they're 3-8 coming out of the sort of Swiss phase and don't really make much of a run there. So we might sort of, I'm curious to see how they sort of go through the rest of this group. Obviously, there's a chance they get out here, but I mean, someone has to get dragged out in front of the Toronto Defiant each time. We cannot avoid this ritual sacrifice. It must happen. The gods must be appeased, and we've got that on deck first today.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Toronto looking undefeatable. They won all 3 stages in NA, and they're looking, I don't know, very scary. And of course, like you said, it is going to be our first match for Group A. It is going to be Toronto Defiant versus Shikigami. Oh man, I feel like Shikigami's gonna have a hard time. Let's be honest.
That's a great way to describe it. Oh man, but I mean Toronto, they've kind of just ran through. Even when you think Toronto looks weak, like in NA, and signs of maybe something's going to change. Towards the end, they still come out winning. Through the groups. Largely in the group play, they've gone completely uncontested. So, not ideal here for Shikigami. I mean, really, anybody who ends up in their group, not great.
I mean, Toronto are always good for a hard throw in an upper final, in a 5 mapper, right? They lost the upper bracket final to NRG, if you remember back to stage 3. And, then they hit the gas. They come up and win that grand final 4-0. So, they get there. That's interesting. Danny coming into play.
Danny.
Let's go, Danny. Let's go, Danny.
Let's go, Danny.
It might be. I mean, this is possible, right? We've honestly seen Toronto mix up a lot of their rosters. Yeah. I'm going to trust our production that this is actually Coach Danny coming into play here. Maybe Lenny's just got his feet up for a little bit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe Sugar Freeze is a bit busy. I know. I don't know what he could be busy with, but potentially has something else going on. We'll kind of make sure on that. But Danny would be interesting.
I think we've seen Danny play before on this team. No, I think we've seen him get subbed in.
I don't think I've personally seen Danny play.
Okay,
but I would love to see Danny play.
Anyway, I mean, we definitely should talk about the Shikigami roster because again, I think earlier on in the year they look really good. Obviously, Sonjun and Taejong here at DPS. And obviously Onion, who we know she's been around for a long time and it was featured on some pretty top contenders rosters here. So this is definitely a team that should get out of this group. They definitely have the quality. Yes. They had a pretty comfortable win in their previous game. So you want to keep your eyes on Shikigami, see what they can do.
That's what I was gonna say. Even with a loss here or keeping it close against Toronto, you still like this team to come out of the group. Still a lot of talent across the entire roster, even across the bench. So. To see kind of what they could do here against Toronto, right? May not be at full strength. Where they have Danny in. We'll see how Toronto plays, but Shikigami an opportunity here potentially, and then also obviously I think looking pretty strong to make it out of groups in general.
And if you remember, Sonjun was spent a short time in the Seoul Dynasty. I don't know if they ever really got any play, but they were also on Talon Esports. So this is an individual that's been around for quite some time. And Taejong is 18-year-old DPS player out of South Korea. So yeah, I don't know too much about them, but again, we are seeing maybe Shikigami take a leaf out of some other teams' books and use those import slots to try and add some strength into the roster. So I'm curious to see what they got for us here.
Yeah, I'm also very curious. It's time to jump right into the match. Mitch and Matt, take it away.
Oh, just like that, Danny?
Yeah.
I mean, that was...
What a throw. Okay.
Something also I think we could probably talk about right here off the rip is Clash and Flashpoint now kind of share a map pool, right? I think this is the right way to kind of handle this. If you kind of spread things out and added another game mode kind of selection, then it just becomes a little bit watered down, right? With 2 modes that only have 2 maps each, really, to kind of pick from. So really like the decision to have that in terms of a split. So we've already seen some Clash. Potentially we see it from some of the teams who maybe have you would say underdogs per se, right? And maybe they're able to kind of pick it and change things up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if because obviously this is loser pick, bear in mind here. So it might be where a team looks to try and get an advantage, but again, it's very well, it can be over pretty quickly, but it is kind of hard to finish the map. We'll get on to Clash if it becomes an issue, but so far we are heading into Nepal instead. Sanctum going to be our first map here. Danny is in at DPS for the Toronto Defiant, so Sugar Free taking a bit of a breather here.
Not our
and
Danny.
Much like we saw in Face It. Okay, we're going to come back here just out again. We're going to brief pause, but just like we saw over in Face It Master, we are in a Juno's metagame here, so expect to see a lot of Juno. She's still very powerful. I don't think she's really been, affected that much by recent balance changes, so still very strong.
No, still extremely strong. You mentioned how we kind of saw it like dominate Face It League, the end in playoffs and EMEA specifically.
At an NA.
Yeah, NA was like, hey, at least give us a little bit of time before we start playing this. But now kind of obviously in across the board are really powerful in terms of the death ball, like the ultimate, which I think a lot of people were maybe a bit skeptical on early on, seems to be actually really strong in combination with a lot of these rush playstyles.
Yeah, same value proposition I think that a lot of people got out of like Lucio Brigitte combinations, back when we saw them all brawly style teams, right? A lot of AoE healing and, the throughput in general for Juno is very, very high, but you tend not to notice it. A lot of her healing actually comes from the orbital ray. That is, when you see a Juno, like before ult, she, I'd say like a high percentage, like 30 sometimes % of her healing can come from that orbital ray, even more in those death ball compositions.
It is an uber stat.
No,
30% of all Juno healing comes from orbital ray.
I've learned from I've learned from the master of these stats. Maven has taught me everything I need to know about delivering these key insights to our audience. But it is pretty filthy. We've seen a lot more, obviously, Orisa getting mixed in here with these compositions more recently, though.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? During like the Face It Masters, right? We saw a lot of different types of tanks, but mostly D.Va. It feels like, yeah, D.Va and Ramatra. And I think when D.Va got nerfed yet again, we probably all thought that it was going to go towards the favor of Ramatra, but it's actually been Orisa, probably the biggest winner so far, where both teams dropped the Lucio. You have the speed now with the Juno.
I mean, crucially on live, like the 4 to 5 movement speed penalty for Orisa got reduced, so she doesn't get slowed down nearly as much. And conversely, like D.Va gets her base health and armor reduced, so that just seems to put Orisa in a stronger spot. We know balance-wise that the dev team had been trying to move Orisa up a little bit more. She's been a little overlooked in the past here, but Toronto here trading the neutral pretty well. A lot of that pressure goes down onto Solo here. As the Vega is doing pretty well in terms of that heal charge already.
Yeah, Taejong has a really difficult job, right, on the Pharah, because you have Merit on the hit scan at range, right? You see a Sonic Arrow there, just kind of scares Merit from coming around a corner, peeking on the Pharah, but still seems like trying to get in a position to use this Pharah well.
Yeah, Merit here under some degree of pressure. Sonjun going to be forced away, though, and Yas gets a little bit too close to the sun there. Taejong elsewhere is able to bring Danny down. A little bit tough for the Mei to play against the Pharah, but don't always see that picked up on this map, and Merit, beautiful headshot. Claims Graveyard. Shikigami will be bundled off the point here.
Yeah, and I think you play the Mei on that bridge with the Orisa. It's really difficult to kind of dislodge those two characters, right? You're not necessarily even looking for Danny to go crazy. It's a nice shot by Sojin out of the spawn there. Danny go to crazy to making hero plays on the Mei. Really just good Mei walls, right? Splitting people off for someone and the rest of the team to finish them off. And that's all you really need.
Well, in an early Suzu forced there. I think Rupal was worried about Sonjun following up. Good damage across onto someone, though. They're getting a little bit low, but Terra Surge is now available. Rupal being pretty hard to catch, and a good contest as the Dragon Strike gets thrown through. That's going to split someone off from their backline, but Orbital Ray means Toronto can come forward. Anian going to throw one out of her own in response, but Taejong falls first. That damage amp on Orisa turns her into an absolute meat grinder. Okay, here's the Terra Surge from Solo. That's avoided for the most part. Danny can just ice block here, and our Solo doesn't have any armor to work with. Once you crack that armor, Orisa feels pretty squishy.
And then the Solo Terror Surge right there on the Onion, and you mentioned she had a really good use of the orbital ray. They were putting a lot of pressure on the Toronto Defiant, but Vega had his as well. And now the Kitsune Rush, you're probably going to see these both laid up on top of this bridge. Probably you're going to get the Bob inside of it, though. That could be pretty devastating here.
A lot of map control here for time being taken by Toronto. They probably don't want to give Taejong too much room, but Merit can really make the most of these longer sightlines that Taejong has to respect and play out of for the most part. Bob at the ready here.
Or should they trying to bait them in? You see how kind of like they're playing on the bridge there, the Defiant? Like, playing and okay, that was a bomb just kind of thrown in there towards the end. I thought they were playing a little bit further back, right? Waiting for the rush to come up, and then RuPaul's playing on that high ground with Merit, would have like rushed back towards Merit, and then end up using their bomb. But this is going to be the Kitsune rush used here for both teams.
RuPaul? Solo rush on the point, RuPaul. Okay, going 1v2 for a time, but still able to stay alive. The Blizzard there thrown down by Danny. Solo may have been affected by that. They were forced to play out towards the edge of the map. I'm not sure what the Kiriko ult usage there was from RuPaul, but hey, job done at the very least. Now, after Sonjun finds an early pick there on Merit.
Yeah, no, but now look at how fast Vega already with the Ray here on the Juno. So we'll see how they go about trying to potentially use this. Oh, they're going to go aggressive with it.
Dragon Strike here, though. This makes it hard for Toronto to benefit from the orbital ray at all, but after the fact, it's too far away from them. Solo's able to push back, and so Toronto let that Juno ultimate go for very little value when Solo's found Danny. Someone needs to heal up. They've gone for a health pack, but in the meantime, Sunjun's been able to find RuPaul. Nice headshot connection. Vega has to trend back a little bit now. Pulsar torpedoes to hope to spread some healing. A little bit of damage on the Fire would have been enough, but Taejong is healed up, and Graveyard can finish the job. Shikigami get to flip it back.
Like you said, trying to get spread some healing. All I saw there was a battle.
The red diamonds.
Yeah. There was maybe a 2 seconds thought of healing there. The rest was all damage. As Merit will go over to Cassidy, so potentially realizing that this is going to be a little bit more close quarters. So Shikigami like pushing up towards those choke points. So not necessarily going to get great value from the Ashe from this type of position. And Cassidy obviously much harder to rush down.
RuPaul here playing an off angle, just trying to control this flank route. Okay, here comes an orbital ray from Anion, so we're out of sync in terms of those Juno ultimates, and Shikigami have been able to turn that into a nice pick on the Mei. What does someone do from here? They're very low. Solo healthy enough with their Terror Surge, available to them. Shikigami with an ult advantage lead here can definitely exercise that into the next fight. Here's that Terror Surge. Merit doesn't have the mobility to quite get out of it. He goes low, and Anion picks him off.
Yeah, no, I don't know how you're going to fight this again for Toronto, right? You get pushed all the way back into the spawn. It's going to be above 90% here for Shikigami. So he's going to have to, maybe switch to get a touch. It'll be Danny switching over the Tracer trying to do so.
Merit on the Widow making here. Okay, trying to play out from spawn by the looks of things, but time is short. Danny got picked off by Sonjun. A headshot, no less. Terror Surge here for someone, probably for the extra durability. But Shikigami, you look like they're about to take this round away. Orbital Ray for Vega doesn't get the job done. And how about them apples? Toronto lose Sanctum.
Yeah, they're doing a nice job. Shikigami putting a lot of pressure on the Toronto Defiant, and every time Toronto is able to get a foothold on the point, you were able to flip it pretty comfortably there for Shikigami. So playing that Pharah base setup, we'll see if they go with that yet again with the Pharah Hanzo. I think for Toronto, you probably stick with Danny on the Mei, and then you keep going with Merit on the Cassidy here.
Yeah, it feels like it's definitely prone to get you a little bit more value on Village, and we have seen plenty of Pharah in the past, even on this map. Taejong? Okay, on the Torb would be an interesting choice. Not a lot of flank pressure here from Toronto. Could be annoying for locks on to Vega, but yeah, hard to see that really having a great value proposition. Sim gets you out of spawn. Taejong on the Tracer.
Yeah, no, I mean, you would outplay the Torb here. I mean, there's no real threat for the Toronto Defiant to have any type of flank pressure, and I think that's also something that potentially now you look at, and for Shikigami is into a little bit more predictable, right? What you're going to get from the Toronto Defiant here today is Sunjun goes high in the sky here, just trying to get a little bit of information where they actually went.
They're going for it. Vega doesn't have the mobility to avoid this, and Danny, a little slow on the uptake. Takes them a while before they realize Sunjun is there, and in and out, Sunjun gets with a free kill.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way you were going to be able to kind of keep Vega alive there. As RuPaul not playing the Kiri, you can actually play the Brig here. So potentially a little bit of a slower composition here for the Defiant. The Kriko provides a little bit more offensive firepower than the Brig. The Brig, though, if you can get the fight on the point, right? That's what's really important.
It's miserable against the Pharah, though. That's the thing. Gonna be a lot of poke damage being taken here by Toronto as they try and approach. Sonjun really peppering them. Already built a barrage, but won't need it in this fight. Stunning stuff from someone, finding a nice javelin onto Merit right at the beginning, basically nullifying Toronto's DPS possibilities. They're switching to the Diva here.
Well, did you see how the Toronto Defiant kind of left the doorway? It was basically someone spear spinning, looking straight up towards the sky, trying to block some of the rockets, allowing Merit to kind of get through the doorway to put down some damage. And I mean, that just not going to be able to make it work that way. Is Toronto just holding up here for a second? That is unfortunate there for Merit. Solo barrage hiding in the corner and nothing going right for the Defiant.
Nice little air shot there as well, catching on the Vega. Shikigami looking the better team right now. Toronto in complete disarray, unsure about what composition they want to be on. Shikigami showing us a lot of flexibility. Sunjin and Taejong swapping between these heroes, getting a lot of Hanzo action in that first round. And now with this Tracer Fire comp, they look pretty deadly. Sunjin more than happy to play a solo flanker at times. And Taejong, of course, is able to do that by default. Here comes Toronto, at least with an orbital ray to work with. But Rupal's suffering from this Tracer pressure. Danny trying to control some of these flank sightlines, but Taejong just seems a little better. Danny eats a pulse bomb, baby. And here come the orbital rays. But Toronto are down to DPS. Merit can't hope to do too much from here. Toronto completely forced off the point. They're basically at risk of being entirely shut out here. Terra Surge thrown down. Here is that late orbital ray from Vega. It allows them to pick up Anion at the very least. Graveyard falling after the fact. It's Vega finding 2. And Toronto get a foothold, at least at the death of things. It's 99. And they're trying to flip back. But this could be a problem. Merit's done so little this round. But Toronto at least get a flip.
Well, you still have 2 players alive here. Make it 3, actually, here for Shikigami. So it actually might be a little bit of a stall here. But yeah, a few players die late. So it's going to be pretty huge here for the Defiant, as they need any easy percentages they can get. As the winning part there for the Defiant, you know, things you feel good about towards the end is that Graveyard ends up using the Kitsune Rush, so you know that there's no support ults on the table here for Shikigami. Toronto now has access to their Kitsune Rush. You win a fight here, you start to get over, you know, the 50% mark. You feel like it's potentially winnable then for the Defiant.
Sunjin on the Cassidy now. Merit's dead. I should control this space. This will stop Shikigami in their tracks for now. Oh dear. The Javelin spin expires. Solo ultimately was exposed in that corner. Merit pushes out for a little bit more, and that should be enough for Toronto here to be able to ease in to stacking up this capture percentage.
And I mean, I said that they potentially had the Kitsune Rush to use there to get over 50%. They don't even need to use it, right? So really good here for the Toronto Defiant. You also get a nice build up towards that orbital ray yet again. So another huge ultimate is Pulse Bomb doesn't go for anything, but there's Graveyard taking out Danny.
Yeah, sometimes those kunai just clap you as Tracer. Vega a little bit low there. Yeah, gonna be too easy for Sunjin to pick them up, and ultimately Shikigami able to get back into the game, and it's all a pick on Danny that starts things off. Kitsune Rush being deployed here. Merit has to go absolutely bonkers to keep his team in this game, and it's just too much to ask. Solo too durable. Rupal got slapped there. Sunjin with the taps, and there it is, folks. Map number 1 goes the way of Shikigami.
Yeah, I like how you said that with a question mark. But they get that kill on a Danny at the start, and then they get the D-Mech onto someone. Someone ends up kind of going with the self-destruct. They kill him before he gets back in mech, and they never really have a great opportunity to use that Kitsune Rush or the Orbital Array towards the end for the Defiant. And Shikigami flipped the point back with ease. They look strong in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, and that DPS composition here for Shikigami, not just the hero picks, but also the individuals look very, very good. Sunjin and Taejong, very hard, for Merit, obviously, to have to deal with, without Sugar Free in today. Danny had a tough job, had to switch between the Mei, going over towards the Tracer, and that's a lot to ask here. Toronto struggled, though, in general. I think on this Nepal game, that first round was pretty close, but the Hanzo play was pretty impressive. The Farah look, and you'll notice a lot of flexibility between these DPS from Shikigami. They might have a golden opportunity here to get out of this group in first place.
I mean, that's what I was going to just mention, actually, right? You go up 1-0 here. You have a possible advantage over Toronto here today. Hey, you take first place in the group, right? Give yourself potentially a little bit of an easier opponent as we move into the main event, the top 8. So that could be a decent amount of circuit points for these players, kind of like end the season on, where would also be a little bit of extra money, right? Just even winning that first round in the main event. Huge opportunity potentially for Shikigami.
You know who's coaching this team, by the way?
For Shikigami?
Yeah.
No, who?
It's Fletter. So Fletter comes into this team with Sunjin and Taejong, and all of a sudden Shikigami, I mean, this was like a week ago. They mean some serious business now. I would suggest and I don't think this is taking too much creative license, that they've made a pretty big investment here in OWCS Stage 4, hoping to really make an impact.
They have like a 3-person coaching staff. I mean, they have a large roster in terms of like players, coaches. Yeah, making a lot of effort, obviously, here towards the end of the season. Everybody going 100%, trying to make it towards Stockholm. So throw all your eggs into this basket, right? As they at least have paid off in map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we mentioned, yeah, there's so much more weighting of circuit points towards doing well here in Stage 3. So if you just looked at the past results of Shikigami, and by that I mean not within the last week, you probably wouldn't have been expecting too much. But this team looks like they're looking to position themselves as the real deal. And Toronto limping coming into today, obviously not with a full strength roster. Yeah, we're put up against it very, very quickly. Now, it is loser pick. So Toronto do have a chance to try and craft a battlefield of their choosing, but I'm feeling Shikigami. They're looking real good.
I was like, how many times have we said Toronto get to pick a map in an NA group stage? I don't know if like I was trying to look up like have they ever lost a map in groups? Like that might be their first map loss in groups. So yeah, what 2-0 in stage 1. In stage 2 they also went 2-0. Stage 3. I'm gonna look it up, but I can tell you probably more of the same. Yeah, 2-0. I mean, that's their first map loss in groups there for Toronto. So just how strong they've been at like this moment of the tournament. We obviously seen them lose like games in the main event and whatnot, and lose series. But in terms of group play, right? Just making out of groups, they've been absolutely perfect all season long up until now.
Yeah, and look, I mean, and let's not forget as well, like as the Ultra making a really incredible run at EWC. This is a team who I think disappointed us in Dallas, right? I think that's maybe like the one blemish on the record of Toronto Defiant is that when we played that first OWCS major this year, they were pretty outclassed, and in general, like North America seemed to struggle here. But again, this is just a day where not working a full strength roster. Shikigami though also looked very, very good, which is probably what exacerbates this apparent difference between these teams' capacities. But I'm excited. We might have a proper series on our hands because often, folks, we get into these like winners games in our groups, they tend to be a little one-sided because, we maybe have like 4 or 5 really solid teams in North America, and then there's a bit of a gap. Here, though, seems like we're working with something nice. And hey, Shikigami are hoping to make their way towards Stockholm with a great performance here in Stage 4. I hope you've got the same idea. You can obviously get your tickets today, dreamhack.com/Stockholm. The chance to meet the real Mr. X in the flesh.
It's going to be a good time. Yeah, bring a magnifying glass. It's going to be a good time. DreamHack, obviously, the ABBA Museum. Somebody's telling me I think there's like an old town there. You can go check that out. So get your tickets. Come on down.
Yeah, the problem is an old town. Stockholm is a pretty old.
I mean, you can basically say that just about anywhere. Like, oh yeah, there's an old town. Like, you're kind of covered,
but when you say
right?
old town about the United States or like Australia, it's like what, 200 years old? There are buildings in that are like twice the age of this whole country. So but yes, there probably is an old town in Stockholm, and it's probably pretty good. There's probably great, I don't know, Smorgastorta out there. If you like that stuff, I know Johnny's a big fan of it. Look it up, Matt. It's pretty intense. Anyway, Blizzard World selected
what is
by...
that? Is that a fish?
Smorgastorta? Did I spell it right? Hold on, I'm looking it up.
It sounds like a tortoise.
No, it's a cake.
Oh, it's
Smorgastorta. Yeah, it's a cake.
I'm way off.
It's got shrimp on it though. Dude, it actually looks lit. I want to try it. That's one thing I'm gonna do in Stockholm is try this Smorgastorta or whatever it's called, because it's like bread and it's savory. It's savory cake. I don't know. Anyway, can we just talk about the game, Matt? Stop getting me so off topic, bro. That's so cringy.
You're the one who brought it up, right? I'm here talking about the game, and we got Danny playing Torb here on defense. So we're memeing the Torb, which obviously deserves to be memed on Paul potentially as an option. But here looks like Toronto on defense, playing a very defensive style of comp, right? With the Torb in the mix, you have the Ilari, right?
Very defensive.
Ash,
famously
right? So,
defensive hero, Iliari. Yeah.
well, I would say more of like a long distance poke comp, right? Like this comp is not going to be let's just get on top of Merit as someone as he dives in, right, and make plays for the back line. This is very much kind of like a counter dive type of style.
All right, here we go. Yeah, going to be a little bit tough to get Pagong in position here. That Torb turret's going to be a little annoying. Speaking of turrets, that healing pylon from Vega, those already been cleared out, but it can be replaced soon enough. Get to 12-second cooldown, so Won't be an issue. The dive comp, defensive dive from Toronto. It's such an interesting composition, honestly, with a very strong backline, but one that could be described as a little greedy. Still, that sleep dart's going to be pretty crucial. Sunjun here, outranged heavily by Merit. Still able to find a nice little dink, then duck around the corner. Solo, though, starting the cap here. Hindrance early for someone, but they're able to shrug it off here. Danny's turret, though, has been taken down, so now Taejon can really start to get a bit more aggressive. So far, they've just been doing janitorial duties, clearing all of the pets and deployables, but Sonja goes down early. Up to Taejon now and Solo to break through. Someone very, very low here, but a lot of healing throughput available with this composition, and it should be Toronto able to get back in.
And even if they lose the fight, I still like the way that Shikigami played that, because Toronto wants to hold that high ground in the back of the point, right? That's kind of like one of the ideal positions. Danny going for a hammer kill here. As that back of the point, the high ground is like really the point that you want to be holding there for Toronto. And Shikigami like rotates around, forces them off of the high ground, and for a fight just on that low ground over the point. And it doesn't obviously work out there for Shikigami. They end up getting 2 ticks, right? I know, very close at third, but I like the idea there for Shikigami. I think that's the right way for them to attack this.
Yeah. Orbital Ray here for Anion. She able to find an elimination in the previous fight with those pulsar torpedoes, so definitely a force to be reckoned with. Nano boost though available here for someone in theory, or the dive target, whoever Taejon wants to go after. Captive Sun also could be impactful, considering that Shikigami's comp plays a little close together with the Cassidy and this Brig alongside the Orisa. You'll see Shikigami trying to wrap around here. Vega wants to try and punish the choke. In goes the Captive Sun. Interrupted, almost had that ultimate shut down, but he's still able to get that off, if I'm not mistaken. Here's the primal from someone, though. Rupal also holding on to a nano boost for later in the fight. It's going to be a rally pop by Graveyard here, and someone wants to punish this still. Force them away. Good amount of damage, but someone needs to be careful not to get caught here. Bionade, though, went in the direction of Solo by the looks of things, and Sonjun perishes to a dynamite, but here comes Taejong! What a wombo combo! Combine that with the Terror Surge, and you've got one dead Toronto roster.
Orbital Ray, Terror Surge, and the Blade there all at one time for Shikigami, and that is one way to unlock the payload. They just kind of... It actually started to look pretty good for the Defiant, right, early on. You end up, get the rally out, someone pretty healthy as the Nano Boost has the Primal, and right there, it all gets shut down.
This is now getting out of hand here, Toronto. Need to get their ducks in a row quickly. Sondra trying to punish this, and someone walked into the Deadeye. Just didn't have anywhere to go by the looks of things. Vega sheepishly now has to back right on out, and this is going to be Toronto conceding so much control of this second phase of the map. Taejon lingers a little bit too late there. There will be a trade, though. Merit will be felled. A DPS for DPS with Solo out of the picture here. Shikigami will have to back up.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get any more payload progress here, right? Everybody going to just funnel in and die, and this will allow Toronto to hold to serve a little bit here at the choke. Let's take a look at this replay, though. This is from... They just POV, it's just dashing on through.
Will it blend? Yes. Yes, it will. Okay. See the push up here defensively for Toronto. Lucky Vega looking to get some value, build up another Captive Sun. That turret, though, of course, is being destroyed. It's going to force them to back up now, play around a more defensive healing pylon position once it comes off cooldown. And yeah, Danny constantly getting value. And that turret, Taejong having to clear that pretty meticulously before they can dive in. Otherwise, it's just going to be damage that adds up to be too much to handle. It's a big ults here. Modern Core available for Danny. That's going to be a problem. And obviously, Nano Boost still in the hands of Rupal.
Yes, it looks like Shikigami just taking a little bit of time here to just figure out how they're going to potentially attack this. Maybe it's Orbital Ray plus the Terror Surge, right? You get the speed here. Is Solo going on in? There's going to be the Orbital Ray.
Nice Ray. And on core, though, questionable. This gets dropped in a little pile there. Doesn't get spread too much. Danny gets taken down by Solo and Orbital Ray. That is serious business when an Orisa basically just gets to move up with it. Someone is trying to respond here, though, with a Primal Rage. Nano Boost already got expended in that fight. Someone really hopes for just a little bit more. And with the bio on Solo, there's an opportunity. The Terror Surge was in the hands of the Orisa, and someone opts to respect them. Catches Anion, though, with a right click as she drops down. And Rupal is still alive.
Yeah, that is a sick play there. You had to have Graveyard end up using the rally to keep themselves alive up on that high ground. As Solo getting dangerously low, not going to be able to use Terror Surge. Was hit with the effects of the bio, so probably would have ended up dying anyway. As Rupal making some big plays.
Oh God, this is scrappy. This is extremely scrappy.
Yeah.
But Toronto have been able to establish themselves again. It came at quite a cost. But all their support ultimates got used at the start of that fight. They're already halfway built yet again. Someone soaking a lot of damage. And given that ult charge over to Vega and Rupar respectively, there's also a Bob online. But Shikigami have the wombo. Terra Surge, Dragon Blade available. Sonjin wants to open with the Deadeye.
I mean, I don't think we'd see the same type of thing again, right? I think that Toronto can play at a much further distance now than before. Is someone getting Onion very low? She's gonna have to back up, and oh, that's actually the blade that just gets sniped out of the sky.
I mean, someone right-clicked both Anion and Taejong in that fight. They go deep and they hear the Dragon Blade coming out, so someone just backs up here. Notices Shikigami a little low, not getting healed up quickly enough. The throughput just isn't there. And then they just go for 2 right clicks while keeping a respectful distance. That's huge. Shikigami get ground to a screeching halt. They've got one last chance now with just the Terra Surge to try and make some more progress here.
I think it's going to be very difficult to get good value out of this. Nano, Captive Sun, Primal going to be online here for the Defiant in the last fight.
Taejong notes the position of the Iliari. Needs to try and push the card up and probably contest, so can't be too aggressive in this fight. Has to recall pretty early as a result. Danny's turret has been removed here. The issue is Merit's on the high ground looking pretty comfortable. You see the Javelin spin there from Solo to try and mitigate some of this Ashe damage. But Merit is still going to be a nuisance later on. Vega got picked off though with Captive Sun available, but Rupal can provide enough healing on their own to keep this ship afloat for now. There's a Primal. Hindrance here made it hard for someone to cross the gap to Sonjin, and that gives time to get the Cassidy healed back up for Shikigami. Rallies in play, also Orbital Ray. Someone has to respect this. Backs away with 600 HP and is waiting for the Orbital Ray to expire. Drops down now. It's going to be a Hyper Ring deployed by Shikigami for the extra mobility, but a great Captive Sun will take Solo low, and someone can hang. They had a nano boost for most of that fight. Sonjin trying for another cheeky Deadeye, and Danny has fallen here. Doesn't get anything off that Cassidy ultimate, but someone is very, very low, and the brawl composition seems to just grind Toronto down. Shikigami get the checkpoint.
Now Onion did a great job of keeping Graveyard alive. Graveyard was quite low, got hit with the Captive Sun. Anion was able to kind of heal up Graveyard while being inside, and then obviously having that extra brig healing on the point, right, when everybody has to fight over it. It's massive at that time. Taejong goes to a Pulse Dawn, doesn't connect with anything there. Just kind of use the top of your screen. I know the ultimate just kind of thrown out. So now we'll see the Oresis mirror matched up here. So someone will move away from that Winston.
Yeah, I think, look, Winston got a decent amount of value, especially as like a recipient of that nano boost, but Rupal switches over to the Juno here, and Toronto want to go back to a bit more of this brawl style comp and play these corners, as opposed to try and start fights. So Solo, burning down, more dynamite hits from Merit means that he's built that Bob already. Okay, good split. Solo gets forced off to the side here, and the Molten Core comes out. That is going to force Shikigami to disperse entirely.
Yeah, it's just going to buy Toronto time. But Shikigami's going to be able to back up, get all this healing, and you're going to have that, Orbital Ray. But Danny actually finds something on the side.
My God,
right, Danny.
With the Swedish Torb skin as well. That is delectable.
Yeah, they're lucky they don't have our Danny. I mean, this series is probably over. It's Danny.
Oh, yeah, he would have rush shot over him. I mean, they'd let him tank instead of someone. They put someone on Ana or something like that. Another big dynamite connection. Merit still holding onto the Bob. A lot of heal pressure being felt right now by Shikigami, and they're trying to come forward. Torpedo's already getting deployed, and now it's going to be the Orbital Ray from Anion, but Toronto respected. Rupal already built that Juno ultimate up, so they have a Ray of their own. Solo just burned to a crisp. Terra Surge guarantees the elimination on Graveyard. They could not get out. And eventually Toronto put this nonsense to a stop. At least find themselves looking a little more comfortable on Blizzard World.
Yeah, what I'll be interested in though, Mitch, is for Toronto on offense. Like, what kind of comp do they end up building out of this, right? Like, because Sugar Free, when he's in the lineup, is like Tracer, Genji, like those type of heroes, right? Pharah, right? So, but what do you play? Do you try and play Tracer here? Like, because how do you put pressure onto that backline, or Shikigami play some hit scan in the back of the point?
I guess you could play like a brawl style. And try and work the Mei in, but obviously Sonjin being a pretty punishing hit scan player in general, it's probably not something you want to expose yourself to. I expect Ashe from Merit as per usual, and yeah, so okay, we might still see this dive composition. Obviously, like Rupal can do a lot to keep someone topped up, and we know the Iliari, especially when you're attacking, like you can really stand around in these chokes and get a lot of free healing off that pylon, maybe force Shikigami to push up, try and take map control to clear that pylon out, because that's obviously where the healing throughput of Iliari can drop precipitously.
Yeah, and I think also it could be quite difficult here for Toronto to play without like speed on this. Like, do you want to play like a sim? Like, I don't know about that. Where we'll see Shikigami on
shield with Winston.
Yeah. This is probably just a TP up to there, and then we'll probably you play Tracer with this potentially. Do we see Danny play Genji? Danny got a little Genji in his hero pool. We'll see what decides to do. So they'll go with Torb yet again. Okay, so gonna play with that Torb yet again. Maybe see if you can kind of like bait Shikigami in, make it difficult for Taejong on the Genji.
After the races we are then. This, yeah, like you said, makes it pretty hard to flank the attackers. Merit, though, gotta be careful. Poked down a little bit at range. Vega looks to set up, though. Pretty powerful position to be here, Liziari. Yeah, whip shot there, used to deny someone that early dive, and they're gonna get run over. Shikigami have such a great comp. If the Winston ever gets caught out of position, they can run him over.
Yeah, it's also someone really you're relying on just RuPaul to keep someone alive. I know Vega, really, when someone's playing at range, not able to provide any type of healing there for the Winston.
Okay, that pylon position does get cleared. Shikigami wants to push up. They get that out of the way. Solo, they're a little low. Anion's going to get pretty close to her orbital ray off, healing that Orisa back up to full. And here we go again. This time, someone trying to avoid diving onto the brig, but Graveyard is in that prime real estate for Winston to dive. Up the back there. Sonja, though, gets caught. It's going to be Merit that actually just finds the shot here. Taejong waits for someone to dive elsewhere, and then beautiful shurikens on a Merit. He doesn't have enough time to respond to it, and there's no burst healing to really get him back in the game. Taejong going to be knocked aside there by that outburst and hit by the captive sun, and there's no way to avoid this proccing, really, unless he dashes away from the Winston. Another pylon thrown up. Taejong trying to threaten Vega here, but it's a lot of healing to try and cut through, and Vega's always down to brawl.
They almost kept him alive. I mean, that was pretty incredible, but you see where Onion and some of the other supports kind of push all the way out as Graveyard ends up falling. So it's a bit messy here. Toronto still does not really have control of this yet because Onion's still alive, same with Solo. You're going to have everybody else for Shikigami coming back off a spawn. Solo gets quite low, all the armor gone. You're going to have to back up, probably give up a tick here at minimum.
Yeah, with the Primal Rage here as well for someone. But you could cycle into a Nano. The Blade, though, is concerned. You need to Nano maybe the Blade target here on Toronto to make sure you get a full cap. Someone's a little off position right now. It looked like they went to try and chase Anion or someone similar down. Danny, though, here doing the deeps. Danny in trouble. Taejong forced into a deflect, though, as Bob is on the point. And it catches Sonjun out. Taejong has got nothing to do with this Blade. Nothing to do at all in this fight, in fact.
I mean, it's been really hard for them. Outside of the one kind of clip that we obviously had in the offensive round, it's been really hard to get value out of the Genji, right? With what the Toronto Defiant are currently playing. So they'll unlock that payload. Now started getting moving through the second phase of the map here, but feels like potentially if you end up using this Blade, a switch here for Shikigami?
Maybe. Someone here... Okay, trying to look at, I think, the lineup of Shikigami, because again, diving into Orisa is always a death sentence. Someone trying to avoid it for the most part, but now might be forced to peel. Terror Surge almost put everybody in the line of sight of Deadeye, and Danny just can't get away. Not enough mobility to avoid that. A reset on Toronto now as Danny held a Molten Core, which is pretty threatening to Solo, to be fair. Shikigami having a ground-born front line. Does want to avoid that Tor Bolt if possible. Quickly, just to answer chat. Danny is a coaching staff from Toronto Defiant. Not Danny Lim. Obviously, he's not eligible to play, guys.
Danny Lim hosting the show and then just throwing to us so he can play would be epic.
Yeah, no. Taejong here with the Blade. Very low Shikigami right now, and it's a captive sun here for the Defiant. Great orbital ray timing for Shikigami, but a bio catching onto Solo could have been threatening. They're able to withstand it and bring Danny down. Toronto here, having to find some other edges in the fight. It's going to be Taejong that they bring down. They should still be able to advance now, especially with Solo fairly well caught out, but they turn that into a kill on Merit. The healing is so good from Graveyard that someone has to get out too.
Yeah, I mean, the brig is so strong and sturdy in that type of situation. Solo with a long-range spear to the dome of someone as Taejong, like I mentioned, right? You give use out of that Blade, and then it felt like they need to make a change off of that. Genji wasn't really providing a lot. I think someone was able to just jump on top of him a few times with the rest of the Defiant and take him out. And they'll move over to Tracer. I think there's a better pick for Shikigami here to potentially close it out.
Danny, though, has the most molten of cores. Still waiting for a chance to let that one rip in this fight. This could be an opportunity here as the Shikigami team move into the small room, but instead they take an opportunity to overwhelm Merit, making it hard for the Ashe to get away with that Mag grenade connecting. Taejong here dancing, able to find RuPaul, and Toronto is starting to run out of steam here. Shikigami getting very comfortably playing inside this choke and coming into a fight with a rally and another Terror Surge available. That's definitely going to be concerning.
Yes, Shikigami's put together a really nice hold here. Once that payload got unlocked, it has been all Shikigami. How do you get use of even a Molten Core here? I mean, it's got to be incredibly defensive as they're just trying to bully someone all the way back in. Look at how split they have the Defiant.
Extremely. Yeah, I mean, I think Danny had to peel away from that Deadeye in general. Vega also had to avoid it. Outburst weren't going to save you there. Sunjun, great aim correction to catch the Iliari in midair. And even though brought low, Graveyard can't keep the rally in play to get split off from the rest of Shikigami. Toronto spend fairly big with a Nano and a Bob in that fight, but Merit was switching to Cassidy anyway, and it looks like now they're on the road again.
Yeah, but now they're below a minute, right? You have to use all those ultimates below a minute now on the clock. Shikigami able to hold on to the Terror Surge here and Pulse Bomb, so they're gonna have an idea that obviously Daedring is behind them with the Torb turret going down. How do they deal with this flanker though? You see both supports there up on the high ground, playing alongside Merit. Pulse Bomb here for Shikigami would be massive, right? But you're gonna have the Orbital ready to fight this too, so you're not at a loss for ultimates here.
Vega really tried to stake their claim to the high ground there, but Shikigami moved in numbers. Now occupying the middle part of the map. Captive Sun there, broken up though by Solo's Javelin Spin. Rare interaction to see. Primal Rage against Cassidy would be very powerful, but somehow Sonja was able to slip away. Someone a little low. They probably didn't feel confident in committing. Danny! Oh, Danny almost got the back cap! Oh, you'll love to see it. The Molten Core to try and pave the way. But Sonjin's going to be there. Healed up by Anion on the high ground. It's going to be someone pretty lonely right now. And RuPaul can't get line of sight on the Winston. It's all falling apart for Toronto. And Shikigami hold them at bay, taking their second map in the series.
Yeah, feels like maybe Toronto a little bit limited in terms of what they can play or feel comfortable to playing at the moment, but Shikigami makes some nice changes towards the end. Nice Juno play from Anion, and that's a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that is huge to go ahead so early in this series, and that was obviously the map pick of the Toronto Defiant. They do play a very... It's an interesting comp, right? Because Shikigami are always playing a flanker, so there could be merit in playing the Torb here. However, tough to get value out of Molten Core. Torbjorn in general, not the most powerful hero right now, you know, in the face of some of the other options that you have at DPS, whether it could be Ashe or even Tracer. We've seen Fire picked up here. No flank pressure from Toronto does mean that there's limited pressure here on Onion Graveyard, for example, and Taejong doesn't have anyone that's watching those sightlines outside of those turrets. So once they're down, it's on for young and old.
I mean, all that pressure falls down to someone being able to go in and make a play. I mean, this is a sick Terror Surge Blade combo towards the start of the offensive push there for Shikigami. It really comes down to someone, though, on Toronto making plays to the backline. I mean, you see right here, able to do it a lot of the time, but if he's not able to get pressure on that backline, you know, Graveyard and Onion able to live for just about forever.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see what this orbital rate does for you, right? Someone gets nanoed here in this fight. We do see a bit of a layering of the support ultimates here, which is obviously a bit concerning, but someone goes low and, you know, again, you have the Captive Sun that doesn't really get you the value you're looking for there from Vega. They're using a pylon that doesn't heal you while you're contesting the cart, so, you know, it allows them to play off of it, but that does mean that Vega needs to be, you know, healing someone there. It's sort of hard to pull it off. So nice moments here from Danny, obviously, you know, by design, trying to control Taejong specifically, make it very, very hard for that, you know, Genji or Tracer to wrap around and flank here. This was the escape of the century almost for Taejong here. I think Vega ends up winning this fight at some point, but yeah, nicely done. The DPS for Shikigami looks so good.
If you're Toronto, right, and Danny's in here today as he's a coach analyst for the team. Do you want to say, hey, come in, play Tracer and go one-on-one against the other team's Tracer? Like, probably not. Like,
I guess like 18-year-old South Korean just cracked game. No.
Give him a character that can like live a little bit longer, right? Just to maybe help protect the supports a little bit with the turret, right? Make it a little bit more interesting. I think it's the right call for them. You're also not going to be like, hey, Merit, play Tracer so Danny can play, you know, Cassidy, right? I mean, you're not going to do that. So this is the right move. And that is, look at that. I mean, a lot of the stats heavily favoring the Defiant here.
I'm telling you, bro, this is orbital ray healing. It is.
Well, you're also playing like the Ana with the Alari backline, right? So the Alari, you're gonna have just like a lower healing output as well in terms of that, which you're gonna have more damage dealt benefit.
Mostly single target healing, right?
As well. Yeah.
Again, that's why we call it a little greedy. It's a little bit aggressive to play that style. It also makes you susceptible to dive. That's obviously a problem for the Illari going up against Tracer or Genji, as it was. So we're going into a break here, folks, with Shikigami threatening already a match point against Toronto Defiant to look to exit the group with a squeaky clean 2-0. See if that's going to be the case. Loser pick after the break.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Control?
Our sensors indicate an external issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine. But you have to hurry.
Careful. I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that.
Okay.
Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay. All right. I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt. I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us here. Of course, we're in our first series of our NA groups while we're broadcasting. This is our winners match. So Toronto Defiant and Shikigami looking to find their early exit from groups in first place. It's been an interesting start to the series, though. Toronto Defiant not quite with the full roster, at least to start with. Danny comes in at DPS, and they struggle against a Shikigami that recently got pretty serious about looking for those dubs.
Yeah, no, they've tried to make it work with Danny in the lineup here today for the Defiant instead of Sugar Free. And like you mentioned, they've had a tough time doing that, and Shikigami is taking full advantage of that, right? Going up 2-0 in the series. Opportunity to close it out. Toronto gets another map pick here. Even if Toronto was win this, Shikigami's got the map pick all the way throughout the rest of the series, right? So they're definitely in the driver's seat.
We've seen pretty much a straight up Orisa composition here from Shikigami, right? They're making great use of the Brig and Juno composition with the Brawl setup that Orisa provides you. Toronto showing us like Ana, Iliari, Winston dive with like Ash or Cassidy, and then it's been the Torbjorn mixed in there. So it's a curious composition, one that probably lends itself a little bit more to what Danny's hero pool is. We saw Mei from them earlier on. We saw Tracer at times on the Poor Village. It's a big ask. Taejong looks like a very, very capable flanking DPS player. On Tracer, they look pretty dynamic. So that's a big ask, I think, to bring in one of your coaching staff to try and give you that level of impact against this, like 18-year-old South Korean little prodigy.
I just realized Hugo's on the stairs behind me. I was like,
oh yeah, he's out.
I'm doing a good job watching him while everybody's out. I currently just was shocked that he was directly behind me. But no, I mean, it has been difficult for Toronto to deal with, right? And especially when you have Taejong, whether it be the Genji or the Tracer on the flanks constantly, putting pressure on the backline, putting pressure on Merit, not having that like Tracer to be able to duel or whatnot, it becomes very difficult.
Yeah, and Torbjorn seems fine, seems quite serviceable here. Tough to get value out of the Molten Core when there's so much mobility, especially being offered by like Orbital Ray. Also, there's the sheer amount of healing that it put out. We saw Shikigami end the map having less DPS, or less damage done overall than Toronto, but like an extra 20,000 healing, which again is a function of the very different backlines that we saw. It was Iliari Ana versus, Brig and Juno. Juno's throughput is pretty astronomical, especially when there's like 3 to 5 players stacking up inside that orbital array. It's very hard to out damage the healing players inside that field. It is very, very powerful. So, my understanding is that Toronto had asked for a little bit of time to see if they could get their full roster in. So that's what they've been working with. We'll see if that was successful for them or not. But here's your map pool, of course, of what we have remaining. We've already seen.
Where do you think they go?
We might end up seeing, again, think Winston maps here. So you can try and play dive maybe on Gibraltar. I mean, our map pool is drastically different now in stage 4. So Rialto and Gibraltar are back in the pool. Esperanza, obviously a decent Winston map quite often, back in the pool here. Midtown has also been reintroduced. And of course, Hanaoka and Threat of Anubis, our clash maps are also available. So plenty of options here, but like you mentioned, Matt, this is Toronto Defiant's last map pick of the series.
Yeah, and do you play like Gibraltar? It's great for like Winston-based compositions, right? If you want to play like Winston with an Ana, right? Gibraltar, probably like one of the go-to maps for that. So we'll see. It's a rare opportunity that Toronto gets to pick this many maps, right? In a series, especially in like a group play. Like how I mentioned before, these are the only maps they've lost in groups throughout all of the stages.
You mentioned, that they had never lost a map, in groups up until this point. Sorry about this, folks. We're going to have to tease you a little bit. So we're still giving Toronto a little bit of extra time. So we're going to go to a break once they can sort out some of their, staffing personnel issues. We'll put it that way. We hope to be jumping back into this series as soon as possible. Toronto Defiant have to reverse sweep here, so get comfortable. Hopefully we'll be back after what we can only hope is a short break, but I can't guarantee anything because I'm not an oracle. I'm not a wizard like Johnny. All right, we're going to get a break. See you in a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, gang, you stuck with us, and the Toronto Defiant have delivered. Lenny time is back on. That's right. Sugar Free comes in here for this third map of the series, in which Toronto Defiant find themselves already on match point. So it had to be reverse sweep from here on out, but hey, now they've got the tools. Time to get the job done.
Yeah, we'll see if they can kind of mount this comeback. Obviously, now at full strength with Sugar Free in the mix. We'll see. No, Shikigami, right? You just gotta take one map. Right, I mean, if you
just one map, bro, please.
If you would have lost the map earlier, it wouldn't have been that good. But now you're 2-0. Yeah, with 1 out of 3. Pretty good odds here for Shikigami. Watchpoint Gibraltar, though, will be the map selection. This should be pretty good for like Winston-based compositions. If that's what the Defiant want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Conversely, not a great map for those brawl-style setups. There's so much high ground here, so much space to work with, a lot of room to make sure that your Winston can be kept nice and healthy. And yeah, this has been the kind of map that has forced teams that prefer not to play Winston to just do it. To just pick the Winston, try and play some longer range hit scan here. We might see the Widow from Sonja, but Toronto still fancy Merit, obviously, on that Ashe, offering a bit of utility, spread that damage around. Bob is pretty important against these Winston comps as well, because their shielding and abilities to shut down the Bob is pretty limited outside of Sleep Dart or just hitting the guy. And we'll see what Shikigami go for. A TP up to the high ground might be the play.
Yeah, potentially get some of these players up on the high ground, access that a little bit earlier, and then maybe make a play deeper for Merit. But as we kick things off here, it'll be Sunjun on the Widow. Nice bubble there from someone, gonna prevent any type of damage coming through there, and you'll see them commit to this Widow for at least a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, pretty passive setup early here from Sunjun. They're still trying to scout out what the DPS lineup is. Now realizing that Ashe is there, might see if Sunjun starts to look for a little bit more space, and yeah, they do. Still have to be a little bit careful. Couple of shots though from the Ashe special. If their dinks will neutralize you as Widow. This would force Toronto out of that line of sight, but someone, it's not the kind of player that you want to, a player susceptible dive hero against.
Well, you have Sugar Free there as well, right? But there was zero help there for Sunjun, so he's like around the corner. Yeah, maybe the Brig on the high ground, but you're not gonna drop down there, give up that high ground position, go low there to try and help that Widow stay alive, which most likely the Widow would have died anyway. So you give up the Widow's life there early on. Now Shikigami will try and take high ground yet again.
Yeah, Taejong all of a sudden has their hands pretty full. Sugar Free, looking to take this Tracer duel at length here, is definitely putting pressure down.
Well, this is what we were talking about they didn't have, right? You know, they go head-to-head in terms of the Tracer, right? You have a flanker kind of mirror or match the flanker on the other side. Now with Sugar Free in for Danny. You know, Danny trying his heart out on the tour, but it's just not the same.
Big buyer there, though. That catches on to Solo, but Sunjun is able to punish Vega. Someone got the nano boost though, so should be able to chase this one in and get the kill on the Brig. Yep, that one a bit of a freebie. Someone now can head back to the high ground and hopes not to have to use Primal, but because Solo was up there first, he might need to match this energy, match this freak, if you will. And Solo's eventually going to get nothing for their Primal.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what he was thinking. I need to match this freak right now and pop my Primal. so no, I believe he was just in a very terrible spot. I would have probably ended up dying there. So someone was deep in the enemy spawn. Is still on the Widow, probably gonna just use the Infrasight, but then I expect to make a change. Woo, that's a nice shot. I was gonna say, I really haven't found much, but a nice shot there, close range on a RuPaul.
Trade of Artists here. Toronto obviously suffering just because of the spawn disadvantage they have. A long walk back to the fight for RuPaul. They did not expect Sonjin to appear from there, and a couple classy little Widow shots linked up. Means that Shikigami now have themselves a straight staging ground. They can play from this high ground, get the cart up through this underpass, then start to threaten the first checkpoint.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have the Primal there. Ooh, nice sleep here from Onion is maybe get some help here. Finish off Sugar Free, and you do.
All right, nice little pop off there.
Oh, you lost your tank though.
That's a problem. No Solo. Onion here at least able to keep the rest of Shikigami topped up, but this attack starts to get staggered out a bit. Now you're allowing Toronto here. Look at how they take space immediately with that player advantage. Up over the high ground, looking to set up a bit of a pincer here. This is dangerous for Shikigami now. It's going to get a little bit hectic inside the server room. Here's Bob, and they get absolutely flattened. Merit hits a big dynamite off the rip, and that basically paves the way to an easy fight win.
Yeah, and it's almost a little bit of like worst case scenario there because Shigami loses solo at the beginning of the previous fight, and then Toronto slowly just kind of captures them, moves them into the server room, and then by the time Solo gets back, the rest of the team is gone. So now you're even waiting even longer, right? You're gonna wait for Solo to get back, then you're gonna now we're having him wait for the rest of the team to come back. It's a lot of time now has been bled off the clock.
Yeah, 27 seconds left in the round. This might be a pretty quick map if things keep going at this rate. Sugar Free with a pulse here, double bio connection from Anion, but no ability to follow up on it whatsoever. And there is someone, well, standing on business, taking that high ground now for Shikigami. Give them really nowhere to work from here and a lot of pressure on their backline. Graveyard and Anion very, very low. Sugar Free able to deal with Solo, who wouldn't have got healing anyway, considering there's someone tied up the entire backline on their own. And I like the idea there from Vega, trying to subject Taejong to their own pulse bomb, but doesn't quite get close enough to the Tracer. Sugar Free, though, wins it out. Here's Toronto now looking to stop this in its tracks. Solo will be returning to the fight, at least with a Primal Rage just around the corner. And a Lucio switch for Graveyard to get him there in time. Looks good, but it's an easy pick off for Sugar Free, especially after Lucio had that maximum health reduction a couple patches ago. A little bit easier to stop them from stalling. And Shikigami, well, the railroad ends here.
Yeah, it doesn't go far there for Shikigami. So I would also say for them, this isn't exactly a type of like map style in terms of comp they would really want to play, right? This is kind of like Toronto. I mean, Toronto can really play just about anything, but having someone play the Winston and Sugar Free play the Tracer long range hit scan, I mean, this map works out perfectly for them, right? So we'll see if Toronto can obviously match the payload push here of Shikigami. That would then throw all the pressure back on Shikigami, which is quite interesting mid right? Because we have what, push, flashpoint, or clash. They could go to, right? You know, we have a little bit of a different kind of situation here than in the past. They have the two maps to pick, right? And you know, both like their kind of game mode.
If they want to save us some time after we had that long pause to get, you know, Sugar Free back in the server, maybe they run it over to, you know, push, get a nice completion, or head us over to Clash and see if they can sort of blow that game out. But this has definitely been a bit of a blowout so far. Shikigami, again, come out with a Widowmaker composition. And there are some decent picks. Sonjin is able to find a couple, but they are too few and far between. And someone has played from this position so many times. It's literally muscle memory for him at this point. Merit, of course, deadly on the hit scan, no matter what hero it is. And now Sugar Free shows us why, like, he's one of the most hyped Tracers in this region. Oh, a little flourish.
Yeah, Toronto could play this on total cruise control, right? In terms of the map selection, we'll see Merit here on the Widow. No bubble up on the top. It's not going to be a jump shot right off the rip. They're actually going to move him around the side here, see if he can find an angle from this way up on the high ground.
It's the same position that Sonjin took up, who is on Cassidy, by the way. So they are definitely priced into grouping and playing in cover as much as possible. There's not a lot they can do to the Widow. Shikigami are hoping they can get Solo over in Merit's direction.
I don't think the Cassie's really gonna stop someone though, right? I mean, he's still going to get aggressive. Like, it doesn't really matter. He feels like probably, you know, with RuPaul as like the pocket, that he's in great hands always.
Good patience there from Merit. Just waits for Sonjin to show. Again, I guess Merit really just not trying to spam shots, doesn't want to just give away their location constantly. Allow Solo to keep sort of passive tabs on them. Every time Solo turns up, it's a headshot, a huge chunk of that Winston health goes away.
Yeah, bio on the Solo as well, gonna force him to back on up.
And Merit knows he's expecting there to be pressure from Sonjin up the staircase, pings it out, and straight away Vega turns his attention over there. Not a damn thing Sonjin could have done about that. Recall for Sugar Free, back to a safer position. Solo needs to try and get the Mega in the server room, presumably. Bionade, though, connecting on a Graveyard. Merit also eats at 3 players on Toronto affected by that, and I guess we'll just move on to the next map. That's fine. We're
just not interested in that one anymore. Let's just move on. That's kind of what Shigami was thinking about. They're like, you know what?
Okay.
I just don't really like this Winston stuff. Let's go back to Orisa Juno. Let's just let him cruise it on home.
Again, I mean, really hard to contest from that position when your tank is under so much pressure. I think getting like your Brig getting hit with a Bionade, that's obviously someone that can step up, contest, and your Tracer is very busy dealing with Sugar Free, and they will be over the entire series. So you might have sat in chat and heard that Sugar Free was coming in, started to think about a reverse sweep. I think that's valid. I think it's definitely on the cards here because we've seen Toronto. It's crazy in 5v5 especially how much difference one player can make.
Well, especially a player who plays like all your, you know, flanking damage dealers, right? Still playing whether it be like Genji, Tracer, Echo for like losing, you know, Sugar Free plays really good May, right? We saw that come into play in map number 1. So to lose that player becomes pretty difficult to kind of overcome that, where now with Sugar Free back in, you see them at full strength.
Yeah, and they look very, very good. It's Sugar Free that's able to capitalize on the poke damage that gets put down by Merit and basically ensure that, you know, hit scan damage gets converted into eliminations more often than not. Right. It was a quick map. Let's look back over it though while we can here. Obviously we saw Bionade be pretty impactful, important part of the game, but that one from Rupal there really makes an easy kill on Solo, who has Primal, is never going to use it in a case like this. Look at this vertical shot, by the way.
Yeah, this is pretty sick.
Really nicely.
Right when we were talking about like, maybe they need to kind of move away, and no, just move away from the Widow, and just there's a really nice shot. This is kind of when they pushed him into the server room. It was really difficult for Shikigami to make it out of there. Ended up just kind of burning a ton of time at that moment. And right here, I mean, no way the supports are living through someone.
No. I mean, that was great. We basically just got to watch the whole map from the start there. That's essentially all you need to know. But crucially, on the attacking side, as soon as Shikigami lose a player, get picked off, we see Toronto move in and take a bunch of space and then stagger out the other 4 of them. So you make one slip up, one mistake against this Toronto Defiant team, you're going to get heavily punished for it. You can see here, like the death count. Obviously, it's Toronto who are able to like make a full hold on defense. That is always going to skew your stats, but they also were dominant in this map. So it is 1-2, as you can see there at the top. Toronto fighting back, avoiding getting swept away, and they're going to do it the reverse sweep way now, but they are a team of the level of quality that I feel pretty confident that's on the table.
So 3 modes to pick from, 2 maps obviously they would pick if they don't win this next one. Do you think we see Shikigami entertain Clash? Do we see them go to something else? Lampet will come in here for Taejung, so it tells you potentially a little bit of a different kind of comp we're looking at.
Yeah, Lampet's obviously also one of the more recent additions to the Shikigami team. I think they're on Pirates in Pajamas, I remember them, and a couple of other of these sort of these teams trying to compete in OWCS, or at least through Faceit. Again, I think we should expect to see like your like Echo Genji looks potentially from Lampent here. Giving Shikigami some options. So obviously that will be sort of telegraphing our map choice of New Junk City that'll be picked by Shikigami.
So this is obviously really good for a Riso like rush style composition, so you can continue to play this for Shikigami, which is when they've looked the best throughout this series thus far. But it's a completely different Toronto Defiant in the game now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Than what we saw in the first 2 maps. Sugar Free, if they come back and reverse sweep, will have the opportunity to remind his teammates that he went undefeated throughout the OWCS groups, not them.
Yeah, he's the only one.
Whenever they talk about those map losses, he'll be like, don't know what you guys talk about.
Doesn't look like anything to me. And we're looking at
Danny, the coach, will be saying that Danny Lim was the one playing. He wasn't blamed either. He's like, that was me.
Danny Lim's going to be saying, yeah, that was me. Yeah, exactly. Taking credit for it.
Danny Lim has no problem taking credit for it.
All right, Arisa comps here. If we see the Lucio alongside the Juno, obviously that gives the Defiant an edge in some cases, gives them obviously pretty powerful sound barrier. That's a good answer if they have to face Genji, but no, it'll just be the Brig Juno comps for both these sides. The Mei here for Sugar Free, who we've seen be so powerful in these comps on these kind of maps here. That could be a big difference maker.
Yeah, it's just a Lucio to get a little bit of extra speed out the start in the spawn, and you see Toronto able to kind of push up quite aggressively here. And they're going to be able to battle quite long in the neutral, right, with the Brig in the Mei as they get quite aggressive and they actually catch Graveyard out.
Yeah, again, that little burst of speed from Hyper Ring is something Shikigami are not ready for. Someone's first Javelin caught Sonjin, took them low, and the second one finished off the job. Very one-sided first fight here, Toronto Defiant. Don't lose a player, build some key ultimates as well. Shikigami actually switching off the Brig entirely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, what's your thoughts on that? I feel like the Brig works really well with the Juno, especially when you have the orbital ray, being able to have the Brig inside of that, providing so much extra healing, even if you had a rally, right? I don't know.
The
Kitsune Rush is quite good. The Kitsune Rush is pretty good for like the Genji and even the Arisa, right? But feels like the Brig is a safer option.
More often than not, definitely good, especially when it comes to fighting in those front lines. Graveyard gets picked off early. That's Sugar Free with a right click. Oh boy, Homie be back with a vengeance. Sonjin here, able to hit that hindrance onto the Juno, but Vega is not giving him an inch. Someone now pushes up, and yep, this is going to be a first flashpoint, pretty easily taken by Toronto.
We're just talking about the gameplay, right? But thinking about just the morale amongst these teams probably at the moment, like the high of Shikigami going up 2-0 and then being told Sugar Free's coming back and then having like what happened at Gibraltar happen, and then for Toronto looking like the day was going to be a little bit of a wash, and then now all of a sudden like we are clicking on all cylinders yet again.
All right, we have our orbital rays being matched here as Lampent at least is able to wrap around and touch. And that'll be Graveyard also with that extra mobility looking to help out there. So, in the meantime, Shikigami, the rest of them will be folded into pretzels and just distributed amongst the waiting onlookers. And the last couple Shikigami players will have to vacate the points. I think this
is the downside of being on the 0 side of the 0 to 99, right? Players have to play for the point. You put 2 players there on the point. Toronto says, hey, we have more players over here. We just run them down, then double back for the point. There's no real threat there from Shikigami, and that'll be the Defiant taking the first point.
Yep. The only way Shikigami realistically were able to contest that for a time, but it was pretty underwhelming in the end. So, over towards Junkyard here. Obviously plenty of high ground to play from, and the Defiant already take that course way up, looking to set up a pick with that Mei wall. God, I think the Mei in this composition makes it just so filthy against the Genji. And there will be a rally available to try and stop this Dragon Blade, but it's a Deadeye from Merit first. A lot of space to be made here, and a Kitsune Rush used into this. Okay, Terra Surge helped Merit out there, just lifted him up so he could pick Graveyard off. That is disastrous.
Yeah, the Terror Surge actually kind of puts him, because I think Graveyard, I'd love to see a replay of that, but I think Graveyard is like kind of almost like behind the car down that way, and the Terror Surge, when you yoink people in, it kind of like goes upward, up and then down, and the up movement just lines up with the Deadeye, and just snipes Graveyard. Quite unfortunate there for Shikigami.
That's beyond brutal, man.
I mean, this is...
Here's a Blade. Rally was used by RuPaul already, Matt, but... Yeah, RuPaul able to hold Lambert at bay for a time. Lambert only gets the one with the Blade, though. Probably open for a little bit more. Merit eventually able to pick them out of the sky, and Sonjun gets flattened by the Terror Surge. Oh, buddy. Toronto Defiant back with a vengeance, and Shikigami right now have none of the answers.
We'll take a look at an instant replay. So this is going to be the Deadeye, right? So the Deadeye used here. Graveyard is going to be the right, because that's where the Kitsune Rush comes from. So you see that car right there. It's going to yoink him up. Oh, it's like the frame right around the side of the car.
Merit was already looking at Graveyard there. I don't know if that surge actually gives him the line. He just fires the shot off before he fully gets pulled out of the way. Anyway, here's an orbital raid. Shikigami, not exactly basking in that one, folks. He's not exactly a tanning opportunity. Well, the only thing that's getting tanned is their hides. Trying to find here. Didn't allow the point to get flipped briefly. Shikigami bringing Lampert in on the Venture. But all they can really do is get a flip and try and offer some token resistance.
If you were going to play the Venture, doesn't it make sense to also play, like, if you're going to play Venture, right, I think you play the Kiri.
Yeah.
Like, that's when you would have played the Kiri, right? That'll be another point over the Defiant. Venture really strong with the Kitsune Rush, like the cooldowns of that. Also having another player who's able to go into the back, you know, flank around with the Venture. Always another good option, playing a little bit more aggressively.
Venture really benefits from like that haste buff in terms of their cooldowns being shortened, because it gives them much more like those vulnerability frames and also very impactful sort of displacement abilities. This is Deadeye from Merit. Everyone Shikigami able to avoid it, but Lampent doesn't have enough time to benefit from the orbital ray whatsoever. And Sugar Free ends up bringing them down. Beautiful shots there from Merit as well. They deal with the Brig, and it's another first fight that is so heavily in favor of Toronto Defiant. Shikigami feel like they're probably not even playing the same game.
No, this would have to be one of the, you know, we've seen some brutal losses in the history of just Overwatch Esports. This one, look, it's not as consequential as some of the other brutal losses, but it definitely would suck, right? I mean, this is like an opportunity where, for a lifetime, Shikigami, like, oh my god, we're up 2-0, like, maybe we can squeak something out against Toronto. We have a, you know, a high seed going into the main event, and now all of a sudden, like, Toronto just laying it on.
Sondra needs a javelin here. Solar trying to go for a Terra Surge, but Sugar Free just completely ignorant to it. Throws up an ice block and avoids all of that damage. Despite a full charge from Solo, all that does is leave them exposed to the damage of Toronto Defiant. And yeah, another absolute one-sided engagement here. Shikigami can only really now leverage their Tectonic Shock and rally here from Graveyard. They're switching over to the Diva, likely just for mobility here. Yeah, they want to keep the game going if they can.
Yeah, I mean, switching over to Diva just to be able to play the game. No, Onion just going to come off the spawn. Now you've lost Lampin. This is, you're going to get maybe a touch. That would be quite questionable. We would have to check the PC if Merritt comes out with a kill there. But Solo not able to make it back, and that'll be Toronto. Just as fast as we went from 2-0 Shikigami, we are now just moving our way straight into Game 5. Yep. I mean, that is as fast of a 2 maps back-to-back as you're going to see.
Whiplash, but Whiplash that I expected. It's like I'm signing up for a carnival ride that's supposed to take me to like 10 Gs. Like I kind of know what I'm getting into, but doesn't mean I'm necessarily ready for what the sensation entails. Very quickly, Toronto have taken this series over here. And again, they don't need map picks. They look like they're very confident on whichever arena they get taken to. They're definitely one of our quickest flashpoints there. It's about as quick as it possibly can, outside of a couple sort of flips and also late takes. It's about as quick as it gets.
There's not even really much, like, I mean, obviously Shikigami decided to pick that map. They probably felt pretty good about it, but, you know, playing that mirror now, you see the difference, right, with Sugarfree playing that Mei, like, able to constantly split off players there. On the side of Shikigami. They tried to play that a little bit earlier, Toronto, with Danny in, just did not look the same. Now though, I mean, this is a completely different beast. I mean, you almost throw out the first 2 maps, right? I mean, not even.
I mean, they're not relevant.
Not even watch the same game. Yeah.
I mean, if we're trying to gauge the relative strength of this team, the first 2 maps are completely irrelevant. I mean, the difference that Sugarfree is able to make, you know, just how quality of a player they are, and also, you know, how he fits into the general like hierarchy and protocols of this Toronto Defiant team. It's really disruptive, obviously, to have 20% of your team, you know, changed. So. Yeah, we should expect to see them close out the series from here pretty comfortably, unless Shikigami could have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. I think that would take a lot from them here, and I don't think Toronto would give them anything for free anymore.
If you're Shikigami, what do you decide to do here? So you got Push and Clash. You need to steal like a map, so to speak. Could you just take him to the new game mode and maybe just kind of sneak one out?
That's no way you're sneaking one out, bro.
Bro, like just an 8 KD. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna just play Push? Just wait for the game to end? I mean, you gotta do something, change up a little bit.
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
why not?
So Clash is potentially a Snowball is like you know, a strong push map from these teams. Also, like you can't. You can't go to Esperanza, I think. Like, it's just such a good map for the Winston Cops. I mean, God, someone has won, like, world championships playing Winston on that map, right? Like, don't do that. Yeah, that was about as quick as that was real time.
Yeah, that was all of Gibraltar. We just watched Gibraltar again.
Yeah, you now have a deployment in the Toronto Defiant versus Shikigami on Gibraltar. It's that easy, folks. Put it on your LinkedIn. Hope it serves you well.
You were just stuck in a really tough place if you're Shikigami. I mean, I don't even know what I would be doing. I mean, I think I would go Clash just because with the way the game is going, like if you're gonna lose a fight anyway and lose Push, you may as well give your opportunity to like, okay, we win first fight, maybe we can snowball just because of the nature of ultimates. But
this is the point of the series where Matt locks Widow and stops talking. That's what he would do. You just won't hear a word from this guy, bro. He's got you muted. He doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, this is the part of the series where you start looking at
Red Zone on the other screen.
Yeah, I mean, where you're like, oh man, what's going on in 30 minutes from now? What can I be doing? Because you know, you feel like they're just in a really unfortunate position now as you know, Toronto back at full strength. Obviously, they're feeling great.
But again, Shikigami aren't playing with, you know, Sideshow and Averall on their team. They have a full squad of very capable players, so they're probably not muting each other. Let's go to a break. We'll come back, of course, with our decider map on the other side.
think I'm ready to go pro in Overwatch 2. Join 250 teams in Face It League Season 3. Compete in weekly officials organised around your schedule. Anyone can start their journey, rising through skill-balanced divisions and climbing to the top of the Face It League for cash and fame. Don't miss Season 3. Register before October 2nd. Let's do this, guys.
I mean, obviously, everyone feels like they're ready to go pro until Sugar Free gets into the server. I think Shikigami, as good as they are, honestly, this is a quality team that have recently really leveled up in terms of, like, who's on their squad, are now looking down the barrel of reverse sweep once Sugar Free has rejoined the game for Toronto.
Right. Yeah, it's tough because Shikigami, like, I really like what we saw from them early on, and I think that they will definitely make it out of this group, right? And I think a lot of other teams, they probably, I mean, look, even with down someone, they're still, you know, really strong, you know, top flight players, obviously, on the, you know, Toronto Defiant side, right? Without Sugar Free in the mix. That, you know, you still kind of have to give some credit to Shikigami, obviously, for winning those games, but, you know, obviously not as high in terms of the stock and being able to, like, beat a team like Toronto potentially at full strength. So Taejung will come back in here for our fifth and final map. They will go to Esperanza. So this is one you can definitely play those Orisa base comps.
You definitely can. I mean, we used to see often like Orisa versus Winston, right? So it might just be Shikigami want to play the Orisa comp. They sort of back themselves up against the Winston, which is, you know, not guaranteed that Toronto will play. We've also seen someone be more than happy to match in that Orisa. It's just been a classic map for a number of different tank comps, actually. I will say Esperanza has seen like Ramatra-based comps. We've even seen Reinhardt at times. Diva, of course, has made her way in here. It's a kind of map that's defined much more by just the general, you know, advantage of working that high ground outside of something that forces certain picks. But we are going to see Toronto hover that Winston comp to start with. It should be very comfortable for them. Allows Rupal to play that Ana as well, which is a big deal against Shikigami, who really want to get big healing numbers on their front line.
I mean, you give someone the option to play, you know, arguably, you know, one of two of his best heroes. Like, do you want to play Orisa? Do you want to play Winston? It's like, oh, well, you know, I feel like maybe a little bit of Winston today. We'll see. Maybe it's because Taejung's back in, right? Then, you know, he's probably going to be playing the Genji. That's what we saw him play throughout a lot of his time in the series thus far. That's why you start out with a Winston.
But I mean, I feel like Toronto Defiant, this is like their best look. You have every player on like their best hero. I think it's safe to say. Vega, I mean, we'll give them a pass because it's Juno, so doesn't matter if you like it, Vega, sorry. It's just too strong. Again,
as long as he can orbital ray,
that's it. Beam me up, Scotty, as often as you can. I have no complaints otherwise. So, Shikigami take up this position now, realizing they're playing against the Winston comp, which does need to respect the output and disruption of Orisa in an enemy front line. They are going to have to wrap around a little bit more here or try and be selective about how they start fights. The poke of Merit and the follow-up of Sugar Free and someone, it's kind of their bread and butter.
Yeah, I also think they're not exactly as worried of giving up a little bit of progress in terms of the bot early on. That's a nice play, though. They actually kind of catch Merit out a little bit. Solo with a nice spear. They'll actually trade hit scan.
Torpedoes there from Vega allow the 1-for-1 trade. Cassidy and Ash respectively falling here, but Taejong gets picked off. Rupal looks like they win that fight out against the Genji, who was trying to dive them. Likely a sleep dart involved there, I'd have to say. But that's pretty huge. If your Ana can handle the dive, you are going to be in a good place. Solo's about to have that armor stripped away, and then that Orisa becomes much easier to bring down. Anium, like Sugar Free respected there.
Think back to map 1 and 2, right? Instead of a Tracer with this exact lineup for Toronto Defiant, they were playing Tor, right? Yeah. I mean, it is much different vibe with the Tracer in the game.
Bionade there on Solo. Okay, Anium, she had the orbital ray available, but she just floated a little too far above the ground. It was easy pickings for Vega. And of course, Solo goes down after the fact. Brutal. And there was an orbital ray there from Anium.
Yeah. The orbital ray got popped. Like, I think coming down from the high ground probably actually just kind of hit the button and died as soon as, you know, trying to win to use that ult. And does not go off for Anium. That is a tough break for Shikigami, yeah.
Oh man, how do you come back from that? I mean, that's like your win condition here within a Orisa comp. You need
all
that
5 ultimates for Defiant.
Yeah, and they can really get through this checkpoint without spending too many of them at all. One or so. Here comes the mob first. Taejong trying to threaten Merit, but they've obviously let their ultimate go, and yeah, I mean, Shikigami had to fold back away from that orbital ray. They just cannot fight inside of it, so they're given their checkpoint entirely. Someone able to wrap back around and find Sunjun trying to pressure that high ground, take down the Cassidy. And Toronto are looking very comfortable.
Yes, this is, I mean, as good as it can go here for the Defiant, because now you're going to have RuPaul with the nano boost here to drop onto someone. It's very difficult for Shikigami, right? They don't exactly want to move into that choke when you have an Ashe controlling the high ground over there. As Taejong trying to take a battle here against Sugar Free does not work out. That'd be a big primal, yeah.
I mean, this will let you double back deal with Sunjun, who did try and steal the bot for a time. Someone can turn this into more. I don't think there's a fortifier available at all here for solo, so they are free solo. Except the movie went a little bit better than that.
I didn't see it, so
well, they didn't fall. I'll tell you that much. They didn't fall.
Okay.
Oy, oy, oy. All right. Toronto now getting up to triple digits here. And we know just how hard it is to come back from that.
They don't even need to use the nano in that previous fight, right? Shikigami just having a lot of difficulties dealing with the pressure of someone as Sunjun gets quite low. You have Sugar Free here as well, trying to maybe finish off Cassidy is trying to be Vega taking out solo. Yeah, this is a pretty good trade, so these are favoring Shikigami.
I mean, Sunjun gets to run wild there. 3 final blows on the Cassidy. Stopping Toronto in their tracks, but we've only had 4 minutes elapsed on this Esperanza map. I know, it feels like, you know, we've seen so much more of the map than we otherwise would have. But Toronto have that 105-meter total. Now we're coming back around, though, to Anion's orbital ray. Shikigami already in a priority position, or at least getting to that point, but they need to deal with the defensive high ground that Toronto get by default here.
It also feels like that Shikigami needs a fight win without expending both support ultimates, right? There's not really much of anything on the Toronto Defiant side to use, so this will be the orbital ray here for Anion. Up on that high ground. Oh, and she gets hit with a pulse bomb.
Again, it's not burst healing from orbital ray, so Anion, I mean, she was dead either way. Taejong realizes, I think, that their goose was cooked there. And that was a fight in which you do spend the orbital ray and you don't get the win. So Shikigami have to lean now back on that rally. And Toronto are getting back around to their big ultimates. We saw them with 5 of them in that previous fight, and it gave them like 45 meters of progress. So I'd be concerned.
And the Juno ult is so strong, it feels like you absolutely need to win the fights that you use with it. I don't think they're tricked. Yeah, they know that they're there around the corner. So they I think Shikigami thought they were being a bit sneaky there, Graveyard and solo, but seemed like Toronto, they knew exactly where those players were. The ping from someone where on with his POV right in that spot, knew exactly where they were at. So now Toronto will back up, take some of that high ground. This will be a bob to kick things off.
Yeah, the flank of Sunjun. Oh my goodness, Sugar Free doesn't expect to run into that. Nicely done for Sunjun. Someone can't really help his team to too much more than just get that one final blow. The Bob gets brought down. Merit able to buy a little bit of time with that, but that bio doesn't really hit the way that Toronto would have liked it to. Shikigami with the cross the rally. Graveyard rallies while they're bionated. It's an easy kill for someone who now has primal. Oh, that is disastrous.
And you have the nano boost to use here as well. You're gonna lose both supports here for Shikigami. Terra Surge kind of looks like maybe like booped out of the way or just jumped and kind of like solo went off on the side with it. As man, going from bad to worse here for Shikigami. Quite unfortunate. Feels like all the momentum as soon as Sugar Free got back swung into the Defiant's favor, and now you're seeing it carry over into the gameplay.
Again, there's no support ultimate value for Shikigami. First, Anion gets an orbital rate. She still dies inside of it because she gets stuck by Sugar Free. Graveyard pops rally, but under the effects of Bionade, so gives like 1 second of healing to their team, and then they get eliminated as well. You need more than that. Toronto here have a nano boost for someone, but first probably dive in with a primal. Interrupt this Deadeye for Sunjun, who gets clear of the Winston and can bring Vega down. I love this, I guess, audacious Cassidy play from Sunjun. They've got some great mechanics to back up the attitude, but it's going to take a heck of a lot more than that. An alley-oop. That would have been the bio claiming the kill, if not Sugar Free running Graveyard down. RuPaul does get caught out by the Junker Queen, of all things. And Solo now needs to find a way to get control of the bot.
Yeah, it's a queen swap from Solo, and looks like Solo gets taken on the opposite side of the map. You don't have a tank here for Toronto. You end up losing someone. Doesn't exactly just have to use the primal.
Sunjun plays aggressive there. Gets a Suzu, though, from Graveyard. Able to stay alive despite being hit with the dynamite explosion. Okay, Vega. Yeah, all right. No, I get it. Yep, that's orbital rate.
Escort.
Like that. It's moving the card. Love to see it. Not really something Toronto can make use of because they are diving. It can be a little bit hard to line the Juno ultimate up with a Winston composition. Okay, here comes the orbital ray once again. She's not around to see the result of it. Still, the rest of Shikigami can make some use of it, and someone is diving inside of it. That's brazen. Again, with Primal Rage, though, still a bit scary to deal with the Queen. It's not really where Winston wants to find himself, so someone just finds himself elsewhere, in Sonjin's vicinity. Able to take the Cassidy down here.
Solo just stuck in a really interesting spot, right? There's like the tank behind him. He's trying to like maybe isolate some of the supports, right? We saw Vega and RuPaul back towards this side where Vega not able to get towards someone, RuPaul not able to get line of sight. Big bio yet again here from RuPaul. But it feels like, Mitch, every time Shikigami gets control, they get it back to their bridge, and that's about it. Toronto giving them no space to breathe.
Toronto have been saving those ultimates as well. So they still have this nano boost. RuPaul, I think, has been holding onto this for a hot minute now.
Yeah, it feels like a while.
Okay. I mean, Solo, yeah, no way they're surviving that one. They were burning down because of the Ash damage, and then a Pulse Bomb had them at 1. A little bit of extra tick would have done the job. Okay, this is now scary for Shikigami. They're going to likely give up a bit of progress here, especially because Sonjin finds himself in a really compromising position.
Yeah, they're running out of progress to give up. That's the problem. They gotta give up a little bit of progress. I mean,
it's true.
Give up a little bit of progress, we're going to a loading screen.
Yeah, I mean they're back in the Bronze Age already. I mean, like, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, they can afford to give up a little bit of progress.
Playing Age of Empires in reverse. There's a recall from Taejong, though. Good pressure on towards RuPaul, and of course Solo's able to finish that off with the axe swing. However, 134 and counting now inside the last minute of this map and this series entirely for Shikigami. And it's Solo trying to keep them afloat here, but Taejong can't really get into the fight. They're being controlled, they're being handled by Sugar Free for the most part, and now everyone can turn and look at the Junker Queen. Taejong attempted a Pulse Bomb stick there, looks like that got nothing, and Solo being down. I guess all they can really hang their hat on is that they bought a little bit of time to stop a potential full cap, but even that now is under question. Sugar Free's built, get another Pulse. But Toronto know they don't need to go for the bragging rights. They need to chill here for half a minute.
Well, they're not going to go for it just yet. It looks like they're going to wait for a few players here to come back off a spawn. Toronto's still with this nano. Orbital Ray is well here going into the spawn of Shikigami. It'll be the nano here onto someone. It'll track down Sonjin. So they do take out Merit. I don't think that's going to be enough, though, to hold.
Okay. Solo trying to keep this one contested here. Vega a little bit low. Orbital Ray coming out from Anium this time. It's actually pretty darn good. Someone's got to respect it. Back away. Now leaves things in overtime, and Sugar Free doesn't escape due to the hindrance of Sonjin's grenade. So Toronto will need to regroup. Some players, though, are too far forward, like RuPaul, staggered out. Someone also chased down. Shikigami have a veritable Everest, now to scale.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Shikigami, right? With how Toronto's played on the, let's say, call more defensive side of things, right? When Shikigami's moving the bot into Toronto territory, Toronto's been great as they're going to have to obviously dodge these RuPaul antis. You do have the cleanse now with Graveyard playing the Kiri. So we'll see Toronto try and take hold of the high ground, but that's Solo combining with Onigun, picking up Merit.
Merit, obviously. Probably not where you want to be in striking distance of that Ash. Looks like Toronto thought they could take up that high ground spot, Matt, and found themselves a little exposed.
Yeah, how do you get it through? You're even going to have the checkpoint stop here for Shikigami as well. How do you get it through this part of the map? Someone takes control of the cart below, and there goes your Tracer.
Solo here. Going to be living up to their name, I think, at this rate, because Toronto want to avoid the Junker Queen at all costs until they are the last person on the field, which is, well, Tap's watch. Right about now, Toronto to finish things off here on Esperanza, a commanding lead, a dominant finish, and a reverse sweep. The trifecta as Sugar Free comes in, still undefeated in maps here in OWCS group stages.
Yeah, I mean, look, Toronto obviously at full strength, a fantastic team. They displayed that. I think Shikigami, a lot of things that you like about them potentially making out of the group. Oh, yeah. But once they were at full strength, Toronto, this was not close.
Yeah, it was pretty quick, question mark, I guess.
How long we keep you for?
Pretty quick.
No, I'm talking about when Toronto actually showed up and
almost
actually played the game. It was the last 3 maps were pretty quick. I was talking about. Sure.
Yeah.
The whole duration was pretty long, but hey, let's talk about this match. I think, I think one of the biggest surprise for me was Shikigami. I think with Sonjin and Taejong in the lineup, I think the first 2 maps, they look great. Of course, I think, Toronto Defiant, of course, didn't have Lenny in there, but at the same time, credit where credit's due, they were the stronger team in the first 2 maps.
Well, yeah, but the comps that Toronto wants to play, a lot of it is predicated on someone and Sugar Free kind of working together, where there'd be like Winston dive with a Tracer, whether it be a Reset with a Mei trying to split players off. So to not have that second piece, Toronto's like one of the teams that doesn't really have any subs, right? I mean, that's why Danny's in the game. So they don't have any subs. They've been playing with the entire year. And I mean, to not have that player in, it's got to be pretty brutal.
Yeah. Look, I think that, I think this illustrates obviously just how important an individual like Sugar Free is. But you could say that of this entire team, and I'm just saying it could have been a lot worse. And they might have had to have Caceres play, right? So I just want to, we were spared from that at the very least here.
It could have been our Danny. It could have been our Danny.
Yeah, it could have been me.
I mean, look, Commander X would have been already over if I was in. Could have seen, Mr. Hardy come in there and throw down again. But look, Danny. Listen, I mean, it's a tough job. You are often told to play heroes that are more like reactive, try to mitigate like, opposing superstars outside of being, expected to be one yourself there. But it's in 5v5 especially, it's like that one player just makes a world of difference, Danny.
Yeah, Sugar Free's also over the last, pretty much since EWC, he's been playing like on another level as well for the Defiant, right? So there's also, I think, a difference between, having a player, that's not able to make it for a game or two, right, and replacing them, and then just replacing the output from Sugar Free over the last, X amount of months. He's the player of the match. Right? He's got to be, right? I mean, he was crushing.
This was from the last three maps of the match, and also, like you said, this guy just built different. Like Mitch, you both Mitch and Matt, you guys are both saying, the difference of just having one player out and then coming back in. It's just night and day different for a team.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to also identify what Sugar Free's role is in this roster, because he's often playing the flanking heroes. So first of all, Toronto win a lot of cheap fights from really great pulse bomb sticks. Think like Anion, she's using an orbital ray on that Esperanza map. She gets taken down by pulse bomb. That's huge. But also when you have the dichotomy of the Ashe and Tracer, quite often the Tracer wants to capitalize on a dynamite hit, right? She runs into the backline. The Tracer puts that extra pressure down after the heal pressure of the dynamite, and usually you can one-clip people when they're at half HP. So it's a 1-2 punch that also works with the Winston as well. The Winston Tracer get there, you can follow it up. When you don't have that, you're asking Merit to solo kill everyone, which on Ashe is not easy, especially with how much healing is in the game because of Juno. So you really need Sugar Free as part of that. And that's maybe why Vega was, trying to push that Iliari so much. It's okay, I'm going to try and add some damage here, just try and make me and Merit try and combine to get some kills. And it was okay on Blizzard World.
Yeah. I feel definitely, I think Toronto Defiant definitely proving to everyone that they are one of the strongest teams in NA. And guys, that is only the first match of the day. We have 2 more. But before we move on, let's take a look at Group A brackets, of course. Toronto Defiant getting the win. We'll be moving up, and it's the decider match is going to be Shikigami versus whoever wins YFP versus Tanuki. Yeah, YFP and Tanuki.
And it may not look like it after the last 3 maps we saw, but I definitely would favor Shikigami over both those teams. I think they have a fantastic chance to make it out of this group. They were impressive. They've obviously already beat one of the teams 3-0, so you get a rematch, feeling good there. YFP feels like that's an opponent they can beat. I expect to see Shikigami at the main event.
That'd be cool.
Me too.
Same. All right, everybody, also be sure to check out the massive Overwatch League inventory sale that's going on in game right now. Oh my god, Overwatch League. I love Overwatch League. Starting on October 2nd, the Overwatch League Legends Mega Bundle will be available, which comes with All-Star Tracer, All-Star Genji, Zen Nakji Zenyara. That is a throwback.
That's a classic. That was one of the that's one of the sickest
first ones. Yeah,
they made that obviously to honor the MVP of that particular year of the Overwatch League. That was a custom that eventually stopped, but pretty awesome to see those skins just to sort of commemorate some great individuals in our league.
Zen Nakji, I think I have that one.
Yeah, Octo bro.
Well, if you don't, you can buy it.
Yeah, you can buy it.
So there you go, Matt. Thank you. Yeah, everyone, if you don't have it, now's the chance. Get your favorite skins from Overwatch League and use them in game. You're gonna look cool. All right, that's it, everybody. We're moving into second match of the day. It's going to be NRG versus Fluffy Dreamland. Come in right after the break. My Hero Academia. Overwatch 2 collab. That's gonna be huge. Matt, I know you're a big fan of anime. Which skin is your favorite?
I'm huge on anime. I think the one with the teeth with the scarf.
Cool. Danny, as a fellow yandere sim,
who is that?
Yes. Big Toga fan over here.
Toga.
Mitch agrees.
Yeah.
Toga Kiri is peak. Yeah, Matt, you should watch the anime. It's pretty good.
I'm still getting through Cowboy Bebop. Still getting through that one. So maybe once I'm done with that,
I'll start
this
like
one.
the anime is like wrapping. I think now I haven't read the manga. It's like in what is like the final fight. They do so good at that show to build up. I think to like these big conflicts. It was very hype when it first came out. Danny.
Well, don't spoil it for me. I mean, what are you doing? You're spoiling it.
I know. I mean, they just do a good job of hyping up to their fight team.
Matt, let's be honest. You're not gonna watch any of the anime.
I'm trying to sell it to you. It is so good, man.
Anyways, you know what's better? Better than anime? It's the matches that we're gonna be having. Next match is going to be Energy Shock
you
versus
made a long
Fluffy
list
Dreamland.
of stuff.
So let's take a look at the Group B bracket. Of course, Energy moved up by beating Blast of Buds, and Fluffy Dreamland got the win against ENCE and Zenith, 3-1. They're going up against each other. It's gonna be good.
Yeah. And obviously, Fluffy Dreamland was a bit of a standout from Stage 3. They ended up getting first in their group in Stage 3. I'm excited for this NRG Shock roster, though. I mean, Tree, Scissors, PG. I mean, this is just like a fan favorite of a lot of players in NA. So here today, they'll be starting Kellen in terms of the tank. It'll be UV and Rack Attack, and then I get PG and Scissors. In the damage dealer. So this is a really fun lineup, really fun team.
I mean, this team is great. Obviously, we know NRG Shock were, really able to show what they're capable of in Stage 3 with that win against the Toronto Defiant in the upper bracket. However, they end up getting swept in that final match, which is, I think for them disappointing. They're still testing themselves, obviously up against their best, but the Para-Izo finish, for me, was pretty unconvincing. So do want to see this team really come alive. Kelvin was obviously a player with a lot of experience and a decent sort of hero pool, but someone who gets some level of scrutiny, I think. Going over to this team, obviously, we've seen Fluffy Dreamland make some changes recently. Renko obviously brought back into the lineup amongst some others.
Ryan on the Tracer, when we've seen Ryan, I mean, just been lights out. So we'll see potentially begin to carry over that against NRG. Obviously, a huge mountain to climb. Another match where I think NRG would be considered heavy favorites here against Fluffy Dreamland.
Do you guys feel like this is going to be a close match, or do you think it's going to be a 3-0 for Energy?
The music cut at the perfect time there.
I think can it be both? Can it be a competitive 3-0? Can it be a back and forth 3-0? Maybe I can see opportunities where Funny Dreamland has opportunities to win maps in the final minutes, and NRG comes up clutch and they're able to win it. I think a competitive back and forth series. That could be a 3-0.
All right. We're taking a look at the community poll results. It is 88%.
Mitch doesn't have to say anything.
I just love how you hedged it so well. I mean, Danny's just trying to move through. Let my boy cook. He's trying to move through the show, Matt. Sheesh.
No, Energy Shock, I mean, I do feel like they are the stronger team right now. 88% of people also agree. 12% go for Fluffy Dreamland.
Danny just goes with the public.
I do.
He's like, 88% of the public think it's going to happen,
I have
so
no opinion.
I'm with them.
I just listen to people. I follow the mass.
I'm with those guys.
Who's winning? Oh, that guy? Okay. Let me go that side.
Yeah, I love him.
Danny was the official Team Finland Simp at World Cup. He does latch on to that fan favorite team, and he just is ride or die.
Yeah. Danny goes to sporting events with hats for both teams and just kind of changes them depending on what the score
is. Is he an Overwatch League fan? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I swear, I love our fans, but I saw them with 3 different jerseys for 3 different games on the day.
Hey, those fans were the best. I mean, what are you talking about? I love those guys. All right, let's jump into the game. Match number 2. Guys, take it away.
Okay, Danny, yes. I mean, push and shove, no worries. Okay, NRG choosing Ilios here straight away. Obviously, with Kellen, we have a Winston player, also someone who has dabbled in the dark arts, you could call them. But like you mentioned, right, PG and Scissors on this roster with Tree waiting in reserve. You have Ultraviolet, and I'd rather support, God help me, and Cal and Scissors. So this team really has it all. I do think that NRG are like a solid sort of number 2 in this region, really knocking on that door. They still need to make a step up. They still need to win the games that really matter against like your Torontos of the world, and they want to come out here and look very, very strong. I want them to show us why they're making a case here to be a real factor going into Stockholm.
Well, I think that they've cemented themselves at this point as like the number 2 team in NA, right? I think just like in terms of roster depth, performance, historical standing of a lot of these players, I definitely think they've done that. And look, we've been waiting for a lot of other teams throughout the year to kind of take that next step that just haven't. Where I think the Shock are a team that has the potential to get there, and we've already kind of seen it happen at times. I think they need players like Kellen, though, right? Who've been there, done it before, right? Played it, obviously, the highest level of some of the biggest events to kind of bring some more veteran presence to the team. It'll be Kellen on the ball to kick things off.
Okay. So yeah, like I mentioned, Kellen does dabble a little bit in this direction. NRG Shock, even back in the days of having Infected on the roster, did want to play that style. And there's PGE. What a perfect pick. Renko didn't know what hit them. Widowmaker already drawing blood here on this map, and it couldn't have been better. I mean, you now only have the Brig for healing here, and of course the Commanding Shout for a bit of durability. Fluffy Dreamland still want to fight for this, though, tentatively trying to contest.
Yeah, and it's a really difficult composition for Fluffy Dreamland to play against, right? I mean, they're playing with the Junker Queen and then the double flanking DPS. They want to get in on top of the supports for NRG Shock, but with Shock, having the ball and the Tracer and the Widow just putting so much pressure on the opposing team, it's difficult to kind of make that happen for Fluffy Dreamland. But Fluffy Dreamland actually making it work, Mitch, because the point can't be flipped right away here for the Shock. So Shock continually have to keep going in to that Junker Queen. You're able to keep the Queen alive, and Fluffy Dreamland will keep the point.
But they're also able to play out of line of sight of the Widowmaker for the most part. The Wrecking Ball is designed to force people into Widow sight lines, and when Kellen's not able to do that, it's really hard for PG to do too much. He got that first pick on towards the Juno. The Renko is pretty quickly back in the fight anyway.
They all just bunker up in the corner of the point, this Fluffy Dreamland, like where you just saw PG looking at his Chime connect to the pulse bomb on a rack. So this is really good for Fluffy Dreamland. Like I mentioned, they were pretty impressive in our previous stage, looking really good here against NRG Shock.
Really good opener. This is asking a lot of Scissors here now as the only DPS that can really see Fluffy Dreamland, let alone interact with him. And that's why PG has made the shift. Something with Dynamite, of course, Ash to sort of punish the group up here of Fluffy Dreamland and still be relevant and still be able to reposition with that coach gun. Definitely a good answer. The Fluffy Dreamland have already been able to put together a little bit of a lead, and Kellen can't really get too close to this front line. There's a fair bit that can actually hold that ball in place. We'll see them drop in for a pile driver as Ultraviolet wraps around. Oh, Orbiter Ray just in time. Yes, PGE still standing now. Also, the Torpedo's going to get thrown out, but the Bionade connected with PGE. No, rather, it was Astro's ultimate. So the anti-heal, huge in the face of that Juno ultimate. Ryan was taken down, but Fluffy Dreamland still looking, feeling pretty healthy. The minefield from Kellen. He knocks 2 players into those and gets both supports. There's still the Junker Queen, though, that has to be answered, and Fluffy Dreamland still have point control.
I mean, the Junker Queen's just so tanky on the point, but man, a double kill with the mines there on the both supports. As Astro looks potentially back up just a little bit. You're going to have everybody back here at full strength, which could be the final fight of this point.
Kellen can flip here, only really because Astro is very, very low. Scissors had to recall quickly, under a lot of pressure there. Oh, Kellen, okay. Little slide down there, does hit the pile drive, but some erratic movement here, and some of this is because Kellen is actually getting redirected in midair by some of these whip shots.
Yeah, as PG also in that previous fight switches over and plays the Ash, so the Dynamite damage, right, with the Junker Queen composition that wants to play close together. Dynamite damage is pretty good as a nice Dynamite connects there. It'll be Ryan, though, with the Blade. Gets at least one here, some damage on more, but this looks like it's going to be Fluffy Dreamland pushing in, taking the point.
Great pulse, though, from Scissors.
Just gets both supports.
No healing. Yeah, still a flip, though, for Fluffy Dreamland, and who needs healing when you have enough damage? Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and Fluffy Dreamland won't be shifted off the point here. Kellen has definitely struggled in short-handed scenarios to be able to contest this point at all. There's a touch there. Overtime secured. Kellen peering over and does notice a Fluffy Dreamland are pretty grouped here. Pile driver comes in, but PGE needs a good sightline. Needs a Bob to get online, and then picked off at the start of a fight again. Ryan, once more. with a great DPS showing. 2 quick kills on the Genji here makes it virtually impossible for NRG Shock to come back into this game and puts us, puts PGE on the famine side of their feast or famine spectrum.
Yeah, it's like you're not really able to get anything out of the hit scan there, really outside that first pickoff we saw from the Widowmaker, and then PGE goes over to the Ashe and just lots of pressure from Ryan in Chime, whether it be the Genji or the Tracer in his grill, not even able to build up towards a Bob. So really good start for Fluffy Dreamland. Maybe they saw this ball comp coming and they end up playing a Junker Queen style that definitely gives NRG Shock some trouble.
PGE hit tab. Hit tab, bro, immediately. I want to see what he's able to do in that round, because the Widow looks good. There's a great first pick on the best target you could ask for. But then there's no sightline, there's no angle, there's a ton of pressure because of the Genji. We'll see a switch up here. Scissors on the Echo, Chime instead going to be on the Pharah. Okay, so it's going to be on a Brig versus this Kiriko and Juno setup for Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, we, obviously for Fluffy Dreamland, right, it's going to be a lot of pressure going on to Astro. Because you have the Tracer, the Echo, right? These are the, specifically the Echo, right? If the defense matrix on one side of the Echo with like a focusing beam would do a ton of damage on the Diva, make Astro's life really difficult.
We're gonna Chime here, playing out of line of sight for the most part. Also, Scissors can't really get to grips with them here, so Echo can't do the thing. Pop those cooldowns and try and blow Pharah up before she can have an outsized impact on the fight, which Chime already has an how to do. Good amount of post damage here, making NRG Shock think twice, but it's Grapes being so low and Astro also having to fall back off the point that now allows Scissors into that stronger position. They're gonna have to deal with the Diva here though, which is a little frightening, and Scissors needed healing. There wasn't any though. Ultraviolet was looking elsewhere. Rack Attack also gonna fall here. NRG Shock, looking a little unsteady today.
Yeah, it looked like for a second there that UV was trying to get out the door to maybe heal Scissors, but Rack is right there, so maybe just didn't have an armor pack for the Echo up in the sky. Yeah, definitely look a little bit off thus far, but Fluffy Dreamland, they don't really care. They're putting it to NRG Shock right now.
Kelvin here, of course, having switched over to the Winston. He's at least able to be a bit more commanding in presence. But again, Astro needs to be kept tabs on. They're constantly trying to chase in. Dare they overextend, though, maybe trying to punish a backliner. Yeah. Not a lot of mobility in NRG's backline, so definitely tempting to go for those. But beautiful from Ryan. Notices that Kellen goes a little bit low after that exchange and then chases him down. Oh, that's beautiful. Ryan is just taking over this game. The Genji looks so good on Ruins, and now here on Lighthouse. Strength to strength has been the move for Ryan. Here comes that orbital ray here, Fluffy Dreamland. Gonna soak that one up, you best believe it. And another for Ryan. 3 in the fight, Tracer going wild.
Yeah, whenever we've seen Ryan play the Tracer, he's been absolutely phenomenal. As you lose both tanks at the beginning of that fight, but it's a lot of damage that comes down from Chime that just goes completely unanswered, where the Shock are forced to take these fights. They don't have speed to just kind of like run on through that, right? It's just players taking shit damage from this far. Time and time again, eventually they're forced to go, and you have a fight kick off where Fluffy Dreamland's relatively healthy, and Shock, their health bars are definitely less than 100% full. It's a huge advantage.
Barrage here for Chime, slept midway through, somehow kept alive. Great Suzu there from Renko, and is going to follow it up instantly with a Kitsune rush here. Grape's still going to fall to the focusing beam of Scissors, but that and Kiriko rate of healing might be helpful. Chime, though, was forced to get away, caught out by the sticky bombs there. Ryan, though, still in the fight, eventually is brought down by PGE, but man, they really made an impact on this round. Getting Fluffy Dreamland to what, 93?
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy Dreamland puts themselves one fight away pretty much from sealing the deal. You'd probably have another fight towards the end, but it's going to be a bit junky where players just kind of like running in for NRG Shock. But Mitch, Fluffy Dreamland, they use everything there, right? So the ultimate economy heavily favors the Shock at this time. I also think it's a little bit harder to kind of attack with this Pharah. Like once you have the Pharah on more of like a defensive setup with control of the point, I think it's a bit easier to play. I think it's really hard, you see kind of the angles that he's forced into to get a lot of value out of the Pharah as you push back towards the point.
Yeah, Chime can just play in pretty safe locations. Astro there just sort of has to pave the way a little bit for him. Some damage down. Graves trying to pressure here with those torpedoes. Does notice a nano boost now being given over to Scissors, who does have a duplicate available. So there's a lot to do here for the Echo. And Kellen's able to get rid of Chime. Looks like that Suzu was a little too late in the day. And Astro gets DMX'd pretty easily. Scissors doesn't have to use that dupe and is happy to go down here to Ryan because a distinct advantage already has been carved out by NRG Shock.
I'd like to see them ditch the Pharah here potentially, but the issue was, I believe, the first point, we saw Chime playing the Tracer and then Ryan playing the Genji, so I don't know what you exactly would kind of potentially move to here for Fluffy Dreamland, where they may just be kind of committed with already having a Pulse Bomb, and then it looks like you're going to get a Barrage plate soon. You just need one fight here to figure out a way for it to go, but you see they're just forced to just kind of bum rush towards that point.
Okay, but Auto Ray gets off. Grapes doesn't get taken down. Sick bio, though. Like to see that. Ryan eventually gets removed by Scissors, though. Duplicate of a Diva now for Scissors, making things even harder for Fluffy Dreamland. And RG Shock now have gotten back into the lead and might be going from bad to worse for the Dreamers. And Bionate on Astro means it's, oh man, tough to stick around in a fight like this. They're going to have to give up the mech, hope to get a self-destruct climb back in, but Scissors was never going to allow that to happen. The sticky bombs on the wall will detonate. Ryan finds yet another one, continually shining on this Fluffy Dreamland roster, but it won't be enough to keep them in the game here on Lighthouse. Touch here for the Lucio. Grapes, though, it's a very short cameo. And they are quickly booted out of the game. We're even on Ilios.
Yeah, don't think you're going to be able to kind of attack right back in with that far. It makes it very difficult in that type of situation where they were never really to get anything out of Chime there towards the end, where that's a good round for Energy Shock. They kind of battle back in. I'd even like to see like playing like if you don't want to play maybe something else. Oh, you could play Venture. I was going to say you could play your own Echo, right? Like that's another option.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen like all-in comps around the Venture here. The Diva, I think, is an interesting look, and you know, Juno is still an option here in the backline of Fluffy Dreamland, but the Kiriko for Renko has looked very good. And RG Shock still playing this very traditional comp. One that is pretty agnostic of whether Juno's in the game or not, apparently. Ultraviolet and Rack Attack still on the Brig, still on the Ana.
How do you like the Queen against the Winston? So the Queen against the ball, like, has, you know, there's, I mean, the Queen's obviously difficult to dislodge, and then also can kind of get the yoinks back on that ball, put the ball in a little bit of trouble. What do you think about the Queen against the Winston here?
Very good, but it's getting poked down by Ashe that the Queen wants to avoid in general. So can Chime pressure this Ashe down? Obviously Ryan also on a dive DPS. They need to really pave the way so that Queen can't be, you know, harassed by that Ashe, and then basically you have free reign. You can do whatever you want. PGE though, winning things out there. Astro looking to close the gap, but still look at all this map control being taken.
How aggressive. Yeah, I mean, it's so aggressive, it doesn't end up working out, right? Like, they have to push so deep. Just a nice job kiting that from NRG Shock, right? They just keep backing up. Once some of those cooldowns are out, you know, the speed from Juno, the shout from the Queen, then there's no way for Fluffy Dreamland to continue to move on forward with speed. It's just eventually they're going to chip down over time.
Fluffy didn't take the point there either. They sort of just push off of it to try and fight NRG Shock, which you understand. They need to get their Junker Queen in position to be effective.
Yeah, I mean, they can't exactly hold position on the point, right? You would be in kind of a no man's land where that's exactly how you don't want to play this Queen setup. You want to be aggressive. You want to find those kills on the backline fast, and there's a kill there on a Kellen.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be half a Kellen always. Great pulse there from Chime. It's going to be the Rack Attack kill secured by Astro's knife in the end. And this is what you need to see happening. This is also a fight where PGE isn't picked off first. A Fluffy Dreamland get to push into a choke where Ash's sightlines are a little more limited.
Yeah, even here for Fluffy Dreamland, instead of, like, once, I would like to see them play at the choke, and then once they kind of get around there, that's when you see, like, the speed and the shout and everything kind of come, and they go around the corner and try and chase NRG Shock. I think that's the way you would have to kind of play this, right? To play a range, get poked down by the Ashe, not going to be the way you're going to win with this type of comp.
So, Bionate is a big win condition here for NRG Shock. They are running into Kitsune Rush and potential Orbital Ray combination. Very, very scary pair of ultimates to see from your opposing supports. The bomb gets thrown out there by PGE. He doesn't really contest in that spot, and eventually he's brought down pretty easily because NRG have all disengaged from this. And that's only the Ray. Astro can come forward now, can use the Rampage to try and close here, but they are a little low. Ryan's Blade has already done most of the work for them. Even with the Bionate on both DPS, Fluffy Dreamland have been able to do a lot with it. Getting rid of PGE. Now they've evened up the score here on Well.
Yes, that was actually Brenko using the Kitsune Rush on the opposite side of the map, so Kellen gets into the back line. That was also the rally used here for Shock, so a few key ultimates here used from both sides, as it'll be PG switching over to the Cassidy. What is also going to be difficult, I think, Mitch, for the Shock to deal with is Astro has the Queen ult. There's nothing really on the other side. There's no cleanse, no rally or anything that you can pop like beforehand, gain some overhealth. So this Queen ult could be quite massive and a lot of time dwindling off the clock. Oh, Grape's just too low.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dive. Energy Shock know they need to be the aggressors here, and they need to avoid the Junker Queen at all costs, and they've done it perfectly here. Astro, last player standing virtually, with ultimate in hand, but never a prior opportunity to make use of it. And that lets NRG Shock get through a bit of an awkward ultimate. Trough at least lets him build a nano boost here for Ultraviolet. I would say, though, that still doesn't mean Rampage is any less threatening to them.
No, I also think that what allows him to get the, Primal as well. Rampage comes down, maybe you can kind of dislodge some of the follow-up that would come, right? Just knock players out of the way with the Primal. I mean, not exactly the type of you want, but potentially that's something that comes on through. But it's going to be very difficult to catch even Kellen inside that ultimate. So Kellen puts some damage down on Chime, going to force him to back on up here. It's like it's like Fluffy Dreamland. There's no way they're going to play for their Orbital right? They're ages away.
Kellen walked up on Grapes there, forced their mobility cooldowns out, and just Rack Attack caught here. Can he turn this one pick into a one fight? If Astro goes down for this, maybe not. Nano boost here for PGE. Electric Cowboy rides again, folks. It looks like NRG Shock able to withstand. Grapes is in a pretty dangerous spot, and that is a beautiful hindrance. Chime had nowhere to go. PGE, a very slow start to this map, let's be clear. Ends up giving them the dub at the end of it. NRG Shock claim Ilios.
Yes, no, the Queen Rush doesn't really, the Rampage doesn't really get much of anything there. Just the one kill. There was a nice nano on the PG to keep him standing, but they were never able to kind of dislodge Kellen. And they were also never really able to get kind of that position with the Queen that we were talking about, where they can kind of just like flood around the corner and just, bum rush players down. Where for Fluffy Dreamland, pretty good start, all things considered, right? This is a really good team on the side of NRG Shock, but kind of like a little bit how I said maybe in the lead up of like, could this be a close 3-0, like these back and forth type maps like this, right? Where I don't think Fluffy Dreamland is a pushover at all.
No, absolutely not. They look like a very solid team in general. They can't sort of employ the same strategy that they showed us on, Ruins, where they can sort of play out of the way of the Ashe or away from scrutiny. We saw the Winston this time. And again, Well is a little bit more of an open map. So playing that Queen comp requires you to be aggressive all the time, but you can avoid the Junker Queen. Here's PGE's, I feel like their singular kill on that first round. Now, that might be a bit uncharitable, but that's the only one that really sticks out to me. The rest of the time, like you see this sort of awkward Wrecking Ball composition trying to like carve this Junker Queen comp out of that low ground there, and had great difficulty.
Yeah, the ball had like some fun moments, like the double kill with the mines there and whatnot, but like it wasn't really impactful in terms of like winning the game or the round, right? It was pretty much all Fluffy Dreamland in point number 1. Fluffy Dreamland also had a chance to take the second one. I just think that the Pharah was very difficult to kind of like push back in and attack with the Pharah yet again, so they go back to what they ran on Ruins for a competitive well.
Yeah, it looked good. I thought like Ryan with the Dragon Blade able to win out some close fights there. A couple of these could have gone either way. This fight especially, you see Rack Attack, the only player that's affected by that Rampage. You think if there's a bigger Junker Queen ultimate, one that was held onto for quite some time, you can really stack that anti-heal across a couple plays, maybe an extra backline or a DPS. Then you're feeling a little bit better about it. But PGE there is able to bring the Queen down, get nano boost, take care of the Tracer, and enable NRG Shock to take the map away. So I think you said, was it you that said competitive 3-0 might be on the cards here?
Yeah.
I mean, at least the competitive part of that has been satisfied. I think Fluffy Dreamland are definitely up to the task here. It's about their map pick. See what they can sort of bring in here. And you'll note that NRG are still playing that Brig Ana style pretty consistently with the Winston. So it is a composition and an approach that is really well documented at this point.
I mean, look how close of a first map. 1,000 damage separating the teams, basically 2,000, in terms of damage dealt. A few deaths, right? You're within striking difference of the KD. So extremely back and forth. Round number 1. It does seem like Fluffy Dreamland. I mean, in terms of what they want to play in maps, I mean, is there anything you like? Oh, don't please don't go there, right? If you're either team, I think these teams are both pretty well rounded. I wouldn't say either of these teams is extremely scared of one play style or another.
So I do want to see if Fluffy Dreamland have like a good Winston Ashe composition. There will be some maps, you know, like especially like talk about some of the push maps where that becomes quite relevant. So far, they've looked to want to play like mostly like combinations of dive DPS, which can be really challenging when you're up against like a Brigana backline who are typically pretty well suited to deal with that. We get a bit of a brawly map here picked by Fluffy Dreamland, so that might tip the hand a little bit. Juno's still relevant here. You can bring in that Venture if you want to try and make that play. That would mean Kiriko is a better option. Renko on the Kiriko has looked really, really good here. So plenty of options for New Junk City here. And NRG Shock may have to show us something a little bit more brawly from Kellen as opposed to Ball or Winston.
Yeah, we saw Fluffy Dreamland. They played a little bit of Venture, right? So potentially, is there an option to play like Tracer Venture here with an aggressive type of setup?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can like play something kind of all in around it. Again, like I also think like the Orisa May setups are very solid. This again means NRG Shock move over to something that resembles a bit more of that Juno composition. Might just be Brat giving him a speed and then switching over to the Brig coming out of spawn. But that means then the big question is the difference between PGE and Ryan, not only in sort of hero selection, but in impact. Ryan's Tracer looks really phenomenal.
So we'll see NRG Shock. They'll be hovering over this composition, which we've seen a ton of teams play. It'll be a mirror matchup here with Fluffy Dreamland selecting the same. Just to, instead of, but like how you mentioned though, no Ashe, no Cassidy here. So they'll play Tracer with this, where it seems like maybe Fluffy Dreamland doesn't want to play any like the hit scam.
Oh, there it is though. Chime, what a big opener. Rakitek, I think, also had a nice spike. This is scary. Look at this NRG Shocker basically just retreating as soon as that first pick comes in.
So, I mean, no hit scan, but you get Ice Skull across the map, right? And that's a good way to open things up there for Fluffy Dreamland. So, we've seen this with Tracer, though, and, like, Tracer doesn't exactly... Like, you just get a lot more value out of, like, a Cassidy or even an Ashe, right? I think it just in terms of putting down some kind of consistent damage at range, also stopping some of the flankers. The Tracer, it's like... you're really kind of like waiting, I guess, on the Orisa, right? You're not exactly on Tracer like going into a composition that's running Brig Cassidy May. You're kind of just waiting on the Orisa maybe to get on the offense and make a play, but look how low Astro is. I mean, loses all his armor straight away.
Yeah, a great use of the Hyper Ring to get them back there, and again, the poke damage for Fluffy Dreamland. Their neutral game so far in New Junk City has been impeccable. They've won this first Flashpoint off the back of it.
Yeah, in an odd way, right? Where I was talking about where, you know, PGE, he puts down tons of damage on Astro, but they're able to back out, heal Astro up, and then once they get in position, then they get an early pick yet again and push on forwards. Fluffy Dreamland. I mean, this is an impressive first fight, Mitch, because it's also, you know, like dry in terms of no ultimates across the board, right? You can hold everything here for this next Flashpoint.
Yeah, having, I think, the first Blizzard come up here is pretty big. Scissors should have theirs online in time, and NRG Shock have done enough in these fights, at least, to give them some decent ultimates to work with. We might see a little bit of a fight sort of happen outside the point here. I think there's a risk of Grapes maybe running into some of these NRG Shock players. They are getting pressured down somewhat. And Chime is, as you can see,
where are we working? A little bit of a...
They're flanking.
Yeah, a little bit of a...
Flanking Blizzard.
Blizzard flank here?
Yep. No, they don't know.
So far away. No, I think he realizes, I think, it's so far away, there's no way he's going to be able to...
But Fluffy have priority here, and they can wall this choke pretty comfortably. They actually leave it open for now. Allow some moving out to the point. It's going to be the Blizzard from Scissors first. Chime throws theirs in eventually, and yeah, it catches the May. Scissors obviously doesn't have an ice block there to avoid being frozen up at all. So Astro pushes in here. Kellen trying to shove them back. The orbital ray is pretty big, and it's tough for Astro, who just doesn't get to benefit from it whatsoever. They're picked off beforehand, and it's as simple as keeping Orisa standing. That's enough for NRG to take this point.
Yeah, and NRG also has a later rally. Grapes ends up using his rally pretty early, around when the blizzards go out, but having the later rally, so like it's kind of the beams go at the same time, the orbital rays, but the rally that comes in from Rakitek towards the end, I mean, that's a huge difference maker, having that ultimate later half of a fight. Is that Fluffy Dreamland, Pulse Bomb, you know, with a Terror Surge here? We've seen that combo in the past, so see, maybe they're able to set something like that up.
Pulse here for Ryan. They've been pretty uncanny so far this series. Ooh, early ice block there for Scissors. Okay, not really what they want to spend now. And actually, sees NRG Shock forced off the point. No choice but to face the music inside the Terror Surge, though. PGE, with some of the lowest mobility on his team, yeah, has no choice but to face down that ult. Ultraviolet tries to take to the skies here, but Fluffy Dreamland, just good timing, forcing that early ice block. Get in with an Orisa roll. Pretty cheaply won fight.
I mean, just impressive, even with the map 1 loss from Fluffy Dreamland. Knew they were really talented with how they played in the previous stage, but now really amping it up here against Energy Shock, where I don't think Shock exactly thought this was going to be a little bit of a pushover series, but maybe a little bit more resistance here early on than they expected, as Shock will move back in here. Just ended up using the turret surge in the previous fight for Fluffy Dreamland, as now you're going to have basically everything else online, as Ryan gains some intel, knows exactly where Shock are going to be pushing in from.
Deadeye for PGE. Wall, of course, will be broken. Blizzard here might be used to try and interrupt that Deadeye. Chime throws it very far forward, and I think job done there. The Cassidy threat has been neutralized for now, and there's an orbital ray up for Renko, one that Ultraviolet can't boast. This could be Fluffy Dreamland taking this flashpoint entirely. What a stick. That's unreal. This is obviously no ice block available for them, so that's that. Fluffy Dreamland going to go up 2-0 in flashpoints here on New Junk City.
Yeah, not exactly sure if he was even the target there for Ryan, but Ryan knew that the entire team was around the corner in a close quarters area. Good chance you turn the corner, look directly to your left, you're going to find somebody. And this will be a difficult fight for Fluffy Dreamland because Energy Shock will be like stock full of ultimates here, and you don't really have anything. I think for them, if you're Fluffy Dreamland, just focus on getting some of these ultimates out. Even if you lose this first point, you still are in a fantastic spot in terms of the map.
What a wall. That is such a sick wall. Does break up Energy Shock pretty significantly, but NRG just spend their ultimates there big time. They go for Blizzard, they go for the Terror Surge as well, realizing that they might have been in deep trouble had they, not been able to do much about that May wall.
Yeah, I think the big issue though is like the beam, the ray plus rally, right? You didn't get either of those out. Energy Shock knew that they were not in any real danger, so didn't feel the need to use either of those. Now you come back with the Ryan pulse bomb, where he's been so good with these. I mean, maybe there's a shot, right? Hey, Ryan, gets one with a pulse bomb. You have a terror surge here, even with some of these ultimates. The orbital ray obviously really difficult to deal with, and that'll be used early on by Ultraviolet. But maybe you can make it work.
History repeats itself. I mean, it's Chime that gets the first pick right at the start of this map, that #1 flashpoint, and then done it yet again here. NRG again continue to get crushed in this neutral game. It's only when we get these fights with these big ultimates where they can actually start to come back, but in general, they're getting absolutely worked at longer ranges.
Yeah, they hold on to the rally because I think they feel like as soon as they use the orbital ray, they lose both damage dealers pretty much, that the fight's just chalked, right? There's no way of them potentially winning that. So they come back, they fight for another day with the rally here. They have to be really careful though, right? Like, you don't exactly want to use it at the choke because there's such an opportunity to like split players off the wall, and then maybe they kind of disengage. You don't really get much value out of it. So we'll see if Shock can like force a fight in a good position. They feel like an advantageous position for them, that the rally can be really impactful.
PGE safe off angle for now. Decent
orbital ray here.
Chime though in the back line. I don't think they're ready for this. Chime though just takes a headshot. Has to ice block straight away. Orbital ray coming out here. Astro Terror Surge could be deadly. Rack Attack gets minced in the middle of it. Fluffy Dreamland are going to win the map here and now. That is ridiculous stuff. Energy Shock get taken to New Junk City, and they get taken to task, folks. Big ultimate fight here, but still a rally remaining for Fluffy Dreamland. Were it even going to be required? It's just desperate stagger stall here for NRG. Shock and Scissors, well, pulls up short. Okay, no 3-0 for us today. Fluffy Dreamland are here to throw down.
Yeah, Bass 3-0, they kind of just sweep on through. NRG Shock there, where a great ultimate usage there for Fluffy Dreamland. Chime playing some really, I guess, like odd positions there with the May, right? Just causing a lot of chaos for NRG Shock. Is Shock, they gotta be quite happy in the sense that like this could easily be 2-0 Fluffy Dreamland straight away. I mean, they could be lots of trouble where you're still not on game point. So Fluffy Dreamland, a big win tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully done. They make the best use possible of their map pick, and we're starting to see just where Fluffy Dreamland feel a bit more confident, feel a bit more strong. It is those Orisa comps or the Brawl comps. We saw them really try and lean into the Junker Queen setups on the previous map. So this adds a bit of a different flavor to the series in terms of map selections, because there's a couple of really good like Winston maps in the pool, right? You can go to Gibraltar if you really want to try and force that style, force your opponent to try and, match dive with you. But yeah, like this is just Chime off the opener. I mean, a huge pick, amazing. Ultraviolet gets taken down, and this happens on multiple occasions. Both Chime and Ryan, absolutely ridiculous performances here. And frankly, like Astro's getting a ton of value out of like Orbital Ray, for example. I think what we see NRG Shock actually get into the game is, when we have these like 3 to 4 ultimate fights here, they sort of save them a little bit later. They have the later rally in one of those fights that, keeps them in the game, so to speak. But yeah, it's outside of those fights. It's just those individuals maybe straying a little bit too far, getting caught out of position. And they're not ready for this last fight at all. That was filthy stuff.
You know what I'd like to see as we take a look at some of the stats here for this map is, man, you take a look at damage. I mean, another, well, actually, this is not as competitive at all, right? I mean, I was going to say in terms of the damage dealt, like, yeah, no, it is pretty back and forth, but the healing for Fluffy Dreamland, and then obviously the KD just heavily favored towards them. We have not seen Fluffy Dreamland be forced to play like a long-range hit scan yet. I would like to see NRG Shock potentially try and like play towards like PGE strengths, right? And be able to pick a map that you have to play like an Ashe, a Cassidy. No, maybe it's Gibraltar, like you mentioned, right? Where you want to play dive and you want to play like a Winston, plus you want to play maybe some long-range hit scan. Play a map like that where I know you can't just have like Ryan play like, you can't play like May Tracer, you can't play like Tracer Genji, right? I know Tracer with the Pharah, yeah, you have to potentially mix some hit scan into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, again, NRG Shock have a pretty big roster, right? They've got attack, they've also got tree that can come in to sort of cover some of these other roles. But yeah, this means like, Blizzard World is online, Gibraltar also an option, hybrid escort map still in the pool, as well as push. So not the end of the world here for NRG Shock in getting to go for a map pick of their own at this stage. They should be able to set up a battlefield where they feel advantaged here. It looks like when they can get those Winston comps rolling, that's always something that Kellen has, tried, I think, to go for. It looks a lot better there, but, Kellen's played for so long. I mean, he went down, he was in the Overwatch League, he went down to Contenders, won a Contenders, come back up to the league. He's always sort of been around, really, just a never give up type player here. So we expect to see him look for a battlefield that suits him.
Like 2 or 3 owl teams up and down. I mean, he was kind of all over the place during that era of competitive Overwatch, I feel like.
Yeah, it was like that the year in New York, and then he goes to Runaway, and then they win Contenders Korea.
Yeah.
Like,
okay. I think, you look at the map set, Junkertown is quite interesting. Watchpoint Gibraltar. I think Junkertown you probably would actually scratch off because like the ball capabilities potentially. Actually, I think from the NRG side of things, you're probably okay with it. But yeah, they go Gibraltar. So pretty reasonable pick.
It took us to. I mean, we probably could have guessed this coming out of Ilios in general because of how differently these two teams are playing. We have like a brawl team and a dive team in this match, so we are going to see that losers pick actually be much more relevant than in series where both teams like to play the Orisa comps and we'll just mirror that all the way through, or vice versa when it comes to the Winston setup. So NRG Shock looking to go over to Gibraltar, a map which they obviously feel suits their playstyle a little bit more. Who we don't argue with them. It's definitely going to be a matter of getting that hit scan online and Kellen being able to show off just how omnipresent he can possibly be, especially when it comes down to shutting down opponents' widows or just getting in the mix in general. Just to remind you, of course, these two teams have already played matches in this tournament where NRG did play New Junk City against the Blast Off Buds team, but it was pretty comfortable for them, 3-1 result. And Fluffy Dreamland as well already have a series under their belt where they do drop a singular map to EXN Zenith, but in general, we are looking at the two best teams here in Group B.
Oh, I think without a shadow of doubt, yes, right? I think without question. The Shock on defense, we know why they picked this map. It's not to play, something a little bit static. It's with Kellen on the Winston and have some long-range hit scan and Fluffy Dreamland. Look at this, Mitch. So what are we going to see here? Reinhardt.
Oh, I see the Sim Ryan composition. Not ready for this, are you, Shock? Kellen's trying to back out. Looks like the May wall didn't quite give Fluffy Dreamland the pick they were looking for. So now the cat's out the bag.
It was a bio grenade that comes through as well there from UV that definitely I think scares them a little bit from pushing forward.
Is this the most optimist strategy for them? We're about to find out. This Ryan Cobb, of course, is a little susceptible when the sidelines get longer. Astro's trying to push out here. Has at least staked his claim to high ground, but ooh, scary for Grapes. Had to fold away. Now Ryan drops to the low ground. This is giving some serious London Spitfire.
It is quite interesting though that we don't want to play hit scan or dive to the point that we're playing Ryan May Tracer sim strats, right? Like we are desperately trying to avoid it potentially at this point.
Well, PGE now has a lot of work to do. needs to get picks if Fluffy Dreamland ever split themselves up. But NRG Shock should just pound this high ground advantage and send Bionades vertically down over and over again on Fluffy Dreamland. Should
what
give
do
them
you
the
do
edge.
now, though, for Fluffy Dreamland without the mobility as Rack Attack will take upgrades, without the mobility of like the sim in the mix, right? Like how are you getting this Rhine in position? It feels like he's just kind of stuck in mud on the cart.
You don't play cart. You have to slowly scale into this high ground and take that using the Rhine and then send the Rhine down to contest. But I don't think it's a good strategy.
If you get the high ground, who cares? You don't have a hit scan. What are you doing with the high ground? Just gonna stand there? I mean, that's kind of the weird part about it. Yeah, you look cool. I mean, he doesn't have the Lich King skin. That would be
that's true.
Cooler, but
I mean, there's something commanding about having a higher elevation above sea level than your opponent, I guess. But yeah, they switched off that Rhine comp. So Fluffy Dreamland, do they? Maybe they don't have a Winston comp. D.Va though can often be a decent analog for this. Astro's able to clear some space on the high ground, but Kellen doesn't actually use his jump and already gets whip shot. That means he can jump in straight after, and Grapes can't do a thing about it. Chime as well trying to hold their ground there. They are holding a blizzard at least. And Kellen is in no man's land, caught out there. Ryan with the pulse, not needed in the end. So now it's a tank advantage for Fluffy Dreamland.
yeah, but can they do anything with it, right? You just have Grapes alive. Astro doesn't have any type of armor, right? So you're gonna have to wait, heal up the tank here for Fluffy Dreamland. Now you can start to move here up on the high ground. They're gonna try and move the bot, the payload, directly underneath the bridge. Try and get it like maybe that server room corner, but you're back at full strength here for Shock.
Okay, decent little chip damage there on Ryan, who's trying to contest the cart. Has to pick up a little bit of extra health now. D.Va definitely a little scary for Winston up close, and Renko here is able to get that ultimate away. Astro heads upstairs, but of course, NRG Shock respect this. They don't want to fight the D.Va at all, and they wait for the orbital rate to dissipate. Now they're going to come back on in. Renko's going to be under some threat. Astro, can they remech? No. They were at 99 before getting knocked out, so now you have a D.Va-less composition. And Kellen just goes in with a primal rage to secure the deal.
Yeah, Blizzard used here by Chime, potentially maybe signaling a swap. Asha went to the high ground, trying to put a lot of pressure on PGE. Actually isolated PGE and Ultraviolet out of the fight, but Rack Attack was playing up on the high ground, just jumped down, ended up having the rally there. Puts NRG Shock in potential in a spot to get a first point hold. So looking really strong here on the defense.
Yeah, with the better composition, they're looking more comfortable in this setup. PGE over to the Sombra. This is definitely going to disrupt the D.Va, make it a little bit easier for Kellen to actually just stand in that 1v1. And of course, being able to harass that Juno down. Ryan also needs to deal with some degree of pressure from a Tracer and Sombra composition. Highly mobile, very annoying. Kellen dives across, needs a nano to be kept alive. I think Rack Attack's able to get there at least with some degree of healing, but yeah, Ultraviolet eventually lets that nano away. Astro up on the high ground, can remech here, but it's Chime that actually falls into the waiting arms of Kellen. They'll ignore Astro for now because they Charlie Knighted. They just Charlie Knighted.
Yeah, it looks like maybe that Kellen pushed up a little bit too far and somebody was just, the payload was so close to going across that somebody may have just darted across.
Okay, all right.
And got it on through. I mean, that's a huge break there for Fluffy Dreamland, right? I mean, that was potentially a first point hold there for the Shock that they just gonna give up.
I've seen some C9s in my time. That one looked pretty rough. And again, it's a full team fight underway at that point, and NRG Shock have two sort of flanking DPS, so hard to contest at all times with those two.
Oh, they tried to get Kellen. They had like a rally, and they tried to stun him in the corner, and they weren't able to take him out. Now he's got primal.
Yeah, that was their window to get him. Kellen, no. Not a whole lot to do here. Orbital Raid, meanwhile, on the carts, and Ultraviolet gets picked off. Scissors able to take Grapes down with a Pulse Bomb, though, and double down with an elimination on Ryan, so they should be fine here. But it looked like there was a real window for Fluffy Dreamland to punish with that Juno ultimate in the absence of Kellen. And he gets back into the fight quickly enough, has the mobility, and NRG Shock sitting on an EMP for the next fight.
Yeah, and I thought they were maybe going to stagger Astro even longer, but the Astro will eventually fall. So we'll take a look here.
Let's see this.
Yeah, so Kellen, I think, actually pushes a little bit further in. We're actually on with Kellen's POV because he's got the nano, right? So he pushes around the corner, and it looks like, let's see here. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah. Oh, man, it is so slim.
Just, I mean, dude, PGE probably thought he was in a spot to contest. I mean, that's really close.
You remember, Sombra cannot contest from stealth. If he ever popped back into that, it would have allowed the card to move up. Just little things. So, not the most egregious, but definitely a little bit of an
Sometimes we
overview.
look at them and we're like, that's insane. So that one you look at and it's like, nah, that one didn't even look like it, to be honest. But that's going to be an EMP that connects with 2. But the kill's coming in from Fluffy Dreamland, so the EMP goes for nah.
Now, PGE ends up just getting caught out there. I think they were hoping to follow up on the Juno and make sure that they got the kill, but Chime says, okay, this is a great chance to Blade here. Getting the Brig with it, forcing Kellen out of position, who is fairly healthy now, but Astro able to play Doorman, and means they get another checkpoint. Fluffy Dreamland far from done on this map. This is supposed to be NRG Shock's map of choice, and one where they were supposed to dominate, but the Dreamland crew have made their way to the last phase.
Winning like 2 very unlikely fights, right? Last second scenario on the first checkpoint, the other team's Winston has nano and they just like don't contest the card and moves on through. And then here they're diving up onto the top of the ship with an EMP on the other side. They get hit with the EMP and they still win the fight, and then kind of like parlay that into taking the point. So Fluffy Dreamland clutching up when they absolutely need it. And it'll be Astro going to the Ramatra. So we thought we would potentially see a ton of Ramatra, you know, after Face It League and how the playoffs went and then some of the changes. It's really been, you know, a lot of like Winston Orisa. Now we get the Ramatra in the mix. We're having a difficult time getting up this ramp.
Scissors here as well, but just to stretch the legs a little bit and create a lot more space here for NRG Shock to operate with. This is obviously going to benefit PGE. Fluffy Dreamland always trending towards something that resembles Brawl a little more. Diva in these wide open expanses feels a bit uncomfortable because that defense matrix gets taxed as soon as she sort of peeks her head out of the door. And now the Nemesis form, like you're pretty favored against the Winston. Looks like NRG Shock happy to take the L there, even if Kellen had a Primal Rage available. Doesn't go for it. So Fluffy Dreamland now get within striking distance. I've got ESIC. I'm considering calling them here.
I mean, now you're getting close towards the end of the map, right? As now Ryan goes over to the Cassidy, comes up with 2. This is going to be difficult to deal with, though. This is going to be the nano boost here on the Kellen. It's got Primal, too.
Yeah, he can cycle that into Primal. Okay, Orbital Ray allows Astro to do a heck of a lot. Ramatra's so good in these Juno shells, even though we've seen so little of him today thus far, but eventually that expires. Annihilation has been developed, and Scissors does fall, but Kellen can knock the Ramatra away from the car for the most part. There's also a May that's healthy. This is scary for PGE. They need to stay alive. The Blizzard could be a bit of a problem here. Chime can't get back behind the cart, though, but it has to be Kellen contesting, rather. Astro still alive. Here's the rally from Rack Attack, a very timely Brigitte ultimate now, and Astro has to stall. They've got to come forward. Decent push, all things considered, from Fluffy Dreamland, but eventually they've got to give it up.
That was a lot scary at the end than I imagined it would be, right? Given some of the ultimates and things online there for NRG Shock, where Astro and Chime did not want to go away. Nemesis forming, Blizzard kind of throwing in. I believe Ryan comes back on the Tracer there towards the end. Fluffy Dreamland, though, they got to be really happy about that. They don't complete the map, but they were in a position where they looked like they weren't even going to take that first checkpoint. You end up taking the first checkpoint, you kind of power through the second one, you get a good string here towards the end of the map. You don't put it in a really easy position to get. So Fluffy Dreamland on a NRG Shock map pick played quite well.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be really happy with that result. Getting to stink that card over there into the second phase of the map, in which they snowballed their advantage and started to get a lot of value out of the Diva. So they don't have a Winston composition, that's fine. They are able to make it work with this Diva setup eventually, especially when they've got DPS players that are functioning on a really high level. NRG Shock, we know this is their bread and butter. This is what they want to do. They're looking at a map completion here to win this map that they themselves selected. This series has been great. I mean, this has been way closer than we otherwise would have expected.
Yeah.
And it's close, not because NRG are missing a star player or something. This is just a quality Fluffy Dreamland roster.
Yeah, no, it is artificially close, I guess. This one is really close. So we'll see now. Fluffy Dreamland potentially playing around that corner here. Going to be playing the Diva here on defense. So still no Ashe, still no Widow. Seems like they prefer to play a little bit more close quarters with, like, whether it be the Cassidy or the May.
Poison Mine there going off. Ice block to try and stall the Cardi for Fluffy Dreamland. Renko though ultimately goes down. Again, Ultraviolet probably has such a safe sideline to just look for the Juno and hit her 3 times in order to get the elimination. Astro Low coming out of the DMAC here. So this is just Fluffy Dreamland taking a fight far forward and, you know, charitably offering some ult charge over to the attackers.
Yeah, maybe extending some clock, but really feels like they're just giving up some progress and some ultimate charges. PG will move over, play Ashe. So Fluffy Dreamland not wanting to go with any type of no Ashe, no Widowmaker. They'll go play the Mei with the Tracer yet again here, in combination with the Diva. So both teams really, I mean, feels like throughout the series, right? Unless you're playing Winston, it's a Juna. Once you have the Winston, the Ana just becomes so much more valuable.
Fluffy Dreamland have no choice but to play it pretty slow here through this underpass, but now they're getting pressured pretty heavily. Ultraviolet opting to drop down, looking for a big close by. It was just great, but that's got to be enough. Kellen can just ignore that shield, even more than he otherwise would be. This is good. 2 fights back to back. They are being slowed down somewhat, but really Energy Shock not being tested over much on this attack side.
Not a lot of defense being played here. As Fluffy Dreamland, it feels like they're just running into the car, taking a fight, and then doing the same thing again, where it's going to be really difficult. I mean, not even challenging PG, making it difficult for him to go on in. That'll be a contest there for Ryan. That's going to be the Brawley here, at least. They're going to get that ultimate out.
Astro has a remake available here too, so you do have a pretty decent stall opportunity. Go for the self-destruct, why not? Send it up there, but Astro able to get back into the mech to work with it. No support though for Fluffy Dreamland, no healing left. And Energy Shock again take one giant leap for mankind towards the second phase of the map.
Yeah, I was like, oh, maybe they're able to potentially, get the nano out, but Shock not in any type of threat. So, you get a contest there, you get Rally out, so that gives an opportunity. But I mean, Fluffy Dreamland, they didn't even build up towards their support ultimates yet. I mean, Ultraviolet's been sitting on this nano, it feels like, for a fight or two. Fluffy Dreamland, I mean, these fights are just going so fast. As nice bio grenade there, connects onto Graves. That's a huge kill.
I mean, it's an insta-kill virtually, right? I mean, the Winston there is just moving up in the brig, guarantee that elimination unless you have like a Suzu or something, but not with this composition. And she's often the hardest target to get rid of outside of some kind of awkward combo like that. UV completely unbothered by Astro there, just a wall nade to splash onto them and keep them moving. This is looking crisp from NRG.
I mean, do you like this from Fluffy Dreamland? It feels like they try and use the speed to get everybody around the corner, but that's when the bio connects with Grapes. They're not able to keep him alive. Another bio there. They lose Astro, and then Renko and Shine both hit with a bio. This will be Bob sent on in here for Shock as well.
Oh my god! Ooh. That is so dirty. Chime picks up both supports here and gives Fluffy Dreamland the foothold they're looking for just before this second checkpoint. Yeah, they spend a rally. They also spend the orbital ray. But they've also burned through some of these key NRG Shock ultimates too. There's no Bob, no nano boost available for the attackers.
I mean, what's like the path for Fluffy Dreamland here? Is it to like basically get this to like a minute on the clock and then potentially give it up, let's say, and in a fight loss, and then there's, I mean, what, 2 fights potentially? As that's a huge kill. So now no Scissors are going to have some time here. And then when like all you would need then is probably 2 fight wins once the payloads pass that first the second checkpoint here. So that's like probably a path, but it seems like they want to take fights so fast. I mean, you sit up here and take this kind of position, right? It's a little bit odd to do like hold top of ship without a hit scan, right? I mean, this is the type of position you would want to hold like if you had an Ashe in the way. It's gonna be the Blizzard here used, and they're gonna get Ultraviolet. So 2 fights in a row, they're able to, give some pretty cheap wins.
And that's a pulse that goes for nothing. Scissors hopes for anything with that, and Chime just shrugs it off pretty comfortably. NRG Shock still wanting to commit, though. They're going for the rally here. It causes Chime to fall. Kellen able to stand amongst this and brawl things out, but Rack is down, and that was the source of that rally healing. So Kellen has to go for a primal. And in the meantime, he's ignored. PGE gets picked off, and finally, the support line for Fluffy Dreamland crumbles. Given the opening here, Kellen is still very, very healthy, has plenty of backup in the form of Scissors, and Ryan can only stall. A pulse bomb here, though, could be a game changer because Astro is back with a remech due to that ultimate. This is far from done. Reinforcements arrive. You can see Ultraviolet off in the distance there. Torpedoes for healing from the high ground for Renko, getting close to an orbital ray. There's 90 seconds left in the round for NRG Shock, and they have to regroup.
The orbital ray may be the thing that wins the game, right? You look on the side of NRG Shock, it's just going to be like Bob here. But the orbital ray, I mean, when you have to fight on the payload, it's going to be so strong for Fluffy Dreamland as just a bio grenade towards the back there doesn't hit anything.
Here's the Bob. Good position for that to be. Can threaten Fluffy Dreamland as they try and cower back, but they can play in the orbital ray, so they get rid of the Bob. That's disengaged from, though, by NRG Shock. They're about to return to the fight, and Ryan is slept. A bio on the Tracer here could be a big problem, but Ryan gets away. Great defense matrix by Astro to keep the Tracer in the fire. Now they've got a rally to work with. Can Grape stay alive? It's a missed pulse bomb from Scissors now, and a recall out of the way by Ryan. Now Fluffy Dreamland can group up around the brig. NRG Shock have to try again. This time a Nano Winston likely is going to be the answer. And here it comes. Kellen goes in, hits the backline basically straight away, but Grape's spacing is very good. Can't say the same for Renko, though, who's under some degree of pressure. But Ultraviolet gets caught inside the blizzard. There's no escape. Chime has been huge so far. Ryan follows up with 2 massive Tracer kills. And now 20 seconds remain in the round for NRG Shock to work with. It's just a primal and nothing else.
Bro, Ryan is sick. As I was actually a little bit worried for Fluffy Dreamland. I thought, oh, you got the Nano onto the Winston, you have no rally, you have no orbital array. What are you gonna do? But they got a huge hole behind a Chime Blizzard, but now it's gonna be Kellen coming from the high ground here. Does have the primal.
There it is, Kellen looking to go in. Great place to have a primal rage here. Some environmental kill potential as well. Surely Grape's going to struggle. Renko desperately trying to keep them healed up though, and PGE is being pressured down now, having switched to this Widow. Primal's over. Rack Attack goes down to the Pulse Bomb, and Fluffy Dreamland are coming up with all the answers. Not a Joker left in the deck. It's all aces, baby. And NRG Shock crumble here on their map choice of Gibraltar. Fluffy Dreamland get it done their own way.
And that is a map that I do not think you would have expected Fluffy Dreamland to be able to win, especially with the different types of comps they want to play. I mean, they're playing like May Tracer with a Diva here on Gibraltar against like a Winston with an Ana. I mean, this is like a Ashe, like perfect kind of Gibraltar setup. And whatever it is, they make it work, man. I mean, Fluffy Dreamland, they're so fun to watch. I mean, just absolutely clutching up at the end. And you also look at the map pool, Mitch, like, what other map is like better than Gibraltar for NRG Shock to have picked, right?
I mean, that's supposed to be their biggest strength. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like what else do you pick now? I mean, I think they're in a really tough spot.
Yes, I mean, the problem here is that NRG have to face down a map pick if they want to go to map 5. So that's a big problem. Obviously means that you can try and cater something to suit your more brawl comps. But we know that that Diva is valid, right? Even after she faces a reduction in like overall health and armor, still a little bit hard to, not kick her out of the meta just from that slight touch. She's still good against
hit scan, right? Which PG obviously wants to play a lot of hit scan. We take a look at some of the highlights here from Gibraltar, but you saw a bunch of times, right? Think about that time that Ryan got slept and we thought he was going to die. The defense matrix there being able to kind of keep him alive. So Astra playing really well on the Diva. I'm just, man, it's a little bit of a surprise. I thought this one obviously would be close. I still think that like NRG, even looking back on it, saying they're the favorites, not a crazy thing. But Fluffy Dreamland, especially, I'm more impressed that they're able to win a map that is definitely not catered towards the team's strengths, it looks like, and still figure out a way to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, there's a few maps where you can try and get yourself that advantage, but I want to again remind you guys who's on the bench for this NRG Shock team. You've got a lot of options. You have a ton of stuff to work with. You can bring in Tree. You can get attack going. You have other choices. You don't have to play the same style. You can again look for a comp that Juno works effectively in. Not that went amazingly for NRG Shock on that Flashpoint map. A lot of choices here, but you need to think very carefully because you can have your map pick now, but then you have to give it over if you want to push this series all the way.
Yeah, it kind of like makes you think like, all right, what are we gonna do in terms of a game 5, right? Well, what we would want to see them go to. You can kind of dwindle down some of their selections. I mean, take a look at these stats, dude. Look at how much extra damage they put down than Fluffy Dreamland. I mean, it is bonkers that Fluffy Dreamland. I mean, they just make it ugly. I mean, they just make the game just a chaos. I mean, shout out to the observers. I mean, we're on, I know, like free cam inside of that area with the staircase going up to the ship. We got Primal Rage in there. We got like about Blizzard going on. I mean, Fluffy Dreamland. I mean, they'll take a fight anywhere.
Yeah, look, again, they have like a composition that's really survivable, so they don't have to win, get quite as many of those eliminations, right? They've got the May. Ice Block's a great option, especially if someone's trying to stick a pulse bomb on your face. Also, some great remix there from Astro to stall things out a little bit longer. We've got a series on our hands, folks. Fluffy Dreamland in the lead. We're going to go to a break. Come right back. See you for map 4.
Juno. It is nice to meet you. My new life on Earth has been so exciting. We have much to discuss. I have seen pictures, but Earth is so much more beautiful in person.
Watch and learn.
Oh, the sand here reminds me of home. It looks like it is made of gold.
Line and sinker.
There are some people I have been advised to avoid. Mother said all dogs were cute. Perhaps she was mistaken?
I will reap your soul.
I'm having trouble keeping track of everyone I meet. They keep changing their appearance. Alright. That one is Mercy. That one is Diva. I'm so bad with names. I was worried that keeping up would be hard. But it looks like I am not the only one starting from zero. Brushing up on one's skills is always a good idea.
Always more to learn.
that?
So what I'm saying is, I need to run back that free money glitch on TikTok to get all those skins. That works. Right?
I mean,
I've seen 100% customer satisfaction from that little trick.
It's the only way Danny Lim can afford his gaming lifestyle is if he's done the TikTok infinite money glitch.
Oh man, listen guys, please do your research and don't just believe everything TikTok tells you, unless they tell you on the go, in which case they're 100% right. Listen, world, coming at you, fam. This is an NRG pick, so unsurprised. I think we mentioned, Matt, when we talked about maps that NRG wanted to play, I think we said specifically Gibraltar Blizzard World. It's just hard in the paint Winston maps.
Can you imagine somebody getting served a TikTok talking about how good you are? the AI algorithm would probably feel so bad giving that to somebody.
Oh, they don't have feelings. I don't care about the AI algorithm, bro.
Man, that's where I feel bad they don't have feelings. I mean, the fact that they'd have to watch that stuff.
I mean, I think most of my supporters are AI at this point, but if I can't tell the difference, ignorance is bliss. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you guys are here. Oh, again, hopefully you're getting your drops, by the way. We have drops for week 1, and then they will change as well for week 2 in the main event. So you might get them now. That's great. Yep, check them. Get them linked up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and these games in NA are kind of bangers today, to be honest. I mean, the first game started off like a little bit interesting, a little bit of a mystique, right? It doesn't kind of become a banger towards the end. But this one, I mean, this one's on fire right now. I mean, Fluffy Dreamland chance to take this one 3-1 over the Shock. Shock put Tree in, by the way, so that kind of happens here. And then we also have a Fluffy Dreamland making a sub, so Haven comes in. So potentially this is like a long-range hit scan substitution here for Fluffy Dreamland.
I mean, we're preferring to play like double dive DPS when they could, so see what Haven can do for us. Left with tech, yeah, okay, we like that.
Tech to get back to
I mean, I just saw like 12 heroes, bro. That's very intricate. Homie's like Naruto doing the shadow jutsu just to like change his hair color or something.
Dude, that was such a great episode.
You love that one? Yeah, big fan. Yeah. We're gonna teach Matt about My Hero Academia, folks. Most skins are in the game. He'll love it. Elegate's here though. At least this mate from Chime has been so sick. Tree comes in with a lot of expectations. It's like, you need to basically help us win this map. Otherwise, we are kind of cooked. We're gonna have to get out of the group in second, which is fine, but Kellen going down already. This is not a good sign.
I mean, these are comps they're playing that we have really not seen anybody play. Like, commit to Mei this much, play Mei with Diva, now having the Ramatra in this makes a little bit more sense, and also with the Arisa makes some sense. But they get Haven now in position. Trying to get some dynamite damage. They get on to Kellen right off the spot.
Yeah, Haven really doesn't want to allow Kellen to have too much room to breathe. They're definitely getting their healing resources pressured down. Mei wall as well to give some capture progress here. Notice that Scissors there is up on the high ground, still at large, not really being marked for now. But the Ramatra is going to be an issue. Somehow the Shock need to get through that. Okay, they get the Brig onto the point here, but here's the orbital raid. Is this scary to Ramatra comp? I don't know how you're supposed to break through this. The stat buff is just huge. It's a massive numbers advantage here. Something even to make the Wall Street Quant's eyes go wide like dish plates. Haven falls, so Kellen is at least able to pick off that Ash. They outlast that orbital raid, but here comes the Annihilation. Bob, though, pressuring down Astro. He has to get off the point. Rally in play for Grapes, but no one's benefiting from that healing whatsoever. They are so split in this brawl composition. They're trying to group up. You can see Renko trying to help Grapes, and eventually they've got to give up the point. Hey, he's been so scrappy. This whole series from start to finish.
Oh, it's been a bloodbath. They did miss the opportunity, though. I got to shout out again, Ultraviolet. It's a bio grenade that goes on to Grapes when he was using the rally, and that's why you didn't see him move onto the point, kind of like wrap all the way around. He would have been dead. He was such low HP. But it doesn't seem like maybe Kellen had another leap to be able to get a hook around the other side and chase. So that's when Kellen kind of doubles back to the point, then has the primal to go over the top. But you get the kill on the rallying Brig, then you can kind of have the Winston focus a little bit more on the point. Maybe you can make something out of it. But Fluffy Dreamland continue their hot start here against the Shot.
I just think this comp is so powerful. We saw it in EU Master in Face It Season 2, right? It was just the flavor of the month. Everybody was going for it. Demay adds so much. She might be one of the most ubiquitously picked top heroes in Overwatch. She brings a level of utility that is just impossible to match. And of course, Renko's healing numbers are going to be kind of bonkers. Set it up with this Ramatra push. Haven, though, gets a mega. Forced back, and Grapes already comes to the rescue, getting in between the Ash and the rest of NRG Shock. Tree has a powerful position to play from, though. Chime. Oh, Rack, that was a rally. No! no! Frozen stiff, and Chime pops out of the ice block to take the elimination. That is a nightmare for NRG Shock.
And I don't think you can play. This is going to be the Nano on the Kellen. You're going to lose Ultraviolet as well as, I don't know what. I mean, you're going to get probably Grapes out of this. Is actually no being kind of kept alive by the Juno here. I mean, the healing from Renko, just even being alive for that long is incredible. But the cart just goes around the other side. So you obviously want to play the Ana with the Winston, but at what point is it not worth it? It feels like, you know, what Juno provides in terms of that, you know, speed, and then obviously the orbital ray is such a huge benefactor in terms of the team. I mean, you even see just the raw HPS, right, of Renko being going to keep Grapes alive right there with 2 players on top of him. At what point do you have to just kind of give it up? I mean, they're going to play Ana with Juno here in a little bit of an interesting kind of like a middle ground, I guess.
Yeah, they are somewhere in between 2 different comps, Matt. Trying to play something that suits their style. This is the map they chose. This is supposed to be their comfort. And here's the rally coming out. Good bio-nade from Ultraviolet, but ultimately it's only Kellen that can get in there and try and punish that connection. No one goes down to it. Grapes has to use the rally in fairness, but this is still Fluffy Dreamland turning these ultimates into car progress. Now things are slowing down a bit. Astra needs to be healed up. However, we're getting close to Blizzard Annihilation territory here for Fluffy Dreamland. That is scary, especially because NRG Shock don't have anything huge on the horizon.
When things slow down, that's okay for Fluffy Dreamland as well, right? I mean, they don't mind that things kind of slow down a little bit. Another bio there, which I'm worried about potential follow-up. Actually, Scissors is there to try and put a little bit of damage down. Not able to take out the Mei. Here's going to be that Blizzard Annihilation you're talking about coming up.
Yeah. If they want to bully their way through, this is the time. Maybe wait out the orbital ray, though. Try not to get picked off as they do. Well, Astro, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Whoa. Okay, they're going to go for a Blizzard here. Hang on. He was able to find Rack Attack and all of a sudden, Fluffy Dreamland are back in this. That Blizzard looks speculative at best, and still, they turn that into a burst of momentum. Can they get rid of UV? They need to start picking off some of these Shock players, or they will group up off spawn and be able to contest. 2 meters away from the end of the map is the card, and Chime has to respect this. Backs away. Doesn't need to make a health pack. It's going to be Astra that takes down Tree. So that's the Widow out of the picture now. Bob on the card, pushing it up. You better believe Fluffy Dreamland get the map done with almost 2.5 minutes.
Dude, that Blizzard, I mean, you got to have some confidence there to throw that boy. I mean, let's see.
Yeah, you got to move a little differently. Oh, no. Why have there been so many of those situations this game for NRG Shock? It's just not their day.
And UV has had a pretty sick series. Like, all things kind of considered, like, a lot of times they're winning some of these fights off the back of those bio grenades. He's constantly hitting. But it just feels like they're missing something a little bit here today, Shock. I don't really... It's like kind of tough to put a finger on it, but maybe it's just that Fluffy Dreamland is playing such an odd style that's throwing them off. But man, it's been a fun series to watch, I'll tell you that.
Does Kellen play on pit? I assume he probably does, right?
I'd assume so.
Yeah, so that's obviously, I mean, it's something that they've always dealt with, but obviously that's a little challenging. Still enough to put him in over attack, who honestly is showing a lot of promise at tank. Tree on the Ash, look decent, but not really able to make much of a difference. Fluffy Dreamland just have this very strong comp, and it's so interesting to see EU be a little, NA rather, be a little slower in general in adopting this very cheesy Ramatra Rush style with the Juno. It's very good. There's a lot of tape on it already. EU got to have their time in the sun with that early.
You can find it on the channels that we always stream on.
Yep. Same time, same place as usual.
Don't have to investigate to find that tape. You can see right here.
Definitely don't need a cybersecurity degree to figure that out. So here we go. NRG Shock have bent the knee. They are playing the comp. Ramatra and Juno set up here. Kellen, all right, little Falcon Punch action. Chime and Tree both picked off, so DPS falling to the Nemesis forms of the Ramatra. Fluffy Dreamland seem happy enough to try and take these close fights, and Astro spends a little bit of that Nemesis cooldown actually backing off, letting Kellen pressure him back to the point. I think losing the Mei is a pretty big blow here. They'll try and get her back as soon as they can.
I think both teams will be back at full strength. It looks like a portal for speed drop behind there, fortunately to get back into the fight. Is Hayden has that control of the high ground. I mean, that's the most important thing, right? Can consistently hold the high ground there for the Ash? Is trying to put some damage down at Tree from the side.
Yeah, our Shock on the same level in the brawl. I mean, this is the ultimate test, I think. Both teams on a very powerful composition now enabled by Juno's ridiculous healing. Keep an eye on that healing rate, that orbital rate charge rather. Ultraviolet's so far ahead of Renko, so they'll let this go first. This is very scary for Fluffy Dreamland, but Astro tries to... We gets completely split, I guess, in Annihilation. Fluffy Dreamland have to give up the point. I'm glad that they respect this ultimate, but they split in order to get away from it and eventually lose 3 players.
Yeah, I thought maybe you can disengage and come back, but as soon as you lose Renko and Chime, I mean, it is no way you're going to be able to fight that. That'll be a pretty fast point A take here. For the Shock, they'll find themselves almost 5 minutes on the clock to now get this one moving.
So it's not the end of the world here, because Kellen's Annihilation is still probably not enough to deal with like Orbital Ray if Fluffy Dreamland are positioned to really benefit from it. It also gets cancelled out by Blizzard. So yeah, I favor Fluffy Dreamland's like combination of ultimates here, especially with Grapes close to a rally as well.
What's this? I mean, look at the spots that Chime finds himself in. I mean, it's just wrapping all the way around. Like, he's the first one out of the choke. Okay.
Who's frozen? Well, no one, unfortunately, for Fluffy Dreamland. They try and go for the gambit there. Chime maybe just would have benefited from him trying to be reactive with that Blizzard, maybe.
Not bad, though, in the sense that, you trade Blizzard for Annihilation Pulse Bomb Rally? I think that's probably worth it there for Fluffy Dreamland.
Let's see how this runs down. Should be a pulse here from... Oh, okay. Yeah, not too shabby at all. Nicely done by Scissors. Normally say don't run with them, but in this case, I'll make an exception. So Energy Shock, yeah, it's fine. Like, Fluffy Dreamland have kept their ultimates in hand, right? Like, it'd be much worse. I think they've been pretty efficient with them over the course of the series, but at some point they need a big stop here.
Look,
and they do it against just Bob.
These fights.
Okay.
It just stops moving. It looked like for a second there.
All right, well, they're going to go for the Ray here, feeling like even in the absence of the Ashe, this gives them enough of an advantage. But well, that's down on the floor now, and frankly, Fluffy Dreamland don't get any value out of it at all. A little sloppy here. Chime more than happy to duel with Scissors. It has the ice block now. I mean, Scissors can look at someone else here. This is a little ugly now. Fluffy Dreamland going for the rally. They lost Renko before it, though. I think Grace was hoping to keep the Juno alive. This is enough healing for the time being, but Energy Shock just ran into the Orbital Ray, and now you just keep pressing W.
But can they fight this around the corner? It's going to be Astro with the Annihilation. You're going to have Renko coming off a spawn for a little bit more healing.
Astro low, but the Ray just timed out here. This is where Fluffy Dreamland have a chance. But another pulse from Scissors and another stick by the looks of things on Chime of all players. Yeah, that's going to give it to you. No chance here for Fluffy Dreamland without their DPS. Grapes only finds the one. Then Energy Shock might be threatening a very fast time as well. And you'll know, they do pick this map, but they don't have to play the Winston on the attack side.
Yeah, I think they feel like that they absolutely need to kind of match the pace that Fluffy Dreamland is playing at the moment. But Scissors now kind of lurking here on the Tracer. There's a lot of time still left on the clock here for Energy Shock. As Fluffy Dreamland, you mentioned like it was a mess. I mean, those are the ones that we favor Fluffy Dreamland in, right? When they make these fights a little messy, it feels like that's when they're able to come out on top. But that just it felt like it went on forever. Just kind of like players just kind of staggering back out on the point. Astro in some trouble, has to use the Nemesis form straight away.
Okay, there it is, Ray. Just too good. Finally, Fluffy Dreamland, one of their first one fights on this map here, and it is a convincing one. Fortunately for them, they only have to use that one Juno ultimate, but that'll be out of sync from Ultraviolets now, so these two teams on opposing fights will have access to that ability. And Energy Shock definitely plenty to work with here. Another Scissors Pulse, that would be 3 for 3. Keep an eye on the Tracer for NRG.
Yeah, we'll see if NRG decides to get aggressive. Maybe that's when Chime decides to use the Blizzard here. Is another fight win for Fluffy Dreamland is going to basically guarantee them a better time. As he gets knocked up into the sky, it looks like there.
Blizzard stops Kellen in his tracks. Astro, though, not able to get into cover quickly enough. Tree's able to pick him off, and Haven falls immediately after. NRG Shock's DPS line standing tall here. And then they might struggle to finish on an even footing time-wise as Fluffy Dreamland. They've done very well to get through the map here.
Yeah, Tree really is making his impact here on the Ashe. Ends up picking up 2 there. The Bob gets into the backline, definitely causing some trouble in terms of the damage being put down. Is Haven now will have a Bob of their own. Potentially just kind of throws that in. It's going to actually split off Kellen from the rest of the team.
Okay, here's the Orbital Ray. Fluffy Dreamland just disengaged for this. Bob allows them to do this pretty comfortably, actually. So now they have to rally. Annihilation for Astro here. Haven must stay alive after getting that Bob away. A little bit annoying for Ultraviolet. They're seeing the Vortex thrown at him, and Kellen is in trouble. He went deep for that one. He was basically spelunking, and he gets run over. Great wall timing from Chime allows them to deal with Kellen, and now Fluffy Dreamland are looking to secure themselves a buffer in Time Bank. These last two fights have been huge.
Yeah, I think that's where the benefits of having the Mei in the mix is, right? Where you're able to separate players off with that wall, and it's, when you have it in a player who's very good at piloting the Mei, it is a huge difference maker. I know, like we saw with Sugar Free right in the Toronto Defiant series. This time it is Chime coming up huge for Fluffy Dreamland, splitting Kellen off. Something you don't have the ability for NRG Shock to do, right? You're going to be playing that Tracer. These pulse bombs have to be impactful, though, if you're going to give up playing something like a Mei.
Pulse from Scissors. They have been very good. It is the orbital ray from Fluffy Dreamland now. Can they turn this into a third fight? Can they snowball out of control? Rally going to be forced out. Big damage taken by NRG Shock, but Rack Attack has his rally in play. It's going to be Haven finding the headshot, though, onto Scissors. And there's a Blizzard catching Kellen yet again. God, Chime has been good over the course of this game. And NRG Shock are in full-scale retreat here. Absolutely reeling. 3 lost fights in a row causes their time bank to go from 220 to 45 seconds.
And a series that is 2-1, just very close all the way down the wire. I mean, even the Shock, in map number 1, you can make an argument they could have lost that one. I mean, this is a huge fight. They absolutely need to win this. Potentially making out of groups out of the winner's side. I mean, it would be a huge win here for Fluffy Dreamland.
It's their best chance, though, Matt. This is absolutely the fight they have to win.
Without doubt.
Here's an orbital strike coming down. 23 seconds left in the round. It's go! The bomb can't quite touch. Man, talk about anticlimax.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to like sacrifice the Ramatra, so to speak, because you're getting very close to the annihilation, but the bomb looks like it may have had to been used a little bit earlier there from Haven to be able to get that touch.
That gives NRG Shock that extension up to 1 minute in total time bank. Fluffy Dreamland also get an extension of their own. Let's see how this broke down. Orbital Ray, Fluffy Dreamland respect this. Disengage, Bob! Oh, I see. Coach gun off the cart.
Yeah, coach gun or whip shot, yeah.
Based on where Tree was standing. Either way, a split second is the difference between NRG Shock finishing the map there and forcing to fight against Fluffy Dreamland without their orbital ray. They could have gone 2 very different directions.
What a series. So now with a minute on the clock here for Shock. Well, do you play close if you're Fluffy Dreamland? I think you do, right? You mean you have 3 minutes to work with. You get a win up close. You build with some ultimates. I mean, you're in a good spot. Even if you lose that, you're still gonna probably get another fight. I think you play close up. I mean, you kind of playing a little bit of a chaotic style. You may as well keep it going.
You absolutely play in parts of the map where you're favored. This is where Haven gets a lot of dynamite value. Chime's wall can catch up anybody who is a bit over-aggressive.
Scissors gonna play the Mei.
Yeah, okay. Finally, NRG Shock playing this comp. So yeah, Mei wall here is massive. Scissors was maybe hoping to isolate Fluffy Dreamland and split them into like a 2 and 3 setup. Here comes the Ramatra, ice block forced, but the jump away gets Scissors in a safe position. We haven't seen those walls yet, still. There it is. Okay, bad for Kellen. Very bad. Might need to turn this into something. The Vortex is good, though, and it buys enough time. The wall is broken, and NRG Shock get through, but they're so low, and Renko gets in there with the torpedoes. That was played to perfection by Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, they chased down that last kill as well. That's going to be everybody off the board there for the Shock. 17 seconds left. We'll see if they have to make any changes to make it back. As Scissors going to go over to the Tracer here just to try and be the one that gets a touch.
7 seconds left. This flanking route, though, is covered. They do know the Tracer is coming. They're going to let Scissors get in for now. He's going to run through all of them. 5 HP to Dream. Oh, tantalizingly short of the point. He is brought down. Rack Attack unable to touch on the Lucio either. It's going to be Tree eating a Dynamite, and Ultraviolet unable to touch down. Fluffy Dreamland have 3 minutes to get 1 tick on point A.
And now, what do you do if you're the Shock? Do you play Mei? Do you play close? If you do that, I mean, they just need 1 tick, right? I don't know if you can exactly do that. Do you play
for 3 minutes, Matt.
Do you play Ramatra Mei and hold high ground? I think it just like puts you in a really odd spot now in terms of what do you do here on the defensive side of things?
Yeah, I mean, if you play close, you lose that fight, it's over.
It's over, right? But it also might be the best case scenario to win fights.
Well, it's the best area to play from, I agree.
Right.
So they don't have any choice. I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's why Fluffy Dreamland get awarded for finishing the map as quickly as they did. So They can take their time here. 1 foot out of place for NRG Shock. One May wall that catches an individual out of position. And it is over. It could be Kellen, could be Scissors. Doesn't matter who it is. I kind of understand, like, if Haven might, you know, come out of the gates here with a quick little Widow pick. that would end the game.
Why not, right?
Now, I've seen it happen. I mean, I used to think it didn't happen at all, and then it happened twice in 2 maps consecutively.
I usually call them, but I don't feel this one's going to.
Oh, you don't feel this one? Okay.
No, I'm just not feeling it today.
Yeah, we'll see what Matt's strike rate looks like at the end of this series.
I think I'm 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Yeah. All right, 3 minutes and 4.
Could be 3 for 3. Let's see.
Haven has a gander. Okay, we take a little bit of damage, forced down off the high ground. So you're right, NRG Shock do play back from the choke here. Haven on the Ash, as we would expect.
I mean, it's a better sight line for Tree.
To spread.
It's a better sight line for Tree. I think it leaves themselves a little bit more vulnerable. What I like about playing close, right, is that, like, with the defending Mei, you kind of control the wall in the type of scenarios that you can do, you know, with that Mei wall. Now you're in this kind of position where both teams are pretty even keel.
Once Haven gets the sideline, that's something you have to be scared of. Chime also is just going to take liberties here. They seem to love to flank up, take these really aggressive positions, but they have to force an ice block here. They do have wall, but a wall gets put behind them. Try and boost themselves up on their own Mei wall here. Keep an eye on the health bar. Scissors also has to ice block here and might have a way to get out of that little alcove. It's scary, but Ultraviolet comes to the rescue. That shield is brought down for Grapes, and Fluffy Dreamland are 3 players short, and they're headed back to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to make those flanks work in every type of situation, right? And now we're below 2 minutes. First attempt there for Fluffy Dreamland. It's kind of, I mean, they're kind of playing their game, right? Though Chime always on these, like, a little bit of, like, maybe like flank off angles, trying to land these. I know right-click Scissors already built up toward Blizzard. I mean, that is huge here coming up in this next fight. But Orbital Array as well on the table here for Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, that's come up pretty quickly here. Ultraviolet's going to have theirs in just a moment, but it adds a degree of volatility to these fights that Fluffy Dreamland hope to harness to their own nefarious ends. Here they come. Another big dynamite hitting. Bob is going to be on the table here in just a moment. Renko now going to go for that orbital ray. It is an immediate freeze on Astro, and the orbital ray passes him by. It can't heal the Ramatra up anymore. He didn't use his annihilation, but Fluffy Dreamland had one more chance to win this game, and NRG Shock only used 1 ultimate.
Yeah, and I mean, they're set up fantastic here, the Shock. Orbital Array, Rally, I mean, you'd have to try to lose this one, it feels like. That's the type of position it feels like the Shock are currently in at the moment. I mean, you're going to have to force them to run into the Orbital Array, plus a Rally. It's going to be difficult, even with a Rally of their own, potentially, for Fluffy Dreamland to win.
43 seconds left. 1 pick can make all the difference here. Gonna have matching bobs. A Blizzard now for Fluffy Dreamland that can shut Kellen down. You've got everything you probably would want.
They need to pick in the worst way.
I don't know how I feel about this. This is a huge risk to take in such an important fight. Chime builds the Blizzard though off some of this
the high ground.
Okay, there comes the Bob. Oh, wait a minute. You can Blizzard the Mei after they've gone for the ice block. Oh, it's an option, but no chance for trying to get in there. Scissors might have won the map or at least caused the draw to happen here for NRG Shock. Gotta be clear on that one. Annihilation here for Astro. Rally going to be in play for Grapes. Try might not be able to get back in the fight quickly enough, and Rack Attack's gone down, but Haven traded for it. I think you're happy with that if you're NRG Shock. Eventually, Kellen will prevail in that tank battle. And yeah, Blizzard going to be going to a draw here. No real chance for the touch for Chime, and we're going to keep this party going.
Yeah, why not? Keep it rolling as we talk about how these teams are very evenly matched. Well, that's about as even as you can get because that's a draw. So right there, Fluffy Dreamland, they had a huge window and opportunity, Mitch. It feels like though, their offense pretty poor. Once we actually saw the Shock mirror, right, it started to get pretty good for them.
But I want to point out this is the map that the Shock was supposed to win, to pick and win, and then force that map number 5.
The Shock get to pick again, right?
That is right.
And then
out of categories. What is it? Push.
Yes, would be push. We've not seen push in this series. And then after that, I wonder, do you go to Clash? Like how, with obviously a new game mode coming in, right? How the rules kind of work, right? Is that, at least to me, right? You know, whatever the mode is that's not selected probably goes to the end. So potentially we get a Clash or Flashpoint. Both of those can't tie, so that makes some sense, right? So maybe we get to see Clash here.
Yeah, that is a possibility. Obviously, NRG Shock have kind of burnt through their game types of which they can played as Winston comps, but they've had an epiphany by the looks of things to play the Ramatra comp.
They've seen the light.
You know, it looks pretty good. Yeah, it comes from above, and it gives you lots of healing, and it gives you, you know, an increase in damage. It's very, very good, actually.
I imagine the rest of Ultraviolet's teammates are like, hey, we know you're helping Kellen a lot with that nano boost, right? But what, hear me out. What if you helped all of us and use an orbital, right?
Yeah, let Rack play the Brig, right? Seen a lot of the Rack attack Brig in the past. Tree comes in on the Ashe, looks very, very good. And this is what we meant about the options that are available to this Energy Shock roster.
It's probably where you have an advantage, right? In terms of like that long range hit scan. We talked about it for Gibraltar, but PGU isn't on Gibraltar, probably a little bit more for the Widow play, but Tree was a huge difference maker here on this map, specifically on the Ashe.
I mean, that play from Chime though, the flanking, the Blizzard attempt, the dying with Ice Block available to Scissors, this here is, yeah, I don't know, like, yeah, that one is...
if he gets the Blizzard off there, it doesn't look as egregious, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's basically, you know, as far as like, you know, if I had to classify that play, it's like I don't know how I can't call it a doo-doo sandwich. I really,
that's a pretty low. Is there anything lower than a doo-doo sandwich?
Would I rather? Is there anything I would rather eat less than doo-doo? That is, I mean,
okay,
I don't know.
I don't think it was that bad.
I mean, it was very. I mean, that, again, we've seen that happen before. I think Chime often looks for these like aggressive angles and it looks really good on the whole series. Like just fantastic in the neutral, just so good. But it's a bit of a throwback. I'll be honest.
But you can't love it for 3 maps and then just get off the train. Like you're gonna have those things happen.
Play from
you're gonna have those things happen. I like the chaos plays. Keep them coming.
I know you do. I know. Irrespective of whether I appreciate that. Chime has looked really good, really solid, like very well drilled. Like
how many times do we see him go on that flank and just right click somebody in the head and it just is a fight win?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I'm watching it again on the stream and I'm just, you know, fair enough. Listen, hey, you've got to go for these plays. Again, you've lost 2 fights in a row. You probably feel like you have an alt disadvantage because you're playing against a team with orbital range. You've already used yours in the previous fight. So you want something big. You want to go and make a play. I respect it. May obviously has the ability to be a big playmaker, but when she plays with the rest of her team, she can set up these big kills with the walls and really, you know, allow you to get that player advantage. So, you know, look, it's an apples and oranges argument. I think like reasonable minds will differ on the best way to play from that position. I think it's fine. I enjoy Chime. They play a lot of fun on Overwatch there. That moment though, you know, you're either hero or zero when it comes to these situations. And
somebody need to make a play. Somebody need to make a play.
They're still... I don't want to invoke the doo-doo sandwich, you know, like frivolously, you know what I mean? Because they're still ahead in this series and Chime is a big reason why they have gotten here, right? So just want to put that out there. But
I won't stand for the Chime flank disrespect. That was a good play. Now, it could have been even better if we got the Blizzard off.
So you think it was good? You would say your evaluation of that, the way it worked, was good. You would say it was good, what we saw, and then it could be even better.
The thought... the thought is what matters, right?
Because Chime had the concepts of a plan.
When you get a present you don't like, isn't it the thought? It's just the thought that matters, right? Like the thought of the play is pretty nice. The thought of the WoW skins, I mean, those are real. You can go buy them, and I own all of them.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, they exist. I mean, they were concepts that now exist. I know Chime's play was a concept that has not come to exist. But the WoW skins, they do exist. You can go buy them. Buy them all. I mean, I went on there this morning. I was like, you know what? I need these.
I mean, I did something a little bit different about the crossover skins. I always feel like I need them in my life, whether it was Cowboy Bebop, One Punch Man, World of Warcraft. Yeah, inject them in my veins.
You know, I'm still upset that, you know, I don't know why on a show called Cowboy Bebop, you know, why there's not somebody called Bebop, but he, you know, I mean, that it's evidently the name of the ship, right? So I get it. Get it.
Okay. So are you okay with it now that you know that, or is it still a problem for you?
I'm a bit indifferent on it.
Okay. All right. Well, at least you're not upset by it, because that was the last thing I want. The existence.
I mean, there was
animes all time to be actively upset with you. That would be.
No way I was gonna get upset about that, but I'm a bit indifferent. I was like, you know, somebody who's not a anime. I was like, anime watcher. I was like, I am not an anime. Somebody who is not an anime watcher. I was like, you know, where's Bebop at? It's called Cowboy Bebop. I was informed, rather rudely informed by the rest of my colleagues.
Oh, really? So they weren't understanding with you and your willful ignorance?
No.
Oh. Okay, that's crazy, honestly.
It's a bit amazing.
Someone needs to give him a bit of a talking to, honestly. Either way, Rudisapi coming at you next, folks. So NRG Shock get to pick another map, and we had a tie in that previous one here. So this is obviously a map where, yeah, the Juno and Ramatra composition looks very good. Fluffy Dreamland wanted the Orisa, though.
Bring the Orisa. So, and then also Haven stays in to play the Ashe, and you also have Tree stayed in to play the Ashe as well. So it seems like for the Ashe specifically, these are like the two options for these teams. Scissors we see play the Tracer for NRG Shock, so you still have that look potentially here. Ryan plays a lot of the Tracer for Fluffy Dreamland, so this is maybe something they're fully committed on.
Yep, the Ashe May. Not exactly Tracer's playground right now. Good damage there from Tree, though. Knocks that armor off of Astro, forces him out of that line of sight. Yeah, we really need to see this Orisa comp show why it's better than this Ramatra look, which has been the go-to in the Juno shell so far. Maywall there as well. That's dangerous for Chime. Yeah, that ice block is only going to help them for so long. Fluffy Dreamland look to try and create a trade opportunity here, but there just isn't one presenting itself. Okay, there it is. Astro actually wins out in the front line, so there might be an argument for the Orisa here, right? Just generally with more sustained damage output than the Ramatra is the better option.
Yeah, Ramatra feels obviously weak outside of Nemesis form, right? But Nemesis form is very tanky, where the Orisa, if you can prevent like long-range poke and just take these fights in a close quarter when the Orisa still, Spear Spin still is fortified, right? Orisa doesn't have to use those cooldowns to kind of get into the fight. That's when you can be pretty successful with this comp. Also, Rengo just charging up this orbital ray so fast.
That is insane. I mean, 45% ahead of Ultraviolet now. Orbital Ray going to get fired off straight away. Renko has the chance to potentially catch up to UV yet again, depending on how this fight goes. But they made very good use of that stat buff. And now NRG Shock down 2 players with Kellen very much out of position. Rack Attack eventually being run into the ground. Convincing stuff from Fluffy Dreamland. Look like a very good brawl team.
They're going to get checkpoint probably out of this as well. Huge start for Fluffy Dreamland as Haven pushes up. Looks like he's just trying to find one. Maybe he can catch out. For a second, he was looking for Tree, but they're trying to bait them in here around the corner. You see they have the Orisa set up here, and they have the May. It doesn't seem like Shock has fallen for it, though. At least just yet. No, they're rolling all the way around.
I mean,
high ground, though.
This is a very powerful strategy to sort of use when you have that advantage, because now the defenders actually don't get given anything for being on the losing side of things. And this, look, if you can get the bot past this little underpass here, you've gotten through the most treacherous part, basically, of the map. Bob here for Haven. Send it. Why not? Dynamite there straight away. Orbital Ray hastily deployed there by Ultraviolet, but there still could be an issue. The Blizzard. Okay, not bad from NRG Shock, but still, most of Fluffy Dreamland can fold away from it. Irisa's still on the bot here. This will stall out, but it's unlikely we'll see Fluffy Dreamland turn us into more progress without a pick. It's got to be on Rack Attack here. It has to be there. And they eventually get him, but it's too late. The Annihilation already is in play.
Yeah, still really good early progress, so for Fluffy Dreamland, it's Kellen, when the orbital array goes down, he just marches straight past everybody. He's going straight into the backline on a Renko. He's like, we need to get this Juno out of here. I mean, Renko was able to build up these orbital arrays so fast. Important to get him out of the fight, where now Fluffy Dreamland can come back, though. They can get quite aggressive behind this Blizzard.
Yeah, especially in terms of stopping Kellen in his tracks again. NRG Shock just now starting to make some progress across the map, and Fluffy Dreamland are always seeming to breathe down their neck. Blizzard to catch the Ramatra? I think so. No escape there for Kellen. That's often now that ultimate is used, and yet the damage is there. So this is Ultraviolet gets there. The Bob also a big problem. Fluffy Dreamland do at least tease some ultimates out of NRG Shock, but they were really expecting to win that fight.
Yeah, they get a Blizzard and they get Kellen and they do enough damage to take him out, but it's Tree's Blizzard from the opposite, the Tree's Bob from the opposite side that puts down so much damage, and then he's able to find 3 as soon as Asher's in a really tough spot because he's trying to finish off the Ramatra there with Graves, and they're both extremely low. You lose all the armor on the Orisa. It's what I was talking about really early on, right? If you have to use some of these defensive abilities to kind of get into the fight, that can be when the Orisa struggles because she got nothing left to stay alive. Once that armor falls off, I mean, she's cooked.
She wants to start from like a pretty safe position. So she wants to play these corners when at all possible. Okay, here comes Chime. Positioned to wall off the Ramatra here, potentially. Playing up on that high ground lip. I think, yeah, Kellen sees that gives a little bit more ground. And RG Shock and Fluffy Dreamland both building up these ultimates here. Renko is about to lose that window where they have an uncontested ultimate here on the Juno. And here they come forward. Big shield bash forward from Grapes. You can see they want to take the fight. Now this orbital ray comes down. The Blizzard comes out in response though. Nobody inside of it, but it does force them to split away from the ray itself. As Haven though gets away with a kill on Scissors. Exchange of ultimates here. Fluffy Dreamland favored by that one player, and now they have a Blizzard of their own to deploy. Ultraviolet getting pushed to the limit here in terms of that healing, and now the orbital ray's going to come out. They're going to play inside of it. They got no choice, and Tree finds two. Tree subbed in for NRG Shock, making all the difference so far. And Fluffy Dreamland are going to have to give this one up too.
And that's the rally for Fluffy Dreamland as well. Grapes ends up using it with just Astro and himself alive. I end up using that big Brig ult as Rack Attack now has after this next fight that kicks off. But really, for me, I mean, the difference has been Tree. I mean, he's been lights out since they put him in on the Ashe. I mean, huge difference in terms of having that extra hit scan power.
Checkpoint here about to come up. No opportunity for Fluffy Dreamland to intervene. To NRG Shock looking to even the playing field, one fight at a time. This next one looks fine for them as well. Have the Annihilation ready to play with now. It's going to be an early bob for Tree to start to pave the way. Or rather, Haven has one of his own. Here's that Annihilation being used inside the room. Rack Attack with the rally, so a lot is being drawn out of NRG Shock here, but it works. Astro cannot complete the Terror Surge whatsoever. Fluffy Dreamland there, yeah, very much coming off second best.
And they still have such a pretty big lead though, right? The bot gets kind of sent back a little bit more towards the middle of the map there. So they'll get it back up to where that checkpoint is and probably get close to 70. Still 10 meters of buffer for Fluffy Dreamland to play with. And that's all the ultimates gone from the Shock. I mean, this is a absolute must-win fight here for Fluffy Dreamland.
This is where NRG Shock can even the game up. Nothing really compelling about their ultimate charge, but you can say the same for their opponents. NRG Shock have been able to put together a few fights in a row ever since Fluffy Dreamland tried to Blizzard Kellen and ended up losing out in trades that ensued. Off angle for trying, but not fully committing to the flank play. Perhaps echoes of Blizzard World in the back of their mind. Dynamite good for that poke though, starting to build Haven up towards yet another bob. They are ahead of Tree in that metric right now, and here they come all the way from Renko, immediately going to get followed up on by Chime. It's Rack Attack, falling to a headshot, and that wall for Kellen won't block him off entirely, but waylays him enough to make it an easy kill.
Yeah, the fight they desperately needed as Renko has been playing really well on the Juno, gets another ultimate. Yet again, feels like he has it up like, I mean, that's the thing with these Junos, man. It feels like they have it up like every other fight, right? In terms of like just the damage and the healing that the hero is able to provide as Haven though with this bob potentially, right? What I get scary of Fluffy Dreamland is like these fights that like they're kind of like around the bot and around the barrier and it's just kind of like poke going down. It feels like NRG has to realize when they have an advantage and go, but look at this Chime just like assassinates Tree off the rip.
Again, that neutral play just finds a pick out of nowhere. It's what we'd love to see. They're still going to go for it though. NRG Shock, big investment here. No one caught inside the Blizzard, but the orbital ray doing a lot of work. It had to be a rally from Grapes just to get them out
the
alive.
Is rolling away.
Yep, Astro getting value here, increasing that capture progress. And Ultraviolet actually just got picked off here, so both Junos are down. It could be a collapse in Kellen's direction. No, Scissors is the one that gets caught out. Kellen healthy enough now, and Haven losing out to the Ashe means that that 2v2 now is going to be won by NRG.
Yeah, it's a little bit of free progress though, right? For Fluffy Dreamland as everybody's kind of fighting players for NRG Shock moving to the back line, but Ashe for Fluffy Dreamland just takes about, just moves in an extra like probably like 13, 14 meters there. So not insignificant progress there from Fluffy Dreamland.
Okay. Forward spawn denied though, as NRG have gotten back to the middle of the map here. Terror Surge for Astro feels a little bit awkward in some of these fights. Hard to basically stay alive while channeling it is the issue. Here's a rally from Rack Attack, gonna pop that straight away. Bob for Haven though in a pretty good spot. Forces Tree to play to the outside of the map, but they've built their Bob as well, rather. And Kellen's Annihilation is scary. Astro doesn't even bother going for the Orisa ultimate here, and Fluffy Dreamland just invest Bob.
Yeah, I mean, you hold on to the result. Yeah, I feel like they're almost kind of saving it for like almost like another defensive, right? Like a second fortify. But I also think that potentially here, you can have the orbital ray plus the Terror Surge. Is you're gonna get another fight here for Fluffy Dreamland as Astro moves in quick. Yeah,
I'm gonna get ahead here. That is huge in the context of this series. Tree gonna go for the bob here. Pretty good position to send that one in from, but the orbital right here for Fluffy Dreamland. They've got to get value out of this. They need this to work for them. Astro pushes ahead of it though, but then is caught up to by the beam. It's Kellen looking low, and Fluffy Dreamland, in the nick of time, get that bomb heading back the right direction.
They want to leave Rack up for as long as possible. They want to just stagger him out as long as they possibly can. Rack Attack trying to make his way towards the side of the map, but then get some assistance there from Astro as they get off the bot. They don't want to touch the bot. They want to. It's going to be almost impossible here for Energy Shock to get back to it. It looks like potentially Tree doing it on the Tracer.
They got OT. Kellen comes back on the ball though, so maybe a weaker composition overall for NRG Shock. But they can stay in the game. That's what matters. Blizzard going to get thrown down, force the ice block out of Scissors. He has a Blizzard too. Look out for that one coming back the other way. Scissors desperately tries to throw out the wall to stay alive, and Astro does get frozen, but there's plenty of healing for the Orisa. The ball's back again, but Grapes has a rally now. They're going to be able to shrug this pile driver off as Kellen, caught out in nowhere, no man's land, can go back towards the healing of the Ray. That's about to expire though, as have Rack Attack and Ultraviolet. There's no healers left for NRG Shock, and Fluffy Dreamland claim the series. It turns out to be an absolute banger and an upset win for Fluffy Dreamland. I'm here for it.
I mean, what? They end up making it through stage 3, right? They play phenomenal there. They end up taking out, I believe it was like Citrus Nation in the finals of their group that time. This is a huge win, though. Being able to come in here and beat NRG Shock. This is one that I thought would be close, right? I still would have favored the Shock, but Fluffy Dreamland, I mean, I think they prove a lot of people wrong, as they're not just like a fun one-time story, right, in the previous stage. I mean, they are here to play.
Hey, I believed in them. Let's go, Fluffy Dreamland! Yeah!
NA all of a sudden just got a lot deeper. This region, honestly, now, like these teams that previously like no one really looked at twice are like Shikigami, good example, I think.
True.
Also, this Fluffy Dreamland team now who have been slowly building up. Like, this is what we want to see. This is why we want open competition, because it does take time, but eventually you start to see teams come up. They can benefit from, practice against these top teams and start to become top teams in their own right.
Definitely an upset. I think it was very exciting as well. I mean, what was it? I think everyone predicted it was like 88% to Energy, and then Fluffy Dreamland was 12%. And honestly, I think it was very back and forth. And honestly, another thing is it was very entertaining as well to watch Fluffy Dreamland.
I mean, there's so much fun to watch play. I mean, whether it be them playing like a rush style of play. I think Ryan, I mean, remember the last time we casted him, Mitch? I mean, it's Ryan on the Tracer, which is unreal. Where now, I mean, you're starting to put it together as a real team, a team that can definitely, obviously, contend with some of the best in North America, right? You beat NRG Shock. What are we talking about at the beginning of the series? Like, oh yeah, they're the clear-cut number 2 team in NA, right? Like, they just end up getting beat 3-1 by Fluffy Dreamland. Fluffy Dreamland had a real chance to win this 3-0. Think about how crazy that is. I mean, map 1 was really competitive. I mean, it goes down on a wire as well.
I mean, look, I loved seeing Ryan come in at the start of the series. I thought that we also saw a ton of great play from Haven. Chime on the May, generally just really good. Finding like random picks like Backbone-esque right out of nowhere. That's something that like SSG are doing all the time right now. Tree comes into this lineup for NRG Shock to try and give them the edge. That coach gun on Bob, I mean, that could have been the series right there. Like, we might not have even needed to go to Runasapi had that Bob been able to touch and contest. This is a very competitive map, but the bottom line is NRG Shock have a bunch of these map picks at their disposal. They choose, in theory, what the best map should be for them. I think losing Gibraltar is what really breaks their back in the series. They have to win that one. I mean, look, it's not that there's no excuse, but that is where, if they're supposed to win this series, they get the advantage, and then they snowball into their favor.
It felt like they had 2 opportunities to win Gibraltar, right? I mean, first point, it's like a little bit of a Xenon, and I mean, it's debatable, right? But the second point, right, kind of, I mean, it's a back and forth fight there towards the end. They could have easily full held on A, right? I mean, they're playing like Tracer May Diva on Gibraltar. You think with like hit scan power and the Winston, you should be fine.
I mean, we're talking about Fluffy Dreamland. I'm definitely excited to see more from them. And yeah, our player of the match goes to Chime. I think, Mitch, you were talking about Chime while you're casting as well. Definitely one of the standouts from Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, look, I don't know about the Mercy play, but in general, Chime was unreal. I really enjoyed seeing the double dive DPS combination here from the Fluffy Dreamland. It's not one you get all that often, right? Usually teams are trying to play like at least a May or at least an Ashe in there of some variety. But Chime showed their trace looked very, very good, played off Ryan excellently. Also, you're playing May against like this Winston composition, which can be challenging, right? I really enjoyed their take on the D.Va setup here. And then Runasapi was just hard for in general. But this kind of play from Chime, this is what we'd like to see. This is what Matt's referring to when he says the idea is very good. Be able to create those flank opportunities and then just run up on them, snowball into a win. I also think there's a lot of interplay between Chime and Scissors about when the blizzards come down, Chime is often catching Scissors out without a nice block. So in general, really impressive to see him. And these are players that I personally haven't seen a ton of in the past, and I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, same here. I'm very excited to see more from Fluffy Dreamland moving forward. Let's take a look at the updated brackets one more time for Group B after this match. Fluffy Dreamland moves on forward. NRG will be facing off against whoever wins Blast Off Buds and EXN Zenith.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think NRG Shock is in any danger in terms of coming out of this group and going to the main event. I think they're still in a fantastic spot to do so. But going into the main event, I mean, that's got to be a little bit of a wake-up call, that match against Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, maybe. Do you guys feel like maybe NRG sort of didn't prep as much going up against Fluffy Dreamland? As in, like, do you think they were like overlooking their opponents? Maybe. Do you feel like NRG?
No, but they still want to play. Like, it's very clear they still want to play this like Anna Brig composition with the Winston, which was quite valid. Like, it was very, very good. But we also saw like Kellen mixing the Wrecking Ball play in, which is it can be good, right? But you know, they had to play against Junker Queen comp, grouping up out of the line of sight of the Widowmaker, like looking back over at Ilios, and that was sort of really hard fought in general. I think that they were just a little more reluctant to play that Ramatra, like the brawl style with Juno, which we saw from their map picks. Like, they're trying to play Gibraltar, they're trying to play Blizzard. Yeah. They don't prefer to play that style. And so we see that quite often. Like, teams don't get caught out by a new meta. They see it coming, but they go, well, this meta doesn't suit us. So we're going to try and just be the better team fundamentally and not have to play this way. Fluffy Dreamland
looked fine when they played it, though. Shock looked fine when they played it. I definitely agree with your assessment, but then also I think that like even if you know that like Rush is the preferred play style of everybody and like that's where the meta is going and you want to play dive, we've seen this in the past, like you have to play dive to such a perfect level to beat like those type of like more bunkery high sustained comps that like you run into somebody who's really good at them and isn't going to make mistakes, just like a Fluffy Dreamland, and you see how a series goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think just all these talks and all these things that we're seeing just makes the game just way more enjoyable and way more fun to watch. And you know what's even more fun?
What's that?
What, Danny?
Stockholm! Stockholm, DreamHack
I'm shocked
Stockholm.
that's what you were gonna say.
Yeah, buy your tickets, everybody. It's coming up very soon. Grab your tickets for DreamHack Stockholm. DreamHack.com/Stockholm. Go there, buy your tickets. We're all gonna be there. It's gonna be great.
Matt's excited about Old Town Stockholm. He really likes
Old Town.
Yeah,
history guy.
Love Old Town Stockholm. Heard it's great. Everybody coming on
really?
out. Yeah,
I didn't know. Okay.
He's even read a book or two in his time. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, lots of books.
Yep.
Mostly hungry caterpillar.
Match number 3. It's gonna be Nightmare versus Ramatra Punch. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back right after the break.
Really hard. I'm marking ball really hard. Come, me.
You know what? Me.
I live on the rally point. On you.
Bunny help on person. Help me.
I'm carrying you.
Can we shoot point? Need to secure.
Ball.
Secure.
Shooting ball.
I'm blocking your back, Ryan. Shoot ball.
Juno. Just ball. Only ball. Nice.
Oh my god. walks away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hog work.
With that shoe coming in with the Nano 2, this might just be enough.
Welcome back, everybody. We're moving on to our final match of the day. It is none other than Nightmare versus Ramatra Punch. It's gonna be a close one. I like that name, Ramatra Punch.
Yeah, like
kind of fun to say.
This Ramatra Punch, like obviously it's just a mixed team by name, right? But it does have players that have been around for quite some time. You might remember like Danny from Citrus Nation, for example. Senna's been on like a bunch of different teams. Like
lots of Dannies today.
Yeah, today's a Danny day.
We are extremely Danny pilled. I'm not gonna lie. 3 of them, crazy.
Best day ever.
That's why we brought you in here, Danny. You know, like we knew all the Dannies were showing up today. We were like, we gotta get Danny of our own. We know Nightmare, obviously a very talented team. We kind of consider them probably like third or like comfortably in that 3-4 area in North America.
Yeah, I think like for me, seeing them take the Toronto Defiant to 5 maps in that lower bracket of stage 3 definitely gives me a lot of confidence. There were a lot of other quality teams. I think like, we may have seen TSM really start to improve after their showing in Face It Masters. So they're definitely on our radar. Timeless Team, Citrus Nightmare. So yeah, I think 3 and 4 is a very fair way to sort of describe this team. Obviously benefiting from Infected coming over to that roster. But here is Ramatra Punch, Danny OW. So different Danny. There's the Danny analyst, there's the Danny player, and there's the Danny host of this show. This is Danny OW, who you saw on Citrus Nation, I think, initially, if you remember them. So yeah, again, this team, a lot of these players have been around the tier 2 scene for quite some time. Definitely expect to see them make some waves.
Fastest Car 95 has to be my favorite name that we've had in a really long time.
Wait, wasn't Toronto analyst Danny also Danny? Is it just Danny or not Danny Overwatch?
No. This is not that Danny.
Yeah, I know it's not. I know they're different Danny, but
you should know the lore of your own name.
Yeah,
I don't ask people about.
Is to research the other Dannys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, when we head into the game, I'll research.
Okay.
I'll see.
You're supposed to do the research before the game.
No, we'll talk about it after the game.
That's what commentators do, right? Yeah.
Do the research after the game.
Hey, community poll results. Hey, 84, 60%. Yeah. Wow. Nightmare heavily favored.
Pretty high. I think the last series you could have seen the upset potential. I think this one has less upset potential than NRG versus Fluffy Dreamland. I think that Nightmares are a pretty consistent group of players. I think like Seeker playing the Ashe, I think prime for a pretty good day.
No, I'm gonna believe in Danny Overwatch. I think he's absolutely gonna pop off today.
You know what?
Yeah.
I respect it. I mean, we've seen Danny play before. They're very, very solid, right? I just think like this Nightmare team is really good, bro.
Let's go, Danny.
Remember that guy? He's pretty good.
Yep.
Infected. Just saying.
Yeah. Final match, guys. Have fun. Bye.
Thank you. You know what?
Goodbye, Danny.
Thank you. I'll endeavor to. Here we go, folks. Yes, Nightmare versus Ramatra Punch. Both these teams with wins already in their respective group. This is Group C. Ramatra Punch won in a 3-2 slugfest against O3 Splash, whereas for Nightmare, it was a little bit of a cleaner showing against that Rad X Avidity team with some, known players on that. Wub, Bun, for example. I haven't seen Wub in a hot minute. So they're looking pretty good in this group to exit it comfortably, but we've seen no shortage of upsets and potential upsets if you're looking at Group A so far today. Want to leave that on the table for you now. And we'll see what these two teams think is the way to play. I mean, we've seen that Ramatra comp at the tail end map of that Fluffy Aimers NRG Shock series look to be the most robust way to play.
Yeah, I think so, especially now as you move into a map like Lijiang Tower, right? We've seen Ilios freaking do some like different things, even Nepal, right? I think the Ramatra-based Rush compositions. I mean, Rush historically has always been really strong here on Lijiang Tower, so expect to see some of that from both these teams.
It wouldn't be the first time we've seen Seeker on the Bastion.
No.
That's definitely a pretty popular choice for Nightmare. But again, like Z and CJ, the Baptiste obviously really powerfully. Often see it combined with like the slower moving front lines and Bastion, because he tends to be able to output more damage than he takes, and with that immortality field, he's a real nuisance. Both teams though want to play the Juno. It's going to be Cleopatra on the Rhine for Ramatra Punch.
Yes, you get a TP to the point, and then you kind of set up here with this Reinhardt. You're going to be on the bad side, though, in terms of, like, damage output, right? Juno, Baptiste, Bastion. It's going to be really difficult now. How do you, like, step up onto the point here if you're Ramatra Punch?
They do it with Sim, I guess. TP, obviously, something that they can make use of.
Yeah, but look at this, like, nobody, you notice, like, when you're watching, like, from this POV, now we actually see Seeker end up using the wheels mode, as we've dubbed it, but there were no cooldowns being used. Like, Infected moved up, didn't use Fortify, didn't use Spear Spin. Like, they're looking Ramatra Punch to see if there's some cooldowns that come out, and especially, you know, Seeker with that big damage cooldown of being able to, you know, turn into turret mode and do, you know, high damage output, looking for some of those, and they didn't use any. So then Ramatra Punch is forced to step onto the point, contest, and then all these cooldowns come out, and then you're screwed. I mean, you got nowhere to go.
I just don't think you want to be playing Reinhardt against Orisa ever, especially against the Bastion. That really makes it hard for your shield to give your team space. So you'll see, like, Cleopatra's able to move up, at least be able to use his corner. You have to play those corners as Ryan, right? But eventually you have to cross this wide expanse. As Nightmare are playing off the point here. So you can go, brr, quickly in a wheels mode, so there's a window here at least that Ramatra Punch probably need to use, and they do. Orbital Ray comes out. Salmon's obviously done a lot of healing so far, and where are Nightmare, they ask themselves. Well, they've been able to group up here behind this Baptiste presence. Immortality field in play, but Seeker and CJ have gone down, and that is a beautiful boot. Nicely done by Angelic. Whip shot the Orisa off the map, and nothing Z can do.
Yeah, you get behind that orbital array, you push on in, and there's not much really anybody can do about it. Till Ramatra Punch behind Salmon's ultimate, they push on in. They get a fight win. Nightmare, though, comes back with some pretty sick ultimates of their own, though. You're going to be able to have the Amp Matrix with the Bastion damage. You know, we've seen Terror Surge plus a Blade combination. So a lot of different things Nightmare can do off the back of this type of composition.
Chat, if Derpy wants to call himself Cleopatra, he's getting called Cleopatra. You feel me? That guy changed his name with full knowledge of what that would incur. Here's Zera with the blade coming in. Angelic and Santa already get picked off. Zera will be able to climb back to safety here, albeit being harassed somewhat. And there it is, Ramatra Punch eventually shifted off the point. This leaves Nightmare, again, with some pretty key ultimates to play off of, especially that Orbital Ray.
Yeah, I mean, what, you're going to be running into Orbital Ray plus, like, no, I mean, Terror Surge plus the Bastion ultimate, right? I mean, that is a nasty combination in its own right, as Danny does have a wall here to split people off, as that'll be a shatter, connects to two players, but the follow-up is not there. The follow-up is on the other side of things, as Zero just dices up from Ramatra Punch.
Now we're at 80%. Nightmare really don't have to use too much in that fight, but the Terror Surge is enough to get them there. Amp Matrix also a big problem. So here comes the Bastion ultimate. Throw a couple of those mortar strikes down. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Senna can't get through the TP. This is a problem. And they fall to the last of them. Seeker absolutely trolling. Now Ramatra Punch forced right on back. They do have the Sim barrier in play. CJ, they're looking for frags. That should tell you all you need to know about how Nightmare are feeling right now. They'll play inside that orbital ray as long as they need to. And eventually Ramatra Punch will be expunged from the point. We like Night Market heavily in favor of Nightmare here. It's just a very solid composition. Unfortunately, the Reinhardt isn't able to do nearly enough about it. That'll be that.
You're never going to be able to close the gap with the Reinhardt, right? Even with the Sim TP against that Bastion, you're able to just kind of move him out of the way constantly. Let's get a look at this replay, though. So this is the shatter that comes on down.
Oh.
He lands it.
Yeah.
Now...
No, he does.
The entire team takes a ton of damage because they get hit with a Terror Surge, but he does land the shatter.
Okay, so yes, sticks the landing. Not sure if the routine is really exciting the judges.
The operation was successful, but the patient died. It's like that's kind of the. It's kind of what happened there.
Okay.
I mean, lead our job. We're all
definition
dead.
of success a little bit stretchy here, but that's okay. So Nightmare come back in with the same composition here, except Zero on the
yeah, little
on the
Junkrat. Little Junkrat head to head.
Okay, I'm here for it. Danny v Zera. I'm here to let my hair down after a couple of very close games here and see some Junkrat play. Warms the cockles of me art. Nicely done. Zero finds his opposite number with a remote mine across the map here. We'll see Nightmare establish a very strong position behind his Junkrat spam.
Especially playing the Reinhardt. I mean, how is the Reinhardt supposed to even keep a shield up with Bastion, Junk? I mean, look, Bastion, Junk, Bab, Judo, Orisa. I mean, is there like a higher damage output, I guess, you can get? Probably, I mean, slightly, but this has got to be closer to the higher damage outputs you can possibly kind of put together.
Yeah, and you also, like, you have the healing of Moira, so she's got great healing throughput in general, and as does Juno, right? So you're trying to get the most heals possible. You're not worried about utility so much. You really just need to pump those numbers. Still not enough, though, as Nightmare now. Infected just limbering up, shaking the rush from the joints. Center pop down there below ground level, but that's fine. They're able to coach gun themselves back up and into the game.
So we'll see how Ramatra Punch goes about trying to break through this choke. As got Angelic here, a little bit of a Moira flank.
A bio orb, yep. Let's see how this goes.
Warning shot there with the bio orb. Like, don't make me come through here.
Yeah, that's it. Don't make me pull up when you would call lessons.
Well, I'll fade out of here.
Nice little fire strike there, though, from Cleopatra. They're going to move up, and big damage here, Nightmare. They don't have the shield to benefit from, of course. Good pressure being put down. Danny with a Riptire as well. Look out for that.
Yeah, no, Shatter comes on through. It was a kill, I believe, from Cleopatra on a 0 right at the start of things with a fire strike. So following it up there with a Shatter when the orbital ray comes down. So big fight win there for Ramatra Punch. That's the huge support ultimate from Nightmare off the table.
And here's the Bob. Thrown out and, yeah, basically out in the open there. Danny able to find a remote mine. Look, Junk is really oppressive when he has this sort of map control. It's very hard for Nightmare to push through this choke. They have to use their Orisa cooldowns before she gets into the fight. If you're tuning into that previous series, as Matt sort of pointed out, that's definitely knowledge mitigation while she's actively engaging at close range in the front line, not while she's walking up.
So now they're getting a little bit more space, Nightmare, to make this work as opening things up with a Bastion ultimate here.
Okay. Cleopatra forced to back up. Coalescence interrupted there by Zera's remote mine. Yeah, burst damage is the answer to that kind of play. Riptide there finds Seeker okay, off the map, maybe.
Seeker just dies.
Inexplicably. Infected, though, is the one taken down by that Riptide. So this is nice for Ramatra Punch here. They are going to get into the lead off the back of that big ult.
Yeah, it's huge. They don't have anything else to work with, though, right? I mean, that was absolutely everything kind of thrown in there, but they absolutely needed to take the lead here. So now they'll move up, try and maybe take control of this choke yet again. So Zero will move over to the Genji. So not messing around without Junkrat anymore. No more Junkrat mirror.
All right, Ramatra Punch with the NA LH Cloudy leading the charge. We got a Shatter available here. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage.
Oh, that was, I mean, what do you even react that fast? I mean, before he could even like put the shield up, it felt like he was dead.
You don't have to use your orbital ray there either. That's pretty massive. Zera's back on the Genji here, doesn't want to challenge for Junkrat supremacy, allowing Danny to hold that title. And you thought watching Oh Yeah in EMEA was fun? Well, have I got news for you. I think Cleopatra there may be looking to line up a Shatter, but will be forced away! And he does eventually get off. Once again, there was a Shatter mat, so, you know, points for execution.
The thought,
very, very difficult.
The thought is what counts, as we learned earlier in the day. Now Cleopatra over to the Diva, just trying to make a play back towards the point. Danny on the Tracer as well. A little bit of a predictive spear there from Infected. Doesn't connect as... Okay, so Danny will make it out with his life. Does trigger OT.
All right, here's Nightmare. Spread up on the point. Cleopatra making the switch over towards the Diva and calling him that because they willingly joined the game on an old account. That's why. They're Cleopatra as far as I'm concerned. Angelic going down early, so Salmon being reliant on here for most of the healing. Zera doesn't want to have to use a deflect or didn't have it available. Nice tack grenade though will force Senna off the angle and will have to go and get a mega pack. Still, Ramatra Punch flipped the point throughout that fight here. They might be playing for a blade here for Zera. Also another Amp Matrix will be massive with Seeker ready to go wheels mode behind it. Blade here for Zera! Angelic goes for a defensive biotic orb. I respect that, but it's still not enough to keep them alive. That may not be enough. A 1-for-1 off your Dragon Blade, you might be asking for a little bit more here. But Nightmare have just flipped the point. Amp Matrix here for Seeker to make use of. Also that Bastion ultimate, which has looked pretty good in his hands so far. It should be control sending getting wrapped up. Ramatra Punch making interesting, some very inventive compositions, but it falls short.
Yeah, and I think that Bastion, right, being able to put down that damage through the Matrix on the Diva, nobody else there because they're trying to deal with the Genji in the back line. That is an easy way for Nightmare to close things out there. But it's really interesting map number 1. I think with the Ramatra Punch playing that Reinhardt the entire time, the Bastion is going to give him a lot of troubles.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you're playing Ryan against like Orisa and Bastion, so compositions that for like no cost can really just burn shields down from long distance. It's really hard to close the gap. I think like Control Center is probably one of the better maps to do this on. God forbid we went to Garden and they had to play Ryan there. That to me seems a little bit scary. But we saw Zero eventually switch off the junk. There was 2 junks on the map, which is kind of wild to me. Got a Genji from them. Again, so much of this is about the Baptiste amplification matrix. So when you have comps that can just spit damage at you, Baptiste really takes that up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the Bastion and the Orisa, right? Breaking the shield. I mean, you also have a BAP plus a Juno, right? Their damage is nothing to kind of sleep on. So you see some of the highlights here. It's really about Seeker and Co putting down some damage, Zero getting in, getting those dash resets, just finishing players off as they're extremely weak. The Junkrat look, I mean, I don't think it was great from either team. I think obviously once they go back to the Genji, they look much better.
I mean, you are trying to, I think, snowball once you take the point the first time, right? You just sit there and you abuse the choke and you get a bunch of free damage and make this Rhine shield sort of look pretty average. This is a shadow that obviously works out really well. So that was the first shadow that Cleopatra builds up in the round. Their later one, not so much. Again, they're sort of dealing with the fortify ability of Orisa. This is where the shadow happens, I think. Yeah, just behind Infected, it comes down. But there's a Terror Surge in play. Like, there's just so much to work with. Also, Orbital Ray. Like, you really are snowballing out of control there.
The spear spin of the Orisa just really ruins any type of if they're going for a shatter and the spear spin comes through, I mean, you're in a lot of trouble. 40 deaths. I mean, there are a lot of fights here in map number 1, and a lot of them, unfortunately for Ramatra Punch, go in the favor of Nightmare.
Yeah, that is, and there was a lot of fighting. I think that's safe to say. It also, like, that second round went, the distance to 99-99, so no surprise to see sort of frenzied action all over the map. But yeah, I mean, to return to the Ryan conversation, like, he just doesn't want to be displaced. It's, he's really positional, requires, himself to be at close range or be able to be uninterrupted throwing shatters down. And Orisa has Javelin and Javelin Spin to sort of force you out of position. Also, by the way, like the Terror Surge does the same thing. So all of her kit is designed about moving people out of the way, moving them, into the way of harm and all that sort of stuff. And also she has the kit that sort of burns Ryan's shield down before he can close. It's really challenging. I think you're playing on hard mode here, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And you like, what, if you want to play Reinhardt, I mean, where do you go? Probably King's Row, right? I mean, but even then, like, the verticality is so good to be able to play so many other different tanks on King's Row. Really, it's like Reinhardt in the second phase of the map. It's not really a lot of great maps you can, like, force that in anymore, right? Because a lot of, I think, other heroes have taken Reinhardt's niche, like, away.
So you can try and play him on Flashpoint. Some of those Flashpoint perhaps you may feel like they lend itself to him a little bit more. You definitely need
Queen
like
Street.
Yes.
Runesapi, maybe.
Yeah, I mean we've seen Reinhardt attempted on Runesapi. I think SSG tried it in the Faceit Master League and got pretty punished by like VP's Ramatra composition. So you can, but I don't love it. Again, it's just that mobility is not great. Okay. I think Rialto is pretty reasonable for this reason, but most teams in that first part of the map like try and gain control of that high ground if they possibly can. So we see like D.Va on the attack side, but then like as the map goes, it's fine. You just need to be pretty like proactively getting up on that high ground as attackers, like going up there with your team as a group, dropping down, taking fights. In the past, we've seen Sigma be really ubiquitous here just because he's very, very effective at allowing you to move up behind that shield, allow you to play Widow. You play like wide flanking Tracer. Sometimes you see Echo Faro mixed in there. Let's see how this plays.
Yeah, I'm quite curious on, you pick this, right? You can play, I mean, this is like a pretty good Reinhardt map per se, right? I think that's kind of what you expect to see probably. From Ramatra Punch, and that's what we're going to see from them here. Kick things off, they'll be on offense. So for Nightmare on D, they'll actually play. So interesting. So in their Winston setup, they actually just don't drop the Juno. So remember in the last series we were talking about, like, do you kind of drop the Juno? Like a lot of teams have been dropping the Juno, playing the Brig. They opt to actually just keep the Juno in play.
Okay, so yeah, it is a Ryan composition that obviously has like decent long range poke elements in the Widowmaker. Seeker opts to the Hanzo because it obviously doubles up as like you have, I guess, like you have sniper pressure. Hanzo less effective and doesn't have the one-shots anymore, but, you know, Storm Arrow is still amazing to get in this Rhine Shield low, something that Winston just can't do. Winston cannot interact with the Rhine Shield whatsoever. He's just hopes to ignore Cleopatra as often as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be also really difficult for Danny with you know, Nightmare having Widowmaker you know, in play. Actually, for Zero with the Widowmaker in play. So Senna playing the Widow on offense here as they do make it around the corner for Matra Punch. Senna almost finding that shot there. It looked like that was Z up on the high ground.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of space, Senna does, to operate in here. So the Widow looks pretty good. Now we fight on the corner, though. Eventually, Infected will need to go to the high ground, and that's when, you know, Cleopatra and Co want to move up. Infected's just done that. So they've now playing up on the ledge. Ramatra Bunch can make some pretty slow incremental progress here. Nightmare don't have a Tracer to stall the cart with, and okay, there's a long-range fire strike. I guess like there was a charge across the map from Cleopatra. I wish we'd caught it, but it's resulted in the kill on the Winston.
And now Senna finds two. I wonder if you need a little bit more, no, I was going to say, like, whether it's hit scan, right, from Nightmare is Senna with another shot. Some nice shots on the Widow as Seeker goes over to match this Widowmaker play.
Yeah, this Widow's been very, very good. Seeker, though, always good for the fight. Definitely an incredible hit scan player. So we'll see how this goes down. Beautiful shots here. Let me see what Cleopatra being able to move up into the choke. It's basically cooked at that point. Senna has had all the space in the world to work with over this first part of the map here. Rialto turning out to be a really good looking pick here for Ramatra Punch.
Yeah, it's really good at the start, right? Especially, you know, when the Widow would play like you are right now. Infected not even able to get in position to make a play on the Winston, right? The Widow just has all the space in the world to operate. It's fantastic right now. Let's shatter up the high ground. It looks like it just connects with Z. I don't think you're going to be able to protect, you're not going to be able to go and get a kill at all. That's going to be Infected getting the benefits of the Nano, though, and you push up a little bit too far, you're going to get got.
Here comes Infected looking at that back line. Salmon a little bit low. Senna, she's had such a great start to this map on the Widow, but a dive eventually going to come knocking on the door of those Widowmaker compositions. And this is probably where, like, it's a little bit harder to force this Rhine. You are constantly fighting an uphill battle, at least dealing with high ground that's readily accessible to defenders. And you need someone like Senna to soften up. You know, the enemy hit scan, get picks on Zera, for example. Anything to slow them up and allow this Rhine to close the gap without getting that shield just cracked.
Yeah, this is where you get a little bit of an opportunity here for Nightmare to get some time back. You see Zero just moving into the back line, getting an assassination. Is, oh, what in the world? Okay, so we're still flying up in the sky here as we have a duplicate of the Juno. And now we get a duplicate of the Winston as just the Echoes just using the duplicate just to stay alive here.
So Ramatra Punch trade their Reinhardt for the Ana pickoff. That CJ still being at large, it probably doesn't feel like the trade you're looking for. Danny dupes a Winston. He eventually has to back off here, so Seeker with Infrasight also is a pretty scary prospect. Senna, she's a little away from that ultimate herself.
Don't be shy.
Side see Seeker just trying to find an angle here as things have just slowed down so much, right? As soon as the push is stopped for Ramatra Punch.
Yeah, tough to get through this choke here. And in fact, it can give up that space anytime he wants, really. Let Cleopatra move in and still allow Seeker to have these very powerful sight lines. You can see them here. Salmon goes low. Senna struggling. Salmon can't even get upstairs now. So the Widowmaker in the hands of Seeker really starting to become a problem for Ramatra Punch. They can move through that low room, but they never get there with 5. There's such a wide expanse here that they need to cross. It might put Cleopatra in a position to consider switching to Diva like they did on Lichang Tower.
No, I think we're just going to see them go with a sim play, right? And just move the Reinhardt around that way. At least it seems like that's the route for now. So, as soon as Senna lost the space, oh, nice shot there, actually taking out Z right after the TP, but without the play from Senna, whether it be on the Widow or the Cassidy, I mean, they'd be in a world of trouble right now on Rialto. I mean, feels like they have every single kill that we've seen from Ramatra Punch.
Senna with a switch over to the Cassidy. She's able to snap up 2 very quick kills. Definitely feared in the Calling All Hero circuit and in EMEA in general. Now landing in NA for OWCS, giving this Ramatra Punch here a little bit more to work with. And it could be a decent shatter opportunity now for Cleopatra. They basically have to ignore the Winston behind them here and hope they can get the job done, but Orbital Ray might make this a bit of a challenge. God, good damage being spread here by Infected. Ramatra Punch also low. That ultimate is about to expire there for Salmon, and Zera is moving up, challenging the Ryan aficionado Inato himself. Swing here, swing there. Senna goes down. Seeker's able to find the advantage there as Ash, and that's a shadow that goes into a shield, but Zera gets more abilities when they come out of dupe.
Yeah, I'm not even sure the shadow went off. It looked like maybe really low on HP before the shadow goes down. 1:14 on the clock, as I know Nightmare has bled off a lot of the time thus far, as Ramatra Punch got off to a great start off the back of Senna's Widowmaker, but not been able to get much. Well, they get the progress here on the second checkpoint. It's been just a lot harder.
Now the sim, look, makes sense to try and let you cross the gap and get Ryan in position to do Ryan things, but if you get caught halfway through with a Biotic Grenade and then a Focusing Beam, yeah, you're into the drink. Once more into the canals go Ramatra Punch, and now they've probably got one more proper fight here.
Yeah, I mean, you can get everybody across, right? But when the other team has like an Ana for the bio and things like that, I mean, it's very difficult to live, right? The Winston just sitting right on top of the Sim TP, just getting ready to just put down some free damage. So we'll see no orbital ray in play. So CJ a little bit closer to it, as that'll be the Sim wall, but the bio's huge. Yeah.
You're not getting out of that one alive. Sorry, folks. Cleopatra here can make a play with a desperate shatter. It does connect. But there's a lot of healing coming in from CJ with an orbital ray right around the corner. I think this Ryan composition is about to be brought to a stop. Angelic ignoring the Winston, I appreciate it, in Riley, but they cannot chase CJ down, who's playing inside their own ray. The Nightmare able to hold off Ramatra Punch here midway through the second phase of the map, just before that checkpoint.
Yeah, they do end up, getting obviously first checkpoint and then getting pretty close towards the end there. But once that Reinhardt comp, once you lost the position where you were constantly playing from the side of the bridge, right, and then you had to cross that bridge against the Winston and the Echo, those types of compositions, I mean, you were in a really difficult spot there for Ramatra Punch. But we'll see now on defense, right? You get the Widowmaker clicking right off the start, just like you did on offense. Potentially, you can get a hold here.
Yeah, Nightmare. Got to be happy with that. Again, it required them to switch off the Hanzo, and you know what the idea is, right? We talked about it. It's good pressure on that Ryan shield, but Seeker was getting punished here. We had to switch over towards the Widowmaker, and then we saw, I think, Senna, she switched to Cassidy. Then there's like an Ash pick. So Seeker pretty consistently has been trying to, get counter picks. We even saw it on Lijiang Tower, like playing the Bastion into the Ryan. Seeker just looking for an edge wherever he can find them here.
So we'll see the Widow yet again on defense here for Ramatra Punch. I think Nightmare, I think Seeker will probably play the Widow right off the rip, right? I think that's probably the answer here for Nightmare, as didn't have it at the start in the last round. Definitely ended up hurting them.
Here we go. So we get 101 meters. That is just before the second checkpoint. And yeah, Widow out of the gates here, definitely the go-to for attacking sites. Now you can play those corners a bit more effectively, maybe as the Ryan, but you can't do too much about the high ground. So you want to hope that, if you have players up there, they give that up without trying to risk too much. That means that Infected can then drop down and cycle those jumps. But in general, they're really trying to avoid a protracted engagement with Cleopatra in the front line.
Yeah, and I think they're also just trying to see, I know maybe you can actually farm up the nano here, right, on the corner, like Infected just taking some damage. Cleopatra in an interesting spot there. Now you'll have to back up, but it's going to be very difficult getting any healing from the Brig, as it doesn't really have a line of sight.
Yeah, Seeker has to move up too, though, and that puts them, within range of Senna. She pops Seeker across the map, playing down inside the choke. Now you've got some space to work with. Can she snowball this? Doesn't need to. Danny's able to come forward with the Focusing Beam and get rid of Infected. Cleopatra able to stay alive a heck of a long time to give these opportunities to their DPS.
Yeah, that's so important, right? Being able to kind of hold that corner, and Seeker now just going to ditch the Widow battle, actually going to go and play Tracer. So this is going to allow them to play really aggressive around the Winston, right? This is going to allow them to take a lot of position that they weren't able to do playing what they were playing before. As you see Infected, look at this. I mean, already all the way on a flank, but I think, Cleopatra and the rest of the team is going to move forward.
Okay, they have to respond there, but there's no way they're bailing Senna out of trouble there. Infected close to Primal. Would like to save it probably for after this next checkpoint, but when needs must, he pop that ability. Maybe even now. Good NA connection. I mean, the Infected does not have to spend a big ultimate. Great response by Z, even though they did get caught by a wild swing from Cleopatra.
They're trying to get away, yeah.
Okay, we're on the road here properly for Nightmare. A little bit slower than we saw Ramatra Punch get out of the gates here, but again, it was all about those hit scan picks. Senna has switched over to the Tracer now to match Seeker.
Yeah, without the hit scan picks at the start, I mean, it would have been very difficult for Ramatra Punch, but they do end up, fortunately, getting those for their sake, as you'll have a nano boost here potentially for Infected plus Primal. Could be massive. It's going to be an Orbital Ray to open things up for Salmon. CJ Orbital Rays in response.
Oh, okay, the Shadow gets onto Z in the back line, and the follow-up is good. I mean, I guess Danny definitely got the memo. Everyone runs that Ana down, excuse me. But Infected did have a Primal Rage to make use of for the time being. They got rid of Salmon. Danny also going to fall there. Good fight for Infected in general. Can't be calling this guy an Orisa one trick. That is absolute slander. Saw that earlier. Ridiculous. Seeker looking to push up, though that Ryan Shield is a problem. Nightmare need a little bit more to get through. A nano boost for the Winston could be just what the doctor ordered.
So can you get the nano boost in a good position? It looks like you're also trying to potentially wait for Zero to get back in the fight so he can go over the top. It's going to be a rally here for Angelic, keeping everybody topped up.
Yeah, cycling maybe into a pretty quick Primal Rage here again for Infected. He gets halfway there, but this could be an issue. They have to fall back. Good peel. They deal with Danny, but Senna is able to get out with that recall, dragging all of Nightmare out of those aggressive positions, but Senna doesn't have the recall available anymore. Seeker, though, kind of losing out. Kind of getting owned a little bit. Senna's able to return her attention here back to the main fight as Seeker has to peel off of that Tracer 1 versus 1. Cleopatra with a Fire Strike coming through. Nightmare still haven't found a way to break through. They're running out of time. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're having such a difficult time, Nightmare, just breaking through this choke with that Reinhardt, just holding that position. This may be an opportunity, though, as Seeker now gets into the backline as Danny picks him up, though.
Now the Cassidy switch is big. Now that backline pressure is gone. Infected is low, hoping to build a Primal as quick as possible. There's 10 seconds left in the round, and Danny's going to emerge from the high ground now. Takes C by surprise. They don't even bother looking to the source of the Cassidy damage, and Danny's found 3 already in this fight. Orbital Ray gets thrown out, but Infected is charged away from its area of effect. When it returns to the fight, it's already gone. Ramatra Punch here with 5. It looks like they're going to full hold Nightmare in front of the first checkpoint to even up the series.
All right, well, Nightmare, I mean, not able to get through that choke. The Reinhardt Super Punch was really good on their offense, getting obviously the picks on the Widow from Senna off the rip. I mean, that's probably the biggest plays for them. I mean, you see what kind of happened once the Widow, once it started getting to like a Widow duel in the second point, where Seeker had a lot of space to work with. Once they weren't getting the Widow picks, they weren't really doing much of anything on offense. So the Widow picks on point A end up being the difference in the entire game.
Look, I think that there's nothing really that answers the Reinhardt here. Defensively, it's really hard to shift Cleopatra. He is chilling for most part. I mean, it's Nightmare are playing around the Ryan as much as they can, trying to get Seeker into the back line, get Infected to ignore them. But there's like a big shatter, I think, in one of those replays where Cleopatra just ignores the Winston and just gets like a max range shatter that just catches the Ana, and instantly Ramatra Punch sort of go and dive on that target. So I like how they've adapted. They're obviously not willing to switch off that hero, and if they can get wins with it, fine. Totally fine for me. It passes the eye test as far as I'm concerned. There's an issue of whether it works on every single map, but we've seen Ryan played everywhere to some degree of success, so Ramatra Punch clearly want to stick to their guns.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you pick Rialto, so that takes Gibraltar out of the pool, right? It can't exactly go to that, so it's a good map pick. Obviously, it pays off there for Ramatra Punch, and it's going to be difficult to make it work on just about every map, but we've seen teams with specialties in the past, as these shots were sick.
Yeah, and then Senna, I think she switches to Cassidy and then just basically does the same thing. Finds like 2 or 3 kills to win a fight. You do get ground to a halt here. This becomes a bit of an issue, right? Where you get interrupted midway to your target, get hit with these like pretty large biotic grenades halfway there. Because of the Sim TP is a little telegraphed, it makes it very easy for someone like Z to line up a bio, and then for Winston and biotic grenade, it's just a perfect combination. PB and J, really.
It's crossing that gap that it's so. I mean, you can't obviously just walk across the ridge with the Reinhardt. The Juno speed is good, but it's not going to get everybody across safely. You need the TP, and I feel like it just makes the comp a little bit too predictable.
Yeah, it gets ropey, but Ryan plays really well on this first phase of the map in general. Plays those corners masterfully. Can just sort of stand there, and yeah, if you're not killing the Ryan, that's what you can ignore Ryan. You can, but you won't be moving the cart, And then, you know, then you're starting to walk into like Senna's sight line, for example. That's where she's able to find a couple picks as soon as this dive comp comes around the corner. Because no matter what you're playing, there's a big gap you have to cover when you're attacking on that first point. You'd rather do it with Ryan and just use the shield to buy you the space. But if you have to get space via other more aggressive methods, like, you know, diving with a Winston or, you know, blinking across this Tracer, you can get caught by these like long range hit scan. Danny looked very good on the Cassidy towards the end of the round as well. They make a switch, they punish Seeker. Seeker, I think, loses out to center, can't push through her on Tracer, and then there's a Cassidy in his way. So nicely done by Ramatra Punch. I mean, this team is really solid. They had to fight in like 5 maps to get even to this game, and we kind of thought the Nightmare would get out of this group quite easily. So I'm glad to see those expectations converted here.
I mean, we thought that with the shock in the last game, right? That they were just going to kind of walk through Fluffy Dreamlander. It would be close, but they would still come out on top, and that we know that is false at this point. So we'll see. I don't know what, if near Nightmare, what do you decide to go to? Do you play like a Rumisapi? Do you play, I feel like some of the Flashpoint ones, like I feel like New Junk City, you could possibly play like Reinhardt. So I don't know if you'd do that.
Yeah. The Rialto pick is so rude, honestly. You play Blizzard World here. The Rialto pick is so troll because you deny the Gibraltar. Midtown, I like Rhino Midtown, honestly. That to me is.
And Nightmare's a trolly bunch. I would say that's a team that would totally pick Clash just in a like, hey, we're memeing type of way. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see, King's Row. Okay, so this is obviously a traditional Reinhardt map. Very, very good for Reinhardt. It's just now with the way the game is played, there's so much like different verticality and other things that like it's a lot harder to continue to just play that Reinhardt.
Okay, look, yeah, so you can play Pharah against the Rhine comps and cause them some problems, right? I think that's where we've seen this map evolve, and like in the past we've seen, you know, we've seen Winston played here, but more from like the Diva Ramatra looks, the comps that are a bit more flexible, the comps that actually can take the high ground consistently on the attack side. That's like one risk you face, is that like in the same way as Rialto, you are really subject to teams that want to play Ana comps and just dump bio nades on you and then send Winston in. Like your Brig gets smashed when she's bio. There's really nothing she can do about it. It forces your Tracer to recall or play like very passive at the same time. So again, can this Rhine, assuming we're going to see it, make enough space here? I'm assuming that Nightmare are going to choose defense.
You'd have to play the sim, right? I mean, you'd have to play the sim with it. That's the only way you can kind of move around the map, I feel like, to make it work.
You can take the high ground by moving in, like you can go through the hotel and try and like wrap around, or you go sort of up the stairs. Those comps work fine like that. We used to see the Sigma comps do that instead of playing out in the open. But yeah, the sim comp is the best one to send your Ryan straight up to the high ground and just basically bully, flip the map, and then let your hit scan have an advantage.
Yeah, I guess. I just think that, like, you know, moving through the hotels and whatnot, you'll just get kited. I mean, we've seen it in the past, right? Like, they'll just kite, and you're just in this game of just chasing the other team down constantly.
Yeah, that's fair. Something to keep an eye out for. So it'll be Nightmare, because they choose the map, end up seeing Ramatra Punch go to defense. So maybe they come with an Orisa comp. This is fine. I think you need to do a lot to keep Zera fighting fit. I think the Ana is not necessarily essential here on the attack side as opposed to the defense side, but can definitely give you like a pretty big edge. The Danny Torb is fun, but yeah, you have to be mindful of playing this against like a comp that you know is likely to play the Pharah. I don't know what the Torb should be wanting to do here. Let's see how it works out.
And just get an idea of what they're on the other side. So yeah, I mean, the Torb is pretty bad against the Pharah, but I mean, it's sick. I mean, Zero doesn't even like basically make it by the bus where he's dead.
This is probably the only reason you feel confident playing Ryan in this matchup, knowing that the Pharah is just going to die every time they turn up.
And then you just move away from the Pharah right away, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna mess with this. You are not gonna waste your time. Santa's already shown just how nasty she is on Rialto. We saw that. So how do you get the high ground? Well, Infected's already gone there, solo, in fact. A lot of poke damage being taken by the rest of Ramatra Punches. So you have high ground because your Orisa is there. This is, okay, unconventional, but Infected now can drop out of this window and have like point control. So it's fine. Send that one individual. Now, how well can Infected stand and fight here? It still has all those cooldowns available. I think that's really important. The damage mitigation will be crucial. But Senna, she just rotate into a position where she continues to threaten the Orisa.
Yeah, and still you see how much Infected doesn't want to use those cooldowns. Just kind of going around the phone booth there.
Good damage. God damn. Forced down by Dynamite here, but Z is picked up by Danny, who across the map obviously found a riveting annihilation. This leaves Nightmare now in an awkward spot. They're a little out in the open. Seeker trying to remedy that himself by getting up inside this high ground. Needs some hit scan connection from Nightmare pretty darn soon. CJ goes down with ult in play somehow. And now Infected falls. This is looking good for Ramatra Punch. They're getting comfortable.
I mean, that Nightmare is having a lot of difficulty, it looks like, just trying to push into this Reinhardt, and they're doing a good job. Ramatra Punch just protecting their Rein. Every time that push kind of comes on through, where now for, both teams, that's going to be your Orbital Ray off the table. What do you get out of, I guess the Nano here is really good. It's good for the Orisa, but it's probably awesome, right? I know Dragon Blade here, potentially, right? A Nano Blade on the table for Nightmare.
Cleopatra holding a Shatter here. That's one answer to the Genji. Can sort of whip that Shatter around. It's a bit risky though. You also do have to respect what the Orisa can do. So Bob is going to set up Nightmare here to contest the point. There'll be one that comes out, but that Bob does not contest. Cleopatra has to do it with their body, and the Terror Surge thrown in the back line. A bit concerning. Yeah, for Ramatra Punch, definitely a bit of a problem. No one really paying attention to Cleopatra. That might be a mistake. Shadow into Fire Strike is good. Senna's still standing, by the way, so the defenders are in it still. Zero has to go for a blade here. 1 versus 2. Charge comes in, but cancelled. Into a corner, in fact. Cleopatra gets caught out, and that might well be enough. There shouldn't be a touch here for Nightmare now. And they're going to get to keep moving up.
Yeah, Seeker there as well. But his damage not really needed. It's just Zero with the blade at the end. Enough to seal the deal. Is interesting. So Nightmare, they always go back to that Bastion setup that we saw on Lijiang Tower. So the Bastion definitely gave them a little bit of trouble dealing with that on Lijiang. We'll see if it actually pays off here on King's Row.
And that blade ends up being used by Zero just to give them the point there. So good use of it. Didn't get combined with the Nano though. So Zero going to get one anyway. Going to dive on him with that. Here comes Seeker on the Bastion. Yeah, he's done with these games. Knows now that this comp has to play on the lower ground against the Bastion composition. So going to be a lot of brrr happening in the next few moments. And Z can't really switch to the Baptiste to support this while there's a Genji in play.
No, not at all, right? You absolutely need, the Ana is really good with the Genji in play, and it's not really going to provide, it would be really difficult to even keep the Genji alive without an Ana or something like that in the mix. So this is going to be the Molten Core when the orbital rays come down.
Looks like a Dragon's Horde there, doesn't it? But again, it's defensively placed. Danny sort of sees that Zero can sort of dive on in. Definitely respects that. Eventually getting picked up by Seeker though. Is Nightmare, they're happy to sit back and poke here with this just high ammunition capacity composition, the best way I can describe it. Cleopatra falls back there by the Javelin, by the looks, and Bob, but not in a position to contest right now. Going to be Seeker finishing the job here, coming out of Wheels mode now and hoping to clear the stragglers. It's Angelic still on the point here with healing from Salmon, so some time to be bought here for Ramatra Punch, but that should be all this is.
Yeah, so they buy a little bit of time there, so now we'll see them make a change where Danny will end up playing the Venture. So now we're going to switch over and play Genji. So I was going to say, it doesn't really combo that well, like the Venture Reinhardt Brig Juno. Now, you get at least a Ana target in the mix, right? So you get an Ana in play here. Seeker just holding these, waiting, just kind of locking the back of the spawn. You do get a Ana now, so you have the Rein Nano target. You also have the Genji as well. Seeker takes out Senna up on the high ground as you get that Bastion up there. That is pretty nasty. As now Zero take out one of the supports. Takes out Angelic.
Seeker doesn't fully get that ground up as well. Like they play on the lip of that high ground, so the healing can come in from CJ. I appreciate that because it's only once in a blue. Bastion needs to use the tack grenade to get up there, so it can be a little bit hard to do that. Nice little techers though. Blade here on the horizon for Zero. Shatter there, catching Infected. But it's going to be Salmon falling down. Here goes a blade from Zero now, trying to make use of that Bionade connection that came in. And it was a good coverage. Zero, nasty blade. And then we'll get Nightmare over the line with 2:20 to play.
they really look good against that Reinhardt when they have the Bash in the mix, because on the other side you just don't have the damage output to really scare Nightmare to come forward, especially when the Reinhardt wants to move forward, wants to swing, doesn't want to kind of like be stuck in that middle ground that's a bit dangerous for the Reinhardt, where it's just a lot of damage output that Nightmare is pumping out to deal with. And I think that's what's really giving Ramattra Punch trouble with some of those comps.
Let's see that run back here for us. This is Zera's Blade. This is, yeah, nice little bio there. Hard to see just how many people are catchers, but at least 2. And Zera goes on in with the nano boost. Finally, we got to see the nano blade. Felt like we had to wait a little while for it. But that really breaks things open here. And yeah, look, we know the Ryan comp has some pretty defined weaknesses, but there are some parts of some maps that make it hard to exploit those. I think we saw that on point A. Like Nightmare couldn't really play Bastion. He's pretty awful at long range, and center is a real problem. That's why Zera didn't bother playing the Pharah either. It took a lot of work for Nightmare to get that first point, but the rest of the map was very one-sided.
How do you think this works on offense, though? Like, if you don't have, like, I know you think you can go through the hotel, but I think if you're just trying to chase down a team that's playing Bastion, I think you're in a world of trouble. I mean, you're constantly going to be just, taking just damage, just running around in circles around the map. I feel like it's, I feel like it's a bit of a losing strat potentially here.
Danny on the Widow. Very, very tight angle there. So your Nightmare now can play closer with this Bastion comp, sort of circumvent one of its weaknesses. But you'll notice here that, Cleopatra has already made his way up onto the high ground. Much like Nightmare did, sending Infected there, which means they can circle back, but I like that. Infected doesn't want to give this ground up for free, so this is going to slow this down a little bit. Cleopatra has to do the same thing, come knocking on the door. Have you heard the good word of our Lord and Savior, Wilhelm Reinhardt? Still trying to get in, still being denied.
Yeah, I mean, well, now the support's knocked down, right? Now you're knocked down.
Okay, you're barking up the wrong tree, Cleopatra. They charge across the point, though, so again, they are going to try and walk up the stairs, politely ask for entry, and likely be denied it. And building up old charge at the very least.
Okay, here we go.
Do it next time at work, Cleopatra. It's like the Minecraft, it's like the meme of the person like digging for diamonds and they leave just before they reach it, and the other person is...
Now you're in the open taking shots from a Bastion.
Yeah,
You live it.
Yeah, not where you want to be. Okay, Immortality Field here thrown down by Z. Allows Infected to get back here. Zeke close to ultimate. An orbital ray here for Ramattra Punch. They just bully their way onto the point now. But Nightmare able to disengage without losing any players. Seeker opts to give that high ground up. Gotta watch out for Senna. She's got a very good spot to play from right now. Seeker could clear her, I guess, with that ultimate, but really needs to make use of Wheels mode right now. And brrr, away we go. Lego pieces go flying as Angelic and Downey both fall there. The latter to a deflect, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
yes, Patrick called out in the open.
Yeah, you had the orbital ray rolling, so the Bastion is pretty safe to just get into turret road and just move up right onto the point. So also just kind of the buff that you get from that is going to make the Bastion almost impossible to deal with. So Nightmare with a blade here, so you have blade amp matrix to work with. You see, for Ramattra Punch, you have like a bomb that can end up kind of getting onto the point, cause some trouble. Let's see where this decides to go.
Pika's also using this for intel, like just trying to get some info, seeing much of the map. All right, Danny got picked off there.
He probably gets him weak and then he finishes him off just with regular shots.
Yeah, makes sense. This area they're able to get in the Echo's face here. So we're getting a little bit short on time here for Ramattra Punch. Cleopatra has that shadow. Again, tough to get past Orisa with that ability though. Couple fire strikes, get some poke down, start the cap. Note Infected is ignoring Cleopatra entirely. Also intercepts Bob in a position where he can't really contest. But Infected is a little low. Here's an air matrix coming out. I hear a blade from Zera. Where's that headed? Oh, I see. Right to the carotid artery of Angelic. Fair enough. Salmon also going to be felled. Ramattra Punch now. We're down to maybe 1.5 fights if best, but this is going to be a stagger on the right. They're going to switch wholesale. Kiriko, Genji for Ramattra Punch.
Yeah, but the death comes as soon as everybody else comes back, right? So you're going to be one of those long spawns now with the wave spawning. So now you finally get the Rhine back in the mix. As you still have this Shatter. You're still sitting on the Shatter, but it's going to be probably an orbital ray on the side of Nightmare coming up here soon, right, CJ? I mean, you're going to be able to get this instantly, it feels like.
Matt, Nightmare are giving Senna nothing. Nothing.
No.
There's no sideline here at all. And Senna gets picked off yet again. She's so impactful in that first round, but this time, very much kept quiet. Nightmare really just able to use Infected to stall things out and have good hit scan pressure across the map. But again, really, you should. As that hit scan player up against Basti and Genji, you've got to do more. You've got to be able to get these opportunities, find these windows, get some railguns in there.
I mean, there haven't really been many picks for Ramatra Punch in a lot of the maps outside of what Senna's providing. So, yeah, if you can just focus down the Sojourner, the hit scan, whatever Senna's playing at the moment, I mean, you're in a pretty good spot. That's a Terror Surge. It just maybe zones players out. It's going to be a shadow that comes down.
Okay, a little bit dangerous here for Infected. They go down. Immortality Field was used elsewhere for Seeker. Coming back in with that ultimate. Thanks for the cinematic zoom. Angelic has to swift step away, and the point is given up. Ramatra Punch are not done yet. In the nick of time, they capture A.
Yeah, I mean, I guess positives here for Ramatra Punch. This part of the map is probably, you know, way better for Reinhardt than the start, right? And a lot of high ground at the start. Look at where they pushed up. They can kind of deny a lot of that high ground control here from Nightmare. So that would be kind of like the positive here of potentially Ramatra Punch able to kind of make a fast run here through this second part of the map.
Blade here on the horizon for Nightmare, but again, they're in that Baptiste composition, which means Zera needs to try and find a way to make it work without any assistance. Again, this is a pretty mobile composition. Angelic still on the Kiriko after switching to that previously. Same can be said of Danny on the Genji.
It's taking a while for things to develop though, right?
Yeah, I think we're trying to build up maybe, yeah, okay, here's an Immortality Field coming down. So Kitsune Rush, you cannot move into this Immortality Field. No. Maybe just trying to, I mean, there's no way Nightmare are going to push up past this either, so how to get value from this rush? Immortality Field going to get taken down. Okay, here's Senna with the overclock now. Time for some hit scan pressure. Surely, it's Danny there with the blade instead. Almost found 3. Z able to intervene, but the damage has already been done. You would think that Senna's been picked off. Mischarge from Cleopatra. Hammer swings though on Infected. And they get a little bit of space with that javelin swing. Cleopatra needs to return to the card, but Salmon's able to take CJ down there. Nicely done with the torpedoes. And Infected, even with that Fortify, is just stalling at this point.
Yeah, like, do you even get another fight here? Because it takes so long for Infected to die. Or do you just end up giving up the second checkpoint? It looks like you're going to get Infected back here in a second. It looks like a few players move up. I mean, Zero would be the one who kind of gets around the corner and touches, but
there it is.
Looks like you're going to we're going to go in with a blade.
0.07 meters, that's so close. Still, the orbital ray might be a problem. Salmon gets that down at just the right time, but CJ had theirs get off as well. There needs to be stalled. Infected gets forward now. Cleopatra still hasn't been able to get this cart over the line, but Zera falls to another torpedo. Salmon's had some crucial eliminations with those recently. And there's Senna, finds a Baptiste. That'll give Ramatra Punch a chance here at getting the map done.
So now they have a final stretch here, right? A home stretch. A minute 30. They basically need everything to go perfect here in order to finish with some time in the bank, as it's going to be Nightmare with a really big lead otherwise. It's going to be a Bastion ult here.
Yeah, deny that high ground.
Yes, deny high ground.
Trying to get out there yourself, though, and Genji can always just climb up. But they have forced Senna back, so that oppressive hit scan position's been denied for now. Good javelin in the background. Heal pressure being generated by that damage coming in towards the Sojourn. Danny and Zera top 10 anime battles here. Oh, nice disruptor shot. That is so good. Zera has to give that up. Here comes Infected, though, into the blender. Big damage on Cleopatra. And that means Senna has no protection. The Ryan had to split away. And the Nightmare able to move up, establish themselves again.
Yeah, now you're going to put yourself for a Ramatra Punch, and like you have to win probably 2 fights here where things are at. So I think the worst part is, right, you don't want to exactly, use your Ray and your Kitsune Rush here off the rip. You probably want to at least be able to kind of save one, where Senna with a big overclock here. This would be massive.
For it.
Oh,
I don't know, Matt. That air matrix is so punishing, especially with Seeker as close as possible to that air matrix. Nice little attack grenade there to claim Danny. That one hurts. 20 seconds now left for Ramatra Punch. Orbital Ray, though, they've got. Unfortunately, that's going to be matched on the other side. Another big Dragon Blade from Danny, mayhaps. We'll have to find out.
I mean, it's going to have to be huge. And Ramatra Punch, they're going to use the Kitsune Rush really early. It's going to be the orbital right here for CJ.
Yep, Z goes down. That's that Baptiste healing gone. And where's the orbital ray? Well, it's not near the cart right now. This might be a problem still for Ramatra Punch, though, if they can't deal with this grouped up Nightmare squad. Danny's going for it, going for broke with the blade. Takes Seeker down there, looking for Zero, but the deflect is there. He keeps himself alive. Cleopatra and Salmon now, just 2 players left here for Ramatra Punch on the card, and they are stranded. Lost at sea. Screaming Wilson as they go down. And Nightmare take away Kings Row.
So, I mean, it is pretty close, pretty down to the wire, right? It's just, a better time bank there for Nightmare on Ramatra Punch. Just, they gotta, once they lose, like, momentum there towards the end, right? And they don't get the card around the second corner off of their first push, that allows Nightmare to just push all the way up to the spawn and, like, hold them in there. I mean, it's really difficult for them to play from that position.
Yeah, I mean, scrappy game for sure. Again, both Genjis getting mixed into these team comps without like Arnis to play off of. So they do have Dragon Blades, but they are very much like on an individual basis. Do you think you can find like a couple kills off this? The Ryan is fine, right? You get to play a lot more of those corners in the second part of the map and sort of deny a lot of that poke damage. You keep the Kiriko, right? We saw Angelic switch the Kiriko, I think, on first point. Because Katsuna Rush is pretty nice for Ryan. Like, he can really get up in your face there. And you also get that amped healing, which means you can deal with poke damage. Obviously, like, Sojourn, can still be pretty... Remember, like, Sojourn now gets 10 energy charge per headshot hit with her normal primary fire. So while the railguns aren't quite as devastating, you can get a lot more of them.
Even the Suzu for the brief moment of, like, immortality there for the Reinhardt, right? Always pretty solid. We'll take a look here. Some of the clips as the Reinhardt, I mean, it's not bad. It looks like fine. I feel like it just takes a whole team effort to make it work, right?
Yeah, I do think that like Cleopatra,
like it doesn't easily slot in.
No, he has to contort himself into like every shape under the sun to try and sort of like I guess fit what this comp is trying to do, right? But I think that's fine. We've seen this happen like time and time again. Like SRP check only play Ryan in EMEA and they do pretty well. They usually get out of groups, right? And they're happy with that. I think like if you're I don't know. Ryan is such a brand hero. It feels like people so many people like so why do I say that? So like Hardy gets a lot of his notoriety playing that hero. Also so does Cloudy because it's
featured co-streamer Reinforce.
Right. It's seen as very Chad to do this, right? And especially playing Ryan into like a constantly changing metagame. And that's one reason why people loved so much the inventiveness that like the London Spitfire, with Hardy at the helm, that they went through to try and like craft every comp to make Ryan work on every map. And usually this was with the help of the Symmetra, but it worked and it was fun to watch as well. So I understand why you're trying to do that. I do think that there are a ton of tank matchups where Ryan is pretty bad. I would say a lot of them at the moment. I think Orisa is one of them. Orisa Bastion is just, God, it just makes the game so much harder to play. So kudos if Ramatra Punch win maps while playing Ryan against hostile compositions. But again, you feel like you handicap yourself sometimes.
Yeah, but Ramatra Punch has played pretty well in the series, even like committing to this Reinhardt, which is obviously much harder to make work. Doesn't really have is there a tank you'd say Ryan has like a distinct advantage over at the moment?
Zaya, honestly, maybe there are definitely some there are some cases where it makes sense. I mean, hopefully we see some more of them coming back after the break. But I'll tell you, the Orisa is not one in which that he is confident in. That is for sure, and that's what we're seeing so far. Map number 4, right around the corner. Can Ramatra Punch force a decider map? We're all here to find out. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, folks. It was a Kings Row map pick from Nightmare after a bit of a rough outing on Rialto. They got full held on the map, if you recall. They managed to turn that into a dub, but it was scrappy. This has been a very scrappy series. Very different compositions, very different styles of teams going up against each other. And now we're heading over to Runasapi, a map that is equally valid for Ryan, I guess, as it is Orisa. So don't expect to see Ramatra Punch change things up too much. They're trying to force the map 5.
Yeah, look, if you're not changing at this point, it's never going to happen, right? So this is what Ramatra Punch is going to go down with. This is what they're good at. It's what they practice. So no reason to change it up at this point. Runasapi, it was one of the maps that we were discussing. Like, is there a map you can play some Reinhardt on? We've seen it on this map. No, you can do it even here, I know, without the sim constantly in the mix. So definitely is an option. I think, though, that Nightmare is really giving them troubles when they play this Bastion Genji, though. I mean, that's been more of it, I feel like.
There are some of these, like, pockets, you know. So the meta, I think, is still becoming defined. I think, like, the Orisa got these little micro tweaks that made her a bit more powerful. Diva got tweaked down a little bit, and we're still settling on a agreed meta game here. But, you know, in matchups like this, they're completely agnostic of meta when, you know, Ramatra Punch is playing, like, their comp, and Nightmare like to counter. They like to play counter comps. So
yeah, these I feel like you toss the meta out, right?
Yes.
I mean, we know what people are playing. It's not going to happen in this game.
Let's see how this breaks down there. So again, I kind of like that they've stuck with the Kiriko here still, Matt. Oh, that's rough for Senna. I think she got hit with a javelin there.
I think so as well.
They really need to disrupt the shot. It's so powerful in this part of the map to basically like cut a team in half. Oh, not a good start here at all for Ramatra Punch.
And like what we talked about earlier with the Orisa trying to like hold cooldowns to kind of close gap, the Reinhardt's like it's an even worse scenario, right? Because like Orisa, you use a cooldown like Spear Spin or One-Eye, like you get the speed and move up in. Ryan like doesn't really have that. Like there is no like charge as a gap closer, but you're not charging towards the other team, right? I mean, you're kind of like walking up slowly with the shield, but if the shield is gone, you're just dead, right?
But again,
they're on a Senna.
Oh, this could get really ugly, Matt. This could blow out to massive proportions here. That pick basically guarantees a checkpoint, and the fact that now there's stagger going on. Oh, Danny, well, you hate to see those. Checkpoint coming up very early for Nightmare. We are 1 minute and 25 into the round.
Yes, now we're gonna play double hit scan here. So Ashe, Sojourn, for Ramatra Punch.
Okay.
Like I feel like this just doesn't have enough damage, right? Like
there's no backline pressure at all.
Yeah. All right. There's no way you're gonna access the BAP or the Juno, right?
Also, I think I'm licking my lips if I'm Zera here as well, because even without Blade, like I can do so much to force these defensive cooldowns out of the Ashe and the Sojourn, respectively. You've got to respect like that hit scan pressure. You can die if you just get caught out in the open, but that was a deflect of a kunai or something into the face of Angelic, and we are heading towards triple digits, folks. Ramatra Punch here, choosing to take the game to Runasapi. They're not familiar with Nightmare's game, evidently.
Well, there's not a lot of great options in the map pool to do this. Honestly, this is probably one of the better ones. It's just this composition's really giving them trouble. Like it's just you know, kind of just destroy the Reinhardt and the hit scan. The idea is maybe the Reinhardt can live for long enough that the hit scan can kind of like, you know, just dwindle them down, but that's just not happening.
Zera be up in this. Aha! Cleopatra there, I think, just got split off. I would say that mortar strike actually from the Bastion was a big problem with keeping the spacing. Okay, you know what? Hey, don't worry about it. Series is over. We are done in this matchup. That might be the quickest Runasapi I've ever seen. That was an utter shellacking.
Not a lot. That was
a pretzeling.
It's not a lot of stopping of the barrier.
Well, that's okay. I mean, Nightmare.
Yeah.
Look, they create multiple picks in consecutive fights, especially picking off that hit scan pressure. Senna looks like she eats javelins, I think, in the first couple of fights, and that brief window of vulnerability against the Bastion comp is enough for you to basically sign a DNR and be done with it. Like, you are back to spawn almost guaranteed there.
That was a rough day for Danny's. 1 in 5 in maps today for Danny's.
Danny's absolutely. It's okay. Danny's will be back. All the Danny's will come back stronger. We always do.
I can't spell Danny with that L.
That's what. Well, I mean, for me, I guess. Yeah, Danny Lim.
Silent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate you.
Silent.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very quick last match. I literally got off my seat to go to the restroom, and then I came back and it was over.
Didn't ask, but that's
yeah.
all right. Yeah. How was it though? How was
It was great.
Okay. No.
Very, very refreshing. Okay.
That's good. I like being nice.
I feel like, yeah, definitely. I think Nightmare. Sure, like we sort of assumed that they were going to be the stronger team, and
yes. I didn't think this would be close, Danny. I'll be honest, like not as close as it was. Yeah, I'm also like not mega familiar with like Derpy's game because they join the lobby on a different like account every time. So we have to get like I think they were called freaking Renaissance in stage 2 of OWCS. So like you know you kind of have to know the deep lore of like NA Overwatch to get a read on this team. Like, and then as soon as we found it was Derpy, it's like okay, he's playing Ryan. All right.
For a team that only plays this style,
Ryan
you know, typically teams that play like okay, we're just gonna play Reinhardt and like this is gonna be like our thing. Teams that stick to that type of stuff don't usually make it that competitive or don't usually make it that far. This team does, obviously. So that's kind of like, I didn't think there was a threat of a Nightmare loss, but I was also pleasantly surprised and kind of cool to see how close Ramatra Punch played them. And Ramatra Punch probably beats a bunch of other teams, right? like even playing this way and just committing to it, they probably do beat a bunch of other teams.
I think that there's a rematch of Ramatra Punch and O3 Splash in the near future coming out of this group, I think. And that one went to 5 last time around. The O3 Splash squad is actually pretty nice with it. So, you know, I do that'll be very interesting. It depends on maps, honestly, because Ramatra Punch is so. Why are you named after a tank you don't play? First of all, secondly,
I think that's pretty cool.
Okay, you like that?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, fine. I mean, yeah. So again, it really depends on like how the map selection breaks down, because obviously there are maps where like Ryan's weaknesses can get mitigated to a great degree. This is probably not one of them. But I'm not really feeling like blaming Cleopatra at all for this. I just think that like the picks and this happened. Dude, we literally saw Space Station get snowballed on this map in like the same amount of time a few weeks ago in EMEA Master. Like it happens on push maps, and it happens on Runasapi, especially because there's less defender's advantage on this map than on any other push map. So sometimes you can just get completely rolled and it doesn't mean anything. Like I'm pretty sure SSG still ended up winning that series anyway. So these things do happen, and snowballs are real in Overwatch, especially on push.
Yeah. And definitely another, I think a player to highlight is of course the player of the match, Zero. This guy on Genji, whatever hero he played, he was different.
Yeah, I mean, his Genji's really strong. They don't even really need to pocket it that much. We see here with like the nano boost, but a lot of the time he's able to just go in and make plays on his own. I mean, these players are just kind of like hiding from the Bastion and all the damage that the Bastion's bringing in and putting down, and he just goes in as the cleanup crew, just taking them out with dashes. So Zero, I mean, it's important, right? That's kind of his job, to capitalize on all these weak players. It's a great job.
Yeah. Right, I mean, big, huge win for Nightmare. They're moving up. With that, let's take a look at the updated standings for Group C. Bracket time.
Bracket time.
I feel like I said bracket and standings a little too much today.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of your job, though. Yeah. We talk about those a lot.
Hey, Ramatra Punch going up against either Rat Avidity or O3 Splash.
So you call them Rat Avidity? That's
Rad X Avidity? Is it RAD?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. Yeah.
Probably an O3 Splash rematch. I would assume.
Well,
coming up.
We don't really know about Rad X Avidity because they play against Nightmare in their first game and it ends up being a 3-0. They actually they have like what looks like some decent players on that roster. But yeah, if we get an O3 Splash Ramatra Punch matchup, it's going to be interesting because, like I mentioned, maps. Every map matters. Remember that saying?
Well,
it's kind of relevant there.
Yeah, Radix Video. I mean, that's like Bond Wub. I mean, it's a pretty decent team, right? So that's it's not a given that'll actually be an O3 versus Ramatra Punch rematch.
I think the most interesting group here by far, or actually Group A and Group D are both respectively quite interesting. Citrus Nation and TSM like fighting for first place in that group is fascinating. We saw Fluffy Dreamland, quote unquote, upset NRG. I think that's like a huge storyline and something that's well, really talking about. And actually frustrate me a little bit in terms of like some of the comps that they choose. I think they're such a good team. PG is like, you know, some games he's like really set up for success and he's like really high impact, and some games like he literally can't even see his opponents. Like he just can't see them. He's just not there to shoot them and really struggles. So that team to me really streaky right now, and they need to be that team that beats Toronto Defiant, you know, in a best of 5. Like that's what they want to be aiming for. That there's their everyday level. That's what they need to really take this region up. Because I think there are a lot of other teams like Fluffy Dreamland, Danny, that are knocking on the door of that top tier now as well. Shikigami with the big upgrades to their roster, they're starting to look like they could be threatening. So I think NA is getting deeper. We still have obviously you know, another week here of group stages plus the main event. So there's a lot to come from these teams still.
True. I mean, we had 3 great matches. So let's take a look at some of the NA plays of today, starting with the first one. It's going to be from Shikigami Team Kill versus Toronto on Blizzard World. This was the Wombo combo, right? The Orisa and the Blade, yeah? Oh,
yeah, sometimes like 4 ults is pretty good in the game of Overwatch. But again, like Terra Surge has a natural synergy with Dragon Blade, as you can imagine.
Shikigami will always think about what could have happened if Danny continued to play.
You will never.
Dude, Chime on the flank. Look at this. I mean Blizzard. Yeah, let's get some help here from Ryan. And this is a sick series. I mean, some of these fights and stuff made no sense in this series, but it was awesome.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was pretty weird. I don't know. I do think like the Ana and Brig could be considered a bit outdated, but if you want to play Winston, then it's probably a better look for you than the Juno. You can't really make use of Juno.
This is the clip of the day.
Final one.
Widowmaker, headshots, new skin, dominance.
I mean, Senna did this on multiple hit scan heroes on this very map, by the way.
That last shot is silly though.
Yeah, that was really clean. There's like a switch to Cassidy. She does the same thing. She plays Tracer. She also, look really. I mean, like in the pound for pound, when Senna can, you know, really get fired up, she's nasty.
It's always so satisfying just seeing Widow getting headshots. I don't know why.
Yes, I mean, you know what? You know, they like the dink sound in the game. They like really workshopped very hard to make it as satisfying sounding as possible, Danny. They actually, I think, modeled it after the sound of a bottle cap being flipped off a bottle, because that's, you know, such a satisfying sound.
Have you ever heard that sound when you play, Danny?
Are you what?
What sound? What do you think?
Sorry.
Who plays Ryan? Does not hear the headshot sound, you know? This is a whole world to you.
No, I hear it. I mean, I hear it because I get shot.
No, I get it.
I hear it because I'm on the receiving end, you know? I don't shoot people, but, you know? All right.
You don't hear the dink when you get shot in the head, just by the way. That's your tonight.
No, don't you?
No.
Danny tries to make peace with the opponents.
You don't hear the dink when you get shot in the head, brother. just saying.
Do you not? Okay, maybe. Okay, maybe.
Hey, talk about.
I don't know.
Picture.
Yeah. Hey, tomorrow's schedule. What's your favorite one? Which one are you guys most excited about?
Citrus Nation versus TSM. I am super here for that.
I think that's gonna be a pretty good game.
Yeah. I'm excited.
True.
That's what I think, Danny.
How about you, Matt?
I think that Citrus Nation TSM match will be pretty good, because Citrus Nation, if you remember stage 3, right? It was Citrus Nation versus Fluffy Dreamland, where everybody was shocked that Fluffy Dreamland upset Citrus Nation to kind of make it out of the group with the #1 seed. And then now we know that Fluffy Dreamland is for real, right? So Citrus Nation will see how they do against TSM, which they have a lot of good players on the Citrus Nation side.
There's Twisted Minds versus Piece of Cake. Twisted Minds didn't play in the Face It League, I think, so we're kind of wondering, like, they're looking pretty good, but we always had to think about them being streaky. Piece of Cake is like Nico, Exodial, Tread, Crispy, so they're also a really quality team, and I think out of Swiss, they did pretty well, so keep an eye out for them. I think they're legit.
I think there's a lot of exciting matches to be played tomorrow. So everybody, come back tomorrow. We're gonna have great matches. Final thoughts, Mitch, Matt, before we say goodbye.
No, fun day is some Overwatch. I think that Twisted Minds game will be good. Twisted Minds, when you can play Rush, I mean, that's what they love to do. I mean, they probably took a break until they knew Rush was coming back around. So
I think tomorrow will be some interesting games. TVNT is a big diva player, right? So I don't know if they keep trying that.
All right,
we'll see.
Well, all right, we'll see. Everybody, that is it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's pretty scary. Bob Dragon finding a flank, spots Shockwave, still got the pulse in hand, forced the recall before you get the pulse bomb in. Oh, what a stick from Top Dragon. That's how you kill a Blade right there.
so excited to go on one of his coveted off angles with this Ashe, try to throw the bomb in there, and also steal a health pack.
Oh,
disgusting.
Dirty shot there from Sparker.
The backline basically straight away, but Grapes' spacing is very good. Can't say the same for Renko, though, who's under some degree of pressure. But Ultraviolet gets caught inside the Blizzard. There's no escape. Chime has been huge so far. Ryan follows up with 2 massive Tracer kills.
Dude,